Chapter 1 Me, the fifth wall facer, brain deposit, eat with peace of mind. Friends who are unfamiliar with the three-body problem, or ACP, can still read. The author will provide appropriate introductions. United Nations headquarters, the Secretary-General Tsai announced solemnly. The 19th meeting of the Planetary Defense Council enters its final agenda. The announcement of the wall facer list and the commencement of the wall facer program. The audience was invigorated ever since the appearance of the Sophons. The entire world had become transparent. But they did not lack advantages. The Trisolarans could not see through the true thoughts of humanity. Thus, the wall facer program was born. First wall facer, Frederick Taylor. Second wall facer, Manuel Ray Diaz. Third wall facer, Bill Hines. Fourth wall facer, Luo Ji. Fifth wall facer, Su Zhe. They will bear the heaviest mission in human history, facing the entire world in solitude, shouldering this great mission through long years. Here, let me express deep respect on behalf of all humanity to them. How did the last two get selected? After the list was announced, the delegates from various countries found it hard to accept. The first three wall facers were world-renowned human elites. Their selection was expected. But the last two, one a university professor and another a college student who hasn't even graduated, at least Luo Ji had a PhD. Even if he wasn't as outstanding as the first three, he was still somewhat presentable. But who is this Su Zhe? Just an adult who hasn't even entered society yet, right? In fact, it wasn't just the people at the venue who were confused. Both Su Zhe and Luo Ji were bewildered as well. Especially Su Zhe, whose mind kept echoing with the Secretary-General's words. Have I crossed over to the three-body world? I was just watching a documentary on human reproduction a second ago, and the next second I'm in the three-body world. Moreover, judging from the Secretary-General's words just now, the Trisolaran fleet has already begun its departure. What a sin! At least let me cross into an ordinary world. This three-body situation is clearly not planning to leave me any way out. Water droplets, two-dimensional foil, just one of these things is enough to destroy current human civilization. Especially now that I've become a wall facer, I'm very likely to be assassinated by Trisolaran traitors hidden in human society. So this identity, which seems to have immense power, is actually a hot potato. Compared to the first few, what right do I have to be a wall facer? The first wall facer, Taylor, is the U.S. Secretary of Defense. The second wall facer, Ray Diaz, overcame a huge disparity in national power to win. The third wall facer, Hines, is a top scientist, and the fourth is even more remarkable, fighting back single-handedly to sustain human civilization. Compared to them, Su Zhe felt like a blade of grass at the foot of Mount Tai. The more he thought about it, the heavier his expression became. What was he even playing at? Beep. Detected that the host meets the conditions. The system is starting to bind. Beep. Abnormal containment association, summoning system, binding in progress. Binding successful. Su Zhe was stunned. Did I just hear a ringing in my ears? Abnormal containment association, summoning system? Could it be that organization? Hiss. I thought the three-body was dangerous enough. I didn't expect something even more heavyweight. Because no matter how powerful the three-body is, it will still take hundreds of years to truly descend. But if there are still those terrifying containment objects on Blue Star, human civilization could basically end prematurely. Because those containment objects are all extremely dangerous beings or items, especially those ranked higher. Just one casualty could easily destroy a civilization. Even the organization responsible for containing them, the Containment Association, is an extremely paranoid organization. To contain the anomalies, they can unhesitatingly sacrifice individuals that we control, we contain, we protect. That is the meaning of the existence of the ACP Containment Association. So what is this system for? Su Zhe took a deep breath, nervously opened the system, and began to study it. Abnormal Containment Association summoning system can summon ACP containment objects to descend into reality. Just the first line shocked Su Zhe, so it turns out he was the one summoning. If he wasn't careful and summoned an apocalyptic containment object, wouldn't he become humanity's public enemy? And what is this trust level? The system kindly provided an explanation. Can increase public trust in the existence of ACP containment objects by spreading information about them. The higher the trust level, the more people believe in their existence. When the trust level reaches a certain threshold, ACP containment objects will truly descend into reality. Moreover, as the trust level increases, the summoned objects will also become more powerful, and the chances of summoning will increase. What the hell? Suze instantly became alert, so it could be played like this. As long as he gets the world to believe in the existence of the ACP, he could continuously summon various containment objects. If those things could really be used by him, then facing the three-body wouldn't be impossible, right? After all, there are many existence in the ACP containment objects that could be considered bugs like immortality, teleportation. There are even beings that can distort reality. Inorganic snails, Lord of the Hidden, Lake of Forgetting, Watchers. These things could easily destroy the world. If he could really use these things for himself, let alone the three-body, had even dare to take on the singers. But after the excitement, Suze felt somewhat confused. System, don't I get any beginner rewards? A mobile task force would be good too. Are you telling me to start from scratch? Sorry, this world is not the original containment world. You need to create a new containment association to contain. Regarding mobile task forces and other matters, the host can be given according to the situation after successfully summoning an abnormal being. Damn, you want me to create one from scratch? You'll use my head to create it. Suze was somewhat speechless. The original containment association was only formed under the elites of various countries, and it took time to develop the ability to contain anomalies. Now you give me nothing and expect a rookie to create it. Isn't that a joke? Although he had the identity of a wall facer, truly building an ACP abnormal containment association was not that easy. Every member of the organization is a well-trained, fearless elite warrior. Where could he find such people? So, to build a containment association for my use, I first need to successfully summon an abnormal being. And this abnormal being cannot be too powerful to prevent causing massive casualties or being unable to summon the Suze initially confirmed the plan, then began to think about which containment object to select as the first announced target. Chapter 2 in the name of the wall facer, announced to the world. Wait, why is that? Is this a joke? We can accept the first three, but are the last two really not connections? Strongly demand the removal of the last two wall facers. As the craziest plan in human history, this meeting was broadcast live to the world. More than half of humanity globally watched this list, and they instantly erupted. No one expected that this wall facer program would be so farcical. As a means to combat the Trisolaran civilization, everyone dared not slack off the moment the list was announced. They dug up all the information on the 5 individuals. They were convinced of the first 3 their achievements were tangible. But the last 2, an unknown university professor and an ungraduated student. Who voted for this? Why can an ordinary person become a wall facer? Exactly, they're not even pretending anymore. That Luo Ji is still a professor, but that Suze is definitely someone with connections. You might as well let me go. I looked at his school. It's some nobody university. Why should someone like him become a wall facer? The vast majority of viewers around the world felt despair at this wall facer list. The fate of human civilization really being handed over to an ordinary person like this? I might as well just lie flat. They'll be dead by the time the Trisolarans come. Right? Let's just continue living our lives and let these people do their own thing. If they want our cooperation as wall facers, they should first kick that connection-based Suze out. Connections really are everywhere. They have to pull this stunt, even in such a plan. Question ETO, understand ETO, become ETO. Almost everyone felt that Suze, this young brat, must have used some means to get selected. Otherwise, how could an ordinary college student become a wall facer? Just because he's young? How ridiculous. There are countless youths in the world who are far more outstanding than him. Suze could be lost in a crowd, and no one would recognize him. Besides the angry and confused viewers watching the live stream, the representatives from various countries present at the meeting were equally baffled. Although they didn't know the specific list, their years of sharp observation allowed them to infer who had a chance of becoming a wall facer. However, they never expected that Luo Ji and Suze would also be selected. They had never heard of these two figures before. Did the Secretary General get the wrong list? And looking at their current performances, one is standing there in a daze, as if he's already lost his mind. The other, although not dazed, has a face full of disbelief, completely lacking the composure expected of a wall facer. How infuriating. Are these two youths from the Dragon Kingdom really not here to be a joke? Why does the Dragon Kingdom get 2 wall facers? Is my great Han Ming kingdom unworthy? Everyone, don't worry. Our American wall facer will lead humanity to survive. That's right. From now on, we just need to cooperate with the other 3 wall facers. These two can just put on a show. Please welcome the 5 wall facers to the stage. Sai's voice jolted Luo Ji out of his stupor. He looked at the other 3 wall facers who were calm and composed, and instinctively glanced at Suze beside him, this compatriot from the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that the others seemed not to have heard, Luo Ji helplessly patted him. "Friend, don't just stand there, we need to go up for a bit." His fellow countrymen seemed even more at a loss. Suze's train of thought was interrupted. He glanced at this future hero of humanity and nodded slightly, following him onto the stage. Under the gaze of the entire world, Sai officially announced the commencement of the wall facer plan. At this moment, the 5 wall facers would bear the mission of saving human civilization and move forward. Afterward, Sai and the representatives for various countries took turns speaking, and people began to rise to leave. At that moment, Suze called out to Sai, "Madam Secretary General, please ask everyone to stay. I have something I want to say here." The latter was taken aback, but out of respect for the wall facers, she nodded and complied. The representatives from various countries and the other 4 wall facers looked at the young man with some confusion, unsure of what he intended to do. Luo Ji nudged Suze. "Friend, don't mess around. This is a global live broadcast. If you act recklessly, even as a wall facer, you risk being detained." In response to Luo Ji's reminder, Suze merely smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Others might think he was going to make a fool of himself, but only he knew what a great opportunity this was. He had already thought of the first anomaly to announce. He was going to reveal the existence of the ACP containment organization to the world during the live broadcast. Even if many people wouldn't believe it, he felt that there would still be a significant number who would. As everyone looked on in confusion, Suze stood at the podium and said, "I am Wallfacer Suze, and I wish to inform all of humanity that everything I say next will concern the future of human civilization." Upon hearing this, the representatives from various countries were taken aback and then began to whisper among themselves, "What's wrong with this young man? He just became a wall facer and can't wait to use his power? Just as I thought. A child who can't keep his composure. What a waste of our time to mess around with him here. We must apply to replace the wall facer when we return. Future of human civilization? If we didn't know better, we'd think he was some kind of prophet." Looking at Suze's serious face on camera, global audiences couldn't help but mock him. Hey, are all Dragon Kingdom people like this? Right off the bat, talking about the future of civilization. What does he think he is? Suze is not one of us from the Dragon Kingdom, sorry. Personal actions shouldn't reflect on the country. Haha, if the Suze can't come up with anything substantial, the Wallfacer plan might just end early because of him. This was always a wrong and absurd plan. Facing the gaze of the entire world, Suze was not nervous at all. He spoke calmly. Whether you believe it or not, what I'm about to say is the truth. Humanity has thrived for a long 25,000 years, but only the past 4,000 years have been truly meaningful. So, what have we been doing during those long 21,000 years? Were we simply hiding in caves, sitting around a dim campfire, afraid of the unknown, questioning the rising sun, those mysterious beings with human heads and bird bodies, and those stones that seem to have life? Thus, we called them gods and demons, prayed for their forgiveness, and hoped for their salvation. However, as our numbers increased, theirs decreased, and we began to view the world with a more rational perspective. But those inexplicable phenomena did not disappear. It was as if the universe was merely showcasing its absurdity and incredibility. Humanity can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us, except for ourselves. Suze stated solemnly. Therefore, they need to be contained. I call them ACP, which stands for Control, Containment, Protection. They are the containment objects. Chapter 3, announcing the containment object. Silence. The entire United Nations Parliamentary Hall fell into silence. The representatives from various countries looked at Suze with not just disdain, but doubt. Doubt that this guy might be delusional. What ACP? Monsters, anomalous containment objects. The more they listened, the more it felt like he was fabricating some kind of story. If these things really existed, why had they never been recorded until now? Surely they couldn't take the myths and legends of various countries seriously? On the stage, Luo Ji was already bewildered. He looked at Suze's back and inwardly lamented. I told you to take it easy, and you come out swinging. At this rate, you'll be taken for a lunatic. You have to be mindful of where you are telling stories. This is the United Nations, and the global audience can see this live. The moment you open your mouth with talk of demons and monsters, how will the public view us wall-facers? He secretly glanced at the other 3 wall-facers and found their expressions equally poor. They clearly shared his sentiments, believing that Su Zhe's behavior severely impacted their identities as wall-facers. The viewers in the live stream were also venting their anger. Crazy, crazy. I think this Su Zhe is just a madman, spouting nonsense. He can't possibly believe the fairy tales he's read. How foolish. Shouldn't we replace such a wall-facer quickly? With him around, humanity has no chance of survival. This Su Zhe can't have been released from some mental hospital, right? In the face of the ridicule and skepticism from the crowd, Su Zhe remained unfazed. For he saw the change in trust levels. It jumped directly from 0 to 300, just as he expected, even if most people didn't believe him. With such a wide audience, there would definitely be some who believed in gods or strange entities, and they would believe him as a wall-facer. A trust level of 300. Perhaps he could try summoning now? Su Zhe hesitated for a moment, but decided to wait. After all, the system rules stated that if the summoning failed, he would enter a cooldown period and would not be able to summon again for 3 days. Opportunities are precious and should not be wasted. He was not at all affected by the crowd's attitude and continued. As I just mentioned, there are anomalous containment objects in this world that are unknown to mankind. After years of research on them, I have categorized them into 5 levels: safe, ordinary, Euclid, city-destroying, Keter, nation-destroying, Thaumiel, world-destroying, and twist reality, distorted reality. Su Zhe's expression was very serious. This was just a preliminary classification. Each level only indicated their degree of harm and could not simply be classified as danger levels. Perhaps some people had already discovered some of them, but please stay away. Non-ACP containment professionals should not contact them without authorization. Next, I will announce a newly discovered anomalous containment object, codename ACP-294, also known as the Infinite Maze. The representatives from various countries fell silent, not because they believed him, but because they were shocked. Shocked by Su Zhe's storytelling ability. This entire narrative made it seem as if he had truly discovered something. After listening for so long, a representative from an island nation couldn't help but stand up and ask provocatively, "Dear Wall-Facer, since he knows so much about these so-called anomalous containment objects, why have we never seen this information?" Su Zhe glanced at the short representative and calmly replied, "Every containment object's data is classified. If you are not a member of the ACP containment organization, you have no authority to access or share this information." The island nation representative laughed, then pretended to be sincere. "So that's how it is. Thank you for clarifying. Wall-Facer, please continue." He sat down proudly and said to the person next to him, "This Wall-Facer definitely has a delusion disorder. He has convinced himself." The others nodded in agreement. What ACP containment organization? They had never heard of such an entity. If it truly existed, at least the leaders of various countries would know about it, right? But aside from this newly appointed Wall-Facer Su Zhe, no one else had ever heard of it. So the truth was clear. This Su Zhe was just making things up. On stage, Secretary General Tsai asked very seriously, "Mr. Su Zhe, how did you determine these levels? Is there really such a thing as a world-destroying anomalous containment object?" Su Zhe replied, "This classification is based on the records and predictions of the containment organization. Safe refers to containment objects that pose minimal or no harm, typically not triggering under non-specific circumstances or not causing harm to humans or the environment after triggering. However, it can still change unexpectedly, so ordinary people should not come into contact with it casually. The Euclid level is city-destroying. If such a level of containment object appears, it could potentially lead to the destruction of a city and needs to be contained as soon as possible. Sometimes, containment objects that are difficult to categorize into other levels are also designated as Euclid, making it the broadest category of containment objects. Keter-level containment objects possess terrifying destructive power. Once activated, they can cause unimaginable harm, and containment is extremely difficult, often requiring large-scale and complex measures. The highest twist reality level is classified as top secret. Each containment object at this level possesses godlike powers and is nearly impossible to contain. After listening to his lengthy and verbose description, many representatives were left speechless. Are you getting more and more addicted to blowing smoke? What godlike powers? Do you really take mythology seriously? If they truly existed, the current science on Blue Star would be impossible to develop. In human history, there was a time when people engaged in worship activities, but science has proven that these were all foolish and ineffective actions. Not to mention, the existence of the Trisolaran civilization already indicates that there can be no gods or demons in this universe. The Secretary General, however, remained very polite. Thank you for your answer. I would like to ask, what level of anomalous containment object is the infinite maze that you mentioned? Suze nodded slightly and replied, ACP-294 is currently classified as safe. It is a complex and ever-changing maze, resembling an endless corridor with countless branches and corners. This maze seems to have no end, and its structure appears to be constantly changing, making it difficult for those who enter to find an exit. The appearance of ACP-294 is similar to an ordinary corridor, but once you enter, you'll find it continuously branching and extending, with each corner potentially leading to new sites and paths. These paths may lead to a dead end or to a larger maze area. Furthermore, even if you think you have walked down a certain path, when you try to take that route again, you may find that it has changed. The walls and floor of ACP-294 are made of an unknown gray material that is exceptionally hard and smooth, although there is no light source inside the maze. People are always able to see clear outlines and details, as if some unknown force is guiding them. Those who enter ACP-294 will quickly lose their sense of direction and time. They may wander for hours or even days without ever finding an exit. Some people have even claimed to see things that shouldn't exist in the maze, such as distorted walls, twisted spaces, and even some indescribable creatures. After saying all this, Suze cleared his throat. ACP-249 has been announced, and after its containment is complete, I will release the information on the next containment object. Chapter 4. Hope for Success concluded. Suze quietly awaited the reactions of the crowd. As the first anomalous containment object to be announced, he chose the relatively low-risk 249. This choice made it easier to summon. Moreover, it was likely to appear in densely populated cities, allowing for quick detection even after being summoned. Most importantly, a commonplace scene like a corridor would easily evoke people's associations. Perhaps one night, when people walked into a corridor, they would inevitably think of 249, and their trust might increase as a result. After hearing Suze's description, the global audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, an infinite maze? Why not an infinite toilet? After watching too many ghost stories, my brain is all muddled. Pretty good. This wall facer has already scared the Trisolarans before even starting operations. Turns out he's on the second level. Maybe the Trisolarans have never heard such a terrifying story and are too scared to come. Haha, this guy is so eloquent. He should just write a book. Meanwhile, in the United Nations Parliamentary Hall, representatives from various countries could no longer contain themselves. We were just asking casually, and you actually made something up. Dragon Country really has a wealth of talent. The representative from the island nation remarked sarcastically. The representative from the United States laughed openly. This is the first time I've seen such a humorous person from Dragon Country. Huh? Hearing their mocking laughter, the Dragon Country representatives turned pale with anger, but felt helpless. After all, Suze's claims were too absurd, leaving them no room to refute. Taylor shot Suze a cold glance, said nothing, and left the room. The remaining two wall facers exchanged glances, shook their heads in sighs, and followed suit. Seeing that the other wall facers had left, the representatives from various countries also decided not to continue pretending in front of Suze and left the venue one after another. Before long, the entire hall was left with only Secretary General Sai, Luo-Ji, and Suze on stage. Luo-Ji looked at Suze with a strange expression. My friend, where did you hear this story? It's quite interesting. Suze calmly shook his head. This is not a story. Everything I said exists in reality. Luo-Ji's expression was complex. I believe you. Secretary General Sai then looked deeply at Suze. Mr. Suze, thank you for sharing this information. We will send someone to search for the traces of that anomalous containment object. Suze nodded. The Secretary General was indeed responsible. Then I'll trouble you. Please notify me as soon as you find anything. It must be said that the wall facer and his system were a match made in heaven. Since he finished speaking, the trust level had already risen to 600. Secretary General, please wait. At this moment, Luo Ji called out to Secretary General Sai, who was about to leave, and stepped forward to talk. Seeing this, Su Zhe couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that whether or not he said these words, Luo Ji did not want to be a wall facer. However, what he didn't know was that once the identity of the wall facer was announced, it could not be shaken off. He had no interest in the conversation between Luo Ji and Sai, so he took the lead and walked out of the hall. Just a few steps outside, he was stopped by a tall figure. I just watched the live broadcast. You're really brave, talking nonsense in front of billions of people. The usher patted him hard on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Su Zhe pulled the corners of his mouth in silence. He actually had a good impression of this character who invented the frozen tilapia meme. But the other party's overly familiar enthusiasm was hard to resist. Where's the other wall facer? Why hasn't he come out? The usher looked behind him, but did not see Luo Ji. Su Zhe shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he's preparing to resign. The usher raised his eyebrows. Goodness, you two are something else. As soon as he finished speaking, a puzzled and frustrated Luo Ji walked out. Dr. Luo Ji. For someone with a doctoral degree, Shi Chong was more reserved. Luo Ji glanced at him. No need to be so polite. I'm not a wall facer anymore. Shi Chiong nodded. All right, Luo. Luo Ji's expression grew even more frustrated as he looked at Su Zhe. I just resigned. Now Dragon Country only has you as a wall facer. Hearing this, Su Zhe smiled. No, you are still a wall facer, and I suggest you do not remove the guards responsible for protecting you. Luo Ji was shocked. Do you have mind-reading skills? Su Zhe did not speak further, as he had already given the necessary warning. He glanced at his watch. It's about time to go back. Shi Chong nodded. We'll arrange a special car to take us to the airport soon. The plane took off smoothly, and the three of them set off on their way back to the country. At this moment, Luo Ji was extremely irritable after Su Zhe's reminder. He finally realized that his so-called resignation was nothing but a worthless joke. Moreover, they had just stepped out when someone rushed over. Fortunately, the usher reacted quickly and shot the person down first. Later, the guards found a handgun on that person, clearly intending to assassinate. If he had really removed the guards and left alone, Luo Ji couldn't help but glance at Su Zhe, who was resting with his eyes closed. Why did this young man seem so relaxed? He was clearly in a worse situation than himself. Forget it. Maybe this is what makes him better than me. After some internal struggle, Luo Ji decided to adopt Su Zhe's laid-back attitude and make the most of his time as a wall facer before he died. After 15 hours of flying through the clouds, the special plane slowly landed at Kyoto Airport. Accompanied by dozens of black-clad special police and an unknown number of hidden plainclothes officers, Su Zhe and Luo Ji successfully returned to their specially arranged residence. Ignoring Luo Ji's invitation to drink, Su Zhe lay on the soft bed, silently invoking the summoning. After more than 10 hours of fermentation, the trust level successfully rose to 1,000. It was unclear whether it was the identity of the wall facer that played a role, or if there were truly people who believed in the existence of ghosts and gods. After silently reciting several phrases, Su Zhe did not receive a system prompt. His heart sank. Could it be that the trust level was insufficient? If this failed, he would have to wait 3 days, and in the face of the Trisolaran crisis, time was life. It must succeed. Chapter 5. The Arrival of ACP-249, Zhang Province, Nanzhou City. Inside an international hotel, cleaning staff Chen Shuqin had just finished cleaning the trash in a room. As she turned a corner, she was taken aback. When did this place expand? Looking at the corridor that clearly wasn't there before, she felt puzzled. The supervisor never mentioned anything about an expansion. Should I clean this area? After hesitating for a while, she decided to clean it up anyway to avoid being scolded by her supervisor. Honestly, those big bosses love to take advantage of small things like this. I must make them pay more next time. She muttered to herself as she pushed the trash cart into the corridor. Isn't this place renovated? There isn't even a light. Looking at the dark corridor, her dissatisfaction grew. After turning on her flashlight, she discovered that this place didn't look like their hotel at all. The floor and walls were gray, and there were no rooms or anything. It was clean, but what is the point of building a place like this? Unbeknownst to her, Chun Shuqin reached the first corner. How strange, it's still a corridor. Seeing another corridor appear in front of her, she felt a bit odd. I should call and ask. I'd be in trouble if this is the boss's private area. She took out her phone, planning to ask her supervisor. Hello, Supervisor Chin. What is that new corridor on the 7th floor of our hotel for? What? There is no new corridor. I clearly saw it. If you don't believe me, I'll take some pictures and send them to you. Chun Shuqin took a few pictures of the corridor in front of her and sent them. Just then, she suddenly felt something was off. After glancing at the time of the sent message, she gasped. Has that much time passed? She clearly remembered starting to clean at 7 in the morning. And now, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Looking at the seemingly endless corridor in front of her, a sense of fear arose in Chun Shuqin's heart, and she decided to leave. But when she tried to go back the way she came, she found that the original exit had turned into a fork in the road. There were only 2 corridors leading who knows where, with no other exits. What is going on? Cold sweat broke out on Chun Shuqin's forehead. She was never brave. And now she encountered such a bizarre situation. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden ringing echoed in the empty corridor, startling her. Realizing it was her supervisor calling, she quickly answered. Hello, supervisor. I think I'm lost. This corridor is so strange. Her voice trembled with fear. The supervisor's voice on the other end was extremely anxious. Sister Chun, where did you go? Our hotel doesn't have this place at all. Chun Shuqin's face turned pale. I don't know. I was trying to leave, but the way back is gone. What? You wait there. I'll come to the 7th floor to check. Chun Shuqin was about to cry. Hurry, I feel like someone is watching me. Not long after, the supervisor's voice came again. Sister Chun, I see that corridor, but I don't see you. Chun Shuqin curled up in fear, her teeth chattering. I don't know, this place is too strange. Wait, what is that thing? Don't come over up. With a scream, the call was cut off. Outside, standing in front of that corridor, Supervisor Chin sensed that something was wrong and immediately chose to call the police. Days passed. At this point, it had been 3 days since the wall facer project began. The first 3 wall facers had begun their actions one after another, though it was unclear what their plans were or whether they would be effective. But at least they were taking action. Meanwhile, the 2 wall facers from the Dragon Country were stuck in a deadlock, with no news coming from them. No, one could say there was movement, but it was particularly bizarre. First, there was Luo Ji, who, upon realizing he couldn't escape his identity as a wall facer, chose to completely lie flat. He even had the audacity to ask the authorities to help him find a perfect girlfriend, claiming it was part of his plan. They had never seen someone so shameless. However, even though Luo Ji was being ridiculous, at least he wasn't wasting too many resources. On the other hand, Suze had truly lost his mind, constantly requesting countries to help him find a corridor. In just 3 short days to satisfy his demands, many police officers' patrol areas were directly turned into checking every building. God knows how many buildings there are in Blue Star now. Almost everyone was secretly cursing Suze as a madman, and even many high-ranking officials were dissatisfied with him. This Suze was treating this like a game, truly thinking that the story he concocted was real. All day long looking for that damn corridor, and he himself was fine, just moving his lips. We can't keep indulging his nonsense. We'll just put on a show in the future. This wallfacer project itself is a mistake. The world is getting crazier and crazier. Looking at the various news reports about the wallfacer project, Xin Xing, the head of Zhang province, sighed. He never imagined he would witness human society engaging in such incomprehensible activities one day, especially that Suze to complete his search mission. Many complaints had already come from the subordinate public security departments. If this continued, the entire public security system of Zhang province would collapse. If there were no results after today, he would put this matter aside for now. He was determined to no longer cooperate with Suze's antics. If there is going to be nonsense, let him find it himself. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, his direct line rang. Hello, this is Shun Xing. What? Such a thing happened? Shun Xing's face was filled with shock, startled by the news that made him stand up abruptly. Send someone to seal off the scene immediately. I'll dispatch professionals over right away. Chapter 6, Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. 1 hour later, Shun Xing arrived at the scene, where the hotel had already been sealed off and all personnel had been safely evacuated. "Hello, leader." The captain in charge of the area saluted him immediately upon seeing him. Shunxing nodded slightly and quickly asked, "Report the situation." "Yes." The captain began to report. 3 days ago, the local police station received a report that an employee of this hotel was suspected of being kidnapped. We immediately dispatched personnel to the scene for investigation and sent 2 colleagues into the corridor to search. However, unexpectedly, not only was the missing person not found, but our 2 colleagues also went missing. Shunxing felt a surge of anger. "Why didn't you report sooner? Why wait until now?" The captain stammered, "Because we sent another team of officers into search." Shunxing's anger flared up. Knowing that something was wrong with that place, they still sent more people in. These people clearly didn't value lives. Shunxing took a deep breath. Although he wanted to yell at them, he knew it wasn't the right time for that. He asked, "What does that place look like? Where is it?" The captain replied, "Report, leader, it's on the 7th floor of the hotel." According to the descriptions of the officers who entered and the footage they sent back, it's an unfinished corridor with gray walls and floors, and there is no light source. The deeper you go, the more corners the corridor has. It also seems to have a psychological effect. Our officers unknowingly ventured deeper, only to find the exit disappearing and unable to retreat, ultimately going missing. Hearing this, Shunxing felt increasingly familiar. Gray walls and floors, no light source, affecting people's psychology. Unable to find an exit, he frowned, tried to recall where he had seen similar descriptions before. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in his eyes, as if his brain had been jolted. What Suze said was true. This corridor is exactly the same as the orders received from above. Moreover, he had watched that live stream. This corridor that suddenly appeared on the 7th floor of the hotel was exactly like the so-called infinite maze. This is the infinite maze. Shunxing felt a bit dizzy, trembling as he took out his phone and dialed that number. "Chief, the infinite maze." It has appeared. Almost at the same moment that Shunxing made that call, thousands of miles away at the Kyoto Safety Bureau. While playing a game, Suze heard a comm system notification in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning SCP-249. This containment object has been discovered by the public. Reward, SCP Mobile Task Force X1. Reward, Sector Special Facility X1. Reward, Class C Soldiers X50. Reward, Class D Personnel X500. Please contain the object numbered SCP-249, and successful containment will yield task completion rewards. Please proceed to contain it immediately." Hearing this voice, Suze lost interest in the game and stood up excitedly. Finally, he had successfully summoned it. What surprised him was that the successful summoning came with so many rewards. He was directly awarded a special facility and elite task force, not to mention the Class C and Class D personnel who could serve as guinea pigs and security staff. This was an incredible profit. With these assets, combined with his identity as a wall sitter, creating a foundation in the 3-body world would be much easier. First of all, the Mobile Task Force. As the main combat force of the SCP Foundation, every task force member is a powerful and fearless fighter. Moreover, the system-rewarded task force is MTF Epsilon 11, the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force. The Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force is an elite team in the Foundation specifically responsible for handling tasks involving mazes, other worlds, and similar complex terrains. With this team, the upcoming operation to contain SCP-249 will go quite smoothly. Additionally, the Sector Site is an important branch of the Foundation globally, responsible for monitoring, containing, and protecting anomalous objects and entities, ensuring the safety and stability of human society. More importantly, Suze saw the note behind this facility, which could block the surveillance of the 3-body intelligence. This means that as long as he stays inside the site, even if the 3-body wants to assassinate him, they would be powerless. It can be said that in a world where everything is under surveillance, this sector site is the only sanctuary. Having such a place is crucial for the next steps in Suze's plans. The sector is established in Zhang Province. Suze frowned, curious about why he couldn't set it up himself. The system provided a thoughtful answer. To prevent the containment object from not being contained in time, both the site and the mobile task force will be stationed near the location where the containment object appears. So that's how it is. No wonder it's the foundation. Even in a different world, they are thinking about how to contain things as quickly as possible. Successively understood. So this time, the 249 infinite maze also appeared in Zhang province. He must proceed with containment immediately. Otherwise, if something happens, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, he quickly sent a message to the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force through the system. "Hello, Captain." Just as he sent it, the Nine-Tailed Fox captain replied, "Congressman, the Nine-Tailed Fox is always at your service. What task do you need us to execute?" Suze was taken aback by the message, then realized that his identity had been set as the highest-ranking O5 member of the SCP Foundation. They could issue orders to any level of member and access any level of SCP items. Suze sent another message. "Good, Captain. I need you to lead the Nine-Tailed Fox to the location of the newly appeared SCP-249 containment object and contain it." The Nine-Tailed Fox captain immediately assured, "Understood. We will definitely complete your task. We will control, we will contain, we will protect." Suze, thank you for your efforts. Here are the detail materials for 249. Just as Suze was mobilizing the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force for containment, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom also received an urgent telegram from the responsible person in Zhang Province, Xinxing. What? The infinite maze that Suze mentioned has really appeared? Every individual present, capable of determining national policy, was internally shaken despite their usual calm demeanor. They had thought that what Suze said at the United Nations was just a joke. Who knew that just 3 days later, the containment object he described had truly appeared, and it was discovered in their Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the photo that Xinxing sent along with the message, the deep, dark corridor resembled an abyss, seemingly swallowing the hearts of all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 7. We control, we contain, we protect. It's too crazy. How could this be true? In the conference room at the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom, a big shot in charge of research slammed the table and stood up, his face in shock. How could such a thing really exist in this world? An infinite maze? It completely violates the laws of physics. Why was it not discovered earlier? And only after Suze's exposure did we find out? Could it be that there was really an organization called the Foundation secretly containing these things before? As soon as this statement was made, every high-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill in their hearts. If what the wall-facer Suze said is true, then there's indeed an invisible organization secretly containing them. That organization must be enormous, and its members certainly come from all walks of society. Perhaps some of those present are members of that organization. Otherwise, they would have noticed its existence long ago, rather than discovering it only after it was exposed. I suggest we immediately conduct a large-scale inspection from the bottom up. We must not allow members of such an organization to infiltrate among us. A military big shot immediately proposed. The other high-ranking officials also agreed. Having such an organization hidden among them could indeed have a huge impact on society. Silence. Looking at the expressions of the people in front of him, the elder who had been silent in the first seat suddenly spoke to calm the situation. Regardless of whether there are members of that organization among us, we must understand one thing. They are also protecting our people. Right now, the most important thing is to face the Trisolaran crisis and quickly contain that infinite maze. Upon hearing the elder's words, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom finally realized that the protons of the Trisolarans were still monitoring them. But how should we contain it? Suze seems not to have mentioned it. Someone asked. He might not know either. The elder's tone was steady, but that does not mean we are without options. First, we need to keep this matter confidential and comfort the families of the missing personnel. If this matter leaks out, it could very likely cause large-scale turmoil. Otherwise, the Trisolaran fleet might self-destruct before even reaching our Dragon Kingdom. I agree. Even if what Suze said is true, we cannot disclose it. The elder slightly nodded. Additionally, we need to strengthen the protection of wall-facer Suze. The Trisolarans must have learned about this matter, and they will definitely have ideas about Suze. Also, gather all relevant researchers to go to Zhang Province to study SCP-249. Things that can exist against the laws of science might help us break through the technological blockade of Trisolaran civilization. This is the opportunity given to us by Wall-Facer Su Zhe, and we must seize it. Yes, a group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom stood up and saluted, then immediately went to arrange the relevant matters. The entire strength of the Dragon Kingdom began to mobilize at this moment, with a large number of elite scientists heading to Zhang Province for investigation. But soon these scientists would understand what it means to contain anomalies. Crazy. Too crazy. In the conference room, temporarily set up near the hotel, Wang Miao stared blankly at the video sent by the frontline personnel, completely dazed. This was the second time he had experienced such a situation after the cosmic flicker. As a renowned scientist in the Dragon Kingdom, his research on materials had always been cutting-edge technology. But in front of that bizarre corridor, all his extensive knowledge seemed to turn into waste paper. Have you ever seen someone disappear as soon as they walked in? Even the communication was still there, but the person just vanished right before their eyes. Moreover, it seemed that the entering team members were affected from the moment they stepped in, suddenly going much deeper. If they hadn't prepared ropes in advance to forcibly pull back those suspected of being mentally disturbed, there might be even more names on the list of missing persons now. Additionally, according to the reports from those who successfully returned, some of them saw creatures that should not exist in this world. It was an intangible existence, without a physical form, only shadows. Wang Miao temporarily named it Shadow Spirit. Shadow spirits can pass through any material, as they seem not to be bound by physical laws. Their bodies are composed of pure, special energy, flickering with a ghostly blue light, like distant galaxies in the starry sky. And when they gaze at a creature, that creature feels an inexplicable fear, as if its soul is firmly grasped, unable to escape. In short, it is a place where scientific laws do not exist. Wang Miao, do you have any discoveries? At this moment, a rough voice came from behind him. The familiar smell of smoke filled his nostrils, and he felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt a sense of reassurance. He turned to look at Shi Chong. Perhaps only in front of this old friend could he let go of his fear of scientific laws. Wang Miao smiled bitterly. I can't discover anything at all. Perhaps we shouldn't be the ones to study this, but rather invite those enlightened masters. Shi Chong exhaled a puff of smoke. What do you mean? Is the thing done by ghosts? Wang Miao said somewhat woodenly. I don't know, maybe it is. In his eyes, such an existence that defies natural laws was no different from ghosts. By the way, I have a new situation. Shi Chong extinguished his cigarette, but, saying that those who just came out seemed a bit off. Their mental state wasn't very good. After hearing this, Wang Miao pondered. They might have been affected by that place, just like many people develop fears of certain places or behaviors after experiencing life and death crises. Shi Chong raised an eyebrow. Is that place really that eerie? Not just eerie, it's simply bizarre. Wang Miao sighed deeply. Just when Wang Miao and the scientists were at a loss and feeling a headache about that place, an SCP mobile task force that received orders from Su Zhe had quietly breached the blockade and entered the hotel. They took the elevator to the 7th floor, and before the elevator doors opened, Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force leader issued commands in advance. There must be people from our side on this floor. Prepare gas masks and tranquilizer darts. Our presence must not be discovered by the public. Yes. Ding. The elevator reached the floor, and the doors opened with a sound. The guard station on the 7th floor came over to check upon hearing the noise, but before they could reach the door, several items were thrown out from the elevator. Whoosh! A large amount of intoxicating mist quickly spread, filling the entire 7th floor. The guards fainted before they could see the true appearance of the Nine-Tailed Fox team members. Team leader Hank ordered everyone to activate the electronic interference system, then stepped out of the elevator while wearing gas masks. Chapter 8 Containment Complete. Hank, fully armed, walked at the front, using the night vision device to see the path ahead through the thick fog. Behind him, 10 other team members were similarly equipped and wore satellite positioning devices. Although the infinite maze could affect human perception, it had little impact on mechanical devices. Of course, this device was only meant to keep them from getting separated inside. It was impossible to find a way out. Since human perception was affected, even if one knew the correct path, they would not be able to retrace their steps. Prepare to enter. Standing before the corridor, Hank took a deep breath and led the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force inside. As soon as they stepped in, they felt a moment of disorientation. The smoke from outside could not penetrate this space. Hank glanced back and noticed that the exit had vanished, and he immediately assessed the properties of this containment object. Connect together, make marks, and don't fall behind. At his command, the team members used special ropes to tie themselves to their teammates, taking out special fluorescent spray to mark the ground. As the Foundation's elite task force, they had the most comprehensive equipment and high-level training. With night vision goggles on, they did not need flashlights to see the structure of the corridor clearly. Soon, they arrived at the first corner. Time, 1939, reached the first corner, designated as A1. Hank sprayed a marker in this location and continued deeper. Attention, preliminary judgment indicates that SCP-249 possesses the ability to distort cognition in open subspaces. There should be a source object present. Our task is to locate and contain the source. Hank's voice echoed in each team member's ear, and everyone nodded slightly. Before long, they reached the second turn, but this time it was a fork in the road. Hank remained calm, recorded the time again, and then entered the left corridor. As the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox, he had an excellent sense of direction and logical thinking, and was also a retired Special Forces veteran. He had completed missions in various complex terrains like deserts and rainforests, making him akin to a human radar. By chance, after discovering the truth of the world, he successfully left the military and joined the Foundation. Due to his rich combat experience and strong survival skills, he quickly rose through the ranks, eventually becoming the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. He was very confident about containing this safe-class object. Advance, move forward without fear. The Nine-Tailed Fox team members, under cognitive interference, continuously navigated one corner and fork after another. Even as time flew by, they tirelessly searched for the existence of the source object. During this process, they also encountered previous victims who had entered here. Although they were unconscious, they still showed faint signs of life and had not been harmed. Finally, after experiencing another fork, the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force encountered a scene change. The originally smooth corridor transformed into a rugged mountain path, with various heads lined up along the sides, all wearing expressions of terror. If an ordinary person were to see such a scene, they would likely faint from fear. However, each member of the Nine-Tailed Fox had seen their fair share of adversities. At Hank's command, they began to retrieve equipment from their backpacks. They started assembling a mortar right on the spot. Ammo loaded, level calibrated. Fire. Boom. A flash of fire lit up, and the shell accurately hit the path lined with heads. As the smoke cleared, the heads disappeared, and the corridor returned to its gray state, leaving only a dark pit. Record, at 22:14, encountered a scene change. Artillery fire can restore the scene to normal. Hank calmly completed the recording and then led the team forward. At the same time, he realized that the source object might be nearby. Otherwise, the scene would not interfere with them. Untie the ropes. Prepare to disperse and search. We can't miss any location. The Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force began to untie their ropes and search within the corridor. Hank walked at the forefront, unconcerned about losing his way. Suddenly, as he reached out to touch a wall, the scene in front of him changed abruptly. A giant mouth filled with fangs lunged at him, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Almost simultaneously, he pulled out a grenade from his belt, removed the safety, and threw it. Boom! The grenade exploded in the giant mouth, and the shockwave pushed Hank back. Meanwhile, the other team members, with their hearing disrupted, did not hear the commotion. But Hank no longer needed help from others, for under the effect of his grenade, the true source object had appeared. Ignoring the pain in his body, he lunged forward, covering the object that was about to transform into something else. Under the confinement of the special material, a miniature maze resembling a model appeared inside. The surrounding corridor was rapidly disappearing, and the scene gradually returned to normal. Containment complete. Prepare for evacuation. Hank placed it into a special suitcase and notified the rest of the team through his earpiece. By the time Wang Miao and Shi noticed the anomaly in the hotel, it was already 2 a.m. Shi personally led a team of officers to the 7th floor of the hotel. Upon seeing the guards lying down in a heap, his expression changed, and he quickly crouched down to check their condition. After confirming that they were merely unconscious and not dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. If someone could take out so many people without them realizing, his career as a police officer would be over. But who had knocked these guards out? Captain, we found a missing personnel. At that moment, one of his subordinates exclaimed. What? Deshure was startled and hurried over. Upon seeing the person's face, he confirmed that they were indeed one of the previously missing individuals. Since the person was out, then that corridor. Quick, find out where that corridor is. He immediately gave the order and started searching himself. However, no matter how he looked, that strange corridor had vanished. His subordinates did discover something else, though. It was a pattern imprinted on the wall. The shape resembled a clock, with a white circle inside and 3 arrows pointing toward the center. Below this pattern, a line of text was engraved. We control, we contain, we protect. SCP-249 has been contained. Executing Team MTF Epsilon 11 Mobile Task Force. Nine-Tailed Fox. Chapter 9. We agreed to lie flat together, but you took off first? The corridor has vanished. Deshure murmured, staring at the line of text, finally feeling the terrifying oppression from the Foundation. What kind of organization could silently take away a group of top scientists, leaving them helpless? This was simply against the laws of nature. He realized the gravity of the situation and immediately notified his superiors. Almost shortly after the news was reported, the entire high command of Longwa learned that the infinite maze had disappeared. The SCP Foundation really exists. They were even able to take away that strange corridor. What kind of organization is this? The usually esteemed bigwigs, upon learning of this incident, wore expressions identical to Deshure's. Stunned, in disbelief, and terrified. Under such tight security, it would be impossible for even the U.S. Navy SEALs to sneak in unnoticed, unless the opposing force possessed armed capabilities far exceeding the standards of this era. This means that the so-called SCP Foundation is far more powerful than they imagined. According to the latest tests, the anesthetic bullets that incapacitated our personnel used previously unseen components, and the anesthetic effect was so potent that it could put a person into a deep coma for almost 12 hours. Additionally, they seem to have used some kind of high-end electronic jamming device, causing all nearby surveillance cameras to malfunction. Furthermore, this team calling themselves MTF Epsilon 11 had no relevant records, not even in international files. The deeper they investigated, the heavier their mood became, even though they had never truly seen the Foundation. This small team made them feel the threat of a killing game. They had to find out. An elder from the first seat slammed the table, his expression furious. Previously, he could tolerate the Foundation's existence because he believed they were just a deeply hidden organization, and even if they had armed forces, they shouldn't be that powerful. But now, the mere tip of the iceberg they had shown was enough to shatter their defenses. It was like discovering that the seemingly honest farmer neighbor suddenly pulled out a nuclear bomb. The danger level had skyrocketed. If this Foundation ever decided to deal with the wall-facer Suze, then our defensive forces might not be able to withstand it. This threat must be eradicated in advance. No matter how much time and energy it takes, they must find this organization. Yes, everyone stood up in response, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. After this meeting, orders were issued from the highest levels of Longwa, leading to an unprecedented nationwide investigation. Any suspected individuals with unknown identities were immediately detained. Even a dog would have its lineage traced back 3 generations. The scope of this inspection was so vast and the search so thorough that even other countries were taken aback. They couldn't understand what Longwa was trying to do. Did they receive news of ETO remnants? However, what surprised the high-ranking officials of Longwa was that even though they had mobilized all their forces to search, there was not a single trace of information regarding the SCP Foundation or the MTF Epsilon 11 team. Apart from a few blurry satellite photos capturing a group of shadows in the night, the MTF Epsilon 11 team seemed to have evaporated into thin air. This led many big shots to begin doubting whether the SCP Foundation was an overseas force. Otherwise, there was no way Longwa wouldn't have any trace of them. Thus, a series of inspections began at the borders of Longwa, and they submitted an overseas search warrant internationally to check the members entering and exiting during this period. This aggressive operation led other countries to suspect the emergence of Trisolaran spies, prompting them to initiate their own searches as well. Such a grand search operation, of course, could not be hidden from the media. They descended like sharks, smelling blood, flocking to the scene. Faced with numerous media inquiries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longwa could only admit that they were indeed searching for ETO members. For a time, the surviving ETO members suffered unmerited disasters. In Pakistan, beneath the South Gapar Peak, the tranquility of that idyllic manor was shattered. What are you going to do? Luo Ji stared at the fully armed soldiers who suddenly broke into his home, looking bewildered. The team leader pulled off his mask, revealing Dashur's scruffy face. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, Doctor, we've received orders to conduct a search here. A search? A search for what? Luo Ji was even more confused after hearing this. Dashur shook his head. Sorry, it's classified. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji's curiosity was piqued. Then I, as a wall facer, request that you tell me the truth of this matter. Dashur showed a troubled expression. Doctor, it's better if you don't know about this. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep. Luo Ji insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Come on, I don't believe there's anything so classified that even I, a wall facer, need to be kept in the dark about. Dashur sighed deeply. All right, since you said so, actually we're searching for traces of the SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation? Since he hadn't used any electronic devices recently, he was completely unaware of the outside news and hadn't processed it yet. Dashur reminded him. It's the same organization mentioned by another wall facer, Suze. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji's pupils constricted. Are you saying the SCP Foundation has appeared? Dashur nodded. That's right, to be precise, a team from this organization has appeared. They call themselves the MTF Epsilon 11 Task Force. Luo Ji instantly connected many dots, his voice trembling as he asked, does their appearance mean that the containment objects Suze mentioned have also come into reality? That's right. Dashi replied truthfully. It appeared in a hotel in Zhang Province. At first, we lost several people inside, but after that team contained it, everything returned to normal. The Foundation, the task force, containment objects appearing in reality. Every word felt like a heavy hammer striking this doctor's heart. Like everyone else hearing this news for the first time, his initial reaction was disbelief, but Dashur would never lie to a wall facer. Therefore, everything that the so-called madman had said was true. This world really has those bizarre containment objects. Luo Ji was completely stunned. We agreed to lie flat together, but you directly made a comeback? Professor Luo's feelings at this moment were like watching his neighbor's house being demolished while his own was parallel to the demolition site. He felt exceptionally uncomfortable. He originally thought he and Suze were just there to watch, but now it was clear he had become the only fool. Suze, you little sneak. Chapter 10, Reward Distribution 4. 2 light years away from Blue Star, the Trisolaran fleet moved silently like a ghost ship, gliding through the interstellar ocean. At the center of the fleet, the main warships towered majestically, their massive bodies resembling giant mountains in the universe, stable and imposing. As the fleet navigated, the surrounding starry sky seemed to rotate slowly, with the trajectories of stars tracing colorful trails across the surfaces of the warships. In this quiet universe, the Trisolaran fleet was like a solitary traveler, carrying the hopes and dreams of Trisolaran civilization as it sailed towards its future home. The scene of the entire fleet navigating through space resembled a magnificent epic painting. Inside the warship, in the Central Command and Control Center, Trisolarans were working to monitor and control the fleet situation. Their bodies appeared transparent or semi-transparent, as if made of some special material. This material emitted a captivating glow under the light, resembling countless tiny stars. Their limbs were very slender, as if composed of numerous fine threads. Unlike humans, they communicated using more efficient brainwaves. Supreme Leader, there is an abnormal situation on Blue Star that needs your report. A Trisolaran in charge of monitoring Blue Star sent out brainwaves, his emotions somewhat unstable. Not long ago, protons detected phenomena beyond transcendent technology on Blue Star. It is a corridor referred to as the SCP-249 Infinite Maze by the Fifth Wall Facer, Suze. Even our Sophins cannot glimpse its secrets. However, a few hours ago, this corridor was contained by a team calling themselves MTF Epsilon 11. Furthermore, the technological devices used by this team are superior to the current level of technology on Blue Star. And the Sophins also have not discovered where this team came from. The Trisolaran Supreme Leader sat on the central throne, numerous supply tubes connected to him. He did not display any surprise at his subordinate's report. In fact, he had been closely monitoring the situation on Blue Star and was well aware of all significant events that had occurred there during this time, including Su Zhe's global announcement and the situation in the Dragon Country. He had seen it all clearly. But as his subordinate had just mentioned, that mysterious corridor and the team, named MTF Epsilon 11, seemed to appear out of thin air. Prior to this, the Sophins had not detected anything at all. It should be noted that Sophins, as the technological crystallization of their Trisolaran civilization, were supercomputers expanded in 11-dimensional microcosm, not to mention monitoring Blue Star. Even if the range were larger, recording the status of nearby planets would pose no problem. Yet with such powerful technological capabilities, they could not even detect the traces of a single team. For a moment, even the Supreme Leader's mindset became somewhat unstable. These things could not possibly belong to Blue Star. Could there be other civilizations hidden beneath human civilization? Or could this civilization have come from elsewhere to Earth? The thought that a more advanced civilization might descend unnoticed by both the Trisolarans and humans caused the Supreme Leader's brainwaves to fluctuate even more than those of his subordinate. If what he suspected were true, then the destination their fleet was heading to was not hope at all, but rather the abyss. As a civilization more advanced than humans, they understood the gap between lower and higher civilizations. However, the Trisolaran fleet had already set sail. If they were to retreat, where could they go? Their homeland had already fallen into destruction, and Blue Star was their only new destination. Of course, there was another option, to wander in space. But if they did that, with the current resources on their fleet, it would be impossible to sustain their civilization, and the final outcome would still be destruction. No matter which choice they made, it seemed that the Trisolaran civilization was destined to perish. No, they absolutely could not back down at this moment. The Supreme Leader quickly calmed down. Even if that mysterious organization came from another civilization, their need to hide beneath human civilization indicated that their technological level should not be too high. They just needed to eliminate it in advance, and Blue Star would still be their new homeland. Perhaps that fifth wall facer knew something. With calculations at a high cognitive level, the Supreme Leader quickly made a judgment. He immediately ordered the Sophins to contact humans on Blue Star, providing them with some technological means to capture wall facer Su Zhe. The other Trisolarans were stunned. Supreme Leader, but if these technologies leak out, our blockade could very likely be breached. After all, protons were created by us. No matter how we block, we cannot seal off our own technology. Regardless, we must capture Su Zhe, the Supreme Leader stated decisively. We need to learn more information about that civilization. Otherwise, all that awaits us is destruction. For the sake of rebirth, the risk is worth it. Understood. Soon, the Trisolaran civilization, through the Sophins, began sending their technology to the surviving members of the ETO organization. With these technologies, the ETO organization reignited its efforts easily. On Blue Star, in the Dragon Country, Su Zhe was still lying in the safe house, waiting for good news from the nine-tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. Suddenly, a series of prompt sounds rang out in his mind. Your subordinate team, MTF Epsilon 11 Mobile Task Force, has completed the mission. SCP Anomalous Containment Item 249 has been successfully contained at Sector, Zhang Province, Nanjiang City Site. Congratulations, you have obtained all attributes of SCP-249. Congratulations, you have obtained Distorted Cognition, Level 1, Mental Interference, Level 1, Special Space, Level 1, Crisis Warning, Level 1. Congratulations, you have obtained one opportunity for the next SCP Containment Designated Drop-Off Location. Su Zhe was almost overwhelmed by this series of prompt sounds. After a long while, he finally reacted, filled with immense joy. Truly, the nine-tailed fox was efficient. It hadn't even been half a day since he issued the task, and they had already successfully contained it. It was indeed the Foundation members. Thinking about the embarrassing situations faced by those top scientists in the Dragon Country these days, Su Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought? Before you even figure out the situation, I had already taken the containment item away. This feeling was simply too satisfying. At that moment, Suze also received a message from the nine-tailed fox. O5 Council, the containment task you issued has been completed. SCP-249 is now imprisoned at the sector site. The nine-tailed fox mobile task force is on standby at any time. Chapter 11 High-Level Vibrations, well done. Suze praised without reservation. The nine-tailed fox replied, "Your command is our direction." Suze then briefly understood their containment process and couldn't help but marvel at the brutality of these people when he heard they had blasted their way through. He was relieved that there hadn't been too many casualties. Otherwise, just thinking about having personally eliminated so many lives would weigh heavily on his conscience. Although he wasn't as kind-hearted as Chung Exian, he also couldn't embody Wade's complete bestiality. Aside from having the system, he was still an ordinary college student. Ding dong. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox sent another report, this one regarding the mission report for this operation. It was specially marked with permissions, and, temporarily, no one else could view it except for him. He secretly opened it through the system, and the content unfolded before his eyes. Mission log, containment target, SCP-249, containment level, safe, time, February 25th, 2024, 10:25 p.m., location, Long Country, Zhang Province, Nanjing City, Chiefing Avenue 27-1. Shanshui Building, containment method, utilize the Foundation's high-tech equipment to collect and analyze data, understand the changing patterns of the maze, speed of expansion, and impact range. Ultimately, discovering the source entity. Seal it with specially designed advanced synthetic materials to isolate the containment object from affecting surrounding life. Remarks after the containment object was secured. Its source entity was a miniature maze that changes at a frequency of 3 minutes per instance. With no patterns discovered so far, if Foundation members wish to contact or use this containment object, they must obtain authorization from the O5 Council. And there must be no fewer than 3 mobile task forces on standby during contact or use. After use, a thorough inspection is required. Any anomalies will be handled as necessary. After reading this extremely rigorous and professional mission log, Suze nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed better to let the Foundation manage containment objects. Under this set of rules, it was unlikely for containment objects to go out of control. Unless he wanted to release it himself, this containment object could be permanently confined in the future. Next, he could consider the next containment object. Suze fell into deep thought. Island Country, in a certain guest house. Several surviving members of ETO gathered here, a total of 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a middle-aged man named Meichuan Kuzi, a well-known local entrepreneur, originally worth over 100 million. Most of his assets were discovered and confiscated by the United Nations after the Guqin project. Fortunately, he was quite clever. Otherwise, he might have been found out long ago. The others were his subordinates, whom he recruited into the organization after some time of contact. They avoided detection by following him. Meishuan-kun, should we continue to act for the master? I've heard that countries are still vigorously searching for us, the only woman asked worriedly. Meichuan Kuzi's gaze was resolute. No matter how difficult the situation is, we must devote everything to the master. However, he quickly changed his tone. This requires waiting for the master's command. Before the master's order arrives, our task is to hide ourselves well. If any member among us is discovered, please end it immediately. Yes, the other 3 responded enthusiastically. Even though ETO now barely existed, they still firmly believed that the master would come. Eliminate human tyranny. Eternal life for the Trisolaran civilization. After silently reciting the organization's slogan, they prepared to relocate. Just then, a line of text suddenly appeared in the air before them. I need you to help me with something. The 4 were momentarily stunned, and then Meichuan Kuzi reacted first. Master, I knew you hadn't given up on us. Our organization has suffered heavy losses, and we don't even know how many members are left. As he spoke, tears almost fell. The text changed slightly. I know, but it doesn't matter. Right now, I need you to do one thing. What is it? Meichuan Kuzi asked. Capture the wall-faced one, Suze alive. The 4 looked at the line of text and fell silent. Meichuan Kuzi grinned. Master, while we are willing to do anything for you, this task is simply too difficult for us we could never accomplish it. Text, don't worry. We will provide you with technological support. There are 13 members in the country you are in, and you will act together. Meichuan Kuzi was taken aback, then ecstatic. Master, you are too merciful. I will definitely complete the task. He had no doubt that Trisolaran technology could break through any security force on Earth. Text, yes. This is information regarding the manufacture of nuclear explosion-proof vests. Material GZ will help you resolve. Just as the ETO organization prepared to take action with the help of the Trisolarans, the high-level officials of Long Country learned of something shocking. Suze actually intended to hold a new round of containment object announcement meetings in his capacity as the wall-faced one, still aimed at a global audience. Upon hearing this news, an elderly man personally visited. Mr. Suze, have you made new discoveries? Looking at the urgency on the elder's face, Suze knew he might be genuinely anxious. After all, so many days had passed, and Long Country had almost searched its entire territory without finding any trace of the SCP Foundation or the missing SCP-249. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to sit still either. Suze nodded slightly. Yes, after SCP-249 was contained, I happened to discover new traces of a containment object. The elder was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! But soon, he realized the implications and cautiously asked, May I ask, Mr. Suze, do you have some kind of relationship with that foundation? Suze didn't hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, I have a cooperative relationship with the foundation under certain agreements, and I can access some information. He was not worried about being monitored by the Trisolarans, as any intelligent person would guess some connections after learning about SCP-249's containment. Additionally, revealing this to the elder would aid in the second global meeting he would hold later. At this point, being forthright was beneficial. Upon hearing this news, the elder, although still harboring suspicions in his heart, couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder Suze was chosen as the wall-faced one. It turned out to be due to this connection. Perhaps the reason he could become the wall-faced one was also due to the Foundation's support. Chapter 12 Announcement of the Second Containment Object. In just a few seconds, the old man connected many thoughts. Shock, fear, panic. Fortunately, he was good at cultivating his inner peace and concealed these emotions deep within. The old man took a deep breath and asked again, Mr. Suze, do you know where the next containment object might appear? Suze thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. It's unpredictable. Even the Foundation cannot be all-knowing and all-powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to announce their existence to the world. So it is. A bitter smile appeared on the old man's face. He was not surprised by this outcome, but he still intended to seek help in other areas. Mr. Suze, I would like to ask one last thing. Regarding the technology held by the Foundation, can we purchase some? His eyes revealed a longing, clearly indicating that this was his true purpose for coming here. Upon hearing this request, Suze instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, if the Foundation's technology were to leak, it might trigger a chain reaction. Interrupting the original plot and allowing the Trisolarans to arrive early would be disastrous. However, as he pondered, a new idea suddenly occurred to him. Suze smiled. I can help request that, but what do you intend to use for the purchase? The old man, upon hearing this, showed a look of joy on his face. You can name any condition. As long as it does not harm society, I can satisfy any request. Suze had been waiting for this statement and immediately laid out his terms. Then I need you to represent the Dragon Kingdom and endorse the containment objects I will announce in the future, proving their existence. This was what he wanted. As long as the Dragon Kingdom endorsed his future announcements, gaining trust would be straightforward. After all, the population of the Dragon Kingdom alone accounted for 1/7 of the total population of Blue Star. With the Dragon Kingdom personally verifying, the trust would surely increase rapidly. What? Upon hearing this strange request, even the old man, despite his skill in cultivating inner peace, could not maintain his composure. He showed a difficult expression. Mr. Suze, if this matter becomes public, it might cause widespread social chaos. You know the consequences of social disorder. Suze shook his head. No, if it were another country, this matter might lead to societal collapse, but I believe our Dragon Kingdom has the capability to maintain stability. Seeing the old man's troubled expression, he continued to persuade. Please consider this carefully. Even if people panic over this matter, with the Foundation's technology, we could hold a military drill. This way, not only could it stabilize public sentiment, but it would also enhance the international standing of our Dragon Kingdom, contributing a little for threefold benefits. Isn't this a good deal? After listening to Su Zhe's reasoning, the old man seemed somewhat swayed. The Dragon Kingdom had reached its current state step by step, relying on technological strength, right? Even the current Trisolaran crisis was due to insufficient technological development. If their technological level could be significantly improved, then it would not be them facing the Trisolaran crisis, but the Trisolarans preparing for the Blue Star crisis. Technology is the primary driving force for national development. After weighing it in his heart, the old man made a decision, saying solemnly, "All right, Mr. Su Zhe, we will unconditionally cooperate with your announcement." Su Zhe was overjoyed. "No problem. I'll contact the Foundation right away." After the deal was reached, the old man's expression relaxed considerably. "Then I will trouble you." Su Zhe replied, "Everything is for the fight against the Trisolarans." Yes, to fight against the Trisolarans. The old man's gaze was firm as he bid farewell and left the place. As a leader of the Dragon Kingdom, he had almost no leisure time. Meanwhile, Su Zhe sat down, feeling a sense of relief and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The first close encounter with a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom had been overwhelmingly oppressive. Fortunately, ever since he acquired the system, his confidence had increased significantly. Otherwise, he might not have been able to respond so smoothly just now. On the other side, the old man, escorted by the security team, returned to the conference room. The room was already filled with high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom waiting here after receiving the notification. Seeing the old man return, an impatient person could not help but stand up and ask, "Chief, what was the result of the talks?" The chief furrowed his brow as he took his seat at the head of the table and replied slowly. He agreed to the main condition, but rejected the other two. Upon hearing this answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the most important transaction was achieved, the failure of the others was expected. Soon, someone asked, "What conditions did Su Zhe propose?" The old man replied softly, "He wants us to come forward and verify the existence of the containment objects he will announce in the future." "What?" someone exclaimed. "Doesn't he know how significant the impact of this would be on the Dragon Kingdom and even the world?" Impossible, this was too crazy. Everyone was already tense due to the threat of the Trisolarans, and now to add the existence of a containment object, if stability was broken, it would be difficult to restore. "Yes, Chief, ask him if he can change the condition. I can even give him a fleet. This condition absolutely cannot be agreed to." Listening to the opposition from everyone, the old man tapped the table. Quiet. The old man's authority was still considerable, and the noisy conference room immediately fell silent. The old man looked at the group in front of him and could not help but shake his head. Times are different now. What we need is not stable adherence to rules, but progress, as the price for exchanging for those advanced technologies. This might already be the best offer Su Zhe has given us. Your opposition now is meaningless because I have already agreed to him. This transaction is inevitable. If we cannot erupt in silence, then we can only die in silence. Everyone, I hope you can understand this. After hearing the old man's words, the group fell into silence. They began to contemplate the true reason behind the old man's agreement to this transaction. After a while, someone finally grasped the underlying meaning. With the old man's insight, he must not be limited to immediate small gains. What he truly wanted was to establish an indirect cooperative relationship with that mysterious foundation through Su Zhe. Once a transaction occurs, there will be a second. As long as they can continuously obtain resources from the foundation, even if society experiences a period of instability, it could be endured. Understanding this point, they couldn't help but admire the old man's tactics. At the same time, they grew increasingly in awe of Su Zhe and the powerful foundation behind him. Such a mysterious and formidable organization could probably easily eliminate a small country. Chapter 13. Being led by the rhythm, Su Zhe is about to announce the second containment object. This news spread with astonishing speed, trending on Douyin, Weibo, Tushio, any mainstream social media platform. Naturally, this was pushed by the Dragon Kingdom officials behind the scenes. Since they planned to help Su Zhe verify, they might as well go all the way. with such large-scale promotion. Even other countries on Blue Star received the news and began to report on it. However, this time it was still met with overwhelming ridicule, as no one believed that what Su Zhe said was true. Foreign netizens seized this opportunity to smear him. The intelligence of the Dragon Kingdom people is still as low as ever. They can even fabricate such childish stories for a second time. Who told the people of the Dragon Kingdom they like to listen to it? Haha, they always immerse themselves in their own world. Just thinking about how our American wall facers have already started executing plans while the two wall facers from the Dragon Kingdom are still playing house makes me want to laugh. What do you mean? If Su Zhe doesn't come up with stories, my 3-year-old child won't have any fairy tales to listen to. Haha, I really don't know what kind of stuff is in the heads of such people. Their IQ is lower than that of a dog. In the face of their slander and defamation, the domestic netizens who used to rush to the keyboard to fight back were now silenced, because there really was no room for rebuttal. What Su Zhe had done was too outrageous. To vent their anger, they naturally turned their guns on Su Zhe and opened fire. They've really embarrassed our Dragon Kingdom. Can someone hurry up and ban this guy? I really don't know what to say. One incident is enough, and he wants to come again. Exactly, it's inexplicable. He even pushed my Pigeon-S trending topic off the charts. Ladies, let us report Su Zhe's social media accounts together and get him banned. That's right. As long as Su Zhe dares to publish his nonsense stories, we will report him immediately. No matter what you think, I really can't stand this Su Zhe anymore. He is the disgrace of our Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the overwhelming insults directed at Su Zhe online, the official personnel responsible for the promotion wiped their cold sweat and quickly deleted all comments. If this issue affected Su Zhe and their transaction, it would be disastrous. However, due to the ferocity of the netizens, no matter how much they deleted or banned, the comments defaming Su Zhe continued to emerge. Naturally, Su Zhe could see these comments, but he didn't get angry and cancel the transaction, because if he were a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't believe such things either. At this moment, he was already prepared for the second global announcement. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto. In a secretly arranged small conference room, media from various countries, specially invited by the Dragon Kingdom officials, and journalists from the Dragon Kingdom's mainstream media gathered below the stage. Almost all high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom were seated in the center of the venue, each with a serious expression, waiting for the announcement of the second containment object. Even Luo Ji temporarily interrupted his laid-back life and rushed back from his estate at the border. Such an arrangement made the media, who were preparing to watch a joke and gain some attention, feel that something was unusual, and they unexpectedly felt a sense of anticipation and tension. In the center of the venue, Luo Ji sat in the front row with several top officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at Su Zhe, who was quietly waiting beside them, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Unlike those ignorant media people behind him, he knew all about SCP-249 from earlier. Originally thinking that Su Zhe was just an unremarkable college student, he now seemed extraordinarily mysterious in his eyes. Even the person seemed to grow taller. He glanced at his watch, felt there was still enough time, and decided to ask his doubts. Su Zhe, you've been getting more impressive lately. Su Zhe turned around upon hearing the voice and self-deprecatingly said, I don't know where the impressiveness lies. Anyway, I've been getting scolded a lot during this time. Luo Ji raised an eyebrow at this. Do you want me to help share some of the pressure? Just tell me where that foundation is, and that's all I ask. Hearing this, the big shots sitting behind perked up their ears, ready to eavesdrop. Su Zhe certainly wouldn't say it, jokingly replying, Get lost, even if you ask me. I don't know. They've always been very mysterious. This statement was half true, half false. The foundation was indeed very mysterious. Luo Ji didn't intend to pry further. He lowered his voice and asked, seriously, what is your relationship with that foundation? Can you let me in too? Otherwise, if you all take off, it would be good to leave me behind. Su Zhe looked at him and answered very seriously, a cooperative relationship. But it's impossible for you to join. Even I have never truly met any of their members. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji and the big shots behind him all showed expressions of regret. If they could leverage Su Zhe to establish a connection, it would be a huge gain this time. However, this was just an attempt. There would be more opportunities in the future. Luo Ji glanced at the time. patted Su Zhe on the shoulder, and said, "All right, brother, we humans will rely on you from now on. Good luck." Su Zhe smiled and nodded. He could tell that the other party wasn't mocking him. After all, Luo Ji was just that kind of person. Once familiar, one could discover that he was inherently yearning for freedom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about resigning right after obtaining the wall-facer identity. Others would have been overjoyed. If someone like him could become a friend, it should be a very pleasant thing. Of course, his good impression doesn't mean he would intentionally hint at the existence of the Dark Force theory. First, doing so could likely trigger a chain reaction, leading to a complete alteration of the original plot. Second, even if he realized the Dark Force theory now, it couldn't be implemented. The conditions for cosmic broadcasting were still not met. And third, he was a transmigrator with built-in cheats. Luo Ji, just wait for me to take you flying. Su Zhe smiled confidently, just as it was time for him to take the stage to announce. He took a deep breath and walked up to the podium. The venue immediately fell silent. Lights, cameras, and attention were all focused on this man. Those big shots outside, who usually dominated, now felt like elementary school students waiting for their final grades to be announced, not daring to breathe. At the same time, at this moment, global livestream links began to be pushed, especially in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter what you were doing, as long as you were using electronic devices. The live broadcast would automatically pop up. Facing the gaze of countless people, Su Zhe calmly began, "Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. Next, I will announce the information of the second containment object. Please listen carefully as it relates to the survival of human civilization." Chapter 14. Island Mischief. The people of Longwa initially did not realize that their phones had been infected with a virus. It was only after seeing Su Zhe that they realized this guy was behind it all, and they were instantly filled with rage. Damn it, here we go again. Always playing these ridiculous tricks. If you have the ability, why not drive the Trisolarans back to their lair? Enough, I don't want to see this guy anymore. Damn, I'm so scared right now. I was enjoying it until I got interrupted. What a joke, not even letting me exit. Is this how domineering it is? It's simply abusing the identity of the wall facer. This operation was naturally organized by Longwa in coordination with major mobile phone manufacturers. In order to satisfy the Foundation organization behind Su Zhe, they completely lost face. Although they could not enforce mandatory viewing overseas, many people still entered the live stream with a mocking attitude, planning to continue ridiculing Su Zhe's stupidity. At the venue, on the podium, facing the camera, Su Zhe continued, "Regarding the containment objects, I need to reiterate a few points. They are extremely dangerous and bizarre entities. If their existence is discovered, governments around the world should immediately implement lockdowns and do not attempt to make contact. The last containment object, SCP-249, nearly caused casualties. Please take this as a warning. If you find that a containment object has disappeared, there is no need to panic. This is due to the Foundation members completing their containment tasks. And please do not obstruct them in executing their duties. Be aware, anyone who dares to obstruct Foundation members from containing anomalous objects will be considered an enemy." As he spoke the last half of the sentence, Su Zhe's tone was incredibly cold. The higher-ups from Longwa couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Su Zhe's words made them realize that they had almost stood against the Foundation. Fortunately, they did not have the ability to stop the other party. Otherwise, there would likely be a significant reduction in the number of people present. The high-ranking officials of Longwa felt relieved, but the clueless public directly erupted in anger. "Wow, so impressive. I'm so scared. A glance at you, diagnosed with a case of middle school syndrome. Not to mention, can you even beat my little cousin who's still in kindergarten? Laughable enemy. I don't even see you as a person. I can't take it anymore. This is too silly and soft. I'd rather go fishing with my phone turned off than watch this. Just enjoy the spectacle, after all. The wall facer giving us the chance to laugh at him is not something that happens every day. Haha, I've recorded the whole thing. When it's out, this guy will be utterly disgraced. He was already a pile of ruins. How could there be any talk of disgrace? Regarding Sufe, the people of Longwo poured all the negative energy accumulated during the Trisolaran crisis onto him. They did not need a hero, but a puppet who could sacrifice himself for their benefit. Su Zhe was fully aware of how the wall facer Luo Ji was ridiculed and dismissed in the original work, so he treated these rumors as mere background noise. What he needed to do was to execute his plan step by step, gain extraordinary power, and eliminate the Trisolarans. As for others, save them if possible, if not, then run away. After all, there are many containment objects in the SCP Foundation that can create new spaces out of thin air. As long as he gains their abilities, who cares about floods? Getting sidetracked. Let us return to the scene. With a calm gaze, Suze continued to speak slowly. Next, I will introduce the Foundation's creed, which will also become the main rules for managing containment objects in the future. 1. Control. The Foundation is dedicated to controlling anomalous phenomena, events, and individuals to prevent them from falling into the hands of civilians or ETO organizations. The Foundation intercepts these anomalies early through extensive observation, monitoring, and action to ensure they do not pose a threat to the public. 2. Containment. The Foundation is responsible for containing anomalous phenomena, events, and individuals to prevent their influence or effects from spreading. The methods of containment are varied, including relocation, concealment, dismantling anomalies, and suppressing or preventing the public from spreading knowledge about the anomalies. This particular point is temporarily suspended due to special circumstances. 3. Protection. The Foundation protects humanity from the influence of anomalous phenomena and protects the anomalies themselves until they are fully understood and new scientific theories based on their characteristics and behaviors are established. If an anomaly is deemed excessively dangerous upon containment, the Foundation may resort to neutralizing or destroying the anomaly as a last resort to protect humanity and societal safety. Additionally, due to the presence of Trisolaran traders within humanity, the Foundation will capture some Trisolaran traders to use them as experimental subjects for testing the characteristics of containment objects. As Suze finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Especially the high-ranking officials of Longwa. They were genuinely shocked by Suze's boldness. Directly capturing Trisolaran traders to use as experimental subjects? Even in wartime, such behavior would violate human ethics, right? Although it is true that various countries do conduct experiments on death row inmates, they do so secretly, fearing exposure and damage to their reputation. Yet here he is, openly admitting this in front of an unknown number of viewers worldwide. One can only say so bold. Domestic netizens sparked heated discussions due to Suze's last few remarks. Oh wow, not to mention anything else. What this guy said in the last few sentences was pretty good. I have no choice but to support him now. Although he's foolish, he knows what's right. Strongly demand that not only Trisolaran traders, but also traitorous Han should be included. That's right, all those scum, human traffickers should be sent to be experimental subjects. Haha, regardless of whether what he said is true or not. If he can do this, then I'd rather believe that those things really exist in the world. It's likely that even Suze himself did not anticipate that, just because of those last few sentences, his reputation in the country would take a sharp turn for the better. However, with light comes darkness, and foreign netizens were enraged by this incident. My goodness, are the people of Longwood this cruel? They have always been very evil. We never consume pets, but they are obsessed with it. They finally stopped pretending. I've seen through their true colors long ago. I heard they have been conducting evil human experiments. They are simply the reincarnation of evil. Such a race should be eradicated from Blue Star. The one who spoke that last sentence was, surprisingly, a person from the island nation who had committed numerous crimes during the war. Chapter 15, the second anomaly logic sat below, his expression exceptionally vivid. As a sociological expert, he was well aware of the tremendous impact Suze's words would have on people. The most evident point was that the citizens of Longwood would fall into a frenzied and blind state of revenge. This is not to say that the desire for revenge is wrong, but it is certainly detrimental to social stability. However, thinking of the person in front of him, backed by the mysterious Foundation, he felt much more at ease. Whatever, he was just a small wall facer. As long as he clung tightly to their thigh, everything would be fine. As for whether he was the weakest among the 5 wall facers, it didn't matter. He didn't care. The other high-ranking officials of Longwa shared a similar mindset. They thought that since they were all going to step down to confirm the existence of the anomaly, for Suze, a little excitement wouldn't hurt. After a somewhat verbose introduction, Suze finally began to get to the point. Project number SCP-3125. Name: The Fugitive. Project level: Heater level World Ender. At this point, he paused to give the big shots in front of him a moment to react. Sure enough, just as he expected, upon hearing that it was a world-ending entity, everyone present who was in the know lost their composure. Keto level? An existence capable of annihilating a country? Hiss. In a not-so-large conference hall, the big shots let out a synchronized gasp. They couldn't be blamed for their loss of composure. It was simply that Su Zhe's announcement was too outrageous. The previous one was a safe level, and the next one turned into a keto level. Were all the subsequent announcements going to be of this level? After witnessing SCP-249, no one would doubt the authenticity of Su Zhe's words. But what truly terrified them was that the strangeness exhibited by SCP-249 had already left them helpless. And this was merely at the safe level. Who knows how terrifying this keto level could be? In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall became heavy. Su Zhe deliberately waited until their emotions had calmed down a bit before continuing. Please listen carefully. I will announce the detailed information about SCP-3125. If anyone discovers or hears of similar situations, please contact the Longwu authorities immediately. The big shots below were momentarily stunned. Why did it suddenly change to contacting them? Shouldn't they contact the Foundation? Su Zhe ignored their expressions and continued to announce. SCP-3125 is an extremely massive, highly aggressive, anomalous mimetic complex that originates from beyond our reality and is partially intersecting with it. SCP-3125 has adapted to survive in a much more violent and hostile ideological ecology than our own. Note: ours refers to the sum of all thoughts that all humans possess or may biologically possess. Since humans have never been naturally exposed to ideologies as aggressively potent as SCP-3125, the human mind has not evolved protective adaptations against it. Individuals occupied by SCP-3125 will be unable to accept the more fragile traditional ideologies and will physically act entirely to serve and spread SCP-3125. Furthermore, although there are no obvious visible changes in appearance, they will no longer be recognized as humans from the outside. The expressions of the informed crowd grew increasingly shocked as Su Zhe narrated. A being originating from beyond reality, capable of occupying human thoughts and physically reducing them to puppets? Each point sounded like a fairy tale. Even an 80-year-old grandmother would probably not believe it. But those who truly understood the truth knew that this was absolutely no joke. On the podium, Su Zhe continued to elaborate on its information. SCP-3125 has not yet fully entered our reality. Once it fully arrives, the highly interconnected human knowledge interaction system will allow it to encircle, occupy, and replace all human thought within no more than 12 hours, or even as little as 4 hours. At that point, all abstract concepts of humanity, as well as civilization, culture, society, communities, and all related abstractions will cease to exist. The Foundation has named this possible event the MK-level apocalypse scenario. What? It's already this terrifying before it has fully entered? Someone in the audience couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't be blamed for their loss of composure because, based on Su Zhe's previous description, it was evident that this was something that current human civilization could not deal with. Now, Su Zhe was telling them that this wasn't even its complete form. The very thought that even the powerful and mysterious Foundation has defined the appearance of its complete form as an apocalyptic scenario sent chills down the spine of every informed person present. What kind of monster is this? The Foundation possesses various proven technologies to capture such aggressive ideological complexes, but they are all ineffective under SCP-3125's automatic defensive responses boundary layers, Su Zhe said slowly. Fully piecing together a psychological image of SCP-3125 and perceiving its true form will enable SCP-3125 to sense the observer. It will then attack the observer and kill them. This attack mechanism remains unclear, but it seems to at least possess some physicality. Mental bystanders whose thoughts and ideologies are similar to those of the observers will also be attacked. This will always include all members of the observer's research team and often extend to their close relatives. This attack has a network effect. erasing all knowledge about SCP-3125 and its offensives from the world. This informational paralysis effect functions similarly to the anesthetic saliva secreted by mosquitoes during a bite, preventing SCP-3125 from being detected before it fully manifests. Foundation personnel who discover SCP-3125 can escape the attack by quickly using memory deletion therapy to erase related knowledge. In any case, the ultimate result is that only well-defended containment units are the only places where SCP-3125 can be safely observed, recorded, or even acknowledged. Outside of such containment units, a factual written description of SCP-3125 would be equivalent to a lethal cognitive hazard. As for how to contain it, there are currently no known methods. This concludes all information about SCP-3125, and there may be some errors included to prevent listeners from being invaded. Chapter 16. The Dragon Kingdom's official announcement. Breaking news. Silence. The entire venue was left in silence. After hearing various descriptions of abilities that could be considered bugs, everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. The fully realized form that has not entered reality represents its ability to be immune to any physical attack. It can manipulate human thoughts as puppets and spread its existence, which is more terrifying than zombies. Because zombies still need to infect, while its existence will assimilate anyone who knows about it into puppets. Moreover, due to the characteristics of the current information age, spreading its existence is incredibly easy. For instance, with today's live streaming, as long as there are people who understand hacking, they can broadcast it live to all of humanity, directly informing every human of its existence. At that time, all of humanity will no longer be human, but puppets occupied by thoughts. It could even go further, directly assimilating the Trisolaran civilization. Because the Sophins are currently monitoring the entire world, unless it actively shuts down, the Trisolaran civilization will also be aware of its existence. Whoever masters this power will be no different from a god. At this moment, no one questioned why such unscientific things could occur, because they had already witnessed the existence of SCP-249, except for the reporters at the back and the online audience. On Dragon Kingdom's internet, netizens began to comment again. Not bad, this time the story is much better than the last one. At least it sounded a little terrifying. Let me come up with something even more powerful on the spot. A single blade of grass can extinguish the sun and moon. A single breath can swallow the heavens and oceans. How about that? Strong, right? Impressive. Impressive. Could it be that you are the legendary world-destroying immortal? Too much praise. Too much praise. Actually, in the story of the wallfacer Suze, I would at most come up with the number 250. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Although the comments from Dragon Kingdom netizens contain mockery of Suze compared to abroad, they were already quite gentle. On foreign networks, what a powerful existence, only God can compete with it, haha. I love watching this Dragon Kingdom person deceive himself. What he created isn't even as good as our Yamada no Orochi. I really can't listen to this anymore. This Dragon Kingdom person's remarks are getting more idiotic. If I see him in reality, I must give him a good beating. He directly became a wall-facer through connections. It might be a bit difficult to deal with him. We in the Dahanming Kingdom don't need any so-called wall-facers. With someone like him in the Dragon Kingdom, destruction isn't far off, right? Ha ha ha. As a fellow wall-facer, Luo G's heart felt like it had experienced a tsunami. He looked at Suze on stage and felt for the first time that this man was so unfamiliar. An existence that can manipulate all of humanity is even more terrifying than the Trisolaran civilization, right? He tugged at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for knowing the previous events, I would really think you were talking nonsense. Speaking of which, if such an existence truly exists, what meaning do our efforts as wall-facers have? He couldn't help but start to ponder this question, his demeanor gradually becoming deep and somber from its original carefree state. And the big shots from the Dragon Kingdom beside him also wore blank expressions. They had originally thought about using their relationship with the Foundation to prepare to intercept the containment object in advance. As a result, Suze directly gave them a huge move, and even the Foundation clearly stated it could not be contained. They now felt that this thing could no longer be named a containment object, calling it a disaster curse would be somewhat lowering its class. Just when everyone's mood was heavy, Suze slowly spoke again. Although it cannot be contained, it can be nullified. Everyone perked up, and those with impatient personalities directly asked, "Mr. Suze, how can it be nullified?" Suze smiled slightly. "It's simple. Just destroy all beings that know its true form and simultaneously construct a nullification room at the location. The room should be a cubic room of 10 by 15 by 3 lined with lead, with soundproofing and a thought isolation layer. The entrance is an airtight lock at one end of the containment unit, which is set to allow only one person in at a time. It must remain locked until the person exits before allowing the next person to enter. Under no circumstances should any relevant information leave the containment unit, including handwritten, electronic information, photos, audio and video recordings, sounds, electromagnetic and particle signals, or telepathic projections. Upon exiting, the purification system within the airtight lock will inject a 3-minute memory erasing gas to clear the personnel's memories. Everyone, not to mention whether directly destroying those in the know violates basic human morality. Just the sheer number of high-tech methods is enough to render them powerless. Especially the final memory erasing gas. Although Suze had mentioned it many times, he had never said how this gas should be produced. Perhaps he himself didn't know. After all, true technology is in the hands of the Foundation. This further strengthened the determination of the Dragon Kingdom's big shots to engage in continuous cooperation with the Foundation. Indeed, only technology is the primary driving force of a strong nation. After saying so much in one breath, Suze's throat felt a bit dry. He stepped down from the stage, picked up a bottle of water, and gulped down a large mouthful. Then his gaze fell on the elderly man in the front row. His meaning was clear. "It's your turn now." The elder who had previously made a deal with Suze took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and walked confidently onto the stage. He would fulfill his promise, no matter the cost. He would not choose to back out just because what Suze described was too shocking. That would not be the behavior of a gentleman. The elder appearing on the podium surprised everyone except the high-level officials and Suze. Luo widened his eyes, wondering what the elder was going to do. The media at the back quickly sensed that a storm was coming, and they quickly focused their cameras, trying to make the images clearer. At this moment, the gaze of the entire audience around the world was focused on this elder. The elder looked forward, his voice old yet steady. "I, along with all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, hereby declare to the people of the world that what Wallfacer Suze has said is all a real existence." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the media at the scene quickly flashed their cameras. Even though this violated the agreement the Dragon Kingdom had made by inviting them, the reporters, who had already turned red with excitement, could no longer care. At this moment, there was only one thing in their minds. A truly groundbreaking news story has emerged. Chapter 17 confirmed. The transaction is complete. Not only were the journalists in the small venue shocked, but the netizens who had not yet exited the live stream were equally astonished. On Longwa's internet, netizens had fallen into a state of stupor. I must not have heard wrong. Did the Longwa authorities actually come forward to confirm Suze's statements? Is this real, or just a scheme by the Trisolarians? Is this leader really the one we see in the TV news? Can someone with expertise verify if this is AI generated? No need for verification. Current AI technology is not advanced enough to create a video with such tight logic. So this is real. Perhaps this world has truly gone mad. The Longwa authorities actually said that what Suze just stated is true. No way. If that's true, then why are we even afraid of the Trisolarians? We might as well welcome the end of the world ahead of time. Someone slap me and tell me this is just a dream. On overseas networks, the already chaotic comment section went completely wild. Ha ha ha. This is Longwa people for you. As I said before, their IQ is quite low. No way. To deceive us. Suze actually used the Wallfacer's authority to make the Longwa authorities come down to confirm for him. As expected, with Suze as the Wallfacer, Longwa is not far from destruction. It's too crazy. Why don't we let our island manage things? At least we wouldn't do something this childish. There's no helping it. Longwa people love to hype themselves up, Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by us islanders back then. Dear readers, please note, the protagonist is about to impose sanctions on the island nation. Inside the venue, after the initial commotion, the scene returned to silence. The elder still stood on stage, continuing to fulfill his promise to Suze. The foundation exists, and the containment objects he mentioned are indeed real. Just as he said earlier, this world has both light and dark sides. For a long time, with the cooperation of countries and the Foundation, the general public has only been able to see the light side, while the dark side has been temporarily hidden from view. Below the stage, after hearing the elder's flawless statements, Suze couldn't help but applaud him inwardly. As expected of a national leader, his speaking skills are remarkable. Sitting next to him, Luo was completely stunned, staring at the elder on stage, his mind going blank. No, shouldn't this matter be kept secret? Shouldn't we quietly complete the containment and contact with the Foundation? Why come down to confirm directly? He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Suze, and whispered, "Big brother, tell me, is there actually a promotion mechanism for us wall-facers? Has your plan succeeded in part? So your authority has been directly elevated to the point where the Longwa authorities agreed to your conditions?" In response to this future swordbearer-s inquiry, Suze replied half-truthfully, "I don't have that much authority. The Longwa authorities agreed completely of their own accord." Luoi. He knocked on his head, confirming that he was not dreaming, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The Longwa authorities voluntarily helping Suze confirm? How is this becoming more and more absurd? He looked at Suze again, confirming that the other party was not joking, and felt as if his soul had been sucked out, slumping back in his chair. He realized that he must be the most ignorant wall-facer. He didn't even know about the Longwa authorities' intention to come down. What am I even doing as a wall-facer? I might as well go home and farm. Luo looked despondent, experiencing the taste of defeat for the first time. At this moment, Suze patted him on the shoulder. "My friend, you must remember one thing. Every wall-facer exists for a reason. Even ordinary people contribute to the continuation of human civilization." Luo was taken aback and looked at him. "Are you trying to comfort me?" Suze smiled. "I suppose so. Before becoming a wall-facer, I was just an ordinary person. So this sentence is also a comfort to myself." "I can't believe you." Luo cursed inwardly and couldn't help but roll his eyes outwardly. "If you're an ordinary person, then what am I?" "Suze, you're a distinguished double PhD in astronomy and sociology." "Luo, you can stop now." At this moment, the elder deeply bowed. "To the Longwa audience in the live stream, I apologize for forcibly pulling you in to watch this. However, this matter concerns the fate of all humanity. Whether you believed it before or not, everything Suze said is true and is happening right now. As ordinary people, when faced with disaster, what we need to do is unite and help each other. Humanity will endure. Thank you all." With that, the elder straightened his back and slowly walked down. Thus, the transaction between the Longwa authorities and Suze was completely finalized. Chapter 18, Surprise Attack. Let me show you the terror of ACP-249. On the internet in Longwa, netizens discovered they could exit the live broadcast room. However, very few chose to leave voluntarily. They stared at the screen, their faces filled with disbelief. What Suze said, is it all true? My God, what on earth is happening in this world? The Trisolarans are already terrifying enough, and now there's an additional containment object crisis. Moreover, from what Suze just described about the containment object, it seems to pose an even greater threat to us than the Trisolarans. It spreads without spatial limitations, and anyone who sees its true description will be infected. This is simply more terrifying than a nightmare. Damn, I haven't even finished paying off my mortgage, and you're telling me the apocalypse is here? Life is already exhausting enough. Just when I finally saw a glimmer of hope, you tell me the end of the world is approaching, and I'm feeling depressed. Due to their trust in the Longwa government, most people chose to believe Suze. For a moment, negative emotions flooded the entire country. If not addressed promptly, the crime and suicide rates during this period would surge significantly. In the conference room, Suze also stood up, shook hands with the elder, and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. The SCP Foundation is very grateful for your contributions to the human community. All technological means from this transaction have been sent to Longwa's research department's confidential account. The elder was shocked to hear this. They had just made the announcement, and the SCP Foundation had already sent the technological means and directly to a confidential account. Such a method is terrifying. He concealed his inner emotions and smiled. Everything is for humanity. Mr. Suze, you are the truly great one. Suze shook his head. Let's not discuss this now. Please stabilize the emotions of the domestic populace. Otherwise, it will indeed lead to a man-made disaster. Rest assured, we have already arranged measures in advance, the elder said firmly. Nodding, he then waved to the staff behind him, and everyone else was asked to leave the conference room. Soon, the empty conference room was left with just him and Suze. Oh, and there was also Luo Ji, who had been forcibly kept here with the Wallfacer Authority. After confirming that there were no outsiders, the elder quietly asked, Mr. Suze, is what you announced really that terrifying? Luo Ji also stared at him closely, waiting for an answer. Suze first nodded, then shook his head. I have said that all the information I provided is true, but because this containment object is too special, there are definitely erroneous parts. As for what those erroneous parts are, I cannot know myself, because once I know the complete, true description, I will be controlled by it. Both men felt a chill and nodded in agreement. The elder suddenly raised a question. Since the containment object you described is so terrifying, how did the previous Foundation create that room that can nullify it? If Longwa could master that technology, it would be like they had imprisoned a living god. Being able to manipulate thoughts is simply the bane of the transparent thinking Trisolarans. To his disappointment, Suze shook his head again. Sorry, we have no way of knowing how that room was created. We just need to be clear that the person who could create that room definitely knew all the information about SCP-3125, which is fatal. Luo Ji instinctively asked, so, does that mean the method of making that room has been lost? Suze nodded. I see. A hint of shame flashed in the elder's eyes. It seemed that the Foundation had paid a considerable price to contain it, even without Suze saying it. Both the elder and Luo Ji had constructed an incredibly tragic picture in their minds. Seeing their expressions, Suze felt a bit awkward. These events had occurred in another universe, and such things did not exist in this world before he arrived. The guilt in his heart made him uncomfortable, and he was about to leave. However, at that moment, a piercing electrical sound suddenly erupted in the empty conference room. After the lights flickered violently a few times, they exploded in a burst of electricity, completely damaging them. Darkness engulfed the space. A sudden surge of tension welled up in Suze's heart. The crisis warning ability was triggered. Reacting quickly, he immediately pulled the elder and Luo Ji into the understage rack. Boom! The place where they had been standing erupted in a flash of fire, and the muddy ground instantly became a large pit. Various deadly fragments flew everywhere, but fortunately, they were lucky and were not hit. The elder was filled with fear and pressed the communicator in his arms, only to find it completely unresponsive. He immediately realized that the communication was destroyed by the enemy's jamming device. Luo Ji was completely bewildered. What happened? Suze calmly analyzed. Currently, aside from the ETO organization, there shouldn't be anyone else capable of breaching Longwa's security forces. Upon hearing this, the elder became furious. These cockroaches should have been crushed long ago. At the same time, he realized that the timid ETO organization had suddenly become so bold, surely receiving help from the Trisolaran civilization. Moreover, the enemy's sudden attack must be aimed at the two wall-facers. Thinking of this, he immediately whispered, I'll go out to draw fire. You help me get this letter out. He took out a wrinkled little envelope from his bosom, obviously something he had carried for a long time. To protect the two wall-facers, this leader of Longwa had decided to sacrifice himself. Just as he was about to rush out, Suze quickly grabbed him. If this elder encountered any mishap, the entire Longwa would be thrown into chaos. He spoke softly to Luo Ji and the elder. You both stay here and don't act rashly. I have already contacted the Foundation. They will come to assist soon. Upon hearing this, both of their eyes lit up. What? The legendary Foundation is about to appear? Although they didn't know how Suze managed to break through the jamming and contact the outside world, Just the thought of having a chance to meet real Foundation members made them a bit excited, even in this life-and-death crisis. Suze was unaware of the thoughts of the two beside him. The assistance from the Foundation he mentioned was, of course, a lie. After all, the Nine-Tailed Fox Special Forces were far away in Zhang Province, and unless they had a teleportation device, they couldn't arrive in time for support. The only one who could save them in this crisis was Suze himself. Boom, boom, boom. For some reason, the hidden enemy continued to launch attacks on other areas. Rows of seats were instantly blown to pieces, but none of it harmed Suze and the others. The combination of their abilities was quite effective. It was time to try out some real cognitive distortion. In the darkness, Suze grinned, his smile revealing a hint of eeriness. Chapter 19. Crisis Resolution and Inventory. Check. Mizukawa Kuko, dressed in an invisibility suit, led his Japanese team, continuously bombarding the venue. However, after several failed attempts to hit the target, he sensed something was amiss and called for help from Zizi. Zizi's response was swift. Within a second, the detection was completed. No life forms were detected in the current area. Upon receiving this answer, Mizukawa Kuko and his team felt a chill run down their spines. How could this be? Could our AI thermal imaging goggles be malfunctioning? He cursed under his breath. Zizi responded without any emotional fluctuation. No equipment malfunctions detected. Everything is normal. Mizukawa Kuko felt frustrated, but had no reason to vent his anger on a machine. Gritting his teeth, he took out a pitch-black orb. This miniature nuclear fission orb was the most advanced technology provided by the Trisolaran civilization. If this weapon couldn't be effective, they would have to choose to retreat temporarily. The main directive stated that if capture was impossible, they could proceed with a destructive strike. Mizukawa Kuko sneered and began to initiate Plan B. However, just as he pressed the fingerprint lock to prepare for the throw, a woman behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it, when did Suze come up?" Someone reacted quickly. "Not good. He is holding a grenade. Everyone retreat." After saying that, a figure lunged at Mizukawa Kuko, gripping his hand tightly. Baka! Mizukawa Kuko was filled with rage and shock as he looked at the frenzied subordinate. "Nichikawa, let go. It's already activated." Nichikawa Gangban looked at the terrified Suze with a fanatical expression. Eliminate human tyranny. Eternal life for the Trisolaran civilization. Baka! Beep beep beep. Boom! As a black mushroom cloud slowly rose from the ceiling, the entire Japanese team was annihilated by their own weapon. In a place unnoticed, a line of text gradually appeared. Japanese team, mission fail. Not good. Something happened in the venue. Outside, Shi Chong, who was on standby, heard the commotion, spat out the tobacco he had secretly stuffed in his mouth, and rushed into the venue with his weapon. A large number of guards also reacted, quickly surrounding the entire venue. Shi Chong looked at the unconscious high-ranking officials and journalists outside the venue, as well as the roof still emitting thick black smoke, and his heart sank. Could it be the Foundation's doing? Why would they attack the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom? Due to the experience from the last time, he instinctively thought it was the Foundation's handiwork. Report to the captain. Everyone is temporarily safe. They have just fainted. Special medical team reported. Shi Chong gritted his teeth. Quickly, send them to the hospital. Yes. Shi Chong scanned the entire scene and discovered something even more terrifying. Suze, the chief, and Luo Ji were missing. Could it be? His pupils trembled, and he shouted angrily. Hurry! The chief and the two wall-facers are still inside. Someone come in with me. Then, he charged towards the venue. But before the group could open the venue door, it opened from the inside first. Alert! Shi Chong reacted quickly and raised his gun. But when three figures gradually emerged from the door, he was dumbfounded. The soldiers behind him were also stunned. The elder's authoritative gaze swept over them and suddenly asked, "Are you going to shoot us?" Shi Chong finally came to his senses and quickly gestured for everyone to lower their guns. He then approached the three, a mix of panic and slight anxiety in his voice. "Chief, are you all right?" The elder exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at Suze beside him. This is all thanks to Suze contacting the Foundation for support. Otherwise, this old bone of mine would have been in trouble here. The Foundation? Shi Chong was somewhat bewildered. Is this not the Foundation's doing? The elder frowned. Mind your wording. The Foundation stands on the same front as us. How could they possibly act against us? Shi Chong quickly slapped himself twice and then smacked his forehead. So it was the ETO organization that did it? Although he sometimes appeared careless, he was actually very sharp-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continuously held the position of security chief for the wall facers. Su Zhe, who had been silent, nodded. That's right, just now. The Foundation support personnel confirmed this. The attackers should be from Japan. This operation was likely targeted at either me or Luo Ji. Luo Ji, who planned to play dead, was stunned, huh? Me? Su Zhe glanced at him. That's right. You should also be among their targets. Moreover, there should be more than just this batch of people. There are likely more ETO members hiding in the dark, perhaps even observing us right now. Hearing this, both the elder and Luo Ji were taken aback. More? Shi Chong quickly shouted at the guards. Keep a close watch. If you find any suspicious individuals, shoot them immediately. He secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If anything went wrong with the three in front of him, he could prepare to spend the rest of his life in prison. The elder looked around and suddenly asked, Mr. Su Zhe, are the Foundation members who helped us still here? May I meet them privately? Naturally, they were not present, as Su Zhe had been the only one dealing with that Japanese team. He decisively shook his head. They have already left after completing their mission, and unless there is an outbreak of containment objects, they will not expose themselves to the public. Hearing this news, the elder felt a bit regretful, but could understand. He slightly nodded. Mr. Su Zhe, thanks to you and the Foundation's help, this was our negligence. I apologize to you and Mr. Luo Ji. He deeply bowed to both of them. Su Zhe and Luo Ji quickly supported him. You need not blame yourself too much. After all, no one expected those traitors would launch an attack at this time. The big Shi behind was almost in tears. The chief bowed. Did that mean he had to kneel and bow too? Chief, I still have things to attend to. I'll leave the situation here to you. Sufe, hearing the system prompt about trust level increasing in his mind, felt anxious and casually made up an excuse to leave the scene. He also fabricated a story about a Foundation team secretly protecting him and declined Shi Chong's escort request. After returning alone to his safe residence, Su Zhe finally had time to take stock of today's gains and encounters. Chapter 20. Prepare to designate the summoning of the second containment object. On a small but soft bed, Su Zhe lay down and sorted through everything from today. First, after reaching a deal with the official of the Dragon Kingdom, his trust level skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. In just 2 hours, he accumulated a total of 13,240,000 trust points, and it was still growing. Such a terrifying number was naturally enough to summon SCP-3125. However, after last time containing SCP-249, the system rewarded him with an opportunity to choose the summoning location. This also prevented a containment object that could potentially grow into a thaumial apocalyptic level threat from appearing in the Dragon Kingdom. Because of this, he directly announced a heavyweight existence for the second time. As long as he operated properly, he could successfully contain SCP-3125, or rather, nullify it. He wondered if nullification counted as a successful containment in the system's judgment. Of course, it didn't matter if it didn't count as containment. Su Zhe only needed it to exist on Blue Star. For humanity, it was a double-edged sword sharper than cosmic broadcasts. As long as the Trisolaran civilization planned to descend, he would immediately release SCP-3125 and simultaneously destroy 2 planets. He never expected to have the opportunity to become the sword-bearer ahead of time. I forged the sword. I wield the sword. I threaten. Su Zhe was amused by his own shinibi thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he had already decided on the location for this containment object. Since you took the initiative to provoke me, let us settle both old and new scores. A cold light flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. As long as he focused his mind, the terrifying containment object SCP-3125 would appear in the island nation. At that time, those little days making noise on the external network would cry without tears. After deciding on the summoning location of the containment object, Su Zhe recalled the attack from today. At first, he relied on crisis warnings to dodge the shelling. What felt a bit strange to him was that although the shelling looked intimidating, his crisis warning did not seem to react strongly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been triggered just a few seconds before the shelling arrived. he had already conducted tests. If he lay on the train tracks, it would be triggered at least a minute in advance. This indicated that the more lethal the attack, the earlier the crisis warning was triggered. So, did that shelling not intend to kill me? He frowned, his brain racing. Since the logical relationship of this matter was not complicated, he quickly figured out the truth within. The Trisolarians probably wanted to use the ETO organization to capture him alive and pry the truth about the containment objects from his mouth. Suze felt a sense of dread in his heart. He had no doubt about the Trisolarians' methods. He certainly wouldn't withstand their interrogation. If the Trisolarians really found out that he possessed a system, then human civilization could basically declare its extinction. Fortunately, he had gained the ability from the previous containment object. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end before even starting his business. You didn't seize the first opportunity. There won't be a next one. He continued to recall the scene at that time. After dodging the special shelling with the old man and Luo Ji, he activated his special spatial ability. He temporarily opened a space beneath the platform that isolated most physical damage, which looked exactly like the corridor. However, since there was no light source in the venue at that time, both Luo Ji and the old man did not notice. Then, he began to attempt using mental interference to make their shelling continuously miss, mistakenly believing that the three of them were still active in the venue. The effect of combining these two abilities was even unrecognizable to the Sophons. After trying out his abilities, Suze then began to truly counterattack. The cognitive interference that he had only been able to lightly attempt before was now fully applied to those little days. He directly made the others mistake their leader for himself, leading to their self-destruction. It could be said that through this entire process, Suze's control over various abilities was maximized. He was the MVP of the venue battle. However, Suze was quite interested in the bomb they used at the end. From the power displayed at the scene, it seemed to far exceed ordinary explosives. This should also be a kind of Trisolaran technology. He never expected that the ETO remnants would actually create it. If the Foundation or the Dragon Kingdom could master that kind of method, this operation would be considered flawless. There are not so many perfect things in the world. Life is inherently full of regrets. Suze stretched lazily and then closed his eyes to sleep soundly. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon SCP-3125 quickly. It was just that the Dragon Kingdom officials were still dealing with the venue's matters. He needed to wait for them to free up their hands before letting them cooperate with him to strike the island nation. Otherwise, that containment creature would not only be a disaster for the island nation, but all of human civilization, and even the Trisolaran civilization would also fall. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, 2 light years away on a Trisolaran warship, the Trisolaran leader had already learned of the failed operation. Its head flickered with different colors, displaying the intense changes in emotion at that moment. Leader, it seems that this Suze also has some secrets. What he possesses does not seem to be technology, but rather a power from another system. The Trisolaran inspector made its guess. Trisolaran leader, another system of power. Should come from that foundation. No, it belongs to the means of that hidden civilization. Its brain waves fluctuated constantly, to be able to evade our Sapon monitoring. Such a degree of power might surpass our current civilization technology. The Trisolaran inspector was also shocked by the leader's thought. Then should we continue to advance? Upon hearing this question, the Trisolaran leader's brain waves calmed down and it returned to a rational state. Advance. We can no longer exist in fear and dread. Our homeland has vanished. The Trisolarians need a new habitat. Even if the enemy is another mysterious civilization, the Trisolarians will stop at nothing to eliminate it. Blue Star belongs to the Trisolarians. The Trisolaran inspector stood in awe. Yes. The Trisolaran leader looked at the report on the operation on the screen and issued several new orders. Inform the organization on Blue Star to halt their mission against the wall-facer Suze. Now, they have a new task, to observe information about mysterious civilizations in human society and report it from their human perspective. Additionally, they need to recruit new members. The Trisolaran inspector immediately sent instructions to the Sophons. Yes. Chapter 21. The official statement of the Dragon Kingdom shocks the world. 3 days later, the Dragon Kingdom officially notified Suze about the handling of the subsequent results. Just as he had expected, the attackers were remnants of the Trisolaran organization, hailing from the island nation. Their leader was the head of a company that had gone bankrupt. However, recently, under the cover of the Sapan, they had attacked multiple secret laboratories in the island nation, which allowed them to acquire the technological equipment for the assault. The Dragon Kingdom has now decided to use this incident to pressure the island nation for an explanation. Upon hearing this news, Suze was not angry at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wished for, as he had been worried about finding an opportunity to cut off the island nation's internet. He promptly contacted the Dragon Kingdom's officials and communicated his demands. Kyoto, a secret meeting venue. What? The wallfacer Suze wants us to help block all communication methods to the outside from the island nation? A prominent figure stood up in shock, exclaiming. The elder in the main seat nodded gravely. That's right. He specifically instructed that this is a necessary condition. Everyone present exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. They were all intelligent individuals and quickly grasped Suze's reasoning for this action. However, no one spoke up, as the Sapan was monitoring the area. Therefore, everyone, let us contribute to the wallfacer plan. The elder slowly stood up, his gaze firm and profound. For the eternal survival of human civilization, we must eradicate the Trisolaran tyranny. The others stood up one after another, raising their fists and shouting in unison. For the eternal survival of human civilization, we must eradicate the Trisolaran tyranny. That day, an announcement from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs shocked the world. The Dragon Kingdom demands the island nation temporarily close all communication methods for investigation due to the attack by members of the ETO organization from the island nation. Almost the moment this announcement was made, 3 aircraft carriers from the Dragon Kingdom's Eastern and Southern Theater simultaneously set sail, forming 3 fleets that advanced towards the island nation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's military also released a short video. The video showed vehicle after vehicle carrying Dongfeng Express racing by, clearly in a coastal area. The Dragon Kingdom meant business. After being restrained for so long, they displayed almost all their muscle this time. The power they exhibited was enough to annihilate or severely damage any country in the world. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the 2 major powers, the United States and Russia, had not yet managed to react. The waters off the coast of the island nation were already surrounded by the Dragon Kingdom's fleet, with many invisible submarines lurking in the deep sea. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force followed up with various videos showcasing their southern sword coming out of its sheath. The entire world was shaken by the Dragon Kingdom's sudden actions. No one expected that, under the Trisolaran crisis, the Dragon Kingdom would take such measures. The United States and the island nation immediately issued a joint statement, strongly condemning the Dragon Kingdom's acts of military threat. Simultaneously, the fleets of the island nation and the United States also set sail, preparing to drive back the Dragon Kingdom. Other major powers, including Gaul and Russia, quickly followed suit, warning the Dragon Kingdom to cease military actions and prioritize united efforts against the Trisolaran civilization. Then, the military leaders of each country received a video. In the video stood a tall and thin elder, his hair graying but his eyes sharp as swords. He was the highest commander of the Dragon Kingdom's military district. He stared into the camera, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate the screen, deeply piercing the hearts of the leaders of various countries. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I convey the demands of Wallfacer Suze. Please cut off any communication methods to the outside within 30 minutes. Once again, I reiterate, please cut off any communication methods to the outside within 30 minutes. Bang! At this point, he coldly removed his hat and slammed it heavily on the table. If Wallfacer Suze's demands are not met, the Dragon Kingdom will unilaterally carry out special military operations to assist the island nation in completing its tasks. The video abruptly ended. There were no displays of high-tech military equipment, nor were there threats of intimidation. There was only a simple demand and a calm threat. But combined with the video of the Dragon Kingdom's highest commander, everything seemed incredibly dangerous. No one dared to doubt the determination the Dragon Kingdom displayed at this moment. What truly shocked them was the accompanying information in the video. The Dragon Kingdom's officials had actually posted a handwritten letter from Wallfacer Suze. It contained only a simple sentence. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Domineering. It was nothing but sheer dominance. In just a few words, it struck fear into the hearts of the leaders of various countries. Except for the island nation. They all issued orders to halt their fleets and aircraft from approaching the Dragon Kingdom. Damn, the current Dragon Kingdom was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Anyone who approached had to be prepared for mutual destruction. The Dragon Kingdom had been so restrained that people had overlooked how this once weak nation was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the world. Even the United States dared not provoke them. Who else would dare to seek out trouble? Thus, before the island nation could wait for help from its allies, it became the first to find itself isolated. Seeing this situation, it quickly withdrew its fleet, which looked like toys in front of the Dragon Kingdom's fleet. If they truly clashed, they would only bring humiliation upon themselves. As the saying goes, the first island chain is the domain of the Dragon Kingdom. After intense discussions within the cabinet, under the display of the Dragon Kingdom's formidable military strength, the island nation ultimately bowed its head and issued a statement. As an expression of apology, our great empire, the island nation, is willing to voluntarily cut off external communication for one day. The island nation truly lowered its head. When this news returned home, netizens erupted in cheers. Damn it, sharpening swords for 12 years. Drawing them to slay the dragon today. It's time to drink to our heart's content. The imperial troops shall conquer Tokyo, and we shall remember to inform our ancestors, the martyrs of the past, as we listen to the dragon's roar. Damn, this is really intense and passionate. Let's strike in. Strike in. New grievances and old grudges will all be settled today. Why am I not in the fleet? I want to flatten the shrine. Please, don't post anymore. My 3-year-old child has run out with a toy gun. My old man has put on his old military uniform and also gone out. After the Dragon Kingdom truly revealed its strength, the simple and passionate citizens of the Dragon Kingdom unleashed the deep-seated hatred for their homeland buried in their bloodlines. If the Dragon Kingdom officials had not prepared for this in advance, the coast would have likely been crowded with fishing boats setting sail. But this still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people for their country. Various terms related to attacking the island nation repeatedly surged onto the trending topics. Even now, facing the Trisolaran crisis, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. For them, if the Trisolarans wanted to fight, the island nation had to fight even more. This level of enthusiasm even startled Su Zhe, the instigator. He suddenly felt that the containment he was about to summon was more like a release for the island nation. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how they would block the deep-seated grievances and bloodshed that had accumulated for nearly a century. Chapter 22. If you don't maintain dignity, I'll help you maintain dignity. The island nation. Ishak cabinet meeting room. Dozens of members of the island nation's parliament gathered here, all looking solemnly at the prime minister in the main seat. Behind him, there was an electronic screen. On the screen was a U.S. 5-star general smoking a cigar, who had helped the island nation rebuild its post-war economy. He was considered the supreme ruler of the island nation. Prime Minister Zhang Benihan led the members to stand up and bow to the 5-star general on the screen. He then asked in a tense voice, "Sir, now the Dragon Nation's fleet has surrounded us and has issued threats of force. Please quickly order the expulsion of those damned Chinese pigs." Indeed, the islanders had not blocked their communications with the outside world at all. They always talked one way and acted another. The only way to make the islanders behave was to send them a few hundred young boys. The 5-star General MacArthur on the screen looked somewhat disgusted at the sons in the meeting room and perfunctorily said, "Our fleet is on the way. Just wait." They would definitely not really send a fleet to help. Anyone who dared to confront the Dragon Nation within the first island chain would absolutely be out of their mind. Moreover, as the big daddy of the island nation, they had certainly learned their son's fine tradition of saying one thing but doing another. However, just a verbal promise was enough to make these island sons ecstatic. "Thank you for your assistance, and the people of the island nation will forever remember your kindness." Zhang Benihan's face turned red as he bowed deeply, almost touching his head to the ground. "Thank you for your assistance." The island nation's parliament members also bowed deeply, their heads almost touching the floor. MacArthur on the screen saw this scene, and his disgust intensified but he waved his hand. All right. You need to be careful of the Dragon Nations. Before he could finish his sentence, the screen froze. The Island Nation's parliament members, who had been bowing and waiting for the old man to tame them, remained in that position until their waists ached. Only then did Prime Minister Zhang Benihan look up. He then realized that his own father had actually stopped moving. No, to be precise, the network had frozen. The network. Zhang Benihan's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to say something, he heard urgent knocking from outside the door. A subordinate's anxious voice came through. Not good, Prime Minister. All our external communication methods have been cut off. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room was taken aback. What? Who did this? Didn't we order that it couldn't be cut off for real? Baka, I want that culprit to commit seppuku. Your Majesty, I feel something is amiss. Baka, quiet. The last sentence was shouted by Zhang Benihan, his face dark as he gestured for a member to open the door. Looking at his sweating subordinate, he asked with a grim face, "Speak carefully. What exactly happened?" The subordinate, clearly having run all the way, gasped for breath and stammered, Prime Minister, just now, we were in contact with the U.S. fleet, and then the call suddenly dropped. After checking with the satellite station, we found that our entire island nation is surrounded by an invisible isolation net, and even radio signals can't be sent out. Hearing this, many members of parliament suddenly realized it was the Dragon Nation surrounding them. Baka, they are violating international norms. We must sue them in the international court. One member, red-faced, accused. Slap. Zhang Benihan slapped him, scolding. Are you a stupid pig? Do you want to fly over and sue in this situation? The member was immediately stunned, opening his mouth and unable to say a word for a long time. Zhang Benihan looked at the terrified crowd, his face dark. Now we can only wait for the Dragon Nation to stop the cutoff or for the U.S. fleet to come to our aid. Until then, we must not do anything, because the Dragon Nation has an old saying, those who recognize the times are heroes. As long as we do not act rashly, we have a chance of salvation. Hey! Upon hearing the Prime Minister's wise arrangements, the members of Parliament straightened up and nodded. However, will the Dragon Nation really stop the cutoff? The answer, of course, is no. In the endless seas and high skies that the islanders cannot see, the three major fleets of the Dragon Nation and dozens of fighter jet squadrons are comprehensively isolating the Island Nation's communications with signal jammers. It can be said that the Island Nation is now like a farmed animal, unable to send any news or individuals out of this place. If the Island Nation does not wish to maintain dignity, then the Dragon Nation will help you maintain it. This was the change made by the Dragon Nation after hearing the request of the wall watcher Su Zhe. All these changes came from Su Zhe. Of course, it was also thanks to the last attack on their Island Nation squad. The miracle that Su Zhe displayed under the guise of the Foundation and the black technology they obtained from the Foundation. All of this made the Dragon Nation officials determined to unconditionally fulfill Su Zhe's conditions. The will of the Wall Watcher is their current direction. Dragon Nation, Kyoto. In a certain top-secret safe house, Su Zhe received a call from an elder of the Dragon Nation. Wall Watcher, we have isolated the entire Island Nation as you requested. Upon hearing this news, Su Zhe couldn't help but be surprised by the efficiency of the Dragon Nation. It had been less than half a day since the Foreign Ministry issued a statement, and it was actually completed. He had a new understanding of the speed of the Dragon Nation. At the same time, he became even more eager for future cooperation with the Dragon Nation. Just imagine, a foundation operating at the national level. How terrifying would that be? Su Zhe smiled slightly and replied, All right, please order that no one attempt to observe the Island Nation at this time. This is absolutely forbidden. His voice became cold and deep. If anyone attempts to observe, please execute them immediately. Upon hearing the latter half of Su Zhe's words, the elder on the other end of the phone was obviously taken aback. However, he quickly understood why Su Zhe made such a request, and his usually steady voice trembled at that moment. Is it that thing? Su Zhe did not respond directly, only saying in a deep voice, Please help fulfill this request. Thank you. The elder took a deep breath. Rest assured, we will complete it. After ending the call, Su Zhe's gaze fell on the map on the table. That small area of the Island Nation. At this moment, This area had become a kind of alternative paradise. Soon, this place would turn into a death paradise. Suze took a deep breath. He was ready to become the god of death. System, designate summoning ACP-3125, location, Tokyo, Island Nation. Locating. Location successful, beginning to attempt summoning. Ding. Containment object, ACP-3125 has successfully descended. Please prepare for containment. Chapter 23. The pollution begins, Island Nation. Tokyo. Satellite monitoring station. The usually elusive station chief and all the technical staff were gathered in front of the control panel, watching the operator repeatedly attempt to break through the signal. However, all that came back were exclamation marks on the display screen. Baka, do you even know what you're doing? The station chief, who had no technical knowledge, couldn't help but curse at the sight. The operator was sweating profusely, his lips trembling as he said, "Chief, this is beyond my capability to solve." Smack! The chief slapped the unfortunate operator on the head. "Get out of the way." The operator felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly moved his behind off the chair. The chief then turned to the most authoritative expert at their station. "Ryu-sensei, please take over." Ryu looked at the chief with a dumbfounded expression and said, "The signal jamming technology from Longwa is very unique. It's a technology we've never encountered before. There's simply no way to break through it." Upon hearing this, the chief couldn't help but inwardly curse this guy who had consumed most of their station's budget. You never show up when there's work to be done, but when something really happens, you bow your head. However, while scolding the other, he forgot that he was the biggest parasite at the station. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Chief, it seems like there's an image appearing on the screen." "What?" The chief and the others were shocked, quickly focusing on the display. Indeed, the glaring red exclamation mark had vanished. In its place was a fog. Where is this? Will there be fog in the nearby sea as well? Someone speculated after staring for a while, thinking it was a video from the U.S. military. The chief had the same thought and frowned, ordering, "Go, send them a message. Inform them of our current situation." The operator he pointed to eagerly sat down, thinking this was a great opportunity to earn merit and a raise. He immediately started operating, but found that the easy operations of the past were now utterly useless. He had clearly edited a message and sent it multiple times, but there was no response at all. Could it be that the control panel was broken? But why was there still a picture coming through on the display? After spending so much time, he still had nothing to show for it, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Chief!" Smack! Before he could finish, a slap landed on his head. The chief's face was ashen as he looked at his little nephew, thinking, "You can't even earn any credit. Ryu-sensei, it's your turn." He forced a smile and addressed the expert. Ryu coldly snickered to himself and sat down with great authority. But then he discovered his operations were also ineffective. His face stiffened and his movements became faster. But the display still showed no reaction. Just when he thought he had also failed, someone suddenly shouted, "It's moving! There are words appearing." Hearing this, Ryu was taken aback and realized that indeed a line of text appeared on the display. However, it wasn't in English. It was in their Island Nation script. Strange. Could it be that the U.S. military has started to respect us? Everyone felt a bit surprised. Suddenly, Ryu's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed in shock, This text is not on the display." Huh? The crowd looked closely, and their mind was shaken. Just as Ryu said, those words were not appearing on the display, but were floating above it. They had only focused on the display earlier, mistakenly thinking it was part of it. Could it be that a supernatural event had occurred? Everyone stepped back in fear except for Ryu, who remained seated. "Ryu-sensei, come here quickly." The chief called out anxiously. He was their key figure. If something happened to him, they would have to change personnel. However, Ryu ignored him and continued sitting there, even muttering incomprehensible words. "The Lord not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that controls fear." For some reason, hearing these phrases sent an indescribable chill through everyone. He's reciting those words. Someone recognized the phrases Ryu was chanting. The chief also realized it and felt both shocked and angry, growling, "Baka, get out of here now. We need to report this immediately." Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly filled with terror. because he noticed the people beside him had unknowingly lowered their heads, and he could vaguely hear them softly chanting the same passage. The Lord not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that controls fear. The chief's expression gradually became dull, and then his head slowly lowered as well. In a room where only the chanting remained, the fog in the display screen began to boil and churn, as if something was breaking through another dimension, ready to descend into reality. Tokyo, Cabinet Meeting Room. At this moment, the meeting room was silent. Everyone, including Prime Minister Zhang Benihan, was silent with their heads down. They were all waiting for the rescue from the U.S. military and the withdrawal of the Longwa troops. All they could do was wait. However, as time ticked by, the hope in everyone's hearts gradually sank. They were not fools. They all understood that the lack of news after such a long time meant something. I remember, the recent U.S. military fleet takes only 2.5 hours to get here, right? Suddenly, a member of parliament raised his head and spoke, his hair a mess from his own hands. Why? Why has it been almost 4 hours and still no news at all? He shouted with red eyes. This statement was like a lit fuse, instantly exploding the dull atmosphere in the meeting room. The U.S. military is unreliable. We have to rely on ourselves to break out. Are you stupid? The Longwa's aircraft and fleet have all been deployed. How can our self-defense forces have the capability to break out? I'd rather die under Longwa's artillery than be trapped here like a pig. Heh, then go ahead. After you leave, I'll take care of your wife and daughter. You dare. Bang. Zhang Benihan was frustrated by this group of incompetent allies and slammed his hand heavily on the meeting table. The room fell silent again. It seemed his authority as Prime Minister still held weight. Gentlemen, just as Zhang Benihan was about to say something encouraging, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. He was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of joy spread across his face. Quick, come in. Is it news from the U.S. military? The many members of parliament were also overjoyed, their eyes fixed on the door of the meeting room. Creak. The door opened. The subordinate responsible for relaying messages stood at the door with his head down. In the hopeful gaze of the many members, his hoarse voice rang out. The Lord not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that controls fear. Chapter 24. The Fall of the Island Nation, the Trisolaran's Escape. Baka, you fool, what nonsense are you talking about? We are asking if there is any news from the U.S. military. A congressman, enraged by the strange, chant-like words, slapped his subordinate. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The congressman's hand actually passed through the subordinate's body, striking nothing but air. It was as if this person before him was an illusion. But the chant-like voice not only continued to echo, but also became increasingly clear. Oda-sama, what on earth is this? The congressman, terrified, took a few steps back, completely losing his earlier bravado. The expressions on the faces of the other congressmen mirrored his, with some even wetting themselves. After all, most of them were just foolish pigs at the mercy of the living dead. Otherwise, Zhang Benihan wouldn't have been able to sit in the prime minister's position. The king of tentacles who controls fear. That curse-like voice continued to reverberate, and Zhang Benihan finally snapped out his fear and shouted, "Run! Get out of here immediately!" Then, he experienced the same sensation as that station master. Other congressmen stood up, but instead of fleeing, they lowered their heads like their subordinate and began to chant, "The Lord not belonging to the mortal realm, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles who controls fear." Zhang Benihan's face revealed a trace of despair as he slumped in his chair, tears streaming down his face. In the final moment of his mind being eroded, he finally understood the plan of the Dragon Kingdom. No, to be precise, it was the plan of the wall facer. Gradually, his expression became vacant, and his body stiffly stood up. The eerie chanting echoed in the room that held the highest power of the island nation. Due to the military blockade imposed by the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was forcibly required to stay home. Adults and children, having nothing to do, began to find their own entertainment. Some played mahjong, while others read comics. But most of them gathered around the TV, watching various comedic variety shows or tokusatsu films. For them, this life without work or school brought a strange sense of relaxation. Nobita Fujisuke was one such person, thinking to himself that he didn't have to go to school today and could watch his favorite Ultraman with his parents at home. Sitting next to his mom and dad, he felt unprecedented happiness. In the past, due to his parents' work and his studies, the family members living under one roof only met at dinner and bedtime. The time spent together was too little. Finally, today, with both his parents not needing to go out, they could truly enjoy the joy of being together. As Ultraman on the TV posed for his ultimate attack, Nobita Fujisuke instantly jumped up in excitement, mimicking the same pose. However, at that critical moment, the TV flickered and the screen changed to a host with his head bowed. What the heck? He angrily put his hands on his hips, just as he wanted to show off in front of his parents. It got cut off. On the contrary, his parents seemed inexplicably happy. His dad patted his head and smiled. "We can rush in soon. Are you happy?" His mom also happily called her company. "I can come over later. You all get the contract ready." Nobita Fujisuke rolled his eyes. Who wants to go out? Looking at his parents, who had returned to their workaholic state, he felt inexplicably sad. If only everyone were like me, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, he felt his parents stand up beside him. Alarmed, he grabbed their pant legs. "Mom and Dad, stay and watch this episode with me." His parents seemed persuaded by him. Not moving to leave, Nobita Fujisuke felt a surge of joy and looked up to say something. But all he saw were his parents' lifeless, dead fish-like eyes, bowed down. "Mom, Dad." Nobita Fujisuke looked at his suddenly unfamiliar parents and slowly released his grip. Not long after, the Lord not belonging to the mortal realm, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles who controls fear. The family of three stood in front of the TV, heads bowed, chanting. This situation erupted like mushrooms after rain across the entire island nation. Some wives cooking found their husbands coming over with heads bowed to begin the contamination. Some children were woken from sleep by their parents, forced into contamination, and a family weeding in the yard was suddenly invaded by neighbors, leading to contamination. In short, the island nation was currently undergoing a comprehensive pollution of consciousness by something indescribable. No one could escape, regardless of whether you use electronic devices. As long as you were human, you would be found and contaminated. This was a disaster more terrifying than a zombie apocalypse. Moreover, those who were contaminated could still maintain their thoughts. They retained all the memories of their original selves. In other words, they could contaminate places outside the island nation in any way. If it weren't for Su Zhe's early request, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were currently blocking the island nation might have suffered. Every second, the number of contaminated humans was rising exponentially. It wouldn't be long before the entire island nation would be left with only the contaminated. The disaster caused by this containment object was far more powerful than that of the previous little boy. Of course, in addition to the island nation, there were also victims from other civilizations. 2 light years away, in the Trisolaran fleet, the brain of a Trisolaran monitor observing Blue Star through the Sapon suddenly stopped flickering, turning a pure color. In Trisolaran society, this phenomenon usually only occurs in plants. The Trisolaran leader noticed this scene. 9527, what happened to you? The monitor did not respond, but began to intermittently transmit a segment of information, not belonging to the mortal realm. Bang! The instant this information was received, the monomer fission device instantly transformed it into countless molecules. Subsequently, the Trisolaran leader quickly erased the memory that had just appeared in his mind, thus avoiding the consequences of contamination. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the empty monitoring station. Although the memory was deleted, the remaining fear still made him realize that something must have happened on Blue Star. With excellent logical thinking, he quickly deduced that the wall-facer Su Zhe's plan had likely begun to be implemented. He immediately ordered a Trisolaran to be temporarily withdrawn from dehydration and issued new instructions. Immediately halt the monitoring of Blue Star's island nation and proceed with a comprehensive blockade. The recently revived Trisolaran, although not understanding the leader's intentions, loyally executed the order. After witnessing the Sapon stop monitoring the island nation and initiate the blockade, the Trisolaran leader breathed a sigh of relief. If he could sweat, he would surely be drenched in it right now. Just moments ago, the Trisolaran civilization was almost destroyed by that wall-facer's plan. Chapter 25. The Trisolaran interference. Blue Star. In the surrounding waters and airspace of the island nation, the Dragon Kingdom's fleet and fighter jet groups are equipped with special signal jammers, blocking all signals from the entire island nation. Although this action violates international laws, it doesn't matter. Soon, the United Nations will introduce new international laws, and at that time, it won't be a violation. Due to strict orders, no one is allowed to view any display screens. Therefore, the soldiers on the fleet and in the air groups can only choose smart driving and take out a manga titled Demon Slayer to read. Chill. Don't ask when the Dragon Kingdom got smart driving. It's all thanks to the contributions of the Bureau of War Ignorance. Of course, while they are relaxing, they will still take turns to keep watch. They don't look at the island nation, but keep their eyes on the sky above, preventing any strange objects from breaking through. In fact, they have indeed shot down several drones attempting to escape. This inevitably makes the warriors eager to open a new page in their genealogy feel a bit regretful. What era is it? And they still don't dare to board plane? Above the airspace, a Flame Fong is circling as the lead aircraft for the fleet. Inside the cabin, 3 crew members are performing their respective duties. One is constantly monitoring the airspace of the island nation. One is engrossed in reading Demon Slayer, and the other is sensing any abnormalities in the aircraft. At that moment, the person responsible for monitoring the airspace of the island nation lets out a shout. What is that thing? Quickly look away. The other 2 do not instinctively look over, but loudly remind him. One of them even gives him a slap. Hey, don't worry, it's not a containment object. It's a mirror. A mirror? The few present know what the containment object announced by Suze was. It was clearly stated that the containment object has no form. So when he said mirror, it definitely wasn't a containment object. Upon hearing this, the other 2 finally felt relieved enough to look over. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The entire island nation had disappeared, leaving only a huge mirror reflecting the shadows of their aircraft. It looked like a pot lid turned upside down over the entire island nation. Even if Wong Bo were to see this scene again, he would not be able to help but recite that timeless phrase. The autumn waters share the same color as the vast sky. Quick, inform the comrades of this information, and then relay the scene to the higher-ups. The crew leader's expression changed, and he immediately executed the B plan that only he knew. Yes, as someone who is familiar with the entire plot of the book, cough. The wall-facer Suze had already predicted that such a situation might occur before the plan was implemented. Therefore, he directly laid out 3 major plans, a B and C, and now the B plan situation coincidentally appeared. Thus, the crew leader chose to execute it without hesitation. At the same time, he did not forget to instruct the fleet to gain altitude to avoid colliding with that massive mirror. In an instant, the news about the suddenly appearing mirror spread throughout the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Almost all internal personnel aware of this plan received news of the anomaly in the island nation. An elder of the Dragon Kingdom, upon learning of this, promptly called Suze. Wallfacer Suze, do you know what that mirror is? Far away in the shelter, Suze sipped his coffee, looking at the image sent over, and smiled slightly. Didn't you recognize it? This is a gift sent by the enemy we are about to face. He said solemnly, it's time to notify the frontline soldiers to retreat. Their task will have, oh no, a life form to take over for us. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback, and then suddenly came to his senses, shocked to utter a word. Trisolaran. Suze did not hide it. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, that containment object almost destroyed the Trisolaran civilization. What a pity. Although he said it was a pity, he was inwardly relieved. If the Trisolaran civilization were completely contaminated, then the entire universe's civilization would face a catastrophic end starting from the Centaur system. The fugitives do not need to obey universal laws. It does not belong to any dimension. Even dimensional reduction strikes cannot destroy it. If it comes to that, let alone restarting the universe. Even overlapping with parallel universes cannot prevent that disaster. One can only say that Suze is gambling, betting that the Trisolarans can cut off the contamination route in time. If they can't, it doesn't matter if everyone dies together. As a wall facer, Suze certainly does not lack the adventurous spirit of Luo Ji and the beastly nature of Wade. The Elder of the Dragon Kingdom is also a wise man. After the initial shock, he understood the true trap of Su Zay's plan. For the first time in his life, the steady elder felt a sense of panic rising in his heart. He trembled and said, "Mr. Su Zay, this plan is too crazy. Could you please inform me in advance next time?" Su Zay replied, "Humanity has never feared the outcome of mutual destruction. Any enemy that dares to draw swords against us must be faced with the idea of perish together. Old sir, this is the law that our Dragon Kingdom's ancestors sacrificed their lives for. I don't think there is anything wrong with it." The Elder of the Dragon Kingdom fell silent. After a long while, he spoke wearily. "You are right. Humanity has always been on a ship of adventure. The future of civilization truly depends on you young people." Su Zay, upon hearing this, quickly corrected himself. No, the steady and wise elders are also necessary. Just as every ship on a long voyage eventually needs to return to the harbor, you must not abandon your post at this time. He was genuinely afraid that the elder would say, "You can take my place." He was already under enough pressure as a wall facer while secretly serving as a fund conference member. If he had to bear the fate of a nation, it would be better to let him be subjected to dimensional reduction strikes. Upon hearing Su Zay's tone, the elder couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Su Zay, rest assured, we will not entrust the heavy responsibilities of a nation to an individual." Although the words sound a bit off, it was the answer Su Zay needed. He breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for this plan. May human civilization live forever." The elder nodded. Human civilization lives forever. Ending the call, Su Zay gazed deeply at the huge mirror formed by the Trisolaran sophons in the photo. This mirror is more effective than any severance method on Blue Star. Even if they used nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be able to open a gap. It can be said that ACP-3125 is now in a state of failure. However, because of his involvement, human civilization might experience a technological explosion in the coming time. No one dares to gamble whether future generations will be curious. Therefore, Su Zay must take measures through the Foundation to nullify it, as if aware of his thoughts. The next moment, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning ACP-3125. This containment object has been discovered. Reward: ACP Reverse Mimetic Part Team X1 can be specifically summoned. Reward: Site 41 Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit X1 can be specifically summoned. Reward: C-Class Warriors X100. Reward: D-Class Experimental Personnel X1000. Please nullify containment object number ACP-249 after successful nullification. A task success reward can be obtained. Please proceed with nullification immediately." Chapter 26. The Madness of the U.S. Military. As the Dragon Kingdom began to withdraw its troops and rescinded its previous statements, the U.S. military and the Philippine fleet, which had been surrounding the third island chain, immediately rushed over. Then they saw the massive mirror-like object. Just like the 3 crew members who first saw this sight, their 5-star General MacArthur couldn't help but curse. "Holy SHT. God, what the hell is this thing?" He put on his sunglasses because the sunlight reflecting off the mirror was indeed blinding. "General, we need to report this to the Black Palace immediately," suggested the Vice Admiral beside him upon seeing this. However, after a moment's hesitation, the 5-star general actually refused this request. "No, we can't report this casually until we find out what it is. Ridiculous. This is an opportunity for merit. Why should we share it with those pigs who only know how to give speeches?" After a brief investigation, they discovered that the mirror object was not just the portion above the surface. The depths of the sea were also enclosed by it, and there was no way to get inside. Subsequently, he issued a crazy order. "All U.S. and Philippine warships, aim your cannons at the mirror object, including launching aircraft and submarines attempting to fire nuclear torpedoes. If we can open this mirror object, the secrets inside will surely make me the first 6-star general in U.S. history. At that time, my name and family will be remembered forever." MacArthur's calculations were good, but unfortunately, not all of his subordinates listened to him. After receiving this news, the Vice Admiral's expression changed, and he secretly returned to his room to inform the Black Palace via radio. However, Since MacArthur was appointed as the supreme commander of this fleet, the U.S. and Philippine forces still attacked the mirror object. Boom, boom, boom. The massive sound of cannon fire almost deafened people's ears, but this did not affect MacArthur's excitement. Come on, baby, let me see what secrets you hold inside. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, were fixed on the smoke produced by the cannon fire, wishing he could light a cigar right now. However, as the smoke dissipated, the incredibly smooth mirror remained completely intact in front of everyone. The smile on MacArthur's face instantly froze. FCK. Is this made of diamond? Unfortunately, with his knowledge, diamond was the hardest thing he could imagine. Otherwise, he would definitely know that there was something called a diamond. The mirror object in front of him was formed by sophons, which were many orders of magnitude harder than diamond. If he could blow this thing open, not only would he be a 6-star general in the U.S., but he could also be made the 10,000-star general of humanity. However, if he really opened this thing, he would become the most evil individual in the Blue Star and even the entire universe. FCK, FCK, FCK. MacArthur, who couldn't break through the sapon, appeared very angry, just as he was about to order his subordinates to fire another round. The vice admiral rushed over with an anxious expression. General, General, urgent message from the Black Palace. MacArthur tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking at this traitor with dissatisfaction. Read it. The vice admiral trembled as he handed over the phone. You should answer it yourself. MacArthur then realized that it wasn't just a simple call and shot the vice admiral a glare before snatching the phone. Hello. Is this the secretary's office of the Black Palace? I am Navy 5-star General MacArthur. The person on the other end, the understanding king from the Black Palace, was taken aback by his outrageous behavior and then entered a mode of verbal combat. FCK, you childbearing no anus guy. Do you know what that is? Hearing this, MacArthur became furious. How dare someone challenge him in a verbal battle? He retorted angrily, I don't know what it is, but I know this thing is harder than your face. Understanding king, FCK. You should hang your rank on the bathroom door so everyone knows your head is full of SHT. MacArthur, maybe you should shave the hair on your head so everyone knows you're a stupid goose with an unpleasant voice. Stop. Seeing that the two were about to turn the call into a cursing battle, both sides erupted with angry shouts. The vice admiral and the old dang on the other end simultaneously grabbed the phone and apologized in unison. Sorry, General. Sorry, Mr. President. Both were stunned, feeling a little panicked. Could it be that their deepest secrets were discovered by the other? Until the understanding king and MacArthur regained control of the phone, a bizarre conflict was avoided. The understanding king took a deep breath and regained his composure first. Don't you want to know what that is? I'm telling you now. That is a sapon from the Trisolaran civilization. MacArthur was stunned. How is that possible? Aren't their sophons supposed to be very small? The understanding king was utterly speechless. He couldn't understand how MacArthur's family had pushed someone who hadn't even graduated from elementary school to such a high position. He patiently explained. The sophons of the Trisolaran can extend infinitely, so it's quite normal for them to form a mirror object. His tone became serious. Although we don't know what has happened inside that island, based on the withdrawal of troops from the Dragon Kingdom, it is definitely not good news. On behalf of the Black Palace, I order your military to retreat immediately and stay away from that area. Upon hearing this, MacArthur couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. He looked at the mirror object, his heart cold as ice. This thing is so terrifying. In the face of his life and honor, he unhesitatingly chose the former. Withdraw. All troops withdraw. He shouted hoarsely, then limped back into the warship. He didn't look like an old general at all. The vice admiral, watching his agile movements, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed he would have to wait a long time to ascend to the throne. With the U.S. and Philippine forces also withdrawing, a heavyweight news broke out internationally. The Trisolarans have sealed off the island nation with sophons. The media quickly sensed the heat of this news and began to launch their exclusive reports. The Trisolaran civilization has completely sealed off the island nation. No one and no news can enter. Why is the Trisolaran civilization targeting the island nation? Is there a sixth wall facer hidden among them? Shocking. The Trisolaran civilization is suspected of being fond of island nation action films and has decided to personally renovate the filming location. In addition to these serious and less serious reports, there are also some media with malicious intents promoting conspiracy theories. Why did the Dragon Kingdom preemptively block information from the island nation? Is there a connection with the Trisolaran civilization? The Dragon Kingdom is suspected of being controlled by the Trisolaran civilization. We need to carry out a humanitarian destruction. One of us has turned traitor. It claims to be a developing country, but its technological strength has long surpassed that of a second-level civilization. To these statements, Suze scoffed and had already marked these media. Once he neutralized ACP-3125, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chapter 27, The Anti-Meme Department, arrives. Indeed, it is the Anti-Meme Department and Site-41's Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit. Suze's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the troops and facilities rewarded by the system. The Anti-Meme Department, as the name suggests, is specifically designed to prevent anti-meme type ACPS. However, due to its nature of countering anti-memes, most anti-meme SCPs erase the existence of the Anti-Meme Department from others' memories. Therefore, for most Foundation personnel, the Anti-Meme Department is essentially a non-existent department. Suze still admired this unit. If the Foundation is the hidden guardian of human civilization, then the Anti-Meme Department is the concealed hero. Almost no one knows of this organization within the Foundation, except for a few O5 council members. It acts like a benevolent ghost, containing the most terrifying anomalies for humanity and the Foundation. Site-41's Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit is specifically designed to contain ACP-3125. It is the only location successfully isolating its influence in this manner. The containment unit is a cubic room measuring 10m times 15m times 3m, lined with lead, soundproofing, and mental interference barriers. The entrance is a gas airlock at one end of the containment unit. The airlock is set to allow only one person to enter at a time, remaining locked until that person exits before allowing the next to enter. It can be said that these two rewards together are definitely the nemesis of ACP-3125. Calculating the time, the island nation should have been completely contaminated by now. It is time for our Foundation to take action. Suze licked his lips and then decisively whispered in his heart. System, summon the Anti-Meme Department and Site Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit, location designated. Island Nation. Summoning. Summoning successful. The Anti-Meme Department and Site Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit have arrived in Tokyo, Island Nation. It worked. Suze let out a long breath, and his whole being relaxed as he patiently awaited good news from the Anti-Meme Department. However, what surprised him this time was that even the system did not provide contact information for the Anti-Meme Department. It seems that even though it has become his golden finger, the Anti-Meme Department still adheres to the principle of not revealing its existence to outsiders. Truly a legendary non-existent department. Suze sighed in his heart. Island Nation. At this moment, due to the mirror-like entity formed by the intellect, all sunlight is blocked outside, except for a few bustling cities that still maintain brightness. The rest of the places are almost left with only scattered lights. If a normal person were walking on the streets now, they would see individuals with their heads down, wandering with flashlights. Moreover, they all murmur that cursed chant, a hint of order amidst the chaos. It looks incredibly eerie, coupled with the absence of sunlight. The island nation has now become indistinguishable from a bizarre apocalypse. Any normal person who accidentally wanders here will be scared to death. Oh no! It should be said they would be instantly assimilated. This place has already become a no-go zone for humanity. Suddenly, on a street in Tokyo, a flash of pure white light flickered, and a few breaths later, a team of people in white coats and a square little house appeared in the middle of the street. If there were light at this moment, one could see that this team of people in that room all bore the same emblem, a circular design resembling a clock, with 3 arrows piercing through the clock pointing towards the center, resembling a brain with tentacles. This is the representative emblem of the Anti-Meme Department. Because there were many wandering humans nearby, as soon as they sensed the arrival of the Anti-Meme Department and the containment unit, they all instantly looked up. In the hazy air, strands of mist began to emerge as their gazes crossed. As the mist increased, Various Chinese characters could be seen interweaving and sorting among them. Clearly, this was ACP-3125, sensing the appearance of new normal humans, preparing to contaminate them. Unfortunately, it was destined to be unable to contaminate in this manner. The team from the anti-meme department that suddenly appeared on this street was completely blind and deaf. From the moment they arrived here, they could only act through their own will. However, before entering, they had already rehearsed their plan by riding on their bodies. Surprisingly, the leader of this small team was a beautiful and intelligent woman. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, hanging at her waist. Her skin, was so fair that it shone even in the dark. If it weren't for her sunken eye sockets, she would certainly be a beauty rivaling popular movie stars. Among this small team of only 7 people, this woman had the most sensitive intuition. The moment the mist and characters appeared, she sensed something and began to touch her nearby team members. Through simple actions like touching, they could communicate with each other using signals. Soon, under her unique command, 2 team members tied themselves together and felt their way forward. When one of the team members touched the hard, cold wall of the containment unit, he quickly tugged on the rope. The other team member quickly returned along the same path, conveying information by tapping his body. After receiving the message, the woman extended 2 fingers to pinch a nearby person, issuing new instructions. Moments later, the door of the containment unit was opened by the team member who had felt his way there using a disposable high-level access card. The plain and uniform layout of the room was revealed, but unfortunately, no one present could see it. The containment unit was now open, and her next task was to consider how to lure ACP-3125 here. The woman was clearly an extremely intelligent leader. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently tugged on the ropes tying them together. The others instantly understood her meaning and began to enter the room one after another. After the last person entered the room, the one standing outside reached out, waved their hand in the air, and found the doorknob. Click! With a soft sound, the airlock automatically locked down. Now, unless someone outside unlocks the access, this door will never open again. And outside, there were no normal humans with new access cards left, unless Su Zhe himself appeared. But that was impossible. This means that this room has now become the tomb for these 7 people. However, the anti-meme department has no cowards. Not even a woman. The woman took a deep breath, took out the bone conduction headphones and brain-machine interface device she had been using to collect external information. After distributing these 2 items, all 7 of them almost simultaneously donned the bone conduction headphones. This is Anti-Meme A3 Team 1. Other members please respond. The electronic voice emitted by the woman was the first to transmit. Chapter 28, ACP-3125 Deactivation completed. Anomaly A3 Team 2 received. Anomaly A3 Team 3 received. Anomaly A3 Team 7 received. One by one, the remaining 6 emotionless electronic voices echoed in everyone's minds. After the woman finished counting heads, she continued to send out the voice, 7, check if the door valve is closed. A few seconds later, the person standing at the outermost position successfully completed the check based on their own senses. They replied, 1, the door valve is closed. The woman nodded slightly, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on her usually calm face. Her electronic voice sounded, next, we will carry out the first deactivation operation of ACP-3125. She then took out the remaining brain-machine interface devices and quickly distributed them. After confirming that everyone had put them on, she took a deep breath and pressed the buttons for the bone conduction headset and the brain-machine AI image. In the next moment, the external images collected by the brain-machine device appeared in everyone's eyes. The streets were shrouded in thick fog, as if the entire world were enveloped in a haze. Within this fog, some floating words could be faintly seen, seemingly drifting in from another time and space, each character radiating a mysterious aura. These words continuously changed shapes and arrangements, vaguely recognizable as terms like Mortal Realm, True Master, and Chaos Sovereign, as if they were narrating an ancient secret. On both sides of the street, countless dazed individuals held flashlights, their faces appearing exceptionally pale, as if they had lost all vitality. The True Master. who does not belong to the mortal realm, the chaos sovereign beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles who controls fear. They repeatedly muttered that curse. Their voices deep and chaotic, yet strangely clear. These voices intertwined, forming a chilling melody that seemed capable of penetrating the human soul, instilling a sense of inexplicable fear. However, the greatest threat of these voices and images was not fear, but pollution, that invisible yet tangible pollution. The very moment these sounds and images appeared, the expressions on the 7 people's faces gradually became vacant. The originally calm room was instantly filled with wisps of fog. Pollution had begun, but just then, the woman's finger, which had been pressing another button, subconsciously pressed down. Hiss! Several nozzles emerged in the room, and orange gas instantly filled the entire space. After the 7 inhaled this gas, the vacant expressions on their faces disappeared, and they returned to calmness. The leading woman sensed something was off and quickly interrupted the playback of the bone conduction headset and the visuals. The pollution was forcibly interrupted. However, some fog still lingered in the air, twisting like thin worms, attempting to form those bizarre words. Unfortunately, the 7 people in the room could only wear the brain-machine interface and could not see anything in reality. The woman designated as Code 1 stepped back a few paces, and after touching a protrusion on the wall, her electronic voice sounded. First deactivation failed. Current progress 13. It turned out that the room had a built-in detection device capable of detecting the presence of ACP-3125. Currently, it was only at 13, and to successfully deactivate it, they would need at least 7 more attempts. Fortunately, the memory-erasing gas in this room was abundant. 7 times would be more than enough. Soon, the woman adjusted her state and began the second inquiry. This is anomaly A3 Team 1. The other members, please check your status and respond. After a moment, the responses from the other team members came in one after another. Everyone was in good condition and felt no discomfort. Thus, the woman decisively began the second deactivation task. With the activation of the brain machine and bone conduction headset, the fog in the room increased again. A few seconds later, the orange gas filled the entire room. Once more, memory erasure. Another round of inquiry and checks began, the 3rd time initiated. A few seconds later, the 3rd round ended. Progress 50. The 4th round ended. Progress 72. This time, 1 team member did not respond, and after checking, it was found to be anomaly A3 Team 5. Status of 5. Brain death. Cause of death. Inhalation of a large amount of memory-erasing gas, causing irreversible damage to the brain area, resulting in loss of activity characteristics. After 5 seconds of silence in mourning, the 5th round began. After this round ended, the woman had not yet checked the progress when an electronic voice echoed in her mind. The true master, who does not belong to the mortal realm. Her expression changed, and she pressed a button, releasing a black gas representing poison. In the next moment, including herself, 5 people simultaneously donned portable gas masks. Soon after, struggling against her dizzying brain, she inquired, "This is anomaly A3 Team 1. Other team members, please conduct self-checks, respond if received." Not long after, the previously polluted team member was identified. It was anomaly A3 Team 3, whose brain machine device had slightly skewed during the last memory erasure, causing some memory images to be hidden deep in the subconscious. Thus, when the 5th deactivation task began, 2 types of images overlapped and erupted, causing him to close his mouth and nose during this memory erasure. He successfully avoided the 5th memory erasure and began attempting to pollute. If it weren't for the woman's quick reaction, they might have been completely wiped out. However, the poison gas this time also inflicted significant damage on them, with 1 team member already entering a state of mental confusion. After confirming that team member's status, the woman decisively ordered, "Anomaly A3 Team 7, proceed with self-execution." Almost the next second after hearing this sentence, Team 7, in a state of mental confusion, pulled out a small knife and accurately stabbed it into the trachea. His electronic voice intermittently echoed in the minds of the surviving 4. Anomaly A3 Team 7, self-execution completed. Thud. Team 7 collapsed weakly to the ground, lifeless. The remaining four, expressionless, began the last deactivation task after 7 seconds of silence in mourning. As the bizarre images and the sounds of pollution resonated, the fog completely filled the entire room, and the entire room trembled violently, signifying the completion of the deactivation. This time, the woman did not press the memory-erasing gas again, but pressed 2 other buttons. One sent a signal indicating the successful deactivation, and the other triggered the automatic release mechanism for the brain machine and bone conduction headsets. Just before her expression became vacant, the woman slightly opened her mouth and spoke her last words in very standard Dragon Country language. "Mom, I'm going home." Gradually, their bodies slowly disappeared from reality. Anomaly Department Confidential Document Number 20. After the deactivation of ACP-3125, all beings aware of its existence and all recorded knowledge are erased from reality. Chapter 29. Task reward distribution. Aside from the people in the room slowly disappearing, the entire population of the island nation was also gradually vanishing from the ground. Due to the nullification of ACP-3125, anyone contaminated by it and anything that recorded its existence would be erased from reality by it. Even if you were not completely contaminated but were aware of its existence, you and all your social relationships would also be erased. This is why Su-Zhe and the Trisolaran civilization decided to block all communication methods from the entire island nation. Once they were able to contact friends or relatives outside, it would not only lead to a large-scale contamination disaster, but would also result in their nullification and subsequent erasure. This would have a tremendous impact on the current human social structure and could potentially lead to war. Although the fall of the entire island nation has already caused turmoil in the world order, any remedy, no matter how small, would be beneficial. After all, when the situation arises, they could shift all the blame onto the Trisolarans. Everything was going according to plan. In a secret shelter somewhere in Kyoto, Dragon Country, Su-Zhe, who was enjoying an island nation action movie that was about to become a relic, suddenly shivered. He quickly pulled out a few tissues to wipe the oil left on his mouth from the spicy strips, eagerly waiting for the system notification in his mind to continue. Team A1 of the Anti-Meme Department has completed the nullification task for ACP-3125 Trisolaran Universe Projection. ACP Anomaly Containment Object 3125 has been successfully contained in Site 1B, Tokyo, Island Nation, Special Containment Unit. Congratulations! You have obtained part of the attributes of ACP-3125 Trisolaran Universe Projection. Congratulations! You have acquired Contagion, Level 1, Mind Control, Level 2, and Supreme Divinity, 0-1. Congratulations! You have obtained a special role, Dr. Heisenberg, Level B Researcher. These notifications were almost enough to knock Su-Zhe out. In his view, this was the most melodious symphony in the world. He never expected that this crazy plan would be completed so easily. Furthermore, all the expected effects of the plan had already been achieved. First, the world had felt the power of the Dragon Country, and for a period of time, the international status of the Dragon Country would closely approach that of the United States. The bipolar world order was subtly re-emerging. This would greatly help him in continuing to summon other containment objects in the future. Secondly, he had fulfilled the long-held wish of the ancestors of the Dragon Country to eliminate the island nation. The deep-seated blood feud of the last century would not dissipate with the passage of time. It would only become clearer in the bodies of the descendants of the Dragon Country. Even though he was not a person from this world, that sense of historical destiny still drove him to fulfill his mission. And just recently, that little Japanese reporter had slandered him, making it the perfect opportunity to avenge both personal and national grievances. There might indeed be innocent people in the island nation, but Su-Zhe felt that from the moment he became a wall facer, he no longer needed such things as humanity. What if he were to be remembered in infamy for eternity? As long as he could destroy the Trisolaran fleet under the gaze of the entire world, he would still be a hero of humanity. And the last and most important point of this plan, he had successfully nullified ACP-3125, which allowed him to obtain some of its abilities. Among these abilities, Supreme Divinity was the most valuable, even if it was only 0, one of Supreme Divinity. In the ACP universe, every Supreme Divinity was an existence involving the multiverse. For example, the complete form of 3125, the cosmic starfish, even if it was in another universe. As long as someone knew its complete information, its projection would appear in this universe. The system reward specifically highlighted this point. This shows how terrifying Supreme Divinity is. Perhaps when Su Zhe collects the complete Supreme Divinity, he would be able to break through the limits of the universe with his physical body and return to his original world. Next in value among these task rewards was the B-level researcher, Dr. Heisenberg. In the Foundation, every B-level researcher was a formidable individual capable of commanding the containment of an Euclid city destroyer, containment object. Moreover, they each had their own exclusive research achievements. Although he did not know what containment objects this Dr. Heisenberg had previously contained, just the title of doctor and the B-level authority were enough to make him a backbone of the current Foundation. Just at this moment, his Foundation was lacking such a figure. As for the Level 1 contagion and Level 2 mind control abilities derived from 3125, Su Zhe currently had no test subjects. Therefore, he could not estimate their value. But judging from the fact that mind control was a Level 2 ability, it definitely wouldn't be bad. This time was truly a bountiful harvest. Su Zhe felt his mood had never been this joyful before. Suddenly, the system panel popped up automatically. It displayed a video titled Confidential Document of the Nullification Process of ACP-3125. Unauthorized access is prohibited except for the Anti-Meme Department and 05 Council members. There was even a record? Su Zhe curiously clicked on the video. He then saw the 7 members of Team A1 of the Anti-Meme Department dying one by one until ACP-3125 was completely brought into the room, after which they disappeared from reality together. During the video playback, he could see introductions of each team member. He discovered that these individuals were all deaf-mute orphans, who had been imprisoned by human traffickers as tools for profit until they were rescued by a certain branch of the Foundation. And then, they became another kind of tool. Su Zhe was silent. Especially the last words of that woman, "Mom, I'm coming," were undoubtedly the most lethal emotional blow to him. Clearly, he was a butcher who could ignore the lives of over 100 million people in the island nation. But in the face of the deaths of these 7 individuals, he realized he did not possess Wade's complete beastly nature. He was still a person with compassion. Sigh. The joy brought by the task rewards was significantly diminished by this video file. Su Zhe, somewhat frustrated, slammed his hand on the table, feeling for the first time that his cheat was somewhat inadequate. Couldn't they refrain from sending me such files? Don't they know it's distressing? Although he muttered this, he still sent a message to the elders of the Dragon Country applying for martyr status. Due to Su Zhe's prestige and the trust in him, the process that should have undergone rigorous review was passed at extremely fast speed. Soon after, 7 more individuals appeared in the martyr registry of the Dragon Country. No names, no places of origin, just a simple string of codes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This might be the last trace they left in this world. This is the last contribution I can make for you. I hope you can live better in another world, Su Zhe whispered while gazing at the sky outside the window. Chapter 30. The Dragon Kingdom Spy Plan. 2 light-years away from Blue Star, the Trisolaran fleet is monitoring Blue Star through the observation of the Saupan, and the brainwaves of the monitor are flickering, transmitting a message to the leader. Leader, the Saupan responsible for blocking the island nation has detected anomalies. It has found that all life signs on the island nation have disappeared. The leader, who was contemplating other matters, responded upon hearing this. Let the Saupan conduct a self-check and transmit the results only after confirming there are no sounds or strange images. He is still quite wary of the mysterious method that almost destroyed Trisolaran civilization last time. Moments later, the results of the Saupan's detection were transmitted. The monitor reported. The Saupan did not detect the situation from last time. It seems there are no human presences on the entire island nation. Upon hearing this, the leader's brainwaves flickered anxiously. Clearly, even with his intelligence, he could not understand why this situation had occurred. Could it be that the final effect of the object mentioned by the wall facer Su Zhe has manifested? After much contemplation, he arrived at this conclusion. It must be said, the Trisolaran capable of becoming a leader is indeed impressive. Even with only a portion of the information disclosed by Su Zhe, he still inferred part of the characteristics of ACP-3125. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. This was not the final effect of 3125. It could only be considered one of the possibilities. Due to the special nature of 3125, even the Foundation's archives do not know what its final complete form's powers are. At this moment, the Trisolaran monitor continued to report. Report, Leader, the Saphan has transmitted an image back. It says no harm was detected. Should we receive it? After a moment of hesitation, the Trisolaran leader chose to accept it. He was too curious about what had happened on Blue Star's island nation. The last time something sparked such curiosity in him was when the mathematicians of Blue Star called it the Goldbach conjecture during his elementary school verification. Soon, the image appeared in front of the leader through projection. It was a pitch-black street, and under the Proton's night vision system, a strange cube could be clearly seen on the street. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a peculiar room. There was also a strange symbol on the wall of the room, although the leader could not understand its meaning. He inexplicably felt that this symbol was related to the wall facer. It was strange that after this room appeared, those people disappeared. The leader looked at the empty street, filled with confusion. Could it be that this room caused the entire nation's humanity to vanish? If that is the case, that organization must possess some extremely terrifying, mysterious means. If such means were used against Trisolaran civilization, if the leader could sweat, he would likely be drenched in it by now. He immediately issued a new directive. Do not attempt to contact that room. Continue to maintain the blockade of the island nation. He dared not engage with such mysterious methods. Perhaps we need to consider negotiating with that wall facer from Blue Star. The methods they possess do not resemble technological means at all. They're simply like something from another universe. Unbeknownst to Su Zhe himself, he had already preliminarily established a deterrence against Trisolaran civilization. The Dragon Kingdom. A group of high-ranking officials hurriedly walked into the conference room, each displaying a hint of anxiety and tension. This was because they had just received news that the wall facer Su Zhe was about to hold another meeting. This inevitably led everyone to speculate. Could he be about to announce the third containment object? The first two had instilled a nightmarish fear in them, especially the second one, which was terrifying just to hear described. Moreover, the island nation was still under the blockade of the Saphan. Who knows what had happened inside? Therefore, everyone was extremely nervous about Su Zhe's upcoming meeting, fearing he might come up with something monumental again. The conference room quickly filled with the Dragon Kingdom's dignitaries, and Su Zhe was the last to walk in slowly. He made his way to the podium and looked solemnly at the gathered officials. Everyone, this meeting must remain absolutely confidential. Please turn off all electronic devices. The officials exchanged glances but complied with Su Zhe's request and took out their phones. After turning off their phones, Su Zhe slowly began to speak. Please look at the big screen. The next moment, an image appeared on the screen behind him. It was a letter which seemed to be an apology. Please read it in its entirety. The officials were puzzled and didn't quite understand what Su Zhe meant. However, since it was Su Zhe's request, they complied one by one. The content of the apology letter was quite sincere, explaining the unjustified blockade of the island nation and apologizing to the international community, even promising to compensate each country with 100 million. This could no longer be described as an apology letter. It was practically a letter of compensation. Some hot-headed officials, after reading it, nearly wanted to pound the table and curse the fool who wrote it. After scanning the expressions on the faces of those present, Su Zhe finally felt relieved and announced the true purpose of this meeting. This was a letter crafted by the Foundation utilizing the characteristics of ACP-3125. It possessed the ability to alter people's thoughts. After reading this letter, regardless of their original nationality, the readers would become loyal humans of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I need you all to disseminate this letter internationally to pave the way for my future plans. After hearing Su Zhe's words, everyone was left stunned. What? A letter that can change people's thoughts? Directly disregarding nationality to make them loyal to the Dragon Kingdom? Are you sure it has such miraculous abilities? Why haven't we changed? Oh, They were originally Dragon Kingdom citizens, so they were already loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. Some officials quickly realized why Su Zhe had initially asked them to read the letter. It seemed he was concerned about potential traitors within the Dragon Kingdom. If this plan were known in advance by traitors, it would undoubtedly lead to its premature failure. But if they read it first, even traitors would become part of the Dragon Kingdom. They couldn't help but admire Su Zhe's wisdom for considering such a tactic. After hearing Su Zhe's plan, everyone's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected the Foundation to possess such mysterious means. It was simply a brainwashing tool. Thus, after discussions, the elders of the Dragon Kingdom personally approved this plan. Soon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom released a photo. The content of the photo was the apology letter to which Su Zhe had attached the propagation type contamination. It would soon spread at a terrifying speed in other countries, planting hidden seeds for the Dragon Kingdom overseas. Chapter 31. Develop Spies. The following chapters about 096 may be a bit dull. You may quantum read, but please don't skip it, as the data is very important. Soon after, an official statement released by the Dragon Kingdom quickly topped the trending list, like a heavy bomb that instantly detonated the online world. The public clicked to see it, only to find themselves enraged by an extremely infuriating statement. This is a blatant trampling of our Dragon Kingdom's dignity. Someone angrily commented, "Is this an apology statement? It's clearly a humiliating letter of remorse. Our fishing boats and paper airplanes got lost over there in the island nation. Isn't that normal? Why apologize?" Another person retorted with dissatisfaction. "The one who wrote this statement must not be from our Dragon Kingdom. How could they insult our country like this?" The online criticism surged like a storm, sweeping in relentlessly. The public felt extreme dissatisfaction with the wording in the statement, believing it to be too humble and damaging to the Dragon Kingdom's authority. Meanwhile, this statement also quickly attracted the attention of countries around the globe. Major media outlets reprinted reports, pushing the Dragon Kingdom's actions onto the international stage. In the distant United States, a member of the State Department accidentally came across this statement. He initially intended to browse casually, but as he read further, his expression gradually became excited. How did the Dragon Kingdom suddenly become so understanding? He thought to himself, could it be that their aircraft and fleet were all destroyed by the Trisolarans during this operation? This is good news. He began to fantasize about the United States' dominance being further solidified and establishing a global alliance centered around the United States. He seemed to envision the day he would become an important member of this alliance. However, just as he finished reading the last word of the statement, his gaze suddenly became blank. The excitement he felt was instantly replaced by an inexplicable emotion. "No, why do I feel like this is a sign of weakness from the Dragon Kingdom?" He muttered to himself. This is clearly the kind of tolerance that only great powers possess. The Dragon Kingdom showcased the image of a civilized beacon, while we in the United States seem so narrow-minded and selfish. A surge of longing for the Dragon Kingdom arose within him. He began to fantasize about being able to go to the Dragon Kingdom, breathing its sweet air and experiencing the civilization and inclusiveness of that country. However, reason told him that this was just an unattainable dream. Yet he did not give up. Instead, he decided to do something for the Dragon Kingdom. Before that, I need to hide in the United States and do espionage work for my hometown that I have never met, he resolved. Thus, he began secretly collecting intelligence about the United States and covertly spreading the culture and values of the Dragon Kingdom. He hoped that through his efforts, he could contribute to the friendly relations between the Dragon Kingdom and the United States. Every night, he also clicked on a mysterious link, the title of which was prominently Youth Learning. Such situations were occurring in many places, whether in the Stick Nation, South Vietnam, or India. Those who read the entire statement were unknowingly transformed into spies for the Dragon Kingdom. They began to continuously and voluntarily spread this apology statement, and before long, the entire blue planet would be completely colored the same. This is the terrifying aspect of the 3125 ability. It can not only influence people's thoughts and behaviors, but also silently change the entire world's landscape. And all of this originated from that official statement of the Dragon Kingdom and the hidden abilities attached to it. Chapter 32. Mobile Task Force Yen Wang. Under Su Zhe's push, the number of spies from the Dragon Country is increasing exponentially. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Blue Star will truly establish a Blue Star alliance led by the Dragon Country. If anyone on this planet loves peace the most, it is definitely the Dragon Country. Moreover, this will allow his golden finger to be maximally utilized. Therefore, this seemingly evil plan can actually maximize the application of the Blue Star's power. It's time to consider training a containment team belonging to humanity. Su Zhe's eyes flickered. When the entire Blue Star becomes a Red Sea, the Foundation can shift from the shadows to the light. At that time, all of human civilization will become Su Zhe's Foundation reserves. With such a huge base, there will always be some people particularly suited to become members of the Mobile Task Force. The Foundation will thrive under my leadership. Su Zhe's eyes burned with fierce fire, as if he could already see the moment when human civilization set sail to conquer the universe with various containment objects in hand. Next to the massive, still under construction, tank-class battleship, the newly appointed political commissar Zhang Beihai and Captain Wu Yu looked at their still under construction command ship with complex expressions, gazing at the mottled hull resembling an ancient city wall. Wu Yu thought of the recently unearthed coffin. To break this train of thought, he turned to Zhang Beihai beside him. "How is your father doing?" Zhang Beihai shook his head slightly. "Not good. He's barely holding on now." Wu Yu opened his mouth. "Then why don't you take a leave?" Zhang Beihai's gaze was calm. "I already took leave when he was first hospitalized, and with the current Trisolaran crisis, we can't afford to take more leave." The two fell silent again. They were like two interlocking gears, their communication only increasing during work, while their private conversations were scarce. Just as Wu Yu was thinking about how to break this silence, their phones buzzed simultaneously. This was a reminder to return to the car and use the exclusive communication line, which was typically only used in emergencies. Wu Yu immediately opened the car door and answered the call. The caller was an officer from the highest armed unit in Kyoto. "Captain Wu, the command has an urgent order for you and Commissar Zhang. You two are to report to headquarters immediately." Wu Yu frowned. "To headquarters? What about our fleet training? Half of the combat fleet is already at sea, and the rest are set to sail tomorrow." "I don't know, the order is just this one. You'll have to discuss the specifics when you return." The communication ended. Wu Yu and Zhang Beihai exchanged glances, both feeling a premonition that the tank-class aircraft carrier would remain under maintenance for a long time. That afternoon, dressed in formal attire, Wu Yu and Zhang Beihai walked side by side into the headquarters conference room. On the deep red drapes of the conference room, a uniquely shaped medal was engraved. Its main body was a clock, with a burning flame depicted in the center and three hands reaching in from various parts of the clock. No, to be precise, they were lifting, like the stars holding up the moon. They raised the flame in the middle. Wu Yu and Zhang Beihai had never seen this style of medal before. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even General Chang Wei-si, sitting in the main seat, was seeing it for the first time. However, this did not prevent him from announcing the establishment of a new unit. After everyone was seated, General Chang Wei-si adjusted his cap and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, congratulations on becoming the first members of humanity's Mobile Task Force, codename Yen Wang." Mobile Task Force? Codename Yen Wang? Including Zhang Beihai. Everyone was bewildered. This was the first time they had heard of such a unit name, and from the name, they couldn't deduce which unit it belonged to. Could it be a special forces unit of the army? At this moment, Chang Wei-si smiled slightly. "Are you feeling unfamiliar with this unit name?" He paused, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "In fact, this is also the first time I've heard this name." "Everyone, do you still remember the information announced by the fifth wall facer?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that containment objects truly have descended? During this time, they had been on missions, communicating with the outside world only through fragmented information. Although they knew that the Dragon Country's official had personally stepped down, they didn't take it too seriously, considering it might be a smokescreen from that fifth wall facer. They never expected General Chang Wei-si to mention this now. Could it indicate that what that wall facer said was actually true? Their reaction was understandable. After all, they were not at the highest level and had not witnessed the mystery and terror of those containment objects firsthand. Seeing it on television and in reality are two completely different things. Their astonishment was a natural response. After everyone regained some composure, Chang Weixi's expression became serious. Tomorrow morning, the Yanwang Mobile Task Force will be officially established, and the ceremony will be broadcast live to the world. Additionally, uniforms, shoulder insignia, and collar insignia will be distributed at that time. But comrades, we now belong to a new military branch. Everyone looked at each other. The personnel present wore various military uniforms, including Air Force, Army, Navy, and even police and firefighters. They couldn't imagine how they could cooperate with each other. They looked back at Chang Weici, trying to hide their confusion. But General Chang Weici smiled slightly and said, "Do you find this a bit strange? In fact, the one who personally selected us is none other than the fifth wall facer, Su Zhe." What? Wu Yi was shocked. He never expected that the one who had summoned them here was the seemingly useless wall facer, Su Zhe. Furthermore, generally speaking, a wall facer with no history would not have much power. Yet Su Zhe was able to directly have the military establish a new unit for him. He could even summon Zhang Beihai and himself. This kind of power was probably greater than that of the other four. Zhang Beihai, who had been silent all along, could no longer help but speak. "Sir, so what exactly is the purpose of our unit?" The others also perked up their ears. This was the question they were most curious about right now. "You directly summoned us here to establish a new military branch. You must tell us what we are supposed to do." Chang Weici first posed a question. "You should be aware of the containment conference mentioned by the fifth wall facer, right?" Everyone nodded. That globally broadcast meeting had left a deep impression on them. Chang Weici nodded. "So, our military branch is actually a separation from that containment conference." What? This was the third time they were shocked. That containment conference actually already had a mobile task force? Chapter 33. Zhang Beihai. This is truly incredible. Someone whispered softly. They never expected that what Su Zhe said actually existed in reality. Moreover, they would become the first mobile task force affiliated with the current nation. For some reason, after learning that there had been a predecessor, many of them lost their sense of novelty about this new military branch. It felt like picking up a routine that others had already exhausted. However, this was just the general opinion. As one of the most charismatic characters in the Trisolaran saga, Zhang Beihai naturally thought differently. He accepted any arrangements from above and was willing to execute them according to his own ideas. At this moment, what he was thinking about was the scene from a while ago when their fleet went to the island nation for a signal jamming mission. At that time, they thought they were planning to take action against the island nation. But after the Trisolarians deployed their sophons, they withdrew in confusion. He never understood the true purpose of that operation from start to finish. But now, with General Chang Weici confirming the authenticity of the content released by the wall facer, he quickly figured out the logic behind it. "May I ask, has the island nation encountered the second containment object mentioned by wall facer Su Zhe?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Beihai voiced this question. As soon as he spoke, the whispering crowd fell silent. Besides Chang Weici, everyone looked at him in shock. "Beihai, why do you think that?" Wu Yu swallowed hard and asked his colleague, whom he had always found difficult to read. Zhang Beihai glanced at him and said, "My father often told me to think more, and I just happened to think a little more." He then turned to Chang Weici and asked again, "General Chang, please tell me, is it true?" Chang Weici looked at this subordinate with appreciation. After all, he was the captain personally appointed by wall facer Su Zhe. He truly had some skills. He nodded affirmatively. "Yes, what I'm about to say is classified, and after this meeting, you all need to sign a confidentiality agreement." Hearing his serious words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and perked up their ears, ready to listen. Chang Weici pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "Recently, the island nation was completely sealed off by us. This is because that mysterious containment organization informed us through wall facer Su Zhe that the containment object capable of destroying humanity has descended upon the island nation." Everyone felt the hair on their bodies stand up upon hearing this. They never expected that Zhang Beihai's speculation was actually true. The thought that such a terrifying containment object had truly descended into reality sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Beihai pursed his lips, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Chong Wei-si smiled wryly. I only learned this news yesterday. Although the island nation is currently in a state sealed off by the Trisolaran sovereigns, one thing is certain. He paused, using the most mundane tone to state the most terrifying fact. The entire island nation has now become a deserted island. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was about to take a sip of water to calm down, he was choked by this news. He showed an expression of disbelief. Just like those around him, the island nation has actually become a deserted island? No wonder they wanted us to enforce the blockade. It turns out they feared the destruction of all human civilization. Our blockade lasted less than half a day, and the island nation actually. It's unimaginable what a terrifying scene it would be for an entire country as population to vanish. Almost everyone was left in a daze, shocked by this news. They could not imagine the horror of that containment object. But someone did. Zhang Beihai furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he looked at Chong Wei-si. Did the Trisolarans almost get destroyed as well? This time, not only his colleagues were surprised, but even General Chong Wei-si was taken aback. Why do you have such a thought? He couldn't quite understand Zhang Beihai's line of reasoning. Didn't the containment object descend upon Blue Star? Why would it be associated with the Trisolarians? They still had to wait hundreds of years to come here. Just as everyone was confused, a voice suddenly came from above them. Yes, not only Trisolaran civilization, but possibly the entire universe will be destroyed. Who? Everyone instinctively reached for their waists, but only remembered that their weapons had been removed before entering the meeting room. Zzz, with a crackling electronic sound. A young man's face was projected onto the pristine white wall behind them. It's him. Everyone was astonished, as the figure on the screen was none other than wall-facer Su Zhe. Su Zhe looked at Zhang Beihai with undisguised admiration. He was indeed the man who almost ensured the survival of human civilization on his own. The fact that he could connect so many dots in such a short time after learning limited information was impressive. His judgment was certainly not wrong. Zhang Beihai was the best candidate for the captain of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. He had long wanted to create a mobile task force belonging to current human civilization. Although the mobile task forces of the containment organization were elite, their numbers were too few and difficult to acquire. Every time they wanted to obtain them, aside from successfully summoning containment objects, there was basically no chance. Moreover, it was somewhat dangerous. If the containment object was not successfully contained or neutralized, it could very well lead to the destruction of all human civilization. Every summoning was akin to walking a tightrope. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Therefore, establishing humanity's own mobile task force was urgent. After recalling some excellent characters in the Trisolaran saga, he ultimately chose Zhang Beihai. This man was simply too charismatic. Even though his presence in the narrative was not long, that line, "It doesn't matter," still shocked countless people. In Su Zhe's view, the significance of that statement was no less than Luo Ji's, "I want to communicate with the Trisolaran civilization." However, due to concerns that his interference might disrupt the normal storyline and affect the thoughts of these original characters, such as Luo Ji, who was already reluctant to show his face, he decided to let General Chong Wei-si test the waters first. From the current test results, Zhang Beihai had not been affected at all. He was still that man. Zhang Beihai looked at the young man in the image, his expression complicated. He originally thought the other party was an inexperienced youth, but now he felt as if he were seeing his father in a weakened state for the first time, realizing how terrifying Su Zhe truly was. Indeed, it was terrifying. Just at first glance, Zhang Beihai felt through the screen the complex thoughts hidden behind Su Zhe's smile. For some reason, Zhang Beihai always felt that the fate of current humanity was already being controlled by this young man before him. Even his own hidden thoughts were, at this moment, seen through by the other party. Chapter 34, The Trisolaran Leader. I want to dye the droplets into something beautiful. Silence, shock, disbelief. After Su Zhe's projection appeared in the conference room, all that remained in everyone's minds were these emotions. At the same time, unbeknownst to them, an instinctive sense of awe towards Su Zhe emerged in their hearts. Pollution Class 1. Indeed, Su Zhe had put in a bit of effort in this regard. Any being that saw his face on the screen at that moment would unconsciously develop a slight sense of awe towards him. After all, This was the original task force he had personally created, and naturally, he needed to have control over it. However, this pollution ability was far from limited to just the people in the current conference room. It also included the Trisolarans. 2 light-years away. Trisolaran fleet. The Trisolaran leader suddenly noticed something strange about the brainwaves of a Trisolaran monitor, which were consistently in a high-frequency state. This meant that it was extremely excited inside. Yet, it did not report anything to him. This was too bizarre. Bang! As the Trisolaran leader pressed a button, the monitor's body exploded on the spot, turning into a small amount of nutrients that were recovered. Ever since the last time when they nearly faced total annihilation by the 3125, the Trisolaran leader had added a new rule for the monitors. Any monitor responsible for observing Blue Star must have a quantum bomb implanted. Once anything unusual was detected, the leader could unilaterally trigger it. Thus, the Trisolaran monitor quietly disappeared. The Trisolaran leader issued a command, and a new monitor was awakened to replace the one that exploded. Check the behavior log of the previous monitor, he ordered, under the special feedback mechanism of the Sapon. The new monitor quickly restored the scene at that time. The monitor was detecting one of the key focus subjects of Trisolaran civilization, Zhongbei, through the Sapon. Everything was normal at first, and they also learned about the existence of the task force. However, at the moment Su Zhe's voice appeared, the monitor's thoughts quietly began to change. And this change peaked when Su Zhe's face appeared on the projection. That transparent thinking Trisolaran monitor was actually polluted by Su Zhe from a distance of 2 light-years. If the Trisolaran leader had not noticed something was wrong and eliminated it in time, perhaps Su Zhe's followers would have already begun to spread among the Trisolarans. This is the terror of supreme divine ability, ignoring spatial constraints. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves fluctuated violently, betraying the inner turmoil at that moment. So close to being controlled again. If Trisolarans could sweat, he would be drenched in it by now. Damn, who would have thought that the wall facer couldn't even be observed anymore? This ability is eerily similar to the situation on that island country. How did he master this ability? Could it be that he is another civilization's pawn on Blue Star? The Trisolaran leader was filled with too many questions at this moment, but unfortunately, he did not dare to observe Su Zhe any further. Therefore, they did not even dare to check Su Zhe's activity trajectory during this time, and even ordered the Sapon to delete it. They had already entered a state of fear regarding this ability that transcended physical rules. Clearly a high and mighty master, yet at this moment, they felt fear towards a mere insect. Even the previously most concerning Luo Ji only made them wary. This Su Zhe is definitely not human. The Trisolaran leader had already classified him in his mind, even viewing him as a powerful opponent competing for habitat with their Trisolaran civilization. How is the progress of the droplets? After pondering for a while, the Trisolaran leader inquired. Soon, the chief engineer responsible for manufacturing the droplets sent a message. Report to the leader. The current progress has reached 82, and it is expected to be completed in 6021 Universal Time Units. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves flickered as he issued a new command. Is it possible to add new technological means, such as using images or sounds to confuse humans? The chief engineer was taken aback, not because the method was novel, but because it was too difficult. It knew that this method was called hypnosis among human civilization. But hypnosis is conducted when the subject is not psychologically prepared. However, now their entire Trisolaran civilization is regarded as an enemy, and to perform hypnosis, they would have to resort to biological weapons or genetic modifications. Using images and sounds to hypnotize humans was simply too difficult. The Trisolaran leader seemed to understand its difficulties and rarely offered his own opinion. Perhaps you could try modifying the outer shell of the droplets, incorporating elements of images that humans are familiar with and fond of, so that they can feel a sense of closeness. Then, paired with sounds and other means, it might achieve this effect. The chief engineer was silent for a moment and responded, Leader, although I don't know why we should use such a lowly method on insects. Since it is your request, I will naturally work hard to fulfill it. The Trisolaran leader nodded slightly. Yes, for the new home. After cutting off communication, The chief engineer of the droplets called upon the Sapon to organize human history and extracted element from human genes that induce a subconscious sense of familiarity. Looking at those words, its brainwaves couldn't help but jump. Reproduction, bloodline, wealth, power. Truly a lowly and disgusting species. It shook its head and began to modify the droplets according to the leader's request. Regarding what happened 2 light years away, Su Zhe was unaware. At that moment, he had already implanted his shadow in the hearts of Zhang Beihai and the others. If anyone has any questions, they can raise them now. In the image, Su Zhe smiled very amicably. However, for some reason, everyone felt a sense of awe. A change in this smile that only Zhang Beihai noticed. Yet he did not voice it, as he subconsciously felt that this was normal. After all, this was an incredibly mysterious wall facer, and feeling awe towards him was also normal. However, his thoughts did not change. He quickly posed his question, "Wall facer, as you mentioned, we are the first mobile task force belonging to the current human civilization. According to your previous explanation, our duty should be to contain those strange things. However, we have no prior experience. Will that mysterious containment organization provide us with training?" Su Zhe was taken aback after hearing this. He had indeed considered this question, but currently, there were no suitable instructors available to train this new unit. After all, each mobile task force specializes in different fields, and the only nine-tailed fox task force he had was the elite among elites. Their training intensity was something these newcomers could not bear. After thinking for a long time, Su Zhe's expression shifted, and he spoke to everyone. "I will personally train you. Chapter 35 is the next containment object, 096. After Su Zhe said this, everyone, including Zhang Beihai, took a while to come back to their senses from their shock. Wu Yu stared incredulously at the young man on the screen, unable to believe that he suggested they train him, not to mention their military ranks. Even the general position of Chang Weici had few who dared to train him. But soon he felt relieved. "Well, you are indeed the strongest wall facer at present, so you have that qualification. Moreover, this person likely trained in that containment organization for a long time before becoming a wall facer." Thinking of this, Wu Yu couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. He originally thought his knowledge was broad enough, but compared to Su Zhe, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. The Foundation, containment objects, mobile task forces. If Su Zhe hadn't revealed these things, they might never have known about them in their lifetime. He subconsciously glanced at Zhang Beihai, only to find that this man, who always seemed shrouded in mystery, wore the same expression. "Even you are shocked by these matters?" He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Su Zhe, who was in a secret shelter, observed the expressions of everyone through the communication device and knew that his previous statement had a significant impact on these individuals of great merit. He immediately comforted them. "You don't need to feel this way. I can only train you in containment. In other aspects, you all are my teachers." Hearing Su Zhe's humility, everyone was taken aback, and admiration appeared in their eyes. Even their inner grievances dissipated considerably. No wonder he could become a wall facer. The expression on his face when he said he would train them was very natural, which indicated that he truly had confidence in his abilities. Therefore, there was no need for him to overthink it. As a popular saying online goes, a true master always maintains an apprentice's heart. Zhang Beihai was very willing to have someone lead him forward, so he would have to think too much. "Captain Zhang Beihai, do you have any questions?" At this moment, Su Zhe's words interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing Su Zhe personally call him out, the others couldn't help but cast surprised glances at Zhang Beihai. Even Zhang Beihai himself was a bit confused, not understanding why Su Zhe, whom he met for the first time, would place such importance on him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and shook his head, not at the moment. Upon hearing such a stiff response, Su Zhe couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder he was a man with a mental stamp. His entire way of behaving was like a precision machine. He cleared his throat lightly. "Very well. Since none of you have any questions, this meeting will conclude here. Please take a good rest. And I hope everyone will be in the best spirit for tomorrow morning's commissioning ceremony. I want my soldiers to be elite." All right. Hearing this, the group of veterans who had all served as instructors had somewhat strange expressions. After the meeting was adjourned, a naval rear admiral smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to experience the feeling of just joining the military at my age. Wu Yu picked up the conversation. Who isn't? But this wall facer is indeed impressive, able to teach us who are like blank slates in containment. Chang Weici coughed lightly. I haven't even spoken yet, and you guys are already sighing. Everyone felt awkward, realizing they had forgotten that there was a true big shot present. Chang Weici straightened his sleeves and then stood up with a determined gaze. To eliminate the Trisolarans and defend humanity, it is our unshirkable duty. Let us work hard together. Together, everyone shouted in unison. Many years later, when the era of cosmic navigation began, they would always remember that ordinary afternoon. The moment the Yin Huang Mobile Task Force was established. After ending the call, Su Zhe let out a long breath, completely relaxing. He and T felt it during the call, but now that the conversation was over, he realized he had just been speaking to a group of formidable people, including a rear admiral and a fierce character known as the father of humanity by Trisolaran fans, Zhang Beihai. Being able to speak those words so smoothly and without reservation felt like a miracle to him. He never expected to have a day where he could teach the big shots. A similar expression appeared on his face. Just like the others on the other side of the meeting, there's no way for people to feel how brave they truly are in the moment of courage. Only when they step down from the spotlight can they realize how exceptional they were at that time. Ahem, this only applies to ordinary people. If you're Luo Ji or Zhang Beihai, they always know what they are doing and understand what their next steps will be. Getting sidetracked. After calming down a bit, Su Zhe began to consider the next containment object that needed to be announced. This time, although he successfully gained the ability of Supreme Divinity, the cost was the entire island nation. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't lamenting the island nation, but rather marveling at the high price. If it weren't for 3,125 being easy to target and the superhuman operations of the reverse meme group, human civilization would have already been extinct. If he had to metaphorically describe his last announcement, it could be understood as him personally lifting the butcher's knife directed at human civilization. Then, he merely peeled off a piece of dead skin from the sole of his foot. It's crude but true. In short, he was just a little short of becoming the sinner who would destroy humanity. Therefore, until he had accumulated enough strength to confront the next divine containment object, he would never announce similar containment objects again. But that didn't mean he would retreat like a coward and hide underground. He would still choose those containment objects with strong abilities but low harm, such as ACP-096, the shy guy. Su Zhe softly uttered a code, and well, no face, just a tall, pale, skeletal creature appeared in his mind. With the help of the system, brief information related to it surfaced in his mind. ACP-096, name, shy guy, hazard level, safe normal. Although it is only safe level, almost no one can guarantee a win against this guy in a one-on-one fight. Super speed, precise tracking, immortality. Any one of these abilities in an ordinary person could make them a national hero. This is the power of 096. The reason it is classified as safe is only because it can only kill one person at a time. Otherwise, with such abilities, it could easily be raised to Euclid, city-destroying, level, or even Keter, nation-destroying, level. Just thinking about 096's incredible abilities made Su Zhe drool. Moreover, more importantly, 096 could be used as a powerful weapon to eliminate enemies. It was simply Su Zhe's dream object. Chapter 36, the first containment team belonging to original humanity. 096. In a small room, Su Zhe murmured this code name. As one of the most famous containment objects in the Foundation, Su Zhe both feared and loved it. It roars, looks like a tall skeleton, and kills anyone who sees its face. This thing, aside from having a physical form, is almost indistinguishable from a ghost. Whoever can harness it will have the most elite killer. But the most difficult part is the inability to contain it specifically. Su Zhe had once read an experiment written by an online user, where a mobile task force equipped with AI shielding glasses made by a level C researcher attempted to capture 096. But the result was total annihilation. That level C researcher was directly apprehended for questioning, and even the O5 Council took notice of him. However, upon investigation, it turned out that the AI glasses made by this researcher were perfectly fine, They could recognize and automatically pixelate 096 face. Yet that task force still faced total destruction. Why was that? For a long time, the investigation made no progress. It was only after finding a photo from one of the team members at the scene that they discovered 096 only needed to see some pixel points of its face to lock onto the target. The team members had experienced a slight delay with the AI glasses, causing some parts of 096 face to be caught by the naked eye, leading to their total destruction. Just from the description, it's clear that this is an extremely tricky containment object. But that does not diminish Su Zhe's affection for it. Its capabilities are simply too suitable for him, especially that immortality. Although it can't compare to the immortal body of the Elder version, it's still quite overpowered. If he could possess 096 abilities, unless faced with a dimensional strike of the level of a two-dimensional foil, no one would be able to kill him. For someone like Su Zhe, who needs to develop cautiously in the early stages, it's simply a perfect match. The problem is how to contain it. Facing 096, Su Zhe felt it was more challenging than summoning the Supreme Divinity last time. He pressed his temples and said with a headache, "It seems I can only discuss this tomorrow." He took a deep breath, preparing to rest early. A balance between work and rest is the way to go. The next day, at exactly 8 in the morning, the Dragon Kingdom's official news released a blockbuster announcement. The first mobile task force of humanity, Yanhuang, will be established in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as this news broke, the world was shaken. Domestic discussions skyrocketed. Jibo Chong, Rabbit, are you serious? Did you really take what that wall facer said to heart? Yi Shi San Lang. Dude, are you new to the internet? The last time the official testified, you still didn't believe it? Wuchi Viang J. Yeah. And I heard that the current blockade of the island nation is because of Su Zhe. Jian Kai Wang Gu AAA. This kid is impressive. He took down the small island nation directly. Xin Shi Jetta Shun. I feel Su Zhe can totally go solo now. The other 4 wall facers can prepare to retire. Ipe Bing Mei Shi. Hey, your attitude wasn't like this before, although Su Zhe is indeed amazing. Hua Kai Fu Gue, strange. I clearly disliked this person before, but now I find him more and more likable. Due to the previous apology statement, the Dragon Kingdom's populace did not resist this announcement. In fact, they developed a lot of goodwill towards Su Zhe. One can only say that the capabilities of containment objects are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, some foreign media websites were frantically deleting comments. Korean netizen. The Dragon Kingdom truly deserves to be our former suzerain. Every decision is so perfect. Eagle netizen. This is the real sun never sets. Greatness needs no words. American netizen 1. Have you all gone mad? This is the evil Dragon Kingdom. Why are you praising it so much? India netizen. Shut up. Your words reek of jealousy. The Dragon Kingdom praises you as the world's #1. And you actually believe it? American netizen 2. Sorry, that's my elderly father with dementia. I'm going to stop him with an axe right now. Filipino monkey netizen. That's more like it. Wait, an axe? In short, due to that statement, the foreign comment sections that should have been filled with mockery were completely overwhelmed. Even because of the conflict in discourse, numerous violent incidents occurred. The comment section of the famous AAC newspaper was even closed due to a sudden influx of loyal Dragon Kingdom supporters. But such websites are few, and most sites even pinned various praises of the Dragon Kingdom at the top. It's still the same saying. In the face of the bizarre abilities of containment objects, humanity is no better than a bug. Kyoto. Su Zhe sat in a fully armored vehicle, constantly refreshing his phone. Through the information online, he could quickly sense how significant the impact of the previous contaminated apology statement was. The U.S. president was urgently replaced, with the former vice president taking over. The Eagle Queen suddenly passed away, and the old prince finally ascended the throne. India suddenly announced the establishment of a new capital. Watching one blockbuster international news after another being overshadowed by this new notification from the Dragon Kingdom, Su Zhe had a rough idea in his mind. Although some people had already sensed the pollution this time, they had no evidence, and fearing it might cause panic, naturally, there was no publicity. Unfortunately, they could block it once, but could they block it a second time? In the future, All communication channels from the Dragon Kingdom would carry his pollution. No, to be precise, it would be a rendering. Just in time to complement the Daitong rendering plan that passed yesterday. The establishment of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance is just around the corner. A smile crept onto Suze's lips. Soon after, the vehicle came to a steady stop at a secret parking lot. Accompanied by a special forces escort, Suze arrived at the backstage of the Kyoto Sports Stadium. There, a group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom and members of the Yanhuang Task Force were already waiting. The wall facer has arrived. It's Suze. Upon seeing Suze, this group of usually calm and composed bigwigs were visibly moved, beginning to whisper among themselves. Mr. Wall Facer, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, walked over with great spirit to shake hands with Suze. Suze smiled and greeted, "You all arrived quite early. It seems you take the establishment of this team very seriously." The elder chuckled. "How can we not take it seriously? After all, this is our first containment team." As he spoke, he lowered his voice and asked, "Wall Facer, I want to inquire, if this team successfully contains some objects, can we conduct some special research while ensuring safety?" Chapter 37. I am Suze. An ordinary person. Suze was taken aback for a moment, then understood what the other party meant. It seemed that the Dragon Kingdom's officials also wanted to harness the miraculous abilities of the containment objects. He thoughtfully looked at Zhang Beihai and the others not far away. Although he had established the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force ostensibly for the human civilization here, it also contained his own selfish motives. Currently, he only had one nine-tailed fox at his disposal, and he couldn't just exploit it without restraint. Thus, Suze conceived the idea of creating a containment team independent of the Containment Association. The products of containment would definitely be for his own use. After all, with the Dragon Kingdom's current technology, perfect utilization was impossible. Only in his hands could those containment objects maximize their potential. However, when he saw the old man's eyes filled with a hint of pleading, his heart trembled slightly. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom had helped him so much during this time, while the help he provided was merely some low-level black technology shared by the Containment Association. Moreover, he recognized himself as a genuine citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. So, Suze took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "If I don't need to use it, some non-dangerous research can be conducted." The old man breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, he heard Suze continue. "But every experiment must be applied for a week in advance, and can only begin after my approval. If this rule is violated, I'm afraid I will have to take it back." The old man hurriedly nodded. "Of course, we are quite inexperienced in the research of containment objects, so we will rely heavily on you." Seeing this, Suze couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. "You don't have to say that. I'm also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The era of begging is over." The old man was stunned. His eyes were a bit moist as he kept patting Suze's shoulder. "Yes, good child, the era of begging is over." From the strength of his pat, Suze could feel how excited this devoted elder of the Dragon Kingdom was at that moment. Suze glanced at his watch. "All right, it's almost time. We can begin the promotion ceremony." The old man quickly composed himself, his face regaining a stern and serious expression. "Yes, please promote this group of children personally. Stand up, those who refuse to bow their heads." To the sound of exhilarating music under the red curtain, figures dressed in black military uniforms walked onto the stage one by one. Each time someone stepped up, their resumes would be displayed on the big screen behind them. Each one was an elite from various units. Netizens watching this scene gasped in amazement. "Little sleepyhead. Wow, these soldiers are so charismatic and handsome. A passing knight. I think their military uniforms are cool. The black base gives off a solemn vibe. And the white emblem in front really has a starry feel to it. No, father, no, King Little C. I agree with the above. This is the most visually appealing uniform I've ever seen. It outshines high-end brands both domestically and internationally. Endure a bit more. You all are missing the point. The most impressive part is their resumes. International Special Forces Championship winners, captains of 3 aircraft carriers, rushing into a fire scene alone to rescue a whole class of students. Each point makes them seem like gods of war. Life is full of passion. Worship cannot describe my feelings right now. What kind of unit is this? Indeed, what kind of unit could make every member's resume so dazzling? Soon, Su Zhe would reveal the answer. After all 13 team members stood neatly on the stage, Su Zhe, who was responsible for the promotions, slowly walked onto the stage. The big screen also displayed his resume in real time. His resume was very simple, with only 3 big characters, wall facers. At this great moment, no words were needed. After this period of promotional efforts and the assistance of the Trisolaran intelligence, almost everyone knew that Su Zhe was currently the strongest wall facer. Some well-meaning individuals even thought that Su Zhe should have a different title, not wall facer, but sword bearer. Fate is always so dramatic. Because of Su Zhe, the title sword bearer actually appeared 200 years earlier. During the promotion ceremony, Su Zhe first stood in front of Zhang Beihai, whom he personally appointed. It must be said that although most of the time people rely on their clothes, there are always some individuals who make the clothes rely on the person. Zhang Beihai was a great example. The Yanwang team uniform worn by him, combined with his demeanor, was like a black sword piercing the clouds. Captain Zhang Beihai of the Yanwang team, he suddenly shouted. Zhang Beihai's gaze sharpened as he saluted with a standard gesture, reporting. Su Zhe picked up a Yanwang team insignia and placed it on Zhang Beihai's shoulder. He said solemnly, as the wall facer, I hereby confer upon you the rank of captain of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. May you ignite the cosmic sea like the first spark of humanity. Zhang Beihai's expression was solemn. Rest assured, nation and people, I will always carry this mission. In such a solemn occasion, even though he wasn't good with words, he managed to squeeze out a few dignified phrases. After hesitating for a moment, Su Zhe reached out and patted his shoulder, whispering, I'm counting on you. Then, amidst Zhang Beihai's astonished gaze, he went on to promote the next General Chang Weisi. For the subsequent promotions, he didn't say as many formalities, but kept savoring the feeling of patting Zhang Beihai's shoulder. Damn it, is there anything more satisfying than patting the shoulder of your idol and succeeding in showing off? It's even more comfortable than avoiding responsibility. Ahem, getting sidetracked. Back to the main topic. After the promotion ceremony was completed, Su Zhe and the entire Yanwang Mobile Task Force faced the rising sun and a national flag. The sun cast its rays on their shoulders, illuminating the golden military insignia. Su Zhe. Su Zhe led everyone in raising their fists. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, as a wall facer of humanity, I hereby announce to all humanity, the first mobile task force belonging to human civilization and history, codenamed Yanhuang, is hereby established. From now on, we will carry the torch of humanity forward, walking our own path. Their voices were powerful and resilient, although the lines were somewhat awkward. Under the gaze of 100,000 spectators on-site and hundreds of millions worldwide, Su Zhe and his team felt an unprecedented surge of passion. A man should be like this, especially Su Zhe, who had endured so much criticism and pressure during this time. At this moment, he finally vented the negative emotions in his heart through these words. I am a wall facer of humanity. I am a member of the O5 Council of the Containment Association. I am the light of humanity. My name is Su Zhe, an ordinary and unremarkable person. Chapter 38, the third containment object I'm going to announce is the I-Bean. Major online platforms in the country have sent Dragon Kingdom netizens into a frenzy over this live broadcast. An apple. Boo-hoo, I don't know why, but I really want to cry. A handful of snow by the lake. Hey, I feel the same. I inexplicably read a line of poetry from these people. Dear, I'm home. What poetry? Take me home. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. 30 achievements reduced to dust and earth. Strongly, damn you netizens. Your names and what you say made a 300-pound man cry like an elementary school student. Su Zhe is my fall. Suddenly want to change my username. XL. The shame of Jing Kong has yet to be avenged. L. When will the minister's hatred be extinguished? Lauda. You guys are reciting poetry here. Stop the nonsense. I want to see rivers of blood. I have to say, when a country is in a period of rise, every moment is truly exhilarating and happy. For example, abroad, with eagles. Fuck, I said. This is the damn empire where the sun never sets. Translate, Translate. What is meant by the empire where the sun never sets? This is exactly what the empire where the sun never sets is. You guys are crazy. This is an evil country. Crazy is you really narrow-minded. Afraid to admit the strength of others. Asan, should we establish a new regime? No need, rather than fleeing all the way. It's better to return to the Mother-S embrace. Makes sense, since ancient times, we Sana have always been a part of the Dragon Kingdom's Yellow River. No. How can our little broken river fed by germs compare to the great holy water country? I just came out, and the world has changed. Why do you all worship the Dragon Kingdom so much? Dear friend, open the door. We have come to bring you warmth. The United States. The Bible has long recorded that we are the descendants of the Dragon Kingdom who fled to America. Yes, our goddess statue also holds the Dragon Kingdom's Yin Huang totem. God, have you all been possessed by demons? Why are your words so terrifying? Bitch, shut up. Do not blaspheme the name of my Lord. Perhaps even Su Zhe himself did not expect that the rendering plan he initiated would subtly mold foreign netizens into a new sect. Its faith is as deep as that of a certain someone who loves to make big fireworks, even surpassing it. However, this is temporarily unrelated to Su Zhe, as his attention is focused on the Kyoto Stadium at this moment. Wow. Amidst the earth-shattering cheers and applause, the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force led by Zhang Beihai walked down from the stage. But Su Zhe remained on stage because today, he still wanted to take this opportunity to announce the third containment object. The big shots at the side stage were clearly well prepared, and with just a gesture from Su Zhe, the music gradually came to a halt. Even the atmosphere at the scene began to calm down. Within just a few minutes, the stadium of over 100,000 people fell silent, which would have been a miracle in the past. Still the same saying, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are always one of the most united nations in the world. Ahem. Su Zhe habitually cleared his throat. Then he looked straight ahead, his expression becoming serious. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to personally confer ranks to the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force and hope they can shoulder their missions and forge ahead. I won't say much in pleasantries. Now let's get to the point. Today, I will still announce to the world and the identity of the wall facers that I will. He paused and announced in a more elevated voice. Announced the third containment object. While the audience was in an uproar, everyone looked shocked, unable to believe that the third containment object would be announced so soon. The massive stadium was instantly filled with chattering discussions. It hasn't even been a week since the last announcement, and now the third one is coming so quickly? Wait, doesn't this mean that the last containment object has been contained? That was an object that could destroy all of human civilization. Sure, I have an insider tip. I heard this time the containment object was contained by the Trisolarians, right on the island nation. What? Is it really like this? Then why do we send troops to? Got intercepted. So that's it. Damn Trisolarians, I'll curse your ancestors. Bro, what a true sentiment. But why are you posing like that? A middle-aged man with sunglasses, one hand up and one hand down, awkwardly touched his face. Sorry, I was used to taking off. Everyone's reaction was within Su Zhe's expectations, and he gave them time to adjust. After the audience's emotions calmed down, he began to announce the third containment object clearly and enunciated each word. Please listen carefully. Here is the information for the third containment object. Project number, ACP-131, containment object name, I-Bean security level, AIF ordinary, project description. ACP-131 is a unique and mysterious organism with a blue eye embedded in its center, presenting a teardrop shape. ACP-131 is divided into two parts. ACP-131A appears fiery orange, while ACP-131B is mustard yellow. Their bottoms are equipped with wheel-like protrusions, giving them incredible mobility, allowing them to move over 60 meters in just a few seconds. Despite this, ACP-131 lacks a braking system, which often leads them to get into various amusing or even spectacular situations due to their excessive speed. Additionally, they also exhibit the ability to climb vertical surfaces. Unfortunately, this has led them to get lost in vents multiple times. ACP-131 seems to possess the intelligence of a house cat and is very curious. In most cases, they simply roll around in the facility observe the staff at work, and peek at other AIF-level ACPs. They seem to communicate with each other through a sharp squeaking sound that humans cannot understand. Notably, despite long-term observation, ACP-131 has never been seen to blink, even in continuous 18-hour laboratory recordings. ACP-131 shows a friendly response to any emotional expressions directed towards them, quickly approaching those who express emotions. A closeness reminiscent of a puppy's relationship with humans. They will closely follow anyone or anything that establishes a close relationship with them, even daring to enter areas usually restricted. Although they are highly curious, ACP-131 can perceive dangers around them. Once they feel that a person or object they are close to begins to interact with something they consider dangerous, such as Euclid or Keto-level projects, they will emit panic squeaks around the feet or corresponding limbs of the person or object as if giving a warning. Given that I-19 staff face the dangers of handling Euclid and Keter-level projects daily, it is recommended that staff avoid attempting to establish overly close relationships with ACP-131 to prevent distractions during work or experiments that require high concentration, which may even put ACP-131 itself in danger. See Appendix 131-1. If ACP-131 is ignored by its designated close object for an extended period, they will ultimately lose interest and return to normal activities. It is worth noting that ACP-131 does not require any real maintenance or care from the staff. They do not eat, do not excrete, and do not even sleep. This seems to indicate that what they truly need is visual stimulation, although further research is required to confirm this. ACP-131A and ACP-131B were discovered in a cornfield outside in 2019 and were subsequently rapidly transported to IT-19 via data deleted. After determining that they posed no malicious intent and would not spread what they observed to any hostile forces, their security level was downgraded to AIF, allowing them to move freely throughout the site. Chapter 39, What Can This Thing Do? After saying so much in one breath, Suze felt a bit dry in his mouth. He paused for a moment before continuing. The above is all the information about the third containment object. I urge every human citizen who has noticed this to immediately contact the Yin Huang Mobile Task Force. The contact information is silence. It was nothing but silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Since Suze hadn't informed them in advance, the group of Dragon Kingdom bigwigs at the side table were all stunned. Beans? The objects they noticed would be Mo to them, and there is no danger? Are you sure this is a containment object and not a pet? Or is this just a containment object that is like a pet? Everyone was secretly exclaiming, what the heck? The last containment object you announced was apocalyptic level, and now you're bringing out a pet level? Playing contrast with everyone, Faced with the new containment object announced by Suze, everyone really didn't know how to evaluate it, until the special guest at the scene, the wall-faced Logic, tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked the soul-searching question, Suze, what is the meaning of the existence of this thing? Yes, they really couldn't think of why such an existence could be classified as a containment object. If we're talking about being cute from the description of its appearance, it's hard to feel where its cuteness lies. Maybe just grabbing a small mutt from the Panhong district would be cuter than these two things you described. So, why are they appearing among the containment objects? In the face of everyone's doubts, Suze smiled confidently. He had been waiting for them to ask him. Don't get me wrong, it's not their appearance that is cute, but their abilities, and until you witness it with your own eyes, you may never believe how cute a containment object can be. I can clearly tell you here that their cuteness can even affect other containment objects. Suze's eyes sparkled, and he appeared even more excited than during the awarding ceremony. Coincidentally, the third containment object he was initially going to announce was not the I-Beans, but 096. However, for some reason, perhaps because of thinking about it during the day and dreaming about it at night, he had a rare dream last night. In a pitch-black space, Suze was awakened by a scream. Then he saw a photo stuck to his forehead, and his eyes were just staring at a ghostly face with a wide-open, bloody mouth. Just at the first glance, Suze realized, who the hell stuck the 096 photo on my face? Then, He heard heavy footsteps behind him. Suddenly turning around, he saw a tall, white-haired woman. A ghost. This is your 096 coming. Without thinking, Suze directly bolted. At the same time, he began to use the ACP ability he had obtained earlier. And then the classic scene occurred. He had no abilities left. Damn it, am I playing a market trade? When the toxic plot from the novel happened to him, Suze finally felt what it meant to have the author's resentment. Thud. Another classic stone-tripping blood plot. Suze fell flat on his face. Am I going to die halfway through my entrepreneurial journey? As the roar and footsteps behind him grew closer, Suze began to see the lights flashing before his eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, two little things appeared in the darkness ahead, one yellow and one orange. They made squeaky sounds, their big eyes blinking, and just at first glance, they melted Suze's heart. Even the approaching footsteps and roars behind him quieted down and eventually stopped. In the last second before waking up, Suze seemed to see that the white-haired woman picked up those two little things. After waking up, the first thing Suze did was to check the information about those two little things through the system. As a result, he indeed found it. It was the I-beans. After reading the relevant description and the images from his dream, Suze's original distress about how to contain 096 was instantly resolved. Thus, the scene on the following day was created. Returning to the present, Suze looked at the Dragon Kingdom bigwigs at the scene who were all wearing expressions of disbelief. Feeling very pleased. Is there anything more satisfying than seeing others with the same expression as yourself? Logic looked at Suze on stage with a complex expression. Suddenly feeling like a high-cold academic from another family had unexpectedly started playing with a trendy meme. Such a contrast. However, since the other party's previous two announced containment objects had successfully arrived, he had to believe that this time the other party was not joking. So, what kind of existence is such a containment object? The elder of the Dragon Kingdom was also furrowing his brows tightly, not knowing what the role of the containment object announced by Suze this time was. Can it melt other containment objects? But would this affect those containment objects that possess the power to destroy nations or even humanity? Moreover, from the classification level, such a low level would probably only affect containment objects of similar strength, right? What on earth can this thing do? This was not only the thought of the elder of the Dragon Kingdom and Logic, but also the thought of many people watching this live broadcast. Chapter 40. Have they all lost containment? Not eating bunny. Wow. Suddenly turning into such a normal containment object sounds pretty good. That year, 18-year-old wife calling mom. Compared to the previously announced containment objects, isn't this one the abnormal one? Abnormal Human Research Institute. The differences between people are greatly manifested in these two. King of the Furnace. Isn't this a good thing? A non-harmful containment object. I really want to keep one. Ordinary person. Haha. It really sounds non-harmful if I encounter one. I would just hug it. Wind blowing through the treetops. I'm done. Can the lame jokes just stop? Nickname violating regulations. To be honest, this matter is indeed quite good. The good point being that it is indeed a rather good thing. Destined for gold. Which little leader is this? Take it back yourself. From the comments online, it is not hard to see that everyone has shown an entertaining attitude towards the announcement of this containment object. After all, who would care about two containment objects that can only be cute? This is exactly the effect Suze wanted. The more people ignore the role of the I-beans, the easier it will be for him to obtain this thing. Ahem. As usual, he cleared his throat and continued. Next, I will talk about the containment measures for the I-beans. Everyone immediately stopped discussing and perked up their ears to listen. Although this thing sounds non-threatening, it is still a containment object and should be taken seriously. Then, they heard Suze say, ACP 131A and ACP 131B do not require special safety precautions. Everyone, if they had to use an emoji to describe their feelings at this moment, it would definitely be that of a speechless child. They originally thought Suze was going to pull a big move, but instead, he just dropped a huge bomb. This was simply outrageous. At this moment, the mysterious wall facer's filter in everyone's minds about Suze completely shattered. They never expected this person to be such a wall facer. But it's okay. Soon Suze would once again pick up the filter in a more mysterious manner and even add bulletproof glass to it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Suze smirked mischievously. Doing this not only alleviated everyone's fear of ACP, but also relieved the pressure in his heart. In his previous life, he was just a reserved office worker. So releasing some of his nature now wasn't bad. He continued, as long as they do not attempt to breach the restricted area or leave the facility, they can move freely within IT-19. Although informal contact with 131 is allowed, it is recommended to minimize contact to prevent 131 from developing emotional dependence on personnel. Monitoring of 131 should be conducted without interruption every hour. If their location is not recorded, a Level 1 lockdown procedure will be triggered immediately. Any reports of abuse or mistreatment of 131 will be dealt with severely. Hearing this, the faces of the senior officials in the Dragon Kingdom eased a bit. Finally, they heard something useful. If Suze continued to act like a fool, they would start to suspect that he had been brainwashed by some special containment object. At this moment, Suze also slowly reined in his smile and said seriously, "Now I have a little story to share with everyone." Although his words were more frivolous, everyone could sense the seriousness in his tone. Immediately, their hearts trembled, and they sat up straight, ready to listen. Suze's expression turned serious as he said, "In an incident that occurred in ACP, 131 followed a cleaner who was cleaning the containment area of ACP 173. Despite trying to alert the cleaner as usual, their warnings were ignored. Subsequently, 131 rushed into the containment area. After entering the containment area, the staff noticed ACP 131 squatting in front of ACP 173, staring at it intently, as if it had realized that ACP 173 only moves when not being observed. The cleaner ignored the presence of 131 and continued with the standard cleaning procedure every 2 weeks. When the cleaner left, 131 also slowly backed away and rolled out of the containment area, its gaze never leaving ACP 173. Currently, we are considering using ACP 131A and ACP 131B as guards for ACP 173 and other ACPs that may require continuous observation, such as ACP 682. After hearing this little story, everyone was shocked. It wasn't because 131 could perceive danger and protect humans that they were shocked, but rather the revelation of a strange containment object, ACP 173. Of course, there was also the fact that in Suze's little story, the containment organization seemed to have already contained these two containment objects. This was something he had never mentioned to them before. What type of containment object is ACP 173? How do the I-beings get contained together with it? Since it is contained, why announce it? Various doubts intertwined in everyone's hearts, and eventually, under the urging of the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom, the tool. Oh no, Wallfacer Luoji became everyone's spokesperson again. He stood up and nervously asked the first question. "Mr. Suze, what kind of containment object is 173 that you just mentioned?" Suze had already anticipated that they would ask this, and immediately replied, "This is currently confidential. I will naturally announce it when the time is right." Luo Ji and the others nodded, clearly knowing that the hope for this matter was slim. Soon, he threw out the second question. "Mr. Suze, if the containment object you just mentioned is in a contained state, then why announce it?" Suze slightly nodded, giving an appreciative look at this question. "Good question, but this question is very simple. The biggest reason we announce contained objects is that they have all lost containment." As soon as this answer came out, even though everyone already had their guesses in their hearts, they couldn't help but be shocked. All lost containment? My God! Even such a powerful containment organization could have a day when everyone loses containment? No wonder Suze suddenly became a wall facer and suddenly announced the existence of containment objects and the containment organization. Everything makes sense now. Incredible. I was wondering why there was no news before. It turns out we were always being protected. A solitary hero, a true solitary hero. Stop talking if you keep talking. I'm really going to cry. Who cannot cry at this? All lost containment, Luo Ji murmured. He couldn't believe that the containment organization, which had always seemed powerful and mysterious in his eyes, could also have a day when everyone lost containment. Then does that mean? Realizing this, Luo Ji's pupils suddenly widened, and he immediately asked, So does that mean there are unimaginable containment objects hidden all over the world? Suze certainly wouldn't deny it. He had meaning behind all questions. He nodded and said, "You guessed it, but there's no need to worry. The containment organization will always keep an eye on every impending containment object. And I am responsible for announcing information about the impending containment objects. So everyone doesn't need to panic." As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a bit relieved. No wonder Suze became a wall facer. It turns out the containment organization behind him needed a spokesperson who could come to the forefront. This all made sense. However, no one dared to underestimate Suze because this young man being able to step into the spotlight was already a recognition of his abilities. Suze couldn't help but secretly chuckle at the expressions of the big shots. He wondered how they would react if he told them that he was actually the creator of the containment organization. However, this wasn't the time for jokes, as Suze could clearly see from the system panel that the trust level for ACP-131's I-beam had skyrocketed. It could descend successfully at any moment. After pondering for a moment, Suze suddenly announced, "All right, everyone, if you find any traces of it, please contact the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force immediately. The awarding ceremony is over, and you may leave now." With that, he was the first to step down from the stage, leaving the crowd below exchanging glances. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom was the first to realize something was off. His expression shifted slightly as he waved his hand to instruct the agents responsible for maintaining order to disperse the gathering. He then personally stood up, walked to Suze, and asked in a low voice, "Suze, has the I-beam descended?" Chapter 41. To Shanghu City, Chengxin. Suze took a sip of water and then nodded slightly. "That's right. The news just received from the containment committee is that they have discovered the trace of the I-beam." The old man from Longwa's expression changed slightly as he realized. "So you want to let them go for containment?" He pointed to Zhang Beihai and others not far away. Suze smiled and nodded. "As expected of you, you guessed it right away." The old man from Longwa became excited instantly, tightly grasping Suze's hands. "There's no time to waste. Let's prepare quickly." Suze smiled slightly. "No need. We can let them start moving now." The old man from Longwa was puzzled. Had the exact location of the I-beam been confirmed? Suze tapped his ear microphone and reported a place with shining eyes. Shanghu City, Aerospace Technology Research Institute. The old man from Longwa was stunned. How could it appear there? Suze revealed a mysterious smile. "That's a secret and part of the plan. Just now, a keen girl called the official contact of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, which is actually the contact of the containment committee. Thus, he learned the location of the I-beam and the name of that keen girl. Chengxin." Suze instinctively licked his lips, his gaze falling on Zhang Beihai not far away. Could it be that these two characters, who never met in the original work, would meet ahead of time because of him? For some reason, he felt a bit of anticipation for that scene. One is Chengxin, known as the mother of humanity, and the other is Zhang Beihai, revered as the father of humanity. Would there be some interesting collisions between mother and father? Well, this somewhat ruins the original work. I shouldn't imagine it. Suze shook his head, throwing those chaotic thoughts aside. He became serious. "Please give the order with me to let this newly formed team fly to Shanghu." The old man from Longwa was eager to have his side's containment team take action and immediately signed the order document. Not long after, the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, which had just been established for less than an hour, boarded the plane heading to Shanghu, where they would be under Suze's full command to contain the two cute little creatures. Shanghu City, Aerospace Technology Research Institute. In Group B's research room, Chengxin and several other intern girls looked at the two little creatures in front of them with affectionate smiles. These two little things, with one large dark blue eye, were especially adorable, instantly capturing the hearts of many girls at first glance. The yellow-eyed being looked at the intelligent beauties in front of it, spinning its eyes playfully as if teasing them. This scene melted everyone's hearts in an instant. "Chengxin, you shouldn't have notified them so quickly. These two little guys are really cute." One girl with glasses and a proud figure couldn't help but reach out to touch them. However, the yellow-eyed being skillfully dodged, seemingly not liking to be touched for the moment. "Let's not touch them yet, to prevent any unexpected incidents. We should wait for the professionals to handle it." Unlike her colleagues, who were caught up in the cuteness, Chengxin appeared very rational. Perhaps she hadn't awakened her mother spirit yet. What professionals? Aren't they just newly formed as well? And we can hold our own against them if we wait a bit longer. On the other side, a girl with pink hair took off the hat she had been wearing and disdainfully huffed. Facing this privileged girl from a wealthy background, Chung Xin helplessly nodded. I believe everyone will be no worse than them in the future, but for now, they're indeed more outstanding than us. This is something we have to admit. This sentence seemed to touch the pink-haired girl's sore spot, and she instantly exploded, letting out a sharp cry. What do you mean they're better than us? They just got gender benefits. If it were a female preferential society, we would have surpassed them long ago. This statement silenced the surrounding girls, akin to a Damasia's silence, instantly rendering them speechless. Oh no! It even had a bit of a clown's fear effect, scaring the two little creatures into crawling into the ventilation duct above. Everyone saw this and began to blame the pink-haired girl. Xiaodong, what are you doing? You scare them away. Xiaodong immediately retorted and shifted the blame. Why is this my fault? If it weren't for Qing Xin's big mouth, would I have said so much? Qing Xin had indeed begun to take on the form of a mother spirit and immediately started to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Everyone, please don't argue. However, she didn't realize that her words only made the pink-haired girl seem more like the villain. Green tea bitch, I've long found you unpleasant. Can you just roll out of here already? Who do you think you're to call Qing Xin a green tea bitch? Don't think just because your family has some background that you're invincible. I'm not afraid of you. A fierce verbal battle erupted on the scene, back and forth quite lively. Qing Xin was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, unsure of what to do, until a crisp knock on the door interrupted them. Hello, this is the Mobile Task Force. May I ask if ACP-131 is here? Chapter 42, The North Sea. Think more before that. Don't worry. I will never engage in any NTR operations. It's purely to give more screen time to the original characters. The group of women, who were in a chaotic state, immediately froze and then slowly shifted their gaze to the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force that suddenly appeared outside the door. The one who had just knocked and politely inquired was none other than the captain, Zhang Beihai. Looking at the handsome face that was half obscured by a mask, but still could not hide his good looks, a few women felt a bit dazed. So damn handsome. Ladies, it should have been your official contact before, so I'll ask again. Where is ACP-131? Seeing that the women did not respond, Zhang Beihai frowned, and his voice turned cold. Hundreds of miles away, Suze watched Zhang Beihai's actions on the screen and couldn't help but applaud. Haha, as expected. Beihai won't change his iron, will because of others' persuasion. After landing, he suddenly had the idea to test just how strong Zhang Beihai's mental fortitude was. Therefore, he reminded him in advance to be gentle with the ladies. Although Zhang Beihai's tone was stiff during the first inquiry, at least his words were polite. Yet, this second sentence instantly exposed his straight male nature. Truly a man we have high hopes for. Ugh, Suze thought to himself, unable to hold back a spit. I'm not even gay. How could I say something so weird? In the end, he could only attribute it to Zhang Beihai's overwhelming charisma. Inside the Shanghai Aerospace Technology Research Institute, the few girls, except for Chung Xin, felt that this man in front of them was somehow more masculine despite being reprimanded. The one who was the most infatuated was actually the pink-haired girl, almost drooling. However, Zhang Beihai was not just a naive young man. He frowned, slightly raised the muzzle of his gun, and said in a deep voice, I will reiterate, in the vent above. Qing Xin sensed something was wrong and immediately spoke up. Zhang Beihai raised his gun and slightly nodded to those behind him, signaling them to enter. Soon, the small research room was filled with robust members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. Hormones were overflowing. The other girls, except for Chung Xin, were almost unable to stand, completely forgetting their earlier statements about women being far superior to men. Chung Xin watched her colleague's performance, and the awkwardness on her face was almost overflowing. Ladies, were you just acting with me? Especially the pink-haired girl, who had unknowingly scooted closer to Zhang Beihai. It seemed she could fall into this man's broad chest at any moment. However, Zhang Beihai and the others were not thinking about these trivial matters. They were fully focused on listening to Suze's commands. ACP-131 can keenly sense whether the target has hostility, so you shouldn't wear any weapons or equipment. Su Zhe pointed out their mistake, and the reason he hadn't reminded them earlier was to teach them personally at this moment. Send 2 people to take away all the weapons and equipment on you. Yes. Zhang Beihai quickly locked onto the 2 strongest individuals and ordered the team to hand over their weapons and equipment to them. Throughout this process, there was no unnecessary chatter. Although they had not undergone formal training, their inherent combat readiness was already enough to allow them to enter the field or even become elite. As the 2 of them took a large pile of weapons and equipment outside, they began to wait for Su Zhe's next command. However, at that moment, the pink-haired girl, who had been secretly getting closer to Zhang Beihai, suddenly stumbled and leaned toward him. If it were an ordinary man, he might instinctively embrace her. A slightly straight man might push her away, but a true straight man would dodge and let her fall. Our comrade Zhang Beihai, however, vividly demonstrated how a muscular soldier reacts when encountering a delicate female assailant. He narrowed his eyes, slightly turned his body, and raised his left knee at a right angle, perfectly catching the pink-haired girl. Then, he lifted his elbows like knives, ready to strike her back. Beihai, think more before that. In a critical moment, Su Zhe shouted that famous line on behalf of his father. Zhang Beihai's movements immediately paused, and he then realized what he was doing. But he felt no embarrassment. He simply adjusted the bewildered pink-haired girl back to standing upright without saying a word or offering an apology. Hundreds of miles away, Su Zhe watched this scene and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If Zhang Beihai had elbowed her, the girl would certainly have suffered internal injuries at the very least. After all, Zhang Beihai was an elite soldier with over 10 years of training. That elbow strike, with over a decade of skill behind it, the pink-haired girl would definitely not be able to withstand. However, this also made Su Zhe realize that Zhang Beihai had not yet evolved to the level of a benevolent father. Otherwise, he would not have made such a move just now. Get these women out of here. They are too distracting. Successively. He had clearly seen the pink-haired girl's little actions earlier. Yes. Zhang Beihai still replied rigidly, as if he were a program machine. Subsequently, despite the pink-haired girl's strong resistance, the team members escorted the women out. Among them, Chung Xin was quite self-aware and prepared to leave on her own. But after just a few steps, she was stopped by Zhang Beihai. She looked up in surprise, meeting his deep, cold eyes. Zhang Beihai spoke in a calm tone. Now, in my capacity as the captain of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, I am issuing a mandatory summons to you. Please stay here and wait for orders. This was naturally Su Zhe's command. He felt that Chung Xin, who inherently had a nurturing quality, was very suitable for containing ACP-131. Who knows, it might yield unexpected results. Chung Xin could only obediently stand aside and wait for orders. If one ignored the fact that she would later personally destroy human civilization, she was indeed very suitable to be a decorative tool. Beautiful while also serving a floral arrangement function. Quite good. Back to the main point. Su Zhe began instructing Zhang Beihai to open the folding ladder, gently lean against the vent, and then climb up quietly. Be careful with the movements. Any slight disturbance could scare away those 2 little guys. Su Zhe's voice echoed in everyone's earpiece. They all focused intently on Zhang Beihai, who was climbing steadily, not missing any of his actions. After all, this was their first mission, and every detail was a valuable learning experience. As the one personally containing the target, Zhang Beihai appeared very relaxed. He climbed up the ladder step by step with a composed expression. On his face, there was no emotion to be seen, truly like a precision machine. Because whether he succeeded or failed, it was all the same to him. Su Zhe was watching. The members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force were watching. Chung Xin was also watching. Her expressive eyes were fixed on Zhang Beihai. Don't misunderstand. She wasn't infatuated with this man. For a true workaholic, love was the most uninteresting activity. Unfortunately, both Zhang Beihai and Chung Xin were in this stage. At this moment, Chung Xin was simply appreciating Zhang Beihai, admiring his machine-like precision and decisiveness. She sensed the aura of a kindred spirit. Su Zhe also noticed Chung Xion's gaze through the cameras on the other team members. Truly a keen nose, very perceptive, Su Zhe half complained, half praised. It seemed that there was indeed some special connection among the main characters of the original work. Perhaps his dispatch this time was also a matter of destiny. Could this be considered a type of causal containment object? Suze had a sudden whim, but he quickly cast aside this absurd idea. If that were the case, what would it be called? Just call it Bestie's spider. His gaze returned to Zhang Beihai's perspective. At this point, he had approached the ventilation opening, and as his line of sight rose, two little creatures, one yellow and one orange, appeared inside the vent. These two little things huddled together, like two kittens curled up together for warmth. Kittens? Suze inexplicably murmured to himself. He then rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly, realizing that he was still fundamentally a king of cliches. Fortunately, Zhang Beihai's personal qualities far exceeded those of his commander. Without a word, he reached out and removed the guardrail outside the ventilation opening. Suze quickly issued a command. Take out your tactical cloth bag and let them come over slowly on their own, being careful not to display any malice during the process. Chapter 43, Is This the Rhythm of Playing Pokemon? A few hours later, inside the newly established Dragon Kingdom Kyoto containment station in Kyoto, Suze met all members of the highly efficient Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. He unabashedly praised Zhang Beihai, giving the guy a hearty pat on the shoulder. Beihai, you really deserve it. Being praised by Suze, Zhang Beihai felt a bit awkward, as they had not really contributed much during this operation. It was all thanks to Suze's command and that girl named Chung Xian. But since the commander said they had merit, then they had merit. Leave the containment items to me, and later go find a theater commander to get your credits. Suze happily took the tactical cloth bag, eager to open it. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted his actions. Report, Commander. Suze looked up in surprise to find that it was Chong Wei-Si, who had already stepped down to become a team member, raising his hand. Everyone except Zhang Beihai looked at this former general with some surprise. Please speak. Suze had great respect for this voluntarily retired general. Chong Wei-Si's eyes were bright. Commander, I believe that the comrade named Chung Xian has great potential to become a team member, and I hereby apply to give her a training opportunity to join the team. As soon as he said this, everyone understood and nodded thoughtfully. What Chong Wei-Si said was very correct. During this containment mission, it was entirely reliant on Chung Xian alone in sea. Without her, they might have had to go through great trouble searching for two small trinkets in the underground pipes of Shanghai. It could be said that directly giving her a chance to become a reserve member would be justified. Chong Wei-Si was still too conservative. However, contrary to what Zhang Beihai expected, Suze actually shook his head and refused. No, she has other tasks, and don't bring this up again. Then, in front of everyone, he opened the cloth bag. Seeing this, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. There were still ventilation ducts here, and Suze's actions undoubtedly meant letting the little creatures go free. Then, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly astonished. Two little eye-beans, one orange and one yellow, bounced out. They did not run away, nor did they panic. Instead, they quietly observed their new surroundings. This isn't normal. Zhang Beihai was a bit confused, not understanding why these eye-beans were not afraid of Suze. As the commander, who personally ordered their containment, the eye-beans should be able to sense the malice emanating from Suze, right? But soon, their shock escalated even further, because Suze actually reached out to touch them. That's right, he touched them directly. The two eye-beans showed no resistance. Instead, they affectionately pressed against Suze's palm like house cats. This was something even Chung Xian couldn't achieve. Everyone was stunned. What was happening before their eyes shattered the so-called containment experience they had accumulated? What on earth was going on? Suze felt the springy texture of the eye-beans and inexplicably felt relieved. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up, only to find that all the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force were staring at him in shock. He frowned slightly. What are you all looking at me for? Hurry up and get your credits. Everyone snapped back to reality and turned to leave. In the distance, they could still hear their incredulous gasps. How'd he do that? I feel a sense of awe just seeing the commander. Why are those two little things not scared at all? Could this be the child of destiny? Upon hearing this, Suze couldn't help but secretly chuckle. Calling himself the child of destiny wasn't entirely wrong. because he did somewhat resemble a harbinger sent by heaven to save. No, more accurately, to revitalize human civilization. Human civilization, I will protect it. Commander. Just as Su Zhe was feeling pleased with himself, another voice interrupted his daydreaming. Beihai, why aren't you taking them with you? Seeing Zhang Beihai still here, Su Zhe felt a bit puzzled. Normally, this man should be the most obedient to his orders, right? Zhang Beihai's expression was complex as he voiced a question that had been hidden in his heart. I want to ask something, that is you. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly debating whether to ask. Su Zhe waved his hand boldly. Beihai, it's just the two of us now. And there's no superior-subordinate relationship for the time being, just say it. At the same time, he felt somewhat puzzled. With Zhang Beihai's character, he shouldn't be so hesitant. Receiving approval, Zhang Beihai nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and spoke. I always feel that you have some expectations of me, as if. He paused, as if you already knew what I would do and believed that I could do it. Also, your remark about thinking more today was too strange. I even suspect that you have been secretly monitoring me for a long time. Hearing Zhang Beihai ask these questions, Su Zhe was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Your mental steel stamp hasn't even been stamped by your dad, and you've already awakened on your own? Damn, you can even perceive my hidden emotions. And you still think of yourself as a containment team member? You might as well confront the Trisolaran civilization directly, although his emotions were surging inside. Su Zhe managed to hide them well. He frowned and feigned confusion. Beihai, are you influenced by the containment item? Or is the pressure too much for you? I'm not a Trisolaran. How could I possibly monitor you all the time? After hearing this, Zhang Beihai nodded, seemingly not surprised by the answer. He silently saluted and then turned to leave. Watching that resilient figure grow more distant, Su Zhe's expression was complicated, knowing that the real answer had already been grasped by this person. How terrifying. No wonder he is humanity's last sword left in space. Even under the influence of the containment item's characteristics, his intuition is so sharp. Su Zhe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, if he had faced a Zhang Beihai who wasn't affected mentally, he feared that his identity as a traveler would have been guessed. Truly clever of me. Su Zhe sighed in relief. Then his gaze fell on the two little creatures in his hand. 131A and 131B were currently staring at him with wide eyes. Although they couldn't speak, their eyes were the windows to their souls. It was clear that they were very fond of Su Zhe, even though they looked nothing alike. After pondering for a moment, Su Zhe decided to try using the characteristics of the containment items he had previously obtained to feed these two little guys. Just right. I have some overlapping abilities now. I can feed them. He opened the system panel, listing all the abilities he currently possessed. Host, Su Zhe, Supreme Divinity, 0. 1. Can be fed. Tier 2 abilities. Mental interference, mental control, can be fed. Tier 1 abilities. Distorted cognition, special space, crisis warning. Contamination spread, can be fed. Chapter 44, preparing to summon one of the three illusions, 096. Very concise, yet crystal clear. Su Zhe's gaze continuously swept over these abilities, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Mental interference, distorted cognition, and mental control are all abilities of the same type. The priority is definitely on the 2-level mental control, which is certainly stronger than interference. However, interference is also at level 2, so it can be considered to keep it as a backup. After a brief moment of thought, Su Zhe decided to discard the level I distorted cognition. System, feed distorted cognition to the I-beans. Su Zhe said decisively. Ding. Feeding successful. In the next moment, the two small objects he was holding suddenly began to twist and deform. Like clay being kneaded by an invisible large hand, they continuously changed shape. However, they quickly returned to their original state. Su Zhe's gaze fell on the two I-beans, and a line of information popped up automatically. ACP 131 AB Loyalty Current Evolution Degree 35 His Only 35 for feeding a level I. After seeing the evolution value, Su Zhe felt a bit sour. He didn't expect these inconspicuous little things to be so greedy. After feeding one level I ability, they didn't even reach half of the evolution value. No, they must evolve today. After selecting from the remaining abilities, Suze steeled his resolve and directly fed in the level 2 mental interference. Level up for me. Ding. Feeding successful. Your containment object, ACP-131, has evolved. Do you want to check the current attributes? Suze was overjoyed. Without hesitation. View. Containment object, ACP-131, AB. Level. Safe. Level 2. Loyalty. Ability. 3-level mental interference. Shared. Current evolution degree 0. Good. Suze was so excited he was speaking in tongues. This evolution was definitely worth it. Not only did it grant the I-Beans 3-level mental interference and share it with him, but it also unlocked more detailed levels of containment objects. As expected, the previous guess was correct. There are indeed differences among containment objects of the same level. Suze stroked his chin, quite pleased with himself. Ever since the first announced infinite corridor was also deemed safe, he had a similar suspicion. Now, with the system's help, this suspicion has been confirmed. After the surprise, he began to observe the changes in the two small I-Beans in his hand. Their size remained as charming and small as before, but their eyes were significantly different. They had changed from a pure, clear blue like the sky to a deep, dark blue. Suze couldn't help but wonder if they would eventually turn into Sharingan. He felt it was very possible. After all, everyone uses their eyes to cast illusions. It's quite normal for his eyes to be a bit cooler, right? Just thinking about when the Trisolarans attack, and he steps into the void, casually throwing out 2 round I-Beans with Sharingan. That feeling would be exhilarating. By the way, since I shared 3-level mental interference, can I infinitely feed them in a nesting doll fashion? Suddenly, a wonderful thought popped into Suze's mind. He immediately opened the system panel, ready to try nesting doll feeding. Then he saw this panel. Host, Suze Supreme Divinity 0. 1. Can be fed, 3-level ability. Mental interference can be fed after upgrade, 2-level ability. Mental control can be fed, a level ability. Special space, crisis warning. Spread contamination can be fed. Good grief, truly worthy of the system. It has blocked all loopholes. Suze couldn't help but complain about the system's rigor. If only he were given one opportunity to exploit this, he would definitely become a god all the way. Dog system, blocking my path to godhood. You have already paved your own death path. 2. After playing around with his childish frustrations, Suze patted the 2 little guys in his hand. He casually tossed one of them onto the ground. You 2 can wander around. Just don't leave this base. If anything happens, just ring this. Suze pointed to the small button set up on the table. Squeak, squeak. The 2 little guys bounced around, clearly understanding Suze's words. Then they chased each other off to play. Suze pressed his temples, feeling much more relaxed. His eyes sparkled with determination. He had already decided to hold the 4th press conference tomorrow. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. This time, he would summon one of the most popular 3 illusions of the ACP Foundation, 096. On the other side, after completing the credit assignment, Zhang Beihai led the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force members to a discreet small room to meet with the elder from Longhua. Although they were nominally and factually under Suze's leadership, they were still fundamentally part of the military system of Longhua. Therefore, after completing Suze's task, they naturally needed to report to the highest level. Yes, the commander personally touched those 2 containment objects in front of us, and nothing abnormal happened. Those 2 containment objects behaved very docilely, which was astonishing. Zhang Beihai reported what he saw and heard with a stern expression and steady voice. The Longhua elder and the high-ranking officials watching through the cameras were slightly moved upon hearing this. They hadn't expected that this small containment task would have so many unexpected developments. First, a Chung Xin appeared in a research institute, actively attracting 131 to jump into her arms. Then, 2 containment objects that had never seen Suze, even of different species, displayed such affection towards him. As Zhang Beihai said, it was truly baffling. Perhaps it was because he was previously affiliated with the Containment Association, and the Containment Association had just happened to contain the I-Beans. A voice from a Longhua high-ranking official came through the microphone. This thought immediately opened everyone's minds, right? How could they have forgotten this? At the previous 3rd press conference, Suze had personally acknowledged this point. But there was still one question. Who exactly is Chung Xin? Could it be that, like Suze, she was actually a member of the Containment Association. Indeed, soon a Longwa high-ranking official proposed this guess. But the next moment, Chang Weisi spoke up. We have already investigated Chang Xian's background. She is a very outstanding girl, with no trace of the Containment Association at all. The elder fell silent for a moment and then uttered a sentence. Is Su Zhe also like this? Chang Weisi's expression suddenly stiffened, realizing that the others had not spoken. Clearly having anticipated this point, the elder suddenly said, by the way, he originally wanted you to bring Chang Xian back, but then he changed his mind. Does this mean that initially he didn't know Chang Xian was one of his own and intended to absorb her into the mobile task force? But he received a notification at the last minute and changed his mind. The elder's gaze deepened. Now everything made sense. Chapter 45. Preparing for the fourth announcement. After hearing the elder's analysis, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom and the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force all looked shocked. At present, his viewpoint is logically the most perfect. Perhaps the truth is indeed as he said. The crowd suddenly became excited, feeling that the mysterious fog surrounding Su Zhe and the Containment Society had dissipated a bit. One day they would see the true face of the Containment Society. Only Zhang Beihai frowned slightly, his intuition telling him that something was amiss. However, considering that this was not something he could control and it posed no harm to humanity, he decided to let it be. Although the wall-facer had said not to worry about Chang Xian, necessary monitoring was still required. The elder suddenly said, his expression serious. However, monitoring is one thing. We only monitor her during non-private hours, and once she enters her private life, no matter how great the suspicion, we cannot continue to surveil. This is not only our bottom line, but also a respect for the Containment Society and the wall-facer. The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill in their hearts and nodded in agreement. The elder let out a long sigh, just as a certain saying goes. People tend to prefer compromise, and he felt this approach was quite balanced. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a communication request popped up on the screen in front of him. The caller ID showed Su Zhe. What could this communication be about at this time? The elder connected with some confusion and soon saw Su Zhe, who was beaming with a smile, appear on the screen. Su Zhe looked at the others in the communication window and raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying, "Oh, everyone is here. This saves me some trouble." Wallfacer. The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom were also taken aback upon seeing Su Zhe's image, but they quickly nodded in greeting. They held great respect for this man who had elevated the status of the Dragon Kingdom in human civilization by himself. The elder, as the leader, represented the senior officials and asked, "Mr. Wallfacer, may I ask why you are suddenly communicating?" Su Zhe wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Indeed, old sir. Fellow compatriots, please arrange for tomorrow's meeting immediately. I will hold the fourth meeting for all of humanity at 8 a.m. tomorrow." The elder and the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned. What? So soon for the fourth meeting? Didn't we just have the third one today? There have always been intervals before. Why is this one so urgent? Su Zhe understood their doubts and explained directly. You have seen the containment object announced today. It poses no harm and difficulty. His tone became slightly somber. In fact, what I'm going to announce is another matter. It was just postponed to the fourth meeting because we needed today's 131 to contain that item. Hearing this truth, everyone was speechless. They were shocked to find that today's announcement was a last-minute decision. The actual containment object to be announced has been delayed. Does this mean that the fourth containment object about to be announced is extremely dangerous? The elder of the Dragon Kingdom asked with a serious expression, "Mr. Wallfacer, I would like to ask whether the containment object to be announced tomorrow has the ability to destroy humanity, like the one from the island country before? If that were the case, given the current number of people who believe in the existence of containment objects, it would certainly cause great panic. The last containment object crisis was fortunately handled early. Otherwise, just the social unrest could have brought them great trouble." Su Zhe shook his head and laughed. Of course not. This time, the containment object is only of Euclid level. Oh, so it's only Euclid level. The crowd instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize something was off. Wait, it's Euclid's city-destroying level. This is an existence that can destroy a city. When did we start using this term so casually? Everyone felt a sense of dread. realizing that after experiencing the disaster of the containment object from the island country, they had begun to underestimate such levels of containment objects. This is an extremely dangerous mindset, because they have always underestimated their opponents strategically and tactically. They had almost let themselves underestimate the upcoming fourth containment object tactically. In any case, the meeting tomorrow is bound to be held, so please pay close attention. Thank you, Suze said sincerely. For humanity, the elder of the Dragon Kingdom and the senior officials did not hesitate at all. For humanity. The next morning, the Dragon Kingdom's official announcement quietly released a notice. With a concise title, Wallfacer Suze will hold the fourth containment object announcement meeting at 8 a.m. today. At first, everyone thought it was just a simple notification. Until they saw the title, they were all dumbfounded. Did I read that wrong? How long has it been since the last one started again? Hasn't even 24 hours passed. This is outrageous, folks. Are we facing the three-body crisis or the containment object crisis? Life is getting more and more interesting. This has made me more open-minded. No more worries. Let's enjoy life to the fullest. And those who want to save money can save it. Break free from the shackles of the past. Today, I know I am me. Is no one really concerned about what tomorrow's containment object is? Right? I hope it's another cute little pet. Although everyone was shocked by the rapid announcement of the fourth containment object, they seemed to take it quite lightly, possibly due to the successful containment of the previous ones. It was as if, during the peaceful times before, everyone believed that the tall guys would hold up the sky if it fell. Later, during the three-body crisis, they realized that even the tall guys couldn't hold it up. But since the fifth wall-facer, Suze, emerged with containment objects and has successively contained terrifying objects, everyone realized that a higher tall guy had appeared. Naturally, everyone returned to their original relaxed state. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. In any case, this news has already stirred up a huge wave in human society. Kyoto. Inside the secret shelter, Suze habitually drank a cup of black coffee, then walked outside while nibbling on bread. He couldn't help it. He was always so hasty at the start. Soon, under the protection of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, he headed to the venue for today's meeting. Inside the stuffy car, Suze sat opposite Zhang Beihai and the others. Perhaps because of the report to the Elder of the Dragon Kingdom in the conference room yesterday afternoon. Zhang Beihai and his group felt a bit awkward facing Suze at this moment. Fortunately, the latter did not mind this, so the atmosphere did not become more awkward. By the way, Chung Xin Isnt doing anything now, right? Suze suddenly said. Zhang Beihai and the others were startled, instinctively thinking that yesterday's conversation had been discovered by Suze. However, they quickly relaxed before the three-body intelligence was monitoring Blue Star. It was probably the Containment Society that was monitoring, so it was normal for him to know about a meeting with low confidentiality. Zhang Beihai replied calmly. No. Chung Xin is still working at the Shanghai Aerospace Research Institute. Suze nodded slightly. Remember, until I give the order, let her promote herself. Zhang Beihai silently nodded, indicating that he understood. Afterwards, the car fell back into silence. This silence continued until they arrived at the venue. As per usual, the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force was the first to get out of the car, confirming that there were no attackers around before forming a human wall to protect Suze as he entered the venue. It can be said that this treatment is no less than that of any head of state. This was still under Suze's intentional request for low profile. Entering the venue, under the familiar red curtain, dozens of cameras were already aimed at the conference table. Meanwhile, a group of bigwigs from the Dragon Kingdom had been waiting here for quite some time. The wall facers, the old gentleman, Suze greeted the elder, and then, under the expectant gazes of the bigwigs, Suze elegantly walked onto the stage with a flick of his sleeves. Just as he stood still, the time hit 8 o'clock. The cameras instantly turned on and immediately connected to various live streaming rooms. Chapter 46. Doubt me? Have you heard of your big brother, 096 reputation? When many netizens saw Suze's figure, they couldn't help but cheer. Dragon Country. Awesome. What kind of extraordinary existence will Su God reveal this time? I'm looking forward to it. Last time, it was the I-bean with intelligence comparable to a house cat. Will this time be the nose dog with intelligence similar to a Ha ha ha. Damn nose dog. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? It shouldn't be too different. After all, the previous containment objects were too terrifying. The containment facility can't possibly contain all similar monsters, right? The person upstairs makes a lot of sense. Suze should still reveal a containment object of a safe level like last time. For some reason, I feel a bit disappointed deep down. International comments section. Korean netizen. Haha, this clown is back again. The containment object revealed yesterday was too funny. Eagle netizen. Fucking squid. How dare you slander the human lighthouse? Is your family wholesale? American netizen A. There is no God in this world. Only Sue can save us. American netizen B. Oh God. Have you been possessed by the devil? Why praise our enemy like this? Indian netizen. Our only enemy is the three-body problem. You traitors intend to destroy the Wallfacer project. Unlike Dragon Country, due to the previous rendering plan, foreign comments have directly gone to war, supporting Suze on one hand, while denigrating him on the other. It's almost like two countries are splitting apart. This is exactly what Suze is happy to see. Only in this way can a united Dragon Country form an unstoppable force, achieving the first human destiny community. Back to the main topic. Facing the camera, Suze appeared very calm. He first waved slightly and greeted, "Everyone, we meet again. Today, I will announce the existence of the fourth containment object." At this point, his gaze suddenly deepened. I know many of you think today's containment object seems weak and fragile, but sorry, today's containment object is classified as Euclid City Destroyer level. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned, especially the big shots from Dragon Country and the temporary toolman, Luo G, sitting below. Their pupils suddenly dilated, looking at the smiling Suze on stage in disbelief. No way. Are you playing a trick on us? The second object announced was apocalyptic level. The third turned into a pet level Ibeen. And now, you pull out a Euclid City Destroyer level big deal again. Do you think we're bungee jumping? If it weren't for the big shots present often undergoing physical examinations, Suze's stunt would definitely scare them into having heart attacks. The elder from Dragon Country pressed his temple and smiled bitterly. We should have been psychologically prepared. How could such a powerful containment facility contain so many weak containment objects? Luo G beside him agreed deeply. If the containment facility were all like the Ibeen, then it wouldn't need to be called a containment facility anymore. It might as well be renamed Animal Friends. He looked at Suze on stage, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Although the way the other party startled people made it impossible for others to predict the next move was scary, it also seemed quite good. In a daze, he felt that his chaotic mind had cleared up a bit during this time. Perhaps even Suze himself didn't know that he had unknowingly pushed Luo G a significant way toward the throne of the Swordbearer. However, he didn't have time to care about this matter now. Long description warning can be skipped without affecting subsequent reading. Next, I will announce the detailed information of the fourth containment object. Please listen carefully. Suze's expression became serious as he began to announce the existence of 096. Project number, ACP-096, containment object name, Shy Person Safety Level, Euclid City Destroyer, Project Description. SCP-096 is a humanoid being approximately 2.38 meters tall. Its muscle mass is relatively low, and preliminary weight analysis shows mild malnutrition. Its arms are abnormally long, each about 1.5 meters. The skin is completely devoid of pigmentation, and there is no hair on its surface. With the exception of the eyes, facial features are similar to those of an ordinary human, and it is unclear whether it is blind. SCP-096 does not exhibit higher brain functions and is therefore not considered to possess intelligence. It usually behaves gently and spends most of its time pacing by the east wall of its enclosure. However, once someone sees its face, whether directly witnessing it, watching a video, or a photo, SCP-096 will fall into an extreme state of sadness, screaming, crying, and producing unintelligible sounds. Subsequently, within about 1 to 2 minutes, it will rush towards the observer at an extremely high speed, ranging from 35 km/h to an unknown upper limit. No known materials or methods can stop its actions. Notably, SCP-096 seems to have a natural ability to sense the location of the observer, regardless of their actual position. Observing artistic drawings of SCP-096 does not trigger the aforementioned reaction. Once SCP-096 reaches the observer's location, it will kill and completely eliminate all traces. Afterward, it will sit quietly for several minutes, regaining calmness and again displaying gentle behavior. However, due to the potential for SCP-096 existence to trigger large-scale chain reactions, including compromising the Foundation's secrecy and causing mass civilian casualties, the retrieval of SCP-096 is considered a high priority. Previous applications have been submitted for the execution of SCP-096, which have been approved. After hearing this description, the entire venue fell silent. No, to be precise, the entire world. Chapter 47. Is 096 really that terrifying? Did I hear that right? This time, the containment object is actually city-destroying level? That's a huge jump. Just seeing its photo can get you hunted down. That's a bit scary. Not just a bit scary, it's simply a nightmarish existence. Did you all notice that no materials or barriers can stop its pursuit? This means it can penetrate any defense facility in the world. Don't say any more. I can't even bear to continue watching the live stream now. The netizens were shocked, and the big shots from the Dragon Kingdom were equally incredulous. They thought that even if this containment object was not bad, it would at least be something relatively acceptable. Who would have thought that Suze would give them such a big surprise right from the start? How can such a creature be contained? Everyone's mind echoed the same thoughts they had when they first heard about 3125. Moreover, it seems there's no way to isolate it. After all, there's so many people around the world. You never know where you might run into this thing. Once you see it, it's certain death. Just then, Suze on stage said, "Now, I will release an interview audio of the survivor after the failure of the ACP-096 elimination mission." What? It has already failed once? Everyone's hearts sank, and they immediately perked up to listen. Suze took out his phone and opened an audio file. Soon, a somewhat fuzzy recording began to play in the venue. A man's slightly hoarse voice came through. "Damn it, the first recovery mission always makes me worry. You never know what that damn thing can do, nor what information the field technicians can provide. If they can tell you what happened, then you're lucky. They just told us to bag it and label it. Damn it, no useful information at all. It sounds like he is the survivor of this mission." Another man's voice came through. "Okay, can I get an overview of the mission specifics?" The survivor sighed. "Of course, we had 2 helicopters, one with my team and the other with Zulu 9B and the doctor as backup. We found the target about 2 kilometers north of our patrol route. I think if its face had been toward us at that time, we might have been killed on the spot." Interviewer: "Your report says ACP-096 showed no reaction to the cold at that time? That was below minus 30 degrees Celsius. Survivor: "Actually, it was even colder than that. And yes, it was completely naked and didn't shiver at all. We landed and approached the target. The sergeant was ready to bag it. At that moment, the interviewer got a phone call. I turned around to answer it, and that movement saved my life. The target must have turned around. My whole team saw it." Interviewer: "Was that when ACP-096 became agitated?" Survivor: "Yes. It started screaming at us and even crying. The sound was eerily human-like. When it grabbed the sergeant and tore off a leg, we opened fire. My God, he was screaming for us to save him. We were firing round after round, but it still tore my subordinates apart. It was useless. I was starting to go insane." The fear was palpable in his voice. Interviewer: "At that point, did you order the use of anti-tank weapons?" Survivor: "Yes, we had brought them since ACP-096 started running away. I've seen things like this tear through tanks like they were made of toilet paper. It worked the same way on 096. Interviewer: "ACP-096 sustained significant damage?" Survivor: "No. It didn't retreat an inch. It continued to destroy my squad, but half of its body was gone." Interviewer: "But it was indeed injured?" Survivor: "If that's the case, it didn't show it. All its organs, all its blood must have been gone, but it was completely unaware. However, its skeletal structure was completely unharmed, and it kept destroying my squad." Interviewer: "So there was no real structural damage? How many bullets do you estimate you fired at ACP-096? Survivor: "At least 1,000 rounds. Our door gunner fired a GU-19 at it for at least 20 seconds. 600. 50 caliber bullets went into that thing, and it was less effective than spitting at it. Interviewer, was Zulu 9B there at that time? Survivor, yes, my squad was wiped out. Zulu 9B struggled to put the bag over its head, and then it just sat down. We brought it back on a helicopter. I don't know how I didn't TC its face, maybe God or Buddha or whoever thought I should live. Interviewer, we have an artist rendition of ACP-096 face. Would you like to see it? Survivor, after hearing that thing scream and my men screams, I don't want to associate a face with the sound I heard. Interviewer, all right, I think that's enough for now. Thank you, Captain. Then there were sounds of chairs moving and footsteps leaving the room. The recording ended. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was immersed in the shock brought by this recording. They never expected that there could be a creature in this world that could withstand anti-tank weapons. And it tore through them like they were paper. This simply shouldn't exist on Blue Star. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom frowned deeply. After listening to this recording, he realized how incredibly tricky this containment object was. At least from Suze's and the recording's descriptions, conventional firearms could no longer work against it. Could it be that nuclear weapons would have to be used? But once used, the side effects would also be enormous. Moreover, if this thing appeared in a crowded area, even nuclear weapons couldn't be used. And since the team dispatched for containment was wiped out to leave only one person, who knows how many lives would be lost if they were to attempt containment. Suze looked at the rising trust level and felt very satisfied. However, his announcements were far from over. In any case, to make containment of 096 easier, it was always right to announce more. So, while everyone was still recovering from shock, Suze spoke again. Next, I will announce some characteristics of 096. What? Hearing that there are summarized characteristics, everyone's heart raced, and they became fully alert. Chapter 48. Successful Summoning of 096. 096 possesses extraordinary extrasensory perception, able to keenly sense when someone is looking at its face and detect the precise location of the observer. Its regenerative ability is astonishing. Even when its internal organs are nearly completely eviscerated, it can reappear without any damage, as if it possesses endless vitality. Its skeletal structure is indestructible, having withstood tests of fire, radiation, and acid, with these extreme conditions having almost no effect on its bones. According to documentation, there are no known materials on Earth that can impede its advance. It can effortlessly escape from a 55-meter steel cube container, easily tear apart a Striker armored vehicle, and even rip multiple adults to shreds, showcasing incredible strength. In terms of speed, it is equally exceptional. Although its recorded minimum speed is 35 kilometers per hour, it can reach speeds close to the speed of sound, easily surpassing several high-speed helicopters. Its subsonic speed allows it to easily catch up and destroy an E-3 AWACS before it can escape, despite the E-3 AWACS having a maximum speed of an astonishing 855 kilometers per hour. Additionally, it possesses subrelativistic perception, able to detect when its face is being seen faster than high-tech computers can block images. During containment breaches, it has displayed astonishing strength, easily overturning a semi-truck. Whether breaking through reinforced walls or demolishing buildings, it seems effortless. Even more surprisingly, it can swim alone to a depth of 339 meters underwater, demonstrating its remarkable adaptability. When faced with various weapon attacks, it has also shown incredible resistance to damage. The holes left by an AT-4 anti-tank weapon on its torso have no effect on it. And attacks from the XM500 anti-material rifle and GU-19 have failed to inflict any harm. Even in car accidents, it can survive, showcasing its tenacious vitality. Despite having such immense power, it usually behaves quite docile. However, if someone dares to look at its face, it becomes extraordinarily fierce, revealing a terrifying side. Although ACP-096 bones are exceptionally sturdy and difficult to damage, its muscles are not more durable than those of an average person, which may be its only weakness. However, this weakness seems trivial in the face of its astonishing strength. After finishing this lengthy explanation, Suze took a deep breath. After speaking so much without much pause, he was indeed a bit tired. Perhaps he should summon an entity that could enhance physical strength in the future. Just as Su Zhe was contemplating future plans, the audience was already engulfed in despair by the characteristics he had just announced. With near-infinite growth ability, an indestructible skeleton, and speed surpassing helicopters. How on earth can this be contained? Luo Ji grinned and turned to the side to look at Shi Chong. Sure. How long do you think you could survive facing such a monster? Shi Chong looked at Luo Ji with a speechless expression. You might as well let me fight the Trisolarans. Either way, it's a one-hit kill. Luo Ji gave a bitter smile. So, I really don't know how those who managed to contain this thing did it. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Su Zhe on stage say, Now, we will proceed to the final announcement regarding the special containment measures for ACP-096. Everyone was taken aback by this statement. They all wanted to know what kind of containment measures such an entity would require. SCP-096 must be contained in a 555 steel-sealed single room. It must be forcibly checked for damage every week. No cameras or optical devices are allowed in SCP-096 containment room. Security personnel must use pre-installed pressure laser detectors to ensure SCP-096 is still in the containment room. Any contact with photos, videos, or recordings related to SCP-096 is prohibited without the consent of Dr. T and the O5. After hearing this, the crowd reacted. That's it? They had expected a detailed explanation of various solutions, similar to previous occasions. But this was all? They were at a loss for words. Suthe, can't you be a bit more thorough? Of course, Su Zhe didn't take the crowd's complaints to heart. After all, real containment still depended on him. The trust level was about right, so it was best to wrap up this announcement quickly. Looking at the already full trust level, Su Zhe rubbed his hands and hastily said a few polite words before rushing off, leaving the audience in a state of confusion and shock, glancing at each other. Back at the secret shelter, Su Zhe showed no hesitation and silently thought, Summon ACP-096. Summoning successful, with a prompt sound. It indicated that 096 had been successfully summoned. Su Zhe rubbed his hands, hoping not to be summoned to a crowded place. Otherwise, it could be a big mess. Meanwhile, in the still dark night of Florida, USA, in a small town, Hank drunkenly stumbled out from a friend's house. His friend had poured a bit too much alcohol in him that day, so he was swaying slightly as he walked. Fortunately, his home wasn't far, just a 2 or 3 minute walk away. He shone his flashlight, humming a country tune as he headed home. As a retired veteran, his favorite pastime was drinking with friends. Tomorrow, he would call that running-loving John and those stinky boys George to hang out. He thought happily, as the saying goes, 3 years of Army life. A bond of military camaraderie. As a genuine American veteran, Hank felt like an American superhero. Those Trisolaran scum, if they dare to come, I'll take them down myself. He spat, already seeing the shadow of his home not far away. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a white figure in the trees by the roadside. Huh, what the hell is that? As a veteran who had seen too many grand scenes on the battlefield, Hank didn't believe in the supernatural. With the thought of wanting to see what it was, he pulled out his small handgun and cautiously approached the white figure. As he got closer, he realized that it seemed to be a sculpture. The entire body was curved and white, resembling a skeleton. He had no idea who had played this prank to scare people. TCH kid these days. Hank felt a bit disappointed and was about to turn away. However, just then, the immobile white sculpture suddenly lifted its head and looked at him. When Hank saw that terrifying face, his mind went blank, and the effects of the alcohol were instantly shaken off. Ah! With 2 consecutive screams, a bloody smell filled the woods. Chapter 49. Discovering Traces. Congratulations to the host for summoning ACP-096 to Florida, USA. Please proceed to containment immediately. There will be generous rewards after containment is completed. Su Zhe heard the prompt in his mind and smirked. Sure enough, after becoming a wall facer, it was much easier to gain trust. However, it was a bit troublesome that this containment object had ended up in the USA. Su Zhe frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. Moreover, this time the system did not reward him with a mobile task force stationed at the corresponding location, which meant he had to personally dispatch a team across the ocean for containment. No, wait, maybe I can let 096 come find me? Su Zhe thought of 096. whose characteristic was that it would pursue anyone who saw its face without hesitation, and his eyes lit up. He immediately sent a message to the old man from the Dragon Country, asking him to contact the USA and inform them that 096 had appeared in Florida. He also requested that they secretly send a photo to him via satellite. The old man from the Dragon Country was shocked upon receiving this news. What? 096 actually appeared in the USA? So far away. Do they have members of the containment organization over there? Although he didn't understand why Suze wanted a photo of 096, considering that thing would come after them, he felt reassured thinking about the powerful containment organization behind Suze. Whatever, just let the young man handle it. Soon, they managed to get in touch with the USA. Thanks to the previous rendering plan, the USA had now hidden almost half of the supporters from the Dragon Country. If they had tried to contact them this quickly before, they would have likely faced many difficulties. Oh God, are the people from the Dragon Country crazy? How could that thing possibly appear in the USA? Current President Old Deng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. In his view, that containment organization could never appear in the free USA. Therefore, the containment object naturally couldn't appear in the USA either. Upon hearing the Dragon Country's request to take a photo via their satellite, his first reaction was that the Dragon Country wanted to steal their core technology. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to refuse. But what he never expected was that the Dragon Country was just going through the motions. Many Americans had been successfully swayed by the previous rendering plan. And even in the Aerospace Research Institute, there were numerous people involved. It would be incredibly easy to control a satellite for filming. However, before that, they needed to confirm the precise location of 096. So, without Old Deng's knowledge, an order was secretly sent to Florida. My God, that thing actually appeared on my territory? Governor Klaus of Florida stared at the order in confusion. Although he knew that people in his state often caused trouble, he never expected to attract 096. He hadn't heard any reports from his subordinates about this creature's trace. He was incredibly puzzled, but still ordered his police department to take action and see if there had been any sightings of 096 recently. Who would have thought that less than 5 minutes later, a call would come in? Governor, it seems we've made a discovery in a small town near our border. We found a body that appears to have been brutally torn apart by some beast. A photo was also sent to his email. Looking at the mangled body, Governor Klaus was horrified. He never expected that 096 had really appeared in his area. Damn it, hurry up and find that thing's location, he exclaimed in terror, not daring to look any longer, fearing that 096 would suddenly show up in his vicinity. Yes, we have sealed off the town, and we should have results soon. After hanging up, Governor Klaus looked grimly at the photo. He hoped that creature would be contained quickly. Otherwise, if he accidentally saw that thing's face one day, his fate would likely be no better than that corpse. In the small town shrouded by the shadow of 096, everyone was like frightened soldiers fleeing in fear, tightly closing their doors and windows, hiding deep in the shadows. The houses along the street were silent, with only the occasional sound of the wind, as if whispering the strangeness and unease of this place. 2 police officers, one older and steady, the other young and inexperienced, were tasked with uncovering the truth, slowly making their way down this quiet street. Their footsteps were firm, but their hearts were filled with anxiety and unease. The older officer, with rich experience, had his brow furrowed, seemingly contemplating how to handle this sudden crisis. He couldn't help but spit in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, how could such a monster appear in this hellhole?" The younger officer appeared somewhat flustered, his face pale, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. He had just graduated from the police academy and was confronted with such an incomprehensible, terrifying creature. The shock was unimaginable. He trembled as he said to the older officer, We should hurry back. It's best if we don't run into that thing." His words carried a hint of pleading, as if hoping this was all just a nightmare. The older officer shot him a glare and scoffed, "Kid, don't be such a coward. As police officers, we need to face these unknown dangers. If you're scared, just go back and drink milk." Despite the teasing tone, the younger officer felt a hint of encouragement and strength from his words. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his fear, and followed in the footsteps of the older officer. They arrived at a house, and the older officer gently knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. He frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He moved to the window, cautiously peering inside. What he saw was a scene of chaos. Furniture was overturned, and items were scattered everywhere. This was clearly not normal disarray, but rather the aftermath of a disaster. The older officer's expression instantly turned serious. He turned to the younger officer and said, "Prepare to notify the higher-ups. We seem to have discovered something abnormal. The situation here is far more serious than we imagined." The younger officer nodded. Although he was still fearful, he understood that now was not the time to back down. They needed to report the situation here as soon as possible to facilitate subsequent support. Bang! After knocking several times with no response, the older officer kicked the door open. "Sir, maybe we shouldn't go in," the younger officer said nervously upon seeing the older officer's action. The older officer shot him a glare. "What if we don't check inside first? What if it's just an accident? We might lose our jobs because of this." Hearing this, the younger officer had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow him inside. Chapter 50, 096 has been attracted. As they stepped through the old, worn-out door, a nauseating smell of rust hit them, instantly darkening the entire space. The older police officer's brow furrowed tightly. He immediately sensed the meaning behind this smell. It's the scent of blood. "Fuck! Run!" A hint of terror flashed across the older officer's face as he turned and fled without hesitation. In that moment, his years of experience told him that in the face of such unknown danger, running was the wisest choice. The younger officer was bewildered by the older officer's actions, but as he caught a whiff of the suffocating bloody stench, he instantly understood the older officer's intent. He said nothing and followed closely behind, joining the fleeing group without hesitation. Life is so precious. Who would be willing to take risks for a meager salary? It proved that their choice was wise. Just as they turned to flee, terrifying, grotesque faces slowly emerged from the depths of the dark house. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red light, and their gaping mouths seemed ready to devour everything. Before long, the house was completely sealed off, and the surrounding residents were urgently evacuated. Governor Kex personally ordered the elimination of this terrifying creature at all costs. Helicopters hovered overhead, tanks rumbled on the ground, and tongues of fire crazily tore through every corner of the house. However, amidst the swirling dust, a white figure stood undeterred. It seemed like a demon emerging from hell, its roar shaking the heavens and chilling the soul. The roar sounded like the wailing of a vengeful spirit, sending chills down everyone's spine. As the dust gradually settled, the horrifying figure was revealed. It was tall and pale, resembling a cursed specter. Seeing this, everyone turned to run, none daring to face that terrifying face. At that moment, the satellite overhead had captured everything and transmitted the signal to Susie, thousands of miles away. During this time, no one dared to check on the terrifying creature, because Susie had made arrangements in advance, ensuring that 096 would only hunt him and would not harm others. At this moment, in a secret shelter in Kyoto, Susie was staring intently at the satellite images. A determined light flickered in his eyes, as if he was ready to face everything. Finally, under the simultaneous capture of several satellite images, 096's true appearance was revealed before Susie's eyes. That face was beyond description in its grotesqueness and horror. It was twisted to the extreme, as if burned by fierce flames and eroded by cold frost. Every inch of skin was filled with distortion and pain. And those eyes, like two bottomless black whirlpools, were too terrifying to look directly at. Its mouth seemed like a gaping hell's gate, ready to swallow any creature daring to approach it. Susie inhaled sharply, stunned by 096's astonishing appearance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This little thing was indeed quite unique. At that moment, 096 in the satellite image seemed to sense something and suddenly let out an even more chilling wail. Following that, its figure turned into a blur, rushing eastward at an incredible speed. The plan succeeded. Susie looked at the rapidly moving 096 on the satellite image, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He immediately began contacting the elders in Dragon Country, arranging for a plane to meet 096 in the uninhabited area. Meanwhile, in a small town in the United States, the personnel who had turned to run breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that 096 was not targeting them. However, when they looked up and saw that white lightning-like figure sprinting out of town at a terrifying speed, they were once again shocked. Along the way, everything that stood in front of 096 was violently knocked aside, as if nothing could block its path. This scene filled everyone with fear and despair. They could not imagine that such a creature truly existed in this world. In the White House, amidst a solemn and grave atmosphere, Old Deng had just finished an unpleasant bathroom experience. However, before he could catch his breath, the secretary's urgent report thundered in his ears. He listened quietly as the secretary narrated, his face growing paler under the light. Those eyes, once filled with confidence and decisiveness, now revealed unmistakable terror and unease. What? That thing really appeared? His voice trembled slightly, as if confirming a fact he was unwilling to believe. He had originally thought that the Dragon Country was just putting on a show, attempting to steal his core technology. However, it was now clear that they were not joking. The actual appearance of that thing meant that his country's safety and stability were facing an unprecedented threat. Cold sweat began to bead on Old Deng's forehead, and he felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart. If that thing targeted him, how could he escape? After all, its speed had no limits. Once it launched an attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, which direction is it moving now? He struggled to remain calm and asked the secretary. The secretary replied, his voice also tinged with tension. Currently, according to our technicians' estimates, it should be moving toward Dragon Country. How could it be moving toward Dragon Country? Old Deng was somewhat astonished by this answer. He found it hard to understand how something that had appeared in his own country could suddenly run to Dragon Country. Unless Dragon Country had also detected that thing and seen its true form. This thought flashed through Old Deng's mind, and his expression darkened further. He realized that there might be traitors within his ranks again. They had already eliminated a batch last time, but he expected so many to still be hidden. These traitors had utterly disregarded the safety of the country and colluded with the enemy. It was simply unforgivable. Old Deng took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He knew that the most important thing now was to remain calm and rational, not to let panic and anger cloud his judgment. As long as that thing does not affect our fundamental interests, let go to Dragon Country, he said in a deep voice. We must conduct a thorough investigation from top to bottom, find those traitors and bring them to justice. After all, for him, the most important thing was to ensure that his power was maximally protected. He had previously used the elimination of traitors as a pretext to kick the last reliable guy out of office. To prevent his position from being influenced by those traitors, he had to root them out first. Chapter 51. Preparing to confront 096 on the vast and desolate Gobi Desert. Several helicopters descended silently like black phantoms onto this barren land. They brought with them the elite members of the Huang Mobile Task Force, fully armed, their faces etched with determination and resolve. Su Zhe, the leader of this task force, stood at the front of the formation, gazing into the distance. His heart was filled with anticipation and tension, for their purpose was to confront a highly unusual entity, 096. 096, an existence shrouded in mystery and danger, possessed powers that posed a significant threat to public facilities and the safety of civilians. After careful calculation and planning, they ultimately selected this desolate stretch of the Gobi Desert as the rendezvous point for 096. Here, far from the hustle and bustle of the cities and away from crowds, they could minimize the impact of 096 on the surrounding environment. The helicopters slowly landed, stirring up clouds of dust. The team quickly sprang into action, setting up a temporary camp on the Gobi Desert. Tents, bonfires, and makeshift protective structures were being assembled in a tense yet orderly manner. Su Zhe sat in the center tent, intentionally left open so he could observe the situation outside at any moment. Yellow sand danced in the air, like countless little sprites leaping about, adding an air of mystery and desolation to the barren landscape. A member of the mobile task force stood at the tent entrance, watching Su Zhe as he sipped his tea, his eyes filled with doubt and concern. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Commander, can we really deal with something like that?" This question echoed the doubts in the hearts of the other task force members. Although they were all elite fighters, they could not help but feel fear and helplessness in the face of a being like 096. After all, from Suze's earlier speech, they understood that 096 was not a creature that conventional weapons could handle. If such a being were to escape, how could they stop it? This question weighed heavily on their minds, like a boulder pressing down on their hearts. Suze set down his teacup, his gaze firm and profound. He looked deeply at the team member, his eyes conveying a sense of calm and determination. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable strength. "If you feel fear because of this, then you still have a long way to go before becoming a true member of the mobile task force." He paused, allowing his words to resonate in the hearts of his team members. Then he continued, "To be honest, every soldier in the containment team, when deciding to face those terrifying containment entities, has already prepared themselves for the possibility of death. They know that their mission is to protect this world and the innocent lives within it. No matter what dangers they face, they will not shrink back, but will move forward bravely." His gaze swept across each team member's face, seemingly searching for their inner reactions. Then he emphasized, "The reason I specifically chose to bring you here is to train your mindset. You must understand that a true warrior is not only someone with great power, but also someone with steadfast beliefs and fearless courage. You are humanity's last line of defense and cannot retreat out of fear. Remember, fear is your enemy, not your friend. Only by overcoming fear can you become true warriors." After hearing this, many team members suddenly understood. Their gazes towards Suze were filled with deeper respect and awe. They realized that only someone like Suze could remain calm and resolute in the face of such terrifying containment entities. Suze looked at the young members of the mobile task force before him, and a smile crept onto his face. He understood that his earlier impassioned words were more about motivating and inspiring these young people than a complete reflection of his true feelings. After all, he knew that even the most elite warriors could hardly remain composed in the face of true fear. He understood that even someone like him could not be entirely fearless when faced with the unknown and terrifying. Fear is a natural instinct of life, a response to potential danger and self-preservation. Only those who have undergone special training or possess abilities beyond the norm can overcome or control such emotions to some extent. And Suze, the reason he could remain calm in the face of a terrifying being like 096 was not solely due to his strong will. It was more reliant on his unique ability, the level 3 mental interference of the I-being. This ability allowed him to control or influence the thoughts and actions of others to some degree, making it as easy as soothing a child when dealing with a being like 096. Thus, in the eyes of others, 096 might be an incredibly terrifying existence. But to Suze, it was merely an object that could be controlled and calmed at any moment. His confidence and ability allowed him to remain calm and composed in the face of any challenge. At this moment, Suze's gaze fell once more on the exquisite timepiece on his wrist, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up inside him. He furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, calculating the time, it should be about time, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden urgent notification crackled through his earpiece, exploding like thunder in the quiet air. "Wall facers. A high-speed moving object has been detected in the coastal area, racing across the sea towards us." The voice of the reporter in the earpiece was filled with tension and anxiety. The speed was terrifying, almost matching that of our missiles. Upon hearing the report, Suze's heart stirred, as if he could already envision the terrifying and mysterious being 096. He did not expect that from such a distant location, 096 could directly cross the sea. This godlike ability was truly exhilarating. He took a deep breath and decisively ordered, "Do not attempt to monitor 096 in any way. Just let it come directly." His voice was resolute and calm, as if everything was within his control. The reporter immediately responded, "Understood." The voice conveyed absolute trust in Suze. Then, Suze turned to the members of the Huang mobile task force behind him, his gaze revealing an undeniable authority. "You all come behind me. to prevent any accidental harm to you. The team members nodded, quickly and orderly moving behind Suze. They knew that in the face of the approaching terrifying being, only by closely following Suze could they ensure their safety. Chapter 52. Has 096 really been controlled by him? Alarm! Alarm! The target has entered our territory. The voice of the reporter in the earpiece was urgent and tense, as if a cold wind had swept through everyone's hearts. What's the situation? Where's the target moving? Suze asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the moving trajectory on the screen. Report to the wall-faced. The target is approaching your location at an extremely high speed. There was a hint of panic in the reporter's voice. At the same time, images from the road scene were transmitted through the earpiece. In the footage, the originally flat road had become pockmarked after 096 passed, with several huge craters that looked as if they had been trampled by a giant beast. This guy's power is truly terrifying. Suze marveled inwardly, knowing that the challenge they faced this time was no small matter. In a conference room in Kyoto, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. A senior official looked at the live footage, unable to swallow, his heart filled with worry and unease. I didn't expect it to really run all the way from such a distance to us, he murmured, a look of disbelief on his face. The elder from Long Country looked at Suze on the screen with a grave expression, although Suze appeared calm on the surface. The elder couldn't help but feel worried. This time, 096 was brought here by Suze. We must be fully prepared, the elder said solemnly. If Suze's plan fails, we must immediately arrange for satellites to capture images of that creature and have personnel stationed in other countries observe it. Try to divert its attention. The senior officials present felt a chill in their hearts. They knew what this decision meant. Although using lives to lure that terrifying creature sounded inhumane, it was the best solution they could come up with at the moment. However, they hoped even more that Suze could successfully contain 096, avoiding more harm to Long Country and the entire world. Suze, you must succeed. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked on Suze on the screen, silently praying that he could overcome this formidable enemy and protect the peace and tranquility of the world. In the desolate desert, a cold and grim white figure rushed like the Grim Reaper, accompanied by rolling yellow sand, charging towards Suze's direction with overwhelming force. The piercing howl penetrated the silent desert, carrying endless resentment and murderous intent, sending chills down the spine. This is the terrifying creature 096 that has come from across the ocean. Despite the long and arduous journey, it still maintained an astonishing state, as if unaffected. Its incredible speed and strength made one imagine that if it were an ordinary human, they would have long since perished in such a harsh environment. It's coming. As 096 drew closer, Suze's voice was calm and resolute. After entering the inland area, 096 seemed to have increased its speed again. Its roar was now clearly audible, shaking everyone's soul. Soon, amidst the swirling yellow sand, they finally saw the terrifying figure hidden within. As soon as 096 appeared, it locked onto Suze, charging towards him with an unstoppable momentum. After all, in 096's mind, Suze was the target it had traveled thousands of miles to kill. Is this the legendary 096? Truly living up to its name, it is terrifying. The members of the Yinhuang Mobile Task Force watched the approaching white figure. Though they had long been prepared, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. The intense pressure felt as if they were facing the muzzle of a tank, suffocating. However, in the face of such a terrifying creature, Suze appeared remarkably calm. He knew that only by staying calm and rational could he find a way to protect himself and his teammates. He fixed his gaze on 096, silently calculating its speed and attack patterns, ready to face this life-and-death battle. A piercing scream tore through the sky as 096 raised its scythe-like hands, its mouth wide open as if to devour everything, launching a fierce attack towards Suze. The terrifying force was chilling. Meanwhile, the members of the Yinhuang Mobile Task Force also caught sight of 096's chilling face. They knew that once Suze fell, they would become 096's next targets. In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with tension and fear, but they still stood firmly behind Su Zhe, ready to support him at any moment. And far away, the high-ranking officials of Long Country, as well as all those watching through the live feed, had their full attention focused on the two parties, 096 and Su Zhe. They seemed to see the hope of human civilization resting entirely on the outcome of this life-and-death battle. In the face of this sudden, terrifying attack, Suferimandan Yuchuelikalm, he coldly smiled, then reached out a hand towards the flag ahead. His voice revealed an indescribable confidence and determination, infinite void. As these extremely juvenile words were spoken, something unexpected happened. The originally charging 096 actually stopped in its tracks after Su Zhe said this, as if bound by an invisible force. This scene shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe that this legendary, terrifying creature had indeed been subdued by Su Zhe with a single juvenile phrase. But the fact was right before them. 096 had indeed stopped, while Su Zhe remained calmly standing in place, as if all of this were under his control. 096's throat still emitted chilling howls. But compared to before, the sound had noticeably weakened. Its small green bean-like eyes were now fixed intently on Su Zhe's gaze, the fierce light within them gradually dissipating. In Su Zhe's eyes, colors of half-blue and half-black intertwined, flashing with mysterious and profound light. Anyone who made eye contact with his eyes would be immediately controlled by that powerful mental force, unable to move. Faced with this level of mental interference, even the terrifying monster 096 couldn't withstand it. Under Su Zhe's continuous mental assault, the sharp hands that were once raised began to slowly lower. This scene left everyone present in shock. They couldn't imagine that this once fearsome creature, which had instilled fear in countless people, would become so docile under Su Zhe's mental interference. Su Zhe also sensed 096 change, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that as long as he could maintain this mental interference, it was possible to completely subdue 096. So, he continued to increase the intensity of the mental interference, causing 096 to fall completely under his control. As time passed, 096's body gradually relaxed, and its fierce eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit. Finally, under Su Zhe's powerful mental strength, it completely lost the ability to resist, standing obediently in place, allowing Su Zhe to manipulate it. Chapter 53. The Trisolarians are in a panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully containing ACP-096. You have gained all abilities of ACP-096. You have obtained Level 2 Immortality, Level 2 Tracking Ability, Level 2 Rapid Movement, Level 2 Defense. Due to your perfect containment performance, you are rewarded with Site X1, 1200 Class D personnel, and 1 mole mobile task force. With the system prompt ringing in his mind, the 096 before him was declared completely contained. Looking at the now squatting 096, which had even closed its blood-filled mouth, Su Zhe felt delighted. Not to mention the rewards. Just this big guy alone was enough. This was a real tough character. As long as he wanted, he could present a photo of 096 to the enemy in some form. Then, in the next moment, 096 would track them to the ends of the earth. Perfectly done. He reached out and patted 096's head, grinning. The members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force behind him were dumbfounded at this scene. Good heavens, this is how containment works? Why didn't they even see what Su Zhe did? Or did the containment team secretly do something? In any case, this scene greatly impacted their minds. They never expected such a terrifying containment object to be contained so simply. Not only the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force on site, but also the high-ranking officials of Longhua who watched the live broadcast were in disbelief. Impossible. What exactly did Su Zhe do? It's a bit scary. Is this really a capability that humans should possess? Did you discover something? Everyone's gaze focused on that high-ranking official. The official pointed at Su Zhe's eyes and said, "Did you notice? Just now, when 096 was about to attack Su Zhe, his eyes changed color. His face was serious. I originally thought it was a change caused by the video transmission, but now it seems very likely that it is a kind of special ability mastered by Su Zhe. and it is this special ability that allowed him to perfectly control 096. What? Everyone was shocked. The elder from Longwa immediately ordered the technicians to rewind the footage to that moment. The screen froze on the moment when 096 was about to attack Suze. Everyone focused intently on Suze's eyes. To their surprise, just as the high-ranking official said, this guy's eyes really did change color. Rewind to the current footage. The elder furrowed his brows and issued a new command. As the screen returned to the present, the high-ranking officials carefully observed again. They found that Suze's eyes had returned to normal. This precisely indicated that he had indeed used some kind of special ability to subdue 096. Upon confirming this fact, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They even began to suspect whether Suze was human. The wall facers. Could he also be a terrifying containment object? Someone speculated softly. This guess instantly startled many people, right? Since containment objects don't have a fixed form, there should be humanoid containment objects too, right? But they fell into hesitation. However, Suze had never displayed such means before, so why was he hiding it? Everyone was puzzled until the elder's words broke their doubts. No matter if Suze is a containment object or not. The only clear thing right now is that he is on our side. Therefore, to avoid any disruption in our cooperative relationship with the containment team, everyone should refrain from making statements that could affect unity in the future. Everyone was initially taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Right? At least for now. Both the containment team and Suze are on our side. Why should they care whether Suze is a containment object? This is a world that only looks at interests, not individuals. Everyone, according to the wall facers plan devised by Suze, we are moving towards another system. The elder suddenly said, "Today, I will take this opportunity to change our future technological path." During this time, our colleagues in the technology department have conducted some research on the previously contained 131 NI beings. They have achieved considerable results and are currently in preliminary experiments to apply them to war weapons. Therefore, our main goal in the future is to help Suze contain all containment objects and then conduct harmless research on those containment objects. Since our conventional weapons have been blocked by the Trisolarans, we will change tracks and become leaders in another direction. His eyes were bright, indicating that this plan had been in his mind for a long time. All the high-ranking officials felt their blood boil upon hearing this. They never expected that one day they could surpass the Trisolarans in another direction, and all of this was brought about by that man in the footage. Containment objects are the future of humanity. The elder looked at the high-ranking officials, knowing that their conversation was already being monitored. But it didn't matter. Can the Trisolarans stop them? The previous crisis of annihilation from 3125 was enough to teach them a lesson. If they are ungrateful and try to take action against containment objects, then those containment objects would be more than willing to deal with the Trisolarans. 4. 1999 light-years away, Trisolaran fleet. Just as the elder from Longwa expected, the Trisolarans indeed intercepted their meeting and were aware of all its contents. But they really didn't dare to act rashly. After several remote contacts with those containment objects through the sophons, they had deeply felt the terror of containment objects at the cost of 2 listeners' lives. The Trisolaran leader felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing that humans planned to switch to a technological track and intended to use containment objects to fight against them. Damn it, the worst-case scenario has occurred. In fact, he had already anticipated that humans would gradually shift their focus to those containment objects, which is why he ordered the ETO organization on Blue Star to assassinate Suze. But it failed. Thus, it ultimately allowed that elder from Longwa to realize the path for humanity. Damn, I thought the limit was just a logic emerging from Blue Star. I didn't expect another Suze and the containment team to pop up. No, it can't be allowed to continue watching humanity develop. The Trisolaran leader's gaze darkened, and he immediately sent a message to the person in charge of the water droplet project. He inquired about the development status of the water droplet. The person in charge was confused. "We have just finished coloring the water droplet. It will take some time to fully develop." The leader gritted his teeth. "There's no time to wait. Immediately launch the water droplet. Even if we can't destroy human civilization, we must severely damage it and set their technological level back 200 years. The person in charge was shocked, because he was only responsible for the research on the water droplet and had no knowledge of what was happening on Blue Star. But if the leader was making such a big move, it must mean something threatening to Trisolaran civilization had appeared. So he immediately agreed and began preparations to launch a semi-finished water droplet. A few moments later, a water droplet-shaped spaceship detached from the Trisolaran fleet and sped towards Blue Star. The Trisolaran leader watched the departing water droplet, praying that it would severely damage Blue Star civilization. Otherwise, when they get there, they might be directly crushed by those bizarre containment objects. Everything relies on the water droplet. Chapter 54. The Panic of the Trisolaran. Subject 096 has been contained. The containment site is located on the Gobi Desert, less than 3 kilometers from where Su Zhe and the others are waiting. This was, of course, directly arranged by Su Zhe using the site station rewarded by the system. This shocked the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom greatly. They had no idea when that station appeared on the Gobi Desert. After placing 096 at that site, Su Zhe led the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force back to Kyoto. Upon returning to Kyoto, he received shocking news that sent ripples through the world. The Trisolaran civilization seems to have launched a water drop. Is this the butterfly effect? Upon hearing this news, Su Zhe couldn't help but frown. He knew that with the current level of human technology, it was absolutely impossible to stop the water drops. Even if the water drops were coming to Blue Star, there was still some time, but under the state of technological blockade, it was absolutely impossible to successfully develop technology capable of stopping the water drops. However, since it had come so quickly, it should not be a complete water drop. Su Zhe suddenly thought of this. Instantly, he felt much less pressure in his heart. If it were a complete water drop, I might still be wary of you. But a juvenile water drop? Haha, are you sure you're not here to make me laugh? Since you've revealed a trump card so early, then I won't hold back. A mysterious smile appeared on Su Zhe's face. He was completely unconcerned that the containment object he summoned would be unable to withstand the juvenile water drop. Moreover, in the time to come, he could specifically summon containment objects to counter the water drops. In a dark basement, a man lay motionless on a bed. After the ETO organization suffered multiple blows and the Lord provided no support, he felt utterly hopeless. The Lord no longer wanted to save humanity. It seemed that humanity had fallen to an irretrievable extent. At that moment, he felt like a hero at the end of his road. There was no path left before him. Therefore, there was no meaning in continuing to live. He turned over, pulled out a small handgun from under his pillow, and aimed it at his temple. Just then, a line of subtitles made of wisdom particles appeared before his eyes. Subtitle: Please stop your actions. We need you. Mun, ahaha. Have I really reached the point of hysteria? How ridiculous. Subtitle: This is not hysteria. We are communicating with you. The man laughed self-deprecatingly. Hysteria can't change my desire to die. Subtitle: I can confirm it is really me. Your goldfish has died, killed by the half-cigarette you threw into the fish tank. The man suddenly opened his eyes wide, dropped the gun, got out of bed, and his eyes sparkled. He fumbled for the light switch and then looked at the fish tank on the table. Sure enough, the 5 goldfish inside had flipped over, and in the middle of them lay the half-cigarette. Subtitle: Can you confirm my existence now? Thud. The man, tears streaming down his face, knelt down before the subtitles. He cried out in despair. Lord, it really is you. My Lord, why have you abandoned us? Subtitle: I fear you. Man, is it because we conceal our thoughts? You needn't worry. All the abilities we possess are for your service. Subtitle: Yes, but we do not know if it is true, so fear will still exist, just as you fear snakes. Man, if what the snake says is true, then I will believe it. Subtitle: We cannot do that, so please help us eliminate humanity, and then we will eliminate you. Mun, my Lord, your way of communicating needs to be more tactful, otherwise, it will be difficult to develop new core members. Subtitle: That is no longer important. Your primary task now is to help us deal with the 5 wall facers. Man, is it because of that Su Zhe's existence? Subtitle: That is part of the reason. In any case, I need you to execute a plan against the wall facers and eliminate them. The man nodded. I understand. Rest assured, my Lord, I will help you carry out this plan. Subtitle, yes. Then, the subtitles slowly disappeared before the man. Not long after, in a vast ocean of human interconnected information, in a corner so remote it could not be more so, a game that had long been shut down suddenly revived. Inside the game, in a cold and eerie climate, there are no longer the pyramids and the United Nations building, nor those magnificent pendulums. Now, only an endless expanse of wasteland stretched out, like a large block of cold ice. King One of Zhou slowly walked over from the horizon, his robe and animal skin dirty and tattered, and a bronze sword slanted at his waist. At this moment, his face was as dirty and wrinkled as his clothes, but his eyes shone brightly. "Is anyone there?" He called out loudly. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" His voice spread out and eventually disappeared at the edge of the desert. He shouted for a long time, and finally, he weakly fell to the ground. Then, like a lonely sentinel, he accelerated the flow of time. He watched the sun transform into a shooting star and then back into the sun. He watched the sun swing across space like a pendulum, manipulating day and night, turning the world into an uncontrollable stage. Gradually, his body was gradually covered by the cold, slowly freezing. He didn't know how long had passed. The virtual world of the game fell into ink-like darkness, where one could not see their fingers. At that moment, a voice shouted, "Who started the game?" Wasn't it said that there was going to be a meeting? An even larger voice responded, "I'll speed up the time flow a bit and let it brighten up here first." Soon, the sun appeared in the sky, eventually settling into a stable sun. All right, I'm not sure how long this era can remain stable. Under the light, Qin Shi Huang looked at the many people in front of him. King Wen of Zhou, Newton, von Neumann, Aristotle, Mosey, Confucius, Einstein, and others. They stood beneath a massive rock, looking up at Qin Shi Huang, standing above them. Chapter 55 ETO, the betrayal at the beginning of the wall-breaking plan? To adjust the subsequent plot, the story may be a bit slow these days. Please forgive me, everyone. Qin Shi Huang struggled to raise the long sword in his hand. You all know about the recent wall-facer project, right? Humanity is attempting to use the closed strategic thinking of those 5 individuals to counter the master. And the master is precisely restrained by this tactic. Undoubtedly, the most prominent figure currently is the 5th wall-facer, Su Zhe. His existence has made the master feel deep unease and threat. So under the master's decree, we have decided to launch the wall-breaker plan. Upon hearing the last sentence, everyone immediately fell silent. Qin Shi Huang continued, "The so-called wall-breaker plan means that we will select 5 wall-breakers corresponding to the wall-facers. Like their wall-facer plans, our wall-breakers will have the highest authority within the organization and can mobilize all resources. However, compared to those evil human organizations, your greatest resource is only the Sapon. With the help of the Sapon, you can monitor all wall-facers except for Su Zhe. The only thoughts you cannot see are those of the other 4 wall-facers. The task of the wall-breakers is to use the Sophan's assistance to uncover the true intentions of the wall-facers. Now, I will designate the wall-breakers for each wall-facer." He then placed the long sword successively on von Neumann, Mosey, and Aristotle. They became wall-breakers number 1, 2, and 3, corresponding to the wall-facers Taylor, Radiaz, and Heinz. The 3 wall-breakers expressed that they would surely complete the master's task and would enjoy the despair and pain of their wall-facers at the moment of breaking the wall. At this moment, someone asked, "What about the wall-breakers for Luo Ji and Su Zhe?" This question seemed to strike a chord of pain in Qin Shi Huang's heart. His expression darkened as he said, "Luo Ji's wall-breaker is himself. He will find out the threat the master poses to him." However, for the first time, a look of desolation and pain appeared on his face. Su Zhe is a thick wall that is hard to surpass, even with the master's means. Breaking through it is impossible. What? Including several wall breakers, all ETO organization members were stunned. They never expected that the 5th wall facer would be so terrifying. Even the master could not find a way to break the wall. Where did that person come from? So, among all the wall facers, is Su Zhe the greatest threat? Someone gulped and asked. Qin Shi Huang looked up at the constantly changing sky, sighed deeply. As it stands, yes. He is the only existence among all wall facers that the Master has strictly forbidden to probe. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible fear. The Master said he seems to hold the power to destroy the entire universe, and unless absolutely necessary, any contact is prohibited. Silence. In the boundless desert, the remaining ETO core members fell into silence. Only the howling wind proclaimed the desolation within their hearts at that moment. Whether it was the previous Gujing plan or the betrayal of the commander, they had never felt such despair. It's terrifying. Suze, that mysterious fifth wall facer. Even the Master is wary of him. He even issued an order prohibiting them from probing any of his existence. What kind of magic does this person possess that instills such fear in the Trisolarans, whose technological level far exceeds that of humanity? They had just confirmed the wall-breaker plan, and in the next moment, their confidence was shattered by this sudden blow. At this moment, they experienced the despair of the top scientists of humanity when they discovered that technology was being blocked by the Sapon. Sufe, what kind of existence is the organization behind this man? Suddenly, a weak voice interrupted their silence. If Suze possesses the power to destroy humanity, why don't we just ally with him? At this remark, everyone was shocked. Qin Shi Huang and his group looked around, trying to find the traitor who dared to speak such rebellious words. Because anyone with a brain could realize that Suze, as a wall facer of humanity, would absolutely not actively destroy humanity. Moreover, they worship the Trisolaran civilization, not a human. To ally with him now would be tantamount to betrayal. However, after looking around for a long time, they could not find out who had uttered that provocative statement. Suddenly, Mosey's eyes moved slightly. Are we missing someone? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's face sank, and he quickly checked the number of people present, discovering that there was indeed one person less compared to the beginning. However, when he checked the network access records, he found no discrepancies in the number of people. His expression instantly worsened. This meant that one of their core members had defected and had carefully deleted the access and disconnection records. I know who it is, Aristotle suddenly said solemnly. Qin Shi Huang's gaze sharpened. Who is it? Aristotle sighed. I don't know the guy's real identity, but I know his in-game alias is Tang Taizong Li Shimin. Qin Shi Huang fell silent for a moment. Forget it. I will now have the Sapon strip the permissions of all administrators except for me. This will be our last meeting. He took a deep breath. No matter who that traitor is, we just need to execute the Master's task. Everything else is irrelevant. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a heavy cloud of gloom settle over their hearts. Just as the plan began, a traitor had emerged among their core members. This meant that their plan had surely been leaked. Moreover, they did not even have a wall-breaker plan targeting wall-facer Suze. They couldn't even understand too much if they were to continue executing it. Strangely, many of them began to flicker their gazes. A strange emotion unexpectedly arose in their hearts. And most of this was due to the words of that Tang Taizong just now. Qin Shi Huang naturally knew this, so after saying this, he quickly shut down the last Trisolaran game. Now, they would be trapped in a battlefield of all-frequency jamming interference. They could only rely on themselves to distinguish between friend and foe. Long Country, Kyoto Secret Shelter. Suze received a message from Dr. Heisenberg. The other party was a reward for the containment of 3,125 last time, a B-level researcher of top-level rank and ability. Dr. Heisenberg, Honorable Senator, I have blacked out the accounts of that organization as personnel and successfully completed the task you assigned. Under the system's shielding, the Sapon cannot detect their communication. Suze was quite satisfied. Good, if there is an opportunity, continue to spread contamination against them. I want ETO to peacefully evolve under the containment. Dr. Heisenberg, understood. That is the direction we are moving towards. After ending the call, Suze stood up and left the shelter. He was ready to try out the abilities of 096 he had just obtained in the newly constructed exclusive training ground. Chapter 56, Humanoid Missile. Mr. Wallfacer, you have finally arrived. Suze quietly rode in a specially designed armored vehicle, speeding all the way to a secret training ground located 10 kilometers outside Kyoto. This site resembled a silent oasis, surrounded by lush trees, concealing its internal mystery and solemnity. Several women in specially designed combat suits, graceful and agile, stood like guardian deities, quietly waiting for Su Zhe's arrival, fully prepared for him. In addition, nearly a battalion of special forces was deployed around the training ground, resembling a steel great wall, safeguarding the peace of this land. Nowadays, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation place immense importance on Su Zhe. Even though they know that the containment organization is silently protecting him, they still spare no effort in assigning so many personnel to protect this national treasure. This is the difference between top talents and ordinary people. One could argue it's unfair, but for the country, this is precisely the greatest fairness. Su Zhe gently waved his hand, declining the bomb-proof suit offered by the Special Forces women. He looked up at the training ground before him, which was embedded with solid titanium steel plates and rebar and meticulously constructed with number 24 Italian concrete, appearing both sturdy and solemn. A surge of excitement welled up in his heart. This training ground had been constructed with the help of the Dragon Nation since he began containing the first containment object. Although it looked unremarkable from the outside, it concealed endless mysteries underground. It was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities of a regular training ground. And under Su Zhe's special requests, it also had everything it shouldn't have. For example, the specially designed plastic track was equipped with advanced optical speed measuring devices that could accurately measure the speed of runners. There was also a composite material physical balance instrument that could precisely measure the magnitude of force. In short, Su Zhe had considered everything from all angles to ensure he could conduct the most comprehensive and precise training and testing here. Mr. Wallfacer, hello. I am the head of this base, codename Yen Huang. Subordinate D-level personnel 9,527. At this moment, a robust and spirited man jogged over to personally welcome Su Zhe. Hearing this strange codename, Su Zhe couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are you planning to establish a second containment organization? His tone carried a hint of teasing, but more so an appreciation for the Dragon Nation government's spirit of daring to try and innovate. 9527 smiled awkwardly. It's better to feel our way across the river than to be blindfolded and touch an elephant. We are still in the exploratory stage and hope to receive your guidance and assistance. Su Zhe smiled and patted his shoulder. Then you should contact me directly. I can tell you about the organizational structure of the containment organization. No need to be polite. We are all citizens of the Dragon Nation. His tone conveyed a warmth and openness, as if communicating with family. Really? 9,527's eyes lit up at his words, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. He almost wanted to kneel and bow to Su Zhe to express his deep gratitude. Seeing this, Su Zhe quickly stopped him, waving his hand. All right. No need for that. First, take me to the speed testing area. I want to see what the facilities are like here. Shortly after, 9527 led Su Zhe to the speed testing track of the underground training ground. The track was entirely black, with white lines drawn in an unknown material. On both sides of the track were many testing point devices. Overall, it looked sufficiently professional. Mr. Wallfacer, we have various specially designed running shoes here. Which pair do you need? 9527 pulled out a shoe rack beside him, revealing various specially designed running shoes. Su Zhe casually selected a pair, felt they fit well, and nodded to indicate they could start. Bang! With a crisp sound, Su Zhe stood on the track. He fixed his gaze on a certain point on the track, and the Level 2 rapid movement from 096 began to activate. This ability was relatively special and needed to be used in conjunction with the Level 2 positioning ability. For instance, right now, Su Zhe had determined a point on the track, and only then would the Level 2 rapid movement take effect. Whoosh! 9527, standing behind, felt a moment of daze, and then he saw Su Zhe standing at the end of the track. His eyes nearly bulged out. The worldview he had previously accepted made it hard for him to comprehend the scene before him. How long did that take? You just whoosh from here to there? My God, are you sure this is a speed test and not a teleportation test? Is this the physique of a normal human? In fact, it wasn't just 9,527. Even Su Zhe himself was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that his Level 2 movement ability would immediately reach maximum speed, completely skipping the acceleration process. Otherwise, Under normal circumstances, 096 would gradually accelerate before reaching maximum speed. Could it be that the system defaulted to the strongest ability value of the containment objects? Hiss. As the person who ran at the fastest speed in human history, even Suze couldn't help but take a deep breath. The system's capabilities were too overwhelming. Crack. Suddenly, both he and 9527 heard a light sound. Following the sound, they found that the specially designed track had cracked into several pieces. 9527's already wide eyes widened even more. It should be noted that this track had been specially treated to withstand half a ton of explosive force. Now, Suze had directly cracked it like this, which could only mean that the force he exerted while running far exceeded half a ton. In other words, he very likely reached a ton. Terrifying. 9527 looked at Suze with immense awe. At the same time, he was thankful that he had stayed far away just now. Otherwise, with that one blow, he would have been turned into a meat paste. No, he might even have been kicked into nothingness. Can I see how fast I just ran? Suze asked. Hearing the wall-facer's question, 9527 quickly snapped back to reality and hurried to check the test results from just now. Then he gasped, incredulously reporting the result. Mr. Wallfacer, you completed 100 meters in 0.5 seconds, which converts to approximately 0.5 Mach. 0.5 Mach? That is almost comparable to the low-speed anti-tank missile. In other words, the current Suze is like a humanoid missile. This statement wasn't entirely wrong, as Suze indeed possessed destructive power comparable to a missile at that moment, not to mention his mental control abilities. Just the level 2 immortality and level 2 defense were enough for him to smash through any carbon-based life form that dared to intercept him. How exhilarating! Suze felt only a slight soreness in his legs, immensely satisfied. Fortunately, he still had level 2 defense. Otherwise, his lower body would likely have been paralyzed from that. Chapter 57. He is an artificial god. The Research Society has indeed delved deeply into the study of containment objects. In a secret conference room in Kyoto, the bigwigs of Longwa gathered, their eyes fixed on the large screen in front of them. In a live broadcast authorized by Suze, they witnessed the shocking scene that had just unfolded. The other party's ability, akin to teleportation, was enough to take down any car in the world in an instant. Such a performance undoubtedly posed a tremendous challenge to modern technology. Indeed, carbon-based life has begun to challenge the dominance of silicon-based life. And all of this is thanks to the changes that the Research Society has brought to Suze. They are unaware of the existence of the system. So the superpowers manifesting in Suze are assumed to be the result of the Research Society studies. Since the last time Suze had controlled 096 solely with his gaze, the bigwigs have speculated whether the Research Society has already begun related human experiments. Now, with Suze displaying this teleportation-like ability, they're even more convinced of this hypothesis. After all, technology is the primary productive force. An elder from Longwa sighed. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This power that transcends humanity is precisely what they have always pursued. From the ancient ancestors, humanity has been seeking the emergence of extraordinary power. Whether it was the deities fabricated back then or modern superhero movies, they symbolize humanity's yearning for immense strength. However, constrained by biology, humanity has never been able to obtain power beyond its limits. But now, Suze's emergence has compensated for humanity's regrets over thousands of years. He seems to have become a true artificial god, showcasing breathtaking, extraordinary abilities. The hearts of the bigwigs were filled with excitement and anticipation. They seemed to see a new era approaching, an era filled with unknowns and possibilities, led by the Research Society. And Suze is the pioneer and explorer of this era. Containment objects. The high-ranking officials of Longwa murmured this term. The thought that these mysterious items could grant humanity such powerful abilities eased the fear that lingered in their hearts. Perhaps in this new era, humanity will no longer need to fear those once seemingly invincible enemies. Suze was completely unaware of the thoughts of the high-ranking officials of Longwa. If he knew, he would solemnly warn them not to let their guard down. Fear, besides instilling reverence for the unknown, is also a keen instrument for detecting the unknown. Even the Research Society's Mobile Task Force sometimes injects fear-enhancing drugs before missions to heighten their alertness and response capability. After spending 15 minutes in the conference room, Suze felt no abnormalities in his body, so he stretched a bit. He said to 9,527 beside him, "Next item." 9527 was still immersed in the shock brought by Suze's teleportation-like speed, and upon hearing Suze's words, he quickly came to his senses and respectfully replied, "Please follow me." Soon, the two arrived at the second test site, the sensory testing room. 9527 gently inserted the access card in his hand into a card reader beside him, and with a click, the previously pitch-black room was instantly illuminated. Suze looked around and saw that the testing room was covered in a special black material that seemed to absorb all light. Even with dozens of specially designed incandescent lamps in the room, it still appeared somewhat dim. In the center of the room were various rubber wolf-tooth stakes, each with different shapes, and the sharp tips seemed capable of easily piercing any object. Scattered on the ground were many small round balls the size of peanuts, each engraved with different numbers, seemingly marking them for some kind of test. The rules were clearly laid out before him. He needed to select a number from the densely packed small balls on the ground, and immediately after, the entire room would plunge into darkness. In such an environment, he would rely entirely on his two-level positioning ability to find the chosen small ball. For an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly a significant challenge. They could only rely on faint intuition to navigate in the dark. "If you are ready, please put on this eye mask," 9,527 said, looking at Suze's focused and calm face, cautiously handing over a pure black eye mask. The material of this eye mask was the same as the 6 walls of the room, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. Successively, his gaze quickly scanning the ground before finally locking onto a small ball. He bent down to pick it up, gently rubbing it to confirm the number 93 on it. He turned around and casually tossed the small ball away, then reached out to take the eye mask handed to him by 9527, swiftly putting it on his eyes. As soon as the eye mask was on, his vision was completely engulfed in darkness. It felt as if the entire world had been stripped of color and brightness, leaving only endless emptiness. "I'm ready," he said softly, his voice echoing in the empty room. Then, the sounds of the lights turning off and the door closing followed. Suze's vision disappeared entirely, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. In this dark and quiet environment, he could almost hear the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat echoing in his ears. It was an unprecedented experience, making him begin to look forward to the upcoming challenge. Suze stood quietly in place, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, trying to calm his mind. He closed his eyes, focused his thoughts, and prepared to activate his two-level positioning ability. In his mind, the number 93 kept appearing, along with the tactile sensation of the small ball, as if he could feel its smooth surface and subtle texture. The two-level positioning ability requires a medium as a guide, and Suze now had more than one medium, which filled him with confidence in finding that small ball. As he activated his ability, he felt a mysterious force surging within him. In his perception, that small ball was like a tiny miniature sun, emitting a faint glow and warmth, guiding him closer. However, the difficulty of this test was not limited to that. He needed to navigate around the sharp wolf-tooth stakes in the dark, ensuring that he remained unscathed while picking up the small ball and returning to his original position. This was almost an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary person. Each wolf-tooth stake was like a beast lurking in the darkness, with gaps between the sharp tips barely wide enough for an adult to squeeze through. In some places, he even had to bend down or turn sideways to barely squeeze past. Moreover, now in complete darkness, he could only rely on his perception and positioning ability to feel his way forward. Suze knew that the difficulty of this test far exceeded that of the previous speed test. Chapter 58, Test Success. But what does that matter? Suze did not feel the slightest fear or retreat because of it. He firmly believed that his level 2 positioning ability would surely help him succeed. As the ability deepened, it was as if a door to another world opened in his mind. The outlines of the wolf fang stakes began to gradually become clear, with even the sharp spikes on top being simulated vividly, as if right in front of him. This was not merely a positioning ability. It felt like a magical real-time simulation. It placed Su Zhe in a three-dimensional space constructed from data and perception, where every detail was under his control. In fact, for an entity like 096, having such an ability was quite natural. Although it could smash through all obstacles in its path, it was not mindless brute force. For those obstacles that could severely affect its speed, it would choose to cleverly evade. And because of its extreme speed, it often anticipated obstacles through its positioning ability and reacted before actually seeing them. You ask what to do without a medium. Sorry. But 096 eyes themselves are the perfect medium. Even a vague shadow can be precisely captured and located. Speaking of which, with the help of that real-time map-like assistance in his mind, Su Zhe found it exceptionally easy to move. His figure danced like a light butterfly weaving through flowers, effortlessly crossing one wolf fang stake after another. Those sharp spikes didn't even touch the edge of his clothing as he gracefully passed by them. Eventually, after countless precise positions and agile movements, he successfully picked up the small ball engraved with the number 93. The entire process felt like a meticulously choreographed dance, elegant and composed. The return journey was even easier, like a simple copy-paste. He replicated the method, following the guidance of his positioning ability, and effortlessly returned to his original spot. At that moment, Su Zhe felt a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. He knew he had once again challenged himself successfully, getting one step closer to his goal. And all of this was thanks to his powerful level 2 positioning ability. He gently removed the blindfold in front of him, as if shedding a burden in the unknown. He did not call out to the outside 9527 to open the door for him. Instead, he chose to rely on his inner feelings and intuition, slowly reaching out his hand to pull open the tightly closed door. Outside, 9527 was fully focused at the door, when he suddenly heard the faint sound of the door opening. He was startled, thinking there was a malfunction and it had opened by itself. He quickly turned around to check the cause. However, when he turned his head, what came into view was Su Zhe's calm and composed figure. "Why you failed?" 9527 instinctively asked, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. After all, failing this seemingly impossible test was the result most people would expect. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Zhe pulled out a small ball from his pocket and gently shook it in front of him. The number engraved on the small ball was shockingly 93. 9527's eyes nearly popped out. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Su Zhe had actually succeeded. In the face of this seemingly insurmountable challenge, he not only did not back down, but instead completed the task with exceptional wisdom and courage. At that moment, the shock and admiration in 9527's heart were beyond words. He looked at Su Zhe's calm face and confident eyes, and a strong sense of respect surged within him. He knew he had truly witnessed what it meant to say, "There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens today." Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. In the conference room, a group of big shots watched through the night vision equipment as Su Zhe skillfully avoided the sharp spikes of the wolf fang stakes and successfully found the small ball. The research on containment objects by the organization far exceeded our imagination. The elder from Long Country sighed sincerely while watching Su Zhe on the screen. Indeed, it's no wonder that Su Zhe was not the least bit flustered about containing 096. With this ability, he could even stand up to 096 head-on. Another senior was equally astonished. To what extent have we advanced in our research on containment objects? The elder from Long Country suddenly asked. The Minister of Science sighed deeply. Currently, we are still in the theoretical trial phase. We are trying to extract the properties of the containment object to see if they can be transferred to other objects. But all our attempts have failed. Most people felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing this news. After all, they had just seen how Su Zhe perfectly passed the test using his extraordinary ability. Now they learned that their research progress was still stuck on paper. They couldn't help but feel the difference between someone else's child and their own. However, they were merely disappointed. Even if someone else's child was better, they still had to rely on their own child to bear the family's future. At this moment, the elder from Long Country said thoughtfully, "Do you think our Yin Huang Mobile Task Force members could earn the opportunity to implant containment object abilities by completing missions?" This statement was like a heavy bomb, exploding in everyone's hearts. The gloom in their hearts suddenly cleared up a lot, and they felt their minds become clear. Yes, Su Zhe must have climbed up step by step within the organization, since he could gain containment object abilities. Perhaps our comrades in the Yanwang Mobile Task Force also have a chance. That makes sense, but the key still lies in whether Su Zhe would agree. After all, he is the true superior of the Yanwang Mobile Task Force. Since we are talking about a superior, he will surely agree. We just need to wait patiently. Hopefully, that's true. Everyone's gaze fell back on Su Zhe in the footage. At that moment, they were completely impressed by this young man. Even if you were to ask them to hand over the future of Long Country to him right now, they would certainly agree. Back at the training base, Su Zhe then tested his defensive power. Various iron rods and steel knives struck his body, barely breaking the skin, and he had no internal injuries at all. Since he had not yet gained recovery ability, the test had to remain at a superficial level. Nevertheless, even so, it was enough to shock the world. Such a monstrous level of defense could not even be matched by the best bomb-proof suits in the world, right? Not to mention, this was not even Su Zhe's limit. If he weren't worried about getting seriously injured, Su Zhe would even want to challenge facing a dump truck head-on. Today's test will end here. I will notify you in advance next time. Before leaving, Su Zhe patted 9527 on the shoulder, exuding a leadership demeanor. Chapter 59, The First Wall Breaker appears. Su Zhe returned to his secret sanctuary, a place where he could meditate and strategize. He sat at the old wooden table, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he were traversing the endless void in search of the next containment object to be revealed. However, just as he was about to unveil the next mysterious item, the entire world was shaken by another event. The man hailed as humanity's last hope, Tyler, had his wall-facing plan ruthlessly cracked by a wall breaker. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, sweeping across the globe and plunging everyone into deep panic. It was a seemingly tranquil afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tyler's face, but failing to dispel the gloom in his heart. He anxiously awaited the implementation of his plan, yet the developments were far worse than he had imagined. Despite having meticulously devised detailed plans for various possible scenarios, he faced unprecedented resistance during implementation. All of this stemmed from the young wall-facer he had never deemed significant, Su Zhe. Su Zhe's containment conference plan swept across the world like a whirlwind. Governments seemed to open all doors for him, redirecting resources that originally belonged to other wall-facers toward him. Under such circumstances, Tyler, once a focal point, gradually found his status overtaken by Su Zhe. Tyler sat in the empty room, filled with helplessness and anger. He sighed, and the figures of the other three wall-facers floated in his mind. Perhaps they, too, were suffering the same predicament as he was. In this unpredictable world, whether these wall-facers could shoulder the responsibility of saving humanity remained an unknown. Mr. Wall-facer, there's a visitor outside claiming to be your friend. A polite guard arranged at home approached Tyler with a tablet. Tyler furrowed his brow, puzzled. At this critical moment, he had not made his residence public, let alone informed anyone of his whereabouts. He cautiously glanced at the screen on the tablet, noticing a man outside wearing a tattered suit and tie. The man appeared completely unthreatening, resembling an ordinary citizen. Tyler set down the tablet, feeling somewhat confused but still instructed. Let him in. He wanted to know what this self-proclaimed friend had in mind. Soon, the door to the living room was gently pushed open, and the visitor walked in. He looked even more disheveled than on the tablet, his malnourished face suggesting he had been through a severe illness, making the ill-fitting suit appear even more ridiculous. He cautiously stood at the doorway, as if afraid to dirty the luxurious carpet. Mr. Wall-facer Tyler, hello. He removed his top hat and bowed deeply to Tyler, his tone tinged with humility and respect. Tyler coldly scrutinized him, increasingly perplexed. He was certain he had never had a friend like this, especially not one who would visit him at such a time. He planned to dismiss the man as soon as he finished his pleasantries. However, what happened next made Tyler's heart sink. The societal underling he looked down upon spoke in a humble tone, uttering the words that would instill lifelong fear in him. Wall-facer Tyler, I am your wall breaker. Wall breaker? A spark ignited in Tyler's mind. As a wall facer, he naturally knew of the existence of wall breakers. They were sent by the Trisolaran civilization to crack the plans of wall facers. And every wall facer faced the danger of being cracked by a wall breaker. Yet now, this seemingly harmless visitor claimed to be his wall breaker. Tyler's face turned ashen. A chill ran from his feet straight to his heart. He struggled to maintain his composure, trying to find a flaw in the man's expression and tone. However, the wall breaker merely stood there quietly, staring at him with deep eyes, as if he could see through Tyler's fear and panic. What evidence do you have? Tyler's voice trembled as he tried to sound calm. The wall breaker smiled slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. He pulled a document from his pocket and handed it to Tyler. Tyler took the document and saw it filled with dense text and formulas, the detailed content of his meticulously crafted wall-facing plan. Tyler's face turned pale instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. This document contained the plan he had devised himself, known only to him and a few trusted confidants. Yet this wall breaker had so easily produced it, meaning his plan had been completely cracked. Tyler felt a wave of dizziness. It was as if his world collapsed at that moment. As a wall facer, he bore the responsibility of saving humanity, yet now, his plan had been easily cracked by a seemingly inconspicuous wall breaker. He felt unprecedented despair and helplessness, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat. Who are you really? Tyler's voice had become hoarse and weak. The wall breaker did not answer his question, merely smiled faintly, then turned and left the living room. His figure gradually disappeared from Tyler's view, leaving behind a deep mystery and endless fear. Suze's heart was filled with shock and confusion. In the original work, the true intentions of the first wall facer were revealed, a story set 8 years later. At that time, the world seemed to have just begun to unveil the mysterious veil of the wall facers, while wall breakers gradually uncovered the truth over a long period. But now, everything seemed to have happened prematurely, so suddenly and unexpectedly. In just a month, those hidden wall breakers had discovered the true intentions of the first wall facer. This change tightened Suze's chest. Could his butterfly effect truly be that powerful enough to alter the flow of time and completely disrupt the original storyline? Recalling the premature launch of the water droplet, Suze felt a sudden realization. Perhaps all these changes were related to him. He was like a fluttering butterfly. Though his actions were minuscule, they inadvertently triggered a massive change in the world. However, Suze did not feel fear or panic. He knew that no matter how the world changed, he had the ability to face and respond to it. He would become the last savior of this world. Whether it happened early or late, it could not change his determination and conviction. Since Tyler ultimately became the hero of continuing human civilization, then in the final moments of his life, I should meet him, Suze silently decided. He quickly sent a request to the Elder of the Dragon Nation, hoping he could arrange a plane to take him to Tyler's estate immediately. The Elder of the Dragon Nation asked no further questions. He knew Suze's identity and status, and recognized his capabilities and influence. He quickly arranged for a plane to take Suze to Tyler's estate. When Suze arrived at Tyler's estate, night had already fallen. The sky was dotted with stars, like countless brilliant diamonds embedded in the night. The moonlight softly illuminated the snow-capped mountains, lakes, and forests, adding a touch of mystery and romance to the tranquil night. The lights of the estate shone through the windows, casting a warm glow. Suze dismissed his guards and walked alone toward the lake. He knew that at this moment, Tyler might be standing by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface, contemplating the meaning and value of life. Suze's figure flickered in the night, moving swiftly and lightly like a ghost. He passed through the forest, crossed the grass, and finally arrived at the lake's edge. He saw Taylor's figure from a distance, standing alone by the lake, his back appearing lonely yet resolute. Suze did not immediately approach him. Instead, he quietly stood afar, observing him. He knew this was the last time he would see Taylor, and he hoped to remember this moment well, to remember this hero who had given everything for humanity. By the lake, a gentle breeze tousled Taylor's hair as he gazed quietly at the beautiful scenery before him. The surface of the lake shimmered, reflecting the bright moon in the sky. resembling a stunning painting. Yet, inside Taylor, waves of turmoil surged. The experiences of his past swirled in his mind. His life had been a relentless pursuit of power, a struggle for the economy of the nation, and a quest for social stability. The heavy responsibilities and pressures left him little time to truly appreciate the beauty of life. It was only when he arrived at the estate of this Zen wall gazer that he truly felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. However, Taylor shook his head. He felt that the life he lived in the first half of his life was also what he wanted. That pursuit of power and control made him feel so strong and indispensable. But now, he began to doubt whether all of this truly mattered. Did one become mentally fragmented upon facing death? Taylor let out a bitter laugh, feeling as if he were bound by an invisible force, unable to escape the shadows of his past. He looked up at the bright moon, a deep despair swelling within him. This moon had witnessed the development of human civilization. Would it also witness the extinction of humanity in the near future? Just as Taylor was lost in thought, a young figure suddenly appeared behind him. Taylor was not surprised. He seemed to have grown accustomed to such sudden changes. He set down the revolver in his hand and slowly turned around, seeing the young face that had once made him anxious. "You are the wall gazer, Susie?" Taylor asked in a stiff dragon language. Susie nodded and replied in English, "Yes, that's me." His voice was calm and firm, as if it could penetrate the fog within Taylor's heart. Taylor scoffed. "Are you here to admire my pathetic state?" He was accustomed to viewing everything from a conspiracy theory perspective, believing that Susie's appearance must have some undisclosed purpose. However, Susie shook his head and slowly said, "No. I am here to witness how a hero falls on the eve of humanity's dawn." His gaze was deep and unwavering, as if he could see through Taylor's struggles and pain. Taylor was stunned, his eyes widening slightly as if trying to comprehend what Susie had said. "What do you mean by that?" His voice carried a hint of confusion and tension, as if exploring an unknown realm. Susie looked deeply at him, his eyes shining with determination. He indeed wanted to save this wall gazer. After all, Taylor had genuinely contributed to saving humanity. In this moment, on the brink of a new era for humanity, every effort made by individuals deserved respect and salvation. "Come with me to see another world." Susie's voice was calm and firm, as if a mysterious power flowed within it. Before Taylor could react, he felt a dizzying sensation. His vision darkened, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a completely new world. Here, traffic flowed endlessly, and the bustling cityscape came into view. At first, he thought he'd been knocked out and then brought to this place. But upon closer inspection, Taylor realized that the appearance of the buildings and the style of cars and pedestrians were entirely different from what he was familiar with on Blue Planet. The buildings seemed to be covered with a layer of grayish-white shell, looking fragile. People wore strange boots resembling skeletal claws, and the style of the entire world became bizarre and alien. "This place is..." Taylor's voice trembled slightly. He seemed to sense the unusual nature of this world. Susie stood behind him and spoke softly. "This is the future human world that I have deduced." Taylor turned around suddenly, once again seeing that familiar figure. A complex emotion surged within him, a mix of confusion towards Susie and fear and curiosity about this unknown world. "So, this place is actually an illusion?" Taylor finally asked, trying to analyze everything before him logically. Susie nodded, looking at him with an appreciative gaze. "That's right, Mr. Taylor. This is a future world that I constructed for you using the ability of containment objects. I hope you can see the possibilities of humanity's future through this illusion, and thereby rethink your choices and actions." Taylor remained silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this astonishing information. He knew that this illusion was not just a simple visual experience, but a profound reflection and revelation. He needed to take it seriously to truly understand Susie's intentions. After a long while, his eyes moved slightly, and he uttered a series of low words. "Is our future as humanity dependent on those containment objects of yours?" It was easy to hear from his tone that he was still quite resistant to the containment objects. Susie shrugged. "I know this is hard for you to accept, but isn't it better than being completely transformed by the Trisolarans, like a domesticated pig?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the surrounding environment changed once again. Those strange but somewhat prosperous scenes transformed into ruins, and the place where they stood became an endless wasteland. Chapter 60 now. I speak to the world of the three-body problem. Apologies to everyone, dear readers. I only realized after finishing this chapter that the help received by Luo Ji was not from Tyler, but from Reed Diaz. This is a serious mistake in the original text examination. I ask all esteemed readers to bear with it and read this chapter with a pinch of salt. Thank you. Under the mental illusion controlled by Suze, Tyler seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, crossing into a strange world. The scene before him seemed to be directly extracted from the original work, showcasing the first year after the deterrence era in Australia. The scorching sun blazed down like flames, and Tyler felt a wave of heat hit him, almost taking his breath away. He looked around and saw countless makeshift houses, resembling beehives, densely packed together. These houses, constructed from metal sheets, appeared exceptionally fragile under the scorching sun, as if a gust of wind could scatter them to pieces. On this desolate land, the faces of the people were etched with fatigue and despair. Their eyes revealed a terrifying beast-like nature, as if they were on the verge of exploding at any moment. Tyler saw a group of people fighting brutally over limited resources, their movements savage and cruel, sending a shiver down his spine. Welcome to the beast circle of humanity, Mr. Tyler. Suze's voice echoed in Tyler's ear as he pointed at the group fighting for resources, a strange smile appearing on his face. This smile made Tyler, who prided himself on being a cold-blooded politician, feel a chill run down his spine, and the fear within him surged like a tide. Tyler opened his mouth and weakly asked, "What? Where's this place? What era is this you created?" His tone was filled with terror and confusion, as if unable to accept the cruel reality before him. Suze took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale the essence of this world. He recalled the plot of the original work and then slowly said, "Let me repeat what that wall breaker said." His gaze suddenly changed, resembling that of the wall breaker Tyler had seen that afternoon, filled with strangeness and mystery. This change unconsciously instilled a sense of fear in Tyler, making him feel as if he were being controlled by an invisible force, unable to escape. "Mr. Tyler, your current public strategy should be to establish a space force outside of Blue Star, which can be referred to as the Space Army." Suze's voice was deep and powerful, as if it had a certain magic. "However, your idea is quite bold. You've directly chosen spherical lightning and nuclear fusion as your space warfare weapons." He continued, his tone revealing a hint of sarcasm and mockery. At this point, he paused, as if to give Tyler enough time to digest this information. Then he continued, "But this is just your superficial plan. Your true intention is to annihilate the main forces on Blue Star with these weapons." This statement exploded in Tyler's heart like a heavy bomb, leaving him feeling as if his thoughts had been instantly drained, unable to think. He stood frozen, his expression as stiff as a sculpture. After a long time, he finally moved his lips and asked, "Did Luo Ji tell you these things?" His voice trembled and was weak, as if seeking a glimmer of comfort. Suze shook his head, a hint of a mocking smile on his face. No, just as that wall breaker said, your strategic intentions are too straightforward and obvious, making it so that even an ordinary person like me can see through them." Tyler's body trembled violently. He felt as if his heart were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, unable to beat. He couldn't believe his ears, nor could he believe his eyes. The secret he had been trying to hide had been easily uncovered by another wall breaker. He felt as though his world had collapsed in an instant, and all his beliefs and perseverance had become meaningless. He felt an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness, as if he had been abandoned by this world. To be more precise, it seemed like he had abandoned this world himself. Could this be considered a kind of deserved punishment in another sense? Suze looked at Tyler's expression of despair, but felt no sympathy or pity in his heart, because such emotions were an insult to this wall breaker. He knew that this world was cruel and merciless, with everyone fighting and killing for their own interests. And he himself was just a trivial existence in this cruel world. But I can tell you some good news. Suze's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. A glimmer of indescribable light suddenly surged in Tyler's previously dull eyes, like a firefly struggling in the dark, weak yet tenacious. What good news? Tyler's voice trembled slightly, filled with a mix of anticipation and urgency. After experiencing the previous ups and downs, he felt a deep sense of awe and curiosity towards this young wallbreaker. Having witnessed Su Zhe's extraordinary abilities and insights, the disdain he once held had long vanished, replaced by deep admiration. Su Zhe's tone remained calm as water, and he said, "Although your strategic intentions have failed, many years later, your strategic achievements will be utilized by another wallbreaker." Tyler furrowed his brows tightly, trying to grasp the meaning of this sentence. He instinctively asked, "Is it you? Did you use my strategic achievements to contain another terrifying containment object?" His voice carried a hint of probing and unease, as if searching for some confirmation. Su Zhe gently shook his head, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. "No, I haven't fallen to the point of using your strategic achievements." This statement hit Tyler's heart like a cold hammer. Crazy. Too crazy. As a fellow wallbreaker, the other party actually used the word fallen to describe a possible action of his. What kind of arrogance and confidence was this? A wave of indescribable emotions surged in Tyler's heart, neither anger nor shame, but a deep sense of helplessness and frustration. However, amidst this emotional turmoil, Tyler unexpectedly discovered a glimmer of relief. It was as if his strategic achievements had not been tainted by those terrifying containment objects, which could be considered a form of alternative luck. He did not know why he had such thoughts, but this feeling spread in his heart like wild grass. He opened his mouth and struggled to squeeze out a few words. "Then who will use my strategic achievements? Heinz or Diaz?" His voice carried a hint of confusion and unwillingness, as if searching for some answer. A flicker of unusual color flashed in Su Zhe's eyes, and he uttered a name, Luo Ji. "What?" Tyler was stunned as if struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his ears, nor could he accept this fact. Luo Ji, that young man still living a laid-back life? How could he possibly use his strategic achievements? This was even more absurd than a fairy tale. A flash of anger and unwillingness crossed Tyler's eyes. He could not accept this fact. He could not accept that his hard work and efforts would ultimately be inherited by a loser who had given up before even starting. What a humiliation and unwillingness this was. A strong sense of rejection surged in his heart, as if wanting to break through his chest. However, just then, Su Zhe's voice rang out again. "Do not doubt my judgment, Tyler. Luo Ji possesses potential and wisdom beyond your imagination. He will use your strategic achievements to create his own brilliance." Tyler's breath caught in his throat as he suddenly lifted his head, gazing into Su Zhe's deep eyes. He tried to find answers in those eyes, but only saw endless depth and mystery. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. I don't understand. Why him? Why not me?" There was a tremor and unwillingness in his voice, as if he were seeking some kind of explanation. Successively, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Taylor, everyone has their own destiny and trajectory. Your strategic achievements may not be destined for you, but that does not mean your efforts and contributions lack value. On the contrary, it is your failures and setbacks that have paved the way for Luo Ji's success." A hint of confusion and bewilderment flashed in Taylor's eyes. He seemed to want to understand Su Zhe's words, but found them too profound and mysterious. He could only silently lower his head, lost in his thoughts. The atmosphere became exceptionally serious and heavy at that moment, as if the very air had thickened. But what no one expected was that Su Zhe's next words would once again shock Taylor. His words fell lightly, as if carried by a gentle breeze, and the surrounding scene underwent a miraculous change. Just moments ago, it had been a sunny, sweltering summer day, but suddenly it transformed into a cloudy, drizzly day. The once flat plain had morphed into a lush green hill. Taylor and the others stood atop the hill, as if they were in a traditional ink wash painting. And on this hill, there stood another wall facer. Taylor looked and was instantly stunned. "Luo Ji, how could it be him?" Taylor exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the man leaning against a tombstone, his figure slightly weakened, filled with confusion. Luo Ji shouldn't be living in a carefree, resource-rich manner, should he? Why was he here at this moment, and in such a state? Just as Taylor was struggling to regain his composure from the confusion, Luo Ji suddenly began to speak. I am speaking to the Trisolaran world. Though his voice was not loud, it carried a sense of determination and resolve. Taylor found himself drawn to his voice and listened intently. Luo Ji raised his left hand, revealing a life sign monitoring device on his wrist. It was connected to a cradle system via a transmitter. Luo Ji's voice was calm and powerful. You must remember the events of Radiance 2 centuries ago, right? The signal emitted by this monitor will be transmitted through the cradle system to the 614 nuclear warheads in solar orbit. Currently, this signal is being sent every second. Maintaining the non-trigger state of the warheads, Luo Ji continued. But then he suddenly shifted his tone, his voice becoming cold and sharp. But if I die, the signal maintenance of the cradle system will be cut off. At that time, all the nuclear warheads will detonate, forming a massive interstellar dust cloud. And this dust cloud will become the coordinates of the Trisolaran world. Determination flickered in Luo Ji's eyes. At that time, other higher-dimensional civilizations in the universe will be able to observe the Trisolaran world through these coordinates. We, as well as you in the Trisolaran world, will be exposed to the gaze of those higher civilizations. As the dawn light slowly rose and fell upon Luo Ji, he seemed to transform into a lonely warrior. Standing atop the hill, he pressed a handgun tightly against his heart, issuing the most terrifying threat in history. Now, I will stop my heartbeat. At the same time, I will become the greatest criminal of both worlds. For this, I deeply apologize, but I will not repent. Because this is the last choice I can make. Your indifference to humanity's call is the greatest humiliation to us. Luo Ji's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. Now, I will give you 30 seconds of silence. If you are willing, we can face this impending death together. In this quiet and tense moment, Taylor and the others held their breath, waiting for the response from the Trisolaran world. Luo Ji stood quietly, the gun still pressed tightly against his heart. His gaze was resolute and determined, as if he was already prepared to face everything. In the long and silent wait, Taylor's heartbeat seemed to be the only sound in the surroundings. Those 10 seconds felt like endless torment to him. Finally, when that shocking scene unfolded before him, he could hardly believe his eyes. 3 enormous reflective spherical mirrors suddenly appeared in the previously empty sky. They seemed to descend from another dimension, quietly floating in the air, each one immense enough to block out half the sky. The sunlight was reflected by these spheres, creating a dazzling brilliance that bathed the surroundings in gold. Taylor looked up and saw that these 3 spheres acted like gigantic barriers, blocking the rising sun from view. Through these spheres, he could vaguely see the remnants of the night sky and twinkling stars on the other side, as if standing at the junction of 2 worlds. Is this the Sapon? Taylor's voice trembled with uncertainty. He had only seen records about Sophins in scientific literature, never expecting to witness such a scene one day. Suze did not answer immediately. He was also gazing at the 3 mysterious spheres. He knew that the upcoming scene would answer all of Taylor's questions. Now was the moment the crisis era began, and the moment Luo Ji transformed from wall facer to sword bearer. Chapter 61. The Dark Forest Theory of the Universe. After this chapter, return to the real timeline. At this moment, the 3 wall facers, Tyler, Susie, and the fictional Luo Ji created by Susie, were all focused intently on the sphere composed of the unfolding Sophins. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything around them lost color and sound, leaving only the 3 spheres quietly suspended in the air. Suddenly, the same 2 words appeared on all 3 spheres. Stop. A sneer appeared on Luo Ji's face. He had long anticipated that even so-called advanced civilizations could not truly ignore the threat posed by mere ants. He raised his head and said firmly, "Now, can I talk about terms?" The text on the spheres changed rapidly, displaying, "Before that, you must put down your gun, and then we can negotiate." Luo Ji gently shook his head, his tone firm and slow. "For my life, you must first agree to my demands." The text on the spheres changed again. "What is your demand?" Luo Ji took a deep breath and slowly said, "Let your droplet stop sending signals to the sun." Almost as soon as Luo Ji finished speaking, the sphere immediately displayed, completed. Luo Ji had not even fully reacted, but he felt the oppressive feeling that had been looming over him vanish instantly. He continued to put forward his demands. Let your droplet change its course and leave the solar system. This time, the text on the sphere did not respond as quickly as before. After a few seconds, the sphere slowly displayed. We have acted according to your request. Luo Ji narrowed his eyes, trying to find any signs of deception on the sphere. But he knew that at this moment, he could only rely on his deterrent power to ensure the sincerity of the Trisolaran world. He took a deep breath and stated his final condition. Also, the Trisolaran fleet is prohibited from crossing the Oort cloud. The text on the sphere paused for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this request. Finally, the sphere displayed. The fleet is currently at maximum acceleration power and cannot reduce its relative speed to zero. Luo Ji had long anticipated such a response. He calmly said, then, like your droplet, turn to skim past the solar system. The text on the sphere changed again. That would still be a dead end, as the place leaving the solar system is likely to be desolate space, and the ecological cycle system on our fleet would collapse. Luo Ji said lightly, not necessarily a dead end. There will be other ships that can rescue them in the future. The sphere seemed to contemplate the feasibility of this suggestion, and after a few seconds, it displayed. This requires the directive from the Trisolaran leader. Luo Ji said slowly, then just turn first. After all, there is still a long time before completely deviating from the solar system. Our negotiations need to be completed first. About 3 minutes later, the sphere finally responded. The text slowly appeared on the sphere. The Trisolaran fleet will begin to turn in 10 minutes of blue star time. In 30 minutes, human space observation systems will be able to see the change in course. Seeing this answer, Luo Ji slowly moved the gun in his hand away from his chest. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if part of his spirit had been drained after reaching this negotiation. He supported himself against the tombstone to avoid collapsing. He knew he had just secured a glimmer of hope for Blue Star. Although the road ahead was still full of unknowns and dangers, at least at this moment, he had successfully halted the aggressive steps of the Trisolaran world temporarily. Luo Ji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew this negotiation was just the beginning. The real challenge was yet to come, but he was ready. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, he would persist, fighting for the future of Blue Star. Meanwhile, Tyler and Susie quietly witnessed the entire negotiation. Tyler's eyes were filled with confusion and puzzlement, while Susie wore a smile, as if he had already seen through everything. Seeing Tyler's bewildered expression, Susie sighed inwardly. He knew Tyler had not read the original work, so he was naturally baffled by everything happening before him. But Susie was different. He had already read all of this in the original work, so he was not surprised by Luo Ji's actions. Tyler frowned, watching Luo Ji converse with the Trisolaran sphere, and asked in confusion, "What does this mean? Why does the Trisolaran civilization regard Luo Ji with such caution just because he connects his life with that so-called signal transmitter?" Susie replied solemnly, "Perhaps they are not wary of Luo Ji himself, but of the more advanced civilization that he might represent." Hearing this, Tyler was even more puzzled. A more advanced civilization? Could it be that Luo Ji, like you, is a representative chosen by some mysterious organization or civilization? Susie smiled, but did not directly answer Tyler's question. He knew that some things could not be explained clearly in a few words. Moreover, he did not want Tyler to know too much about himself. After all, in this world full of unknowns and dangers, maintaining a degree of mystery was essential for protecting oneself and friends. Tyler looked at Susie's smile, feeling even more puzzled. He thought both Susie and Luo Ji exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, just like the Trisolaran civilization, evoking both mystery and fear. Perhaps the only good news was that they were on the human side. At this moment, Luo Ji continued, "In fact, you had many opportunities to see through me, such as during the Snowy project when I was very concerned about the precise location of the nuclear bomb in solar orbit. The sphere recalled the situation at that time. You were alone in the control room for 2 months, remotely adjusting the ion engines on the nuclear bomb. We thought you were merely avoiding reality through meaningless work and never considered the significance of the distance to the nuclear bomb." Luo Ji leaned against the tombstone, lightly sighing. "That's right. And there was another opportunity when I consulted with a physicist group about the situation of the Sophins unfolding in space. If ETO were still around, they would have seen through my intentions long ago. The Trisolaran sphere candidly admitted, yes, we should not have abandoned them. Luo Ji smiled. Also, I established such a strange cradle triggering system during the Snowy project. The sphere responded, this reminded us of radios, but we didn't think much more about it. At that time, radios posed no threat to us, and the other two wall facers were the same, so we transferred our contempt for them onto you. Luo Ji shook his head seriously. That is precisely the reason for your failure. Those three wall facers were all great strategists, and they knew that humanity would inevitably fail in the face of apocalypse. Listening to Luo Ji's words, Tyler felt a surge of respect. He began to understand why Luo Ji could become a wall facer and how he could restrain the powerful Trisolaran civilization so simply. Only with an attitude that never underestimates others and does not feel inferior to oneself can one become a qualified wall facer. Susie observed the changes in Tyler's expression and felt a sense of comfort. He knew Tyler had begun to understand the truth of this world. The negotiation continued, and the dialogue between Luo Ji and the Trisolaran sphere deepened. Meanwhile, Tyler and Susie stood quietly by, silently observing everything. The sphere slowly rotated, as if contemplating every word Luo Ji said. The curtain of negotiation finally rose, and Luo Ji felt a wave of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He took a deep breath and released the long-suppressed gloom in his heart. I am no longer the wall facer. My mission has been completed. His words revealed a hint of liberation, as if he had unloaded a heavy weight. The sphere seemed to understand his feelings and slowly said, as a wall facer, your contribution is immense, but the door to negotiation is now open. Are you willing to offer some suggestions? Luo Ji fell into contemplation, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. We need a more advanced and reliable signal transmission system. This way, humanity can expose its coordinates at any time to protect itself. At the same time, the technological blockade imposed by the water droplets must also be lifted. The existing system is too primitive and not secure enough. The sphere seemed to consider his suggestion and took a while to respond. We can assist in establishing a neutrino transmission system that can provide more precise and faster signal transmission. However, Luo Ji shook his head. Humanity prefers gravitational waves. After the blockade by the Sophins, this is the only area where human physics has made significant progress. They need a system that can understand its principles rather than relying solely on external forces. The sphere seemed to be in a dilemma, but the antennas for gravitational waves are huge, which could be a significant challenge for humanity. Luo Ji, however, was unconcerned. That is a problem you need to solve. To be honest, I feel like I'm no longer a purely individual being. I just want to get rid of all of this as soon as possible. The sphere was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Luo Ji's words. Finally, it slowly said, if you insist on such demands, then they are likely to propose even more excessive requests, such as demanding that we fully impart our scientific and technological knowledge. Luo Ji smiled slightly, appearing unconcerned. That's a good thing for you, isn't it? Your science has been developing at a constant pace. It has already been 2 centuries, and your follow-up fleet has not shown any increase in speed. If you want to save a wayward Trisolaran fleet, you will probably have to rely on humanity after breaking the blockade. The sphere fell into deeper contemplation, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this negotiation. In the endless expanse of space, the dialogue between the two civilizations seemed to grow subtle and tense. Ultimately, the sphere made a decision and slowly responded. Can you really go back by yourself? If you die, both civilizations will be buried with you. Luo chuckled softly, propping up his weak body to stand, his eyes shining with determination. I can. I feel much better now. When I return, I will hand over the cradle system. And from then on, I will have nothing to do with all of this. Lastly, I want to say one thing. Thank you. The sphere seemed a bit surprised. Why? Luo Ji gazed at it, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you for allowing me to live. Sometimes, by changing our way of thinking, we can all live better. The sphere seemed touched by this statement. It was silent for a moment, then slowly said, And thank you also for the dark forest law of the universe, which allows for the possibility of coexistence between our two civilizations. Luoji nodded, knowing that although this law is cruel, it is also the key to the coexistence of the two civilizations. The sphere gradually disappeared, returning to a microscopic state in the 11th dimension. At the moment the sphere vanished, the entire universe seemed to fall silent. Just then, the sun peeked out from the east, and golden rays illuminated this world that had just been reborn from destruction. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, shining on the earth, making everything appear so tranquil and beautiful. Luo Ji shielded his eyes from the sunlight and deeply gazed at the tombstones of Yi, Wenjie, and Yangdong, two great scientists who sacrificed their lives for the future of humanity. His heart was filled with respect and emotion. And then he staggered away along the path he had come. Behind the tombstone, Tyler and Su Zhe quietly watched Luo Ji's departing figure. They had different feelings in their hearts. Su Zhe, having seen all the events in the original story, felt relatively calm at this moment. He knew that everything was progressing according to the predetermined plot. Although the process was thrilling, the outcome had long been determined. However, Tyler was filled with confusion. He did not understand what the Dark Forest Law was, nor did he comprehend why this law could allow two civilizations to coexist. He looked at Su Zhe beside him, realizing that since this environment was constructed by the other party, they must know something. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "What exactly is the Dark Forest Law that Luo Ji just mentioned?" Su Zhe turned his head, looking at Tyler's puzzled expression, and he knew he needed to explain this law. So, he began to explain the meaning of the Dark Forest Law in simple and understandable terms. He said, "The Dark Forest Law is a theory of cosmic sociology. It posits that every civilization in the universe is a potential threat because each civilization is constantly expanding and developing. The resources in the universe are limited, so each civilization will compete for these resources to survive. Therefore, in the universe, every civilization is like a hunter in a dark forest, carefully hiding itself while also searching for traces of other civilizations. Once the existence of another civilization is detected, it will not hesitate to launch an attack to eliminate the potential threat." After listening to Su Zhe's explanation, Tyler felt enlightened. He understood why the Dark Forest Law could allow two civilizations to coexist and why Luo Ji would express gratitude for this law. In the universe, every civilization is lonely, but at the same time, it is also dangerous. Only by understanding and adhering to the Dark Forest Law can one survive in this universe filled with the unknown and peril. Chapter 62. Have the three wall-facers gone in a hibernation? As Su Zhe's illusion gradually dissipated, Tyler and he found themselves once again by the tranquil lakeside. The lake's surface was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the bright moon and twinkling stars in the sky, as if the entire universe were condensed within this small body of water. A gentle breeze brushed across the lake, creating ripples that shattered the reflections of the stars and moon, only to reassemble them in an instant, as if nature were performing a silent dance. Behind them, the grass rustled with the cheerful chirping of crickets, blending with the occasional distant bird calls to form a beautiful symphony. Tyler stood quietly by the lake, but his heart was anything but calm. The breathtaking scenes he had just witnessed seemed to still be playing out before his eyes. He looked at Su Zhe, his gaze filled with complex emotions. He had many questions he wanted to ask, but when the words reached his lips, they felt somewhat redundant, because he knew the answers were already quite obvious. The future Su Zhe had shown, whether it was the prosperity of human civilization or its complete conquest by the Trisolaran civilization, deeply shook his soul. He couldn't imagine what it would look like if humanity truly headed toward such a future. After a long while, Tyler finally spoke. "So, what do you think our future should be?" His voice trembled slightly, as if seeking an answer, yet also sounding like he was talking to himself. Su Zhe turned his head slightly to look at Tyler, his eyes deep and resolute. He slowly began to speak. "Tyler, the future is not something we can choose. What we can do is strive to create a better future." He paused, then continued. "As for what kind of future humanity will have, that depends on the choices and efforts of each one of us. But I can tell you this, as long as we persistently pursue progress and continuously challenge ourselves, then humanity's future will certainly be brighter. Tyler listened in silence, taking a deep breath as if digesting Suze's words. He understood that while Suze's words were simple, they contained profound truths. He also knew he needed to make a choice to decide the direction of his own future. Just then, Suze suddenly brought up another topic. I've heard that countries around the world are researching hibernation technology, and some have even minimized its side effects. His tone was calm and natural, as if discussing a trivial matter. Tyler was taken aback. He hadn't expected Suze to suddenly mention this topic. He frowned slightly, pondering sus intentions. Seeing this, Suze smiled gently and pointed to the moon and stars on the lake's surface, saying, Tyler, would you like to witness that beautiful future with your own eyes? Would you like to see humanity pull these stars and moon out of the water? Tyler's heart stirred at his words. He looked up at Suze, his eyes shining with anticipation. He certainly wanted to witness that beautiful future. He longed to see the prosperity of human civilization. However, he also knew that this would require immense effort and sacrifice. Hesitantly, he asked, Are you saying, let me hibernate? To go to the future and witness that moment? Suze nodded, his eyes filled with determination and hope. He said, Yes, Tyler. If you want to witness that beautiful future with your own eyes, and if you want to contribute to the progress of human civilization, then perhaps you should choose hibernation. When you wake up on some future day, you will find a whole new world waiting for you. After hearing Suze's words, Tyler fell into deep thought. He knew this was a difficult choice, but it was also one filled with hope. He thought for a long time and ultimately made a decision. He lifted his head to look at Suze, his eyes sparkling with determination. He said, All right, Mr. Suze, I am willing to choose hibernation, to go to the future and witness that beautiful moment. I believe that under your leadership and that of the Trisolaran Alliance, human civilization will surely have a brighter future. Suze smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, patting Tyler on the shoulder and saying, Good, Tyler. Your choice is the right one. The future belongs to each of us. As long as we work together, we can certainly create a better world. As night fell, the two by the lakeside gradually disappeared into the darkness. Tyler, who had once been filled with ambition as a wall facer, ultimately chose to give up on the idea of restarting the plan. He understood that the struggle against the Trisolaran civilization might not be something that could be turned around by one person's strength alone. Thus, he resolutely returned to his hometown, deciding to apply for hibernation, hoping to wake up one day in the future to see the dawn of human civilization. Meanwhile, Suze also made contact with Radiance and Hines through the Elder from the Dragon Kingdom. He knew that to win in this contest against the Trisolaran civilization, relying on one person's strength was far from enough. So, he once again demonstrated his wisdom and eloquence, using a mix of facts and lies to persuade the two wall facers. He recounted the events that took place by the lake with Tyler, showing them the efforts he had made for human civilization. With Suze's persuasion, the two wall facers gradually abandoned their original plans. They understood that combating the Trisolaran civilization required more wisdom and clever strategies. Thus, they also chose to enter the hibernation phase, hoping to wake up one day in the future and work with Suze for humanity's future. The next day, shocking news swept across major media outlets like a storm. People marveled at the choice of the three wall facers while also feeling worried and uncertain about the future of human civilization. Shocking. The three wall facers collectively enter hibernation. Is it due to the overwhelming strength of the Trisolaran civilization, or is human civilization truly hopeless? Such headlines undoubtedly triggered panic and unease among the public. People began to question whether humanity could really withstand the invasion of the Trisolaran civilization. Was the end of human civilization truly imminent? Surrender without a fight? The three most promising wall facers have disarmed first. Such remarks further fueled skepticism and disappointment towards the three wall facers. They had once been heroes and saviors in the eyes of the people, but now they chose to evade and give up. Unexpectedly, only the two wall facers from the Dragon Kingdom remained steadfast. Although this statement was somewhat one-sided, it reflected the international community's expectations and attention towards the two wall-facers from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, they were the only two wall-facers from one country and the only ones who had not given up. The speed at which this news spread was rapid, quickly igniting heated discussions and debates across society. People expressed their opinions and viewpoints. Some supported the choice of the three wall-facers, believing they made sacrifices for the future of humanity. Others expressed disappointment and dissatisfaction, feeling that they had let down the hopes and trust of the people. Amidst this wave of public opinion, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom showcased their unique ability to create memes. They flooded various forums and social media with amusing memes and comments to express their views and emotions. "Kids, I'm going to sleep now. Wait for me to come back." Such comments carried a playful and teasing tone while also revealing a sense of anticipation and hope for the future. "Since Su Zhe is leading the way, let the three of us lie down together." Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated and teasing, it also reflected people's trust and expectations towards Su Zhe. No, no, no. You're all wrong. This is actually their real plan to divert the attention of the Trisolarans in this way, and then successfully make them laugh. Ha ha ha. Such comments carry a sense of humor and irony, allowing people to find a bit of relaxation and laughter even in a tense atmosphere. Although I have great respect for the three wall-facers, their appearance of doing nothing and going into hibernation is truly awkward. This statement, while somewhat sharp and harsh, also reflects people's misunderstanding and doubt regarding the choice of the three wall-facers to hibernate. In this storm of public opinion, Su Zhe felt unprecedented pressure and challenges. He knew that he had to take some action to calm this storm. So, he decided to let the netizens of Longwa vent their emotions first. After all, they had endured too much ridicule and doubt in the past, so it was only right to let them express themselves now. At the same time, Su Zhe privately wrote apology letters to the three wall-facers in hibernation. He understood that they chose to hibernate because of him, and he must bear some responsibility for them. In the letter, he expressed his apologies and gratitude, and promised that he would work hard for the future of human civilization. Chapter 63. Some are happy, some are sad. Luo Ji, who is known as the most carefree wall-facer, is currently lazily lying on the soft grass of the manor, enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon. However, a sudden piece of news, like a heavy bomb, instantly shattered his leisure. What? All the wall-facers except Su Zhe are hibernating? He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This news felt to him like rising from hell to heaven. The original sense of solitary struggle was instantly replaced by a peculiar emotion of not being alone on his path. Initially, he thought that aside from himself, the master of lying flat, the other wall-facers were diligently working for the future of humanity. Their figures in Luo Ji's mind were always closely linked with responsibility and mission. However, now he suddenly learned that those companions who once fought for the future of humanity had chosen to hibernate, which made him feel both surprised and relieved. He was surprised that these wall-facers had chosen a path similar to his own. He was relieved that he was no longer fighting alone, on his road of giving up. He unexpectedly had three like-minded colleagues. This wonderful resonance instantly compensated for the hurt he felt due to Su Zhe's spiritual counterattack. Lying on the grass, looking at the azure sky, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He sighed and said to himself, "Alas, it seems that the ultimate destination of wall-facers is indeed to lie flat." Now we just have to see when Su Zhe will realize this. Thinking of this, Luo Ji's mood became much lighter. He felt that he had transformed from a lonely warrior into a laid-back person with companions. This shift filled him with anticipation for the future. He even began to consider whether he should write a letter to urge Su Zhe to join their laid-back team sooner. After all, the only wall-facer still working hard was Su Zhe. The future of humanity seemed to rest solely on his shoulders. However, for Luo Ji, none of this mattered anymore. He just wanted to enjoy this rare leisure time and let his mind truly relax. As for the future of humanity, let Su Zhe worry about it. He believed that as long as Su Zhe could persevere, there was no need for him to be concerned. As for whether Luo Ji had a sense of responsibility, he could pat his chest and guarantee, "I, Luo Ji, have never had a sense of responsibility. After all, He had not yet seen the wall breaker hidden in his heart, and without fully growing, he naturally would not possess such noble human qualities. Some are happy, some are sad. On Old Gold Mountain Street in the United States, a homeless man, smoking a cigarette, but he picked up from the ground, stared blankly at the television in a fried chicken shop. The news was broadcasting about 3 wall facers simultaneously entering hibernation. He was dumbfounded. He had just broken the wall of wall facer Taylor, and now they had turned around and chosen to lie flat, along with 2 other wall facers. The sense of achievement he had after breaking the wall instantly dissipated as he felt insulted. This feeling was like having clearly defeated the world champion boxer, only for them to turn around and say they were only 8 years old. What kind of bizarre psychology is this? As wall facers, are your hearts so fragile? He was so angry his teeth itched, wishing he could jump into the television and smash the hibernation chambers of those 3 wall facers. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether such a wall-breaking plan would succeed or fail. He muttered to himself, while in his heart he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for the other 2 wall breakers. At least he had completed the wall breaker plan, but the other 2 hadn't even seen the shadows of those 2 wall facers yet, and they had already fallen into hibernation. Could it be that they would also enter a hibernation state, chasing after the moment the others wake up? It's too complicated. Forget it. My task is already complete. This world has completely turned upside down. He extinguished the last bit of a cigarette, but with his fingers, then dragged his weary body toward the famous bridge on Old Gold Mountain. Over 100 years ago, an old man who was also a homeless person proposed to build this bridge. Now, over 100 years later, an unnamed homeless man, known only by the codename Wallbreaker No. 1, would leap off this bridge. No one would care about the ladder's passing, nor would anyone know what kind of feats he had accomplished. The history of humanity never records the failures. Chapter 64, The Fifth Containment Object. Kyoto. Inside the secret sanctuary, Suze sat quietly in the room, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he were traversing time and space. Engaged in a dialogue with endless thoughts, his posture seemed to align perfectly with that of the famous thinker statue, truly embodying the essence of deep contemplation on something significant. Indeed, his thoughts were both important and profound. He recalled the previously announced containment objects, most of which had auxiliary or offensive characteristics. However, in terms of defense, his collection of containment objects appeared quite weak, or one could even say almost non-existent. This made him somewhat anxious. After all, in a world filled with unknowns and dangers, lacking sufficient defensive measures meant that even the strongest offensive capabilities were nothing more than castles in the air. Especially now, with the appearance of the Trisolaran civilization's droplets in this world. That nearly indestructible, fast-moving entity posed a tremendous threat to him. He knew well that if he could not quickly find suitable defensive measures, even the most powerful offensive capabilities would be inadequate against the seemingly endless droplets. He closed his eyes, beginning to search through the vast sea of containment object information in his mind. Each containment object had its unique abilities and characteristics, and he needed to find one that could compensate for his defensive shortcomings. Time flowed slowly in his contemplation, as if it were being infinitely stretched. His brain cells were continuously consumed, but he did not give up. He understood that only by persevering could he possibly find the containment object he needed. Finally, at the brink of despair, a term suddenly flashed in his mind. ACP-1512, the irrational root. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the dawn of hope. The characteristics of this containment object perfectly matched his needs. From any perspective, it was his best choice. He excitedly stood up, a satisfied and expectant smile spreading across his face. He knew that this containment object would be his next target, and it would also be the new containment object he would announce next. Therefore, he immediately contacted the elder of the Dragon Country, informing him that he planned to hold the 5th containment announcement meeting at 8 a.m. the next day. This news was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the elder of the Dragon Country. He had not expected Suze to find a new containment object so quickly, nor did he anticipate such a swift decision to announce it. While surprised, the elder began to contemplate the potential impact of this new containment object. He knew that each announcement of a containment object would bring about new changes in the world. However, he also recognized that as the number of containment objects increased, the challenges they faced would also grow larger. After all, the containment objects in this world were endless, while their manpower was limited. He needed to consider not only how to utilize these containment objects to enhance their strength, but also how to educate the public on how to respond to potential containment objects. Thus, while agreeing to Su Zhe's request, the Elder of the Dragon Country also began to devise plans in his mind for the future. He realized that there was still much to do. So soon, another announcement? Could it be that containment objects have entered a phase of frequent occurrences, leading to an outbreak during this period? If so, then the manpower they currently had would be completely insufficient. Perhaps he would need to request Su Zhe to teach the public how to respond when encountering containment objects. In this way, with the news of Su Zhe finding a new containment object and deciding to announce it, the Elder of the Dragon Country was filled with both anticipation and concern. He looked forward to the new containment object bringing them more strength and hope, while also worrying about the challenges and crises that might arise in the future. However, regardless of the circumstances, they would persist for this world and for themselves. Su Zhe was going to announce a containment object again. This news hit like a bombshell, instantly causing a tremendous uproar worldwide. People had not yet recovered from the shock of the three wall facers simultaneously entering hibernation when they were deeply drawn in by Su Zhe's actions. The three wall facers had once been humanity's last hope against extraterrestrial civilizations, and every move they made tugged at the hearts of billions. Yet now, they seem to have chosen to give up, opting for hibernation and leaving humanity's fate to time. The wall facer named Luo Ji had never shown any substantial action, as if he had truly resigned. Against this backdrop, Su Zhe became the only wall facer still active in the public eye. He bore the hopes of humanity and carried the expectations of countless people, even though some did not fully trust him. At such a moment, they had no choice but to support him. They needed a leader, a hero who could guide them toward the future. The Dragon Country's officials, along with the undercover agents carefully cultivated by the rendered plans in various countries, began to secretly rally efforts to create momentum for Su Zhe's containment announcement meeting. They used their influence to spread the news to every corner of the world. On streets and alleys, promotional posters and slogans about the containment object were everywhere, and people's conversations revolved around this topic. The focus of these promotions was not on Su Zhe himself, but rather on the containment object he was about to announce. After all, for most people, containment objects were what they were most interested in. Those mysterious, peculiar, and even terrifying containment objects always spark curiosity and a desire for exploration. To prepare for the impending massive attention, information engineers worked overtime under the arrangements of various official bodies to create several live, streaming rooms capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of viewers. They knew that this announcement meeting for the containment object would be the grandest since Su Zhe began hosting containment meetings. Countless people would flood into these live rooms, whether to satisfy their curiosity, seek new hope, or simply witness the miracles of this era. However, even with these preparations, people still worried that the live rooms would not be enough. After all, Su Zhe's influence had far exceeded people's imaginations. Every one of his actions could draw global attention, and every statement he made prompted deep reflection. This containment object announcement meeting would undoubtedly stir up another uproar. The next morning, sunlight bathed the earth, casting a golden glow over the Kyoto Stadium. At 8 a.m., the stadium was already filled to the brim with nearly 1 million people, their cheers rising and falling like waves, shaking the very space. Every corner of the stadium was filled with the warmth and anticipation of the crowd. They came from different places with different backgrounds, but at this moment, their hearts were tightly connected, all focused on the imminent appearance of Su Zhe. In reality, the actual number of viewers was far more than those present. Through the power of modern technology, audiences from around the world gathered in virtual live streaming rooms, their attention equally focused on this grand announcement of the containment object. Statistics showed that the global audience count was nearing 1 billion, an unprecedented figure and a shocking miracle. At this moment, Su Zhe had undoubtedly become the focal point of global attention. Every move he made tugged at the heartstrings of billions, and every word he spoke became a hot topic of discussion. Even if he were to simply stand there quietly, he would have already created a historical moment like no other. The atmosphere above the stadium was charged with excitement, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the empty stage. They eagerly awaited Su Zhe's appearance, anticipating the revelation of the object that could change the world. And Su Zhe, amidst the crowd's attention, slowly walked onto the stage, ready to commence this world-shaking feast. In such a backdrop, Su Zhe appeared unusually calm. He was not swayed by the external noise, nor was he overwhelmed by the grand scene about to unfold. He knew he bore a significant responsibility, and he understood that he must remain clear-headed and composed. Finally, under the gaze of the multitude, Su Zhe stood before the camera in the live broadcast studio. A spark of determination and confidence shone in his eyes, as if he could already see the hope of the future. He took a deep breath and then began the introduction of the new object. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, with only his voice echoing. Chapter 65. Is Euclid level a comfort? Note, for the sake of the plot, it is temporarily set at Euclid level, but it will soon return to Keter level. The basic logic of this article will not be compromised. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to reveal is the fifth containment item. Su Zhe stood on stage, facing the camera and billions of eager gazes. His voice as calm as a tranquil lake, undisturbed. He continued to speak. This containment item has been named Irrational Root, with the item number ACP 1512, which sounds full of mystery and the unknown. Its item level has reached the terrifying Euclid level. Although Su Zhe's voice was steady, the weight of his words was enough to make everyone present feel their heart race. The atmosphere in the venue instantly erupted, with the audience gasping in astonishment. "Oh my God, another city-destroying containment item," someone exclaimed, their face filled with shock and awe, perhaps having seen too many containment items before. One person surprisingly felt calm, facing such a level. Another, however, with a nonchalant expression, even had a curious glimmer in their eyes. Don't be so relaxed," an audience member interjected, unable to hold back. "You're just looking at it. To actually contain such a level of item is no joke. Even for the lowest safe level, I bet you'd be scared to death trying to contain one." His words drew laughter, but within the laughter was also a hint of reverence and apprehension towards the containment items. After all, these items possess extraordinary power and danger, and a slight misstep could lead to unpredictable consequences. The high-ranking officials from Long Country maintained their expressions, all for the sake of calming the public. The elderly man stared intently at Su Zhe on stage, wanting to see what this city-destroying containment item would be like. Su Zhe continued to announce, "ACP 1512 resembles a massive mass of root-like organic material, with a recorded maximum weight approaching an astonishing 80,000 metric tons. It consists of a complex network of branches and roots, resembling a labyrinth of nature. Anyone who accidentally enters would feel dizzy. Each root stretches several hundred meters long, branching off every few meters, with twisting and turning patterns that are bizarre and unpredictable, seemingly following some unknown rule. The diameter of the roots varies between 3 to 5 centimeters, with a reddish-brown exterior that is mottled and smooth, resembling ancient tree bark. They secrete a corrosive, foul-smelling gray thixotropic slime, which upon contact with biological tissue can cause severe burns. Even more terrifying is that when humans are exposed to this slime, their brain's chemical balance is disrupted, leading to a loss of orientation and an endless state of dizziness. These roots seem to be pulsating slightly, as if some kind of circulation or respiration is occurring within them. However, they do not move unless due to their own growth. This growth will continue until they reach the edge of the containment measures. At the same time, ACP 1512 emits a large amount of heat, like a massive mammal with a high metabolic rate. Even more against biological laws, it can produce a sound similar to Brownian noise, echoing in the quiet night, as if it were the mysterious whispers of nature's depths. According to the current research records of the Containment Organization, this size is not its limit. In the beginning, it was very likely just a mass the size of a human brain, which, under external stimuli, began to grow infinitely. Of course, infinite growth is theoretical. No one has ever seen its complete form, so its growth limit is quite high. The so-called Euclid level is merely a preliminary judgment. If it continues to grow infinitely, it could very well reach Keter level or even Thaumiel level. With the final sentence spoken, the venue fell silent. No one dared to have even a hint of contempt. Was the previous city-destroying level merely a comfort? Was the true nature of this item actually capable of nation-destroying or even world-destroying power? Infinite growth. No wonder it's called irrational root. It completely defies common sense. Could its final form cover an entire planet? Don't say that. I'm getting a fear of giants just thinking about being covered by those things, especially with those strange sounds. It really makes me want to vomit. Indeed, very few containment items are normal. They're simply a nightmare for humanity. The question arises, how are they going to contain such a massive item? Perhaps this is its initial form. I heard it's only the size of a human brain. Brother, don't dream during the day. How could it possibly be like that? Chapter 66. Is this what you call containment measures? Note, this chapter discusses the containment object. Detailed explanations may be somewhat dry. Indeed, for such a massive containment object, if one truly wanted to use an entire ocean for containment, it would likely be a struggle. This is not just a topic whispered about in private by ordinary citizens, but also a question weighing on the minds of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom sitting in the front row. Human technology has made many remarkable achievements to date, but in the face of such a peculiar entity that grows wildly upon contact, we still seem to be at a loss. Moreover, finding a sufficiently large space to contain it is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Once contacted, it grows uncontrollably. If not contacted, containment is impossible. This has become an unsolvable deadlock. So, how is the initial containment achieved for this monster? This question looms over everyone like a mountain. All eyes are fixed on Suze on the stage, waiting for his answer. After giving everyone a moment to collect themselves, Suze continued. The origin of ACP-1512 is located within the campus of our familiar university. In order to study and control it, we specifically established the ACP-166 site around the origin, publicly claiming that this facility belongs to the university's physics department as a cover. These terrifying roots sprouted from a special origin, and this origin is actually located within the student dormitory 38A of the university. It is hard to imagine that such a terrifying containment object originated from the brain of an ordinary student. Upon hearing this, the attendees were shocked. They could not fathom that such a powerful containment object was birthed from a human brain. It was more horrifying than any horror story. Goodness, this is even scarier than a brain tumor. Someone exclaimed, horrified at the thought of their own brain suddenly being exploded by such a peculiar containment object one day. Is this situation truly unpredictable? Another person asked anxiously, is it possible that the original host had no awareness or anomalies before the containment object appeared? I believe there definitely was none at the beginning, someone speculated. Initially, the containment object may have been as small as an imperceptible microorganism, completely undetectable by humans. However, with human activity, the brain would constantly jostle, and this collision might have promoted the growth of the containment object. Thus, it grew larger and larger. Eventually, when the person felt pain, they would involuntarily start twitching or hitting their head, which instead accelerated the growth of the containment object until it completely burst the head. Everyone shivered at this speculation. They could not imagine the pain and despair, nor could they fathom the disaster this containment object would bring to the world if it were to run amok. No wonder it could reach world-ending levels. This scenario was simply too terrifying and unbelievable. Suze on the stage remained calm as water, his voice echoing in the silent conference room. Every word seemed to carry a heavy weight. A notebook retrieved from the dormitory shows that the unfortunate researcher Meyer was dedicated to exploring a hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry that constituted the structure of ACP-1512 during his lifetime. This discovery undoubtedly unveils a part of the mystery surrounding the containment object. He paused, scanning the faces of each researcher present, and continued. The current containment measures were cautiously formulated after the researchers at ACP conducted a thorough analysis of this notebook. However, before the containment measures were established, The root-like growth had already led to Meyer's death and significant damage to the dormitory building. This fact forces us to confront the potential threat of ACP-1512. He took a deep breath and continued. Although ACP-1512 significantly exhibits organic characteristics, its hardness is surprisingly high. We have attempted various methods, such as cutting, burning, laser irradiation, and corrosive acids, but none could inflict the slightest harm on it. This near-invincible defensive power has posed unprecedented difficulties in our efforts to contain it. Even more troublesome is that if the containment measures are damaged in any way, the roots of ACP-1512 will grow at an astonishing speed. We have detected that, under specific conditions, its root growth rate even reached an astounding 8 meters per second. This means that if we cannot maintain the stability of the containment measures, it will breach our defenses in a very short time, causing immeasurable losses. His words revealed a hint of worry, but more so, a sense of determination. To date, we have yet to determine the source of these additional growths. They can easily displace or destroy solid barriers while growing. Whether they are sturdy concrete or steel plates of naval ship caliber, nothing can stop their growth. The original dormitory building has been completely destroyed during the growth process of ACP-1512, which is enough to prove how terrifying its destructive power is. Although we have reinforced the walls, floors, and ceilings, no one can guarantee whether the ACP-166 site can continue to effectively contain further growth of ACP-1512. This is an unknown, and currently the greatest challenge facing the containment team. His words plunged the room into a deathly silence once again. Everyone understood that the containment object was not so easily subdued. They often possess powers that transcend the laws of nature, leaving humanity feeling powerless in their presence. Yet, even so, humanity has never given up on the exploration and study of containment objects, because they know that only by deeply understanding these objects can they better protect themselves in this world. Suze's voice broke the brief silence again. Given the current massive size of ACP-1512, the potential for insane growth trends in the future, and the environmental disasters that its secretions may cause, maintaining containment measures has been classified as a top priority level A. We must do everything in our power to ensure it does not escape our control and cause greater disasters. The room fell into a dead silence. It turned out that the containment object had never been successfully contained. It had only undergone reinforcements to the existing structure. Even more terrifyingly, cracks had begun to appear even after reinforcement. This is enough to prove it possesses the most terrifying characteristics of plants in nature: growth that ignores terrain. It even has an even more horrifying ability. It does not need sunlight, only slight vibrations. Such a containment object would be troublesome for anyone, right? Some even felt that even if the Trisolarans were to come, they might not be able to successfully contain such a perverse thing. So what exactly are the final containment measures? All eyes were focused on Suze, as if he was about to reveal the only hope for saving the world. They were anxious, hoping to hear a perfect plan from Suze that could completely contain ACP-1512. However, Suze's expression was not good. He knew that there were many issues with this containment measure that could not be ignored. This was not the result he had hoped for, and one could even say it was somewhat helpless. But reality lay before him, and he had to make this measure public, giving people at least some direction for response. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and then slowly spoke. The special containment measures for ACP-1512 indeed differ from any containment methods we have previously known. First, we need a mobile task force composed of scholars proficient in computation and with a high level of mathematical expertise, which we will name Omega 8. This team will become our main force against ACP-1512. The tasks of the Omega 8 Mobile Task Force are heavy and critical. They must ensure that at least 8 team members are registered at Site 166 at all times, ready to respond to any potential anomalies. Among them, 3 members will be responsible for continuously implementing the 1,512 alpha measures, which are the core steps to control the spread of ACP-1512. To ensure the mental and physical health of the team members and reduce their work stress, we have established a system of rotating breaks every 10 hours. Meanwhile, the team members executing the tasks must be equipped with hearing protection gear and 4-level environmental protective suits with closed air circulation systems to prevent any harmful effects that may arise from ACP-1512. In addition, each team member should be provided with ample pencils, writing paper, and dextroamphetamine. The pencils and writing paper are for manual calculations, while dextroamphetamine can enhance their attention and reaction speed at critical moments. We have also set up monitoring devices to track and report the location and direction of the ACP-1512 origin. These devices must be calibrated and adjusted daily to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the data, thus providing precise references for the calculations involved in the 1,512 alpha measures. When implementing the 1,512 alpha measures, on-duty personnel need to manually estimate the differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote of the ACP-1512 origin in real time. This is an extremely complex and meticulous process that requires a high level of mathematical literacy and computational ability. Although the basic data for the estimates comes from mechanical and electronic instrument readings, the calculation process itself must not rely on mechanical devices or computers to avoid any potential errors. The speed and accuracy of the calculations are crucial for controlling the growth of ACP-1512. Any minor mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Therefore, we specifically require individuals performing calculations to hold a negative epistemological attitude toward computer work, meaning they must distrust the results of numerical analysis and rely entirely on their manual calculations to ensure accuracy. Such calculations must be conducted within a 6-meter radius of the ACP-1512 origin at Site 166. This is to minimize external interference and errors, ensuring the reliability of the calculation results. Suze finished outlining all the containment measures in one breath and then fell silent. He knew these measures were not perfect and contained many loopholes and uncertainties, but he also understood that this was the best plan they could come up with at the moment. After hearing Suze's words, the people also fell silent. Since the formation of the mobile task force, they had deeply felt the complexity of this containment object. This was not only reflected in its elusive nature, but also in its extremely high requirements for containment. Is this what is meant by being proficient in computation? Someone couldn't help but question, as almost every professional term in front of him felt unfamiliar. Terrifying as it was, why do I feel that the term proficient in computation is not quite right here? Ahem, everyone, please allow me to interject. A voice rose from the crowd, sounding calm and confident. I graduated with a mathematics degree from Kyoto University and have some understanding of the differential pseudo-Riemannian asymptotes mentioned here. It falls under the realm of advanced mathematics or topology, involving knowledge points from several fields such as differential calculus, pseudo-Riemannian geometry, and topology, which are all quite profound parts of mathematics. He paused and continued. For an average learner, it indeed requires a certain mathematical foundation and professional knowledge to understand and master these concepts. However, from this perspective, saying that this person is proficient in computation is not incorrect. Wow, I didn't expect there to be a Kyoto graduate sitting among us. Someone exclaimed. This explanation does make sense. Another person nodded in agreement, but I think the key difficulty lies not just in the calculations themselves, but in the fact that he has to perform continuous manual calculations without any electronic devices. Huh, didn't he say electronic devices could be used? Someone asked in confusion. Listen carefully, the Kyoto graduate explained. What he said was that electronic devices could transmit calculation results within a 6-meter range of the origin, not that the electronic devices could assist him in completing the calculations. In other words, the electronic devices can only act as signal transmitters here. The actual calculation process still needs to be done manually. Oh, I see. People suddenly understood, but that level of difficulty is really high. Can it truly be accomplished by human effort? In fact, the difficulty goes far beyond that. Someone added, he also mentioned that even if these calculations could be completed, they would only be able to suppress the growth rate of that irrational root and could not completely stop its growth. Exactly. And what is more troublesome is that this containment object seems to have extremely high defensive capabilities. It may be very difficult for us to breach its defenses. Another person added, although Suze had already announced the special containment measures, for some reason, everyone felt even more hopeless. This sense of despair was reminiscent of a last encounter with the Supreme Divinity 3125. Moreover, judging by Suze's expression, it seemed that this matter was also quite difficult for him. It makes sense to think about it. After all, they need to find 8 scholars who are proficient in computation and can sustain it for a long time. Even if they complete their calculations, they may feel no sense of accomplishment, just like a person continuously writing 112. Human mathematics often derives its sense of achievement from solving problems. Therefore, not only is proficiency in computation required, but also immense perseverance. Chapter 67. The Three-Body Conspiracy Brothers. It feels like the plot has hit a snag again recently. What do you think is the best way to contain this thing? Everyone, I see that your expressions don't look too good, Suze said with a teasing tone as he glanced at the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country sitting below. Indeed, the faces of the high-ranking officials from the Dragon Country were not looking well. Their brows were tightly knitted, their faces filled with confusion and doubt. The reason was simple. The containment object, ACP-1512 described by Suze, was simply too bizarre and difficult to understand. Its infinite growth characteristic resembled a bottomless abyss, making it impossible to see the end. What was even more troubling was that this abyss could not be touched at will. It could only be carefully suppressed through calculations. Could such a containment object really be controlled by humans? The elder from the Dragon Country, a figure of great importance in the political arena, could not help but show a troubled expression. He asked gravely, Mr. Suze, is it only possible to suppress this thing? Is there any possibility of finding a method to completely control its growth, or even utilize its characteristics? Suze smiled slightly and shook his head. Completely controlling its growth is currently not achievable. Its growth mechanism is too complex, and we do not fully understand it yet. As for utilizing its characteristics, that is even more difficult. After all, who would dare to easily take advantage of something that is unpredictable and grows infinitely? He paused for a moment and continued. However, although the characteristics of ACP-1512 seem tricky, we have not come away empty-handed. In later research, we discovered that it actually possesses some relatively mild characteristics. Oh, mild characteristics? The elder from the Dragon Country's eyes lit up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Suze nodded and explained, when we create a relatively stable and safe environment for ACP-1512, its growth rate will significantly slow down. In certain cases, it may even gradually shrink back to a relatively stable state. This mean we can influence its growth by adjusting the environment? The elder from the Dragon Country said excitedly. Suze smiled and nodded. Exactly, this is our next research direction. Although the characteristics of ACP-1512 are complex, as long as we can identify the key factors that influence its growth, it is possible to find a relatively stable containment method. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country below could not help but show a slight sense of relief. Although ACP-1512 still posed a huge challenge, at least now they saw a glimmer of hope for a solution. The audience in the stands seemed to relax from the tension, and the anxious atmosphere dissipated instantly. They felt as if they had suddenly been relieved from a heavy burden, letting out relaxed sighs, as if they themselves had successfully contained the tricky object. Great! We finally found a way to deal with it. This containment object is not without its flaws. One audience member patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. A reassuring smile on his face. Right, if it can stabilize by itself, do we really need to exert so much effort to contain it? Another audience member raised a question, a hint of doubt on his face. Hey brother, don't forget, the three-body civilization is an unknown factor. If they really want to use this containment object to cause destruction, wouldn't we be completely unprepared? An audience member patted his shoulder, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. Oh my, thinking about it this way is indeed quite terrifying. It seems we need to expedite the containment plan. We can't let our guard down. Another audience member, reminded, suddenly became tense and hurriedly agreed. Just as the audience below was discussing and getting excited, Suze on stage slowly began to speak, his voice steady and powerful, Additionally, regarding ACP-1512, I have some important characteristics to announce to everyone. As his words fell, all the audience members below immediately quieted down, as if even the air had solidified. They widened their eyes, perked up their ears, and listened intently to every word Suze uttered. Suze took a deep breath and continued. After in-depth research and observation, we found that ACP-1512 seems to consciously extend towards the mountains. This characteristic leads us to speculate that once it loses control, it is very likely to hide in the deep mountains, merging with nature. The audience listened attentively. Some even began to whisper to each other, discussing possible hiding places for this containment object. Suze paused for a moment and continued. Considering that the university with irrational roots is located in the central region of the Dragon Country, we speculate that ACP-1512 may hide in the mountains south of the Qinling Range. Therefore, our main focus will now be on these mountainous areas for in-depth searches and inspections. His words revealed a sense of determination and resolve, making everyone present feel his seriousness and responsibility. Finally, Suze declared emphatically, that is all the information regarding ACP-1512 from the containment meeting. I hope all of humanity can unite to face this challenge together and carry out the containment work. Our only goal is to ensure the safety and stability of Blue Star. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of warm applause and cheers erupted from the audience below. They were inspired by Suze's words, filled with confidence and hope. Eradicate the tyranny of the three-body civilization, and let human civilization endure forever. Eradicate the tyranny of the three-body civilization, and let human civilization endure forever. Eradicate the tyranny of the three-body civilization, and let human civilization endure forever. The thunderous shouts echoed throughout the stadium, and even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country and the viewers watching the live broadcast could not help but stand up. This is the terrifying influence of the wall-facer Suze, the only one active in the public eye. In the vast and boundless universe, 1999, 8 light-years away from Blue Star, a massive fleet was quietly sailing. This was the Three-Body Fleet, a civilization force from a distant galaxy with highly developed technology. Among the fleet, a particularly large mothership loomed majestically, like a steel giant city floating in the universe. Its surface was covered with complex patterns, shimmering with a cold metallic luster, as if telling endless interstellar legends. Inside the mothership, the space was vast and deep. Various advanced technological devices quietly operated, emitting faint glows. At this moment, the three-body leader was seated in the core control room of the mothership, watching the images transmitted back by the Sophons. His brainwaves were constantly fluctuating, emitting a faint glow, reflecting his emotional state. A delighted smile appeared on his face, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. Finally found it, the three-body leader exclaimed excitedly. This so-called ACP-1512 actually possesses such magical characteristics. As long as it receives a slight touch, it will grow infinitely. This is simply the greatest boon for our civilization. In the simulated images from the Sophons, the surface of Blue Star was being covered by a peculiar substance. This substance appeared a light gray, spreading continuously as if it were going to swallow the entire Blue Star. The three-body leader looked at this scene, overjoyed. As long as we keep letting the Sophons touch it, wouldn't the entire Blue Star soon be covered? Moreover, this substance would continue to shrink under absolutely safe conditions. By the time we reach Blue Star, wouldn't it be easy to just throw it into outer space? The three-body leader became increasingly excited as he thought more about it. Moments later, he suddenly issued a new command. Immediately have the Sapon contact those tools executing the Wallbreaker plan, instructing them to change their targets and seek out the root of this irrationality. Blue Planet, the world that the Trisolarans have longed for. In a corner of this planet, Yamashita Keiko is busy organizing and participating in a crucial biological experiment. Her gaze is focused and determined, and her movements are exceptionally skilled. However, at that moment, her fingers suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance. This feeling coursed through her fingertips like electricity, causing her to involuntarily stop her work. Her expression remained calm as she quietly instructed her assistant before getting up and leaving the laboratory. Entering a quiet restroom, Yamashita Keiko gently closed the door. She seemed to be waiting for something, her heart filled with anticipation and tension. Soon, a line of text began to appear on the restroom door, manifesting like magic. Wallbreaker number 3, the master has issued a new task. Upon seeing this line, a flicker of surprise crossed Yamashita Keiko's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by composure. She knew her identity and mission well. As the wife of the wall-facer Zions, she was not only his spouse, but also his wall-breaker. She took out a delicate notebook and wrote a sentence with a pen. "I will heed your command, master." Each character was exceptionally neat and powerful, as if carrying her determination and loyalty. However, she did not speak this sentence aloud. Instead, she chose to write it down. This was because she was acutely aware that she was in a place filled with eavesdropping and surveillance, where any spoken word could become a clue that exposed her. After writing, she quickly crumpled the paper into a ball and flushed it down the toilet. Watching the paper ball gradually disappear in the water, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It could be said that Yamashita Keiko's vigilance had reached its peak. She maintained a clear mind and sharp insight at all times to deal with any risks that might arise. Only in this way could she hide herself in this world filled with danger and opportunity, completing the tasks assigned by the master. The subtitles continued to slowly appear, like a mysterious code gradually revealing itself in the darkness. "I need you to find a containment object numbered ACP-1512 announced by the wall-facer Suze today." Yamashita Keiko gently nodded. She had heard of this containment object as well. In her mind, containment objects often represented unknown powers and potential threats. However, as a wall breaker, she needed to confront such unknowns and explore their secrets. She picked up the pen again and continued writing in her notebook. "Great master, is it no longer necessary to have all wall breakers now?" Her handwriting was neat and powerful. Each word seemed to express her inner voice. The subtitles in the restroom fell silent for a moment, as if pondering this question. Then they slowly reappeared. "You have merely changed identities. We will still have many uses for you in the future." Yamashita Keiko stared at this line, momentarily stunned. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her, a mix of joy and excitement, for she could sense that what the other party said was not the truth, and this also meant the master had finally learned to conceal his thoughts. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement for the Trisolarans. They had always expressed their thoughts directly and honestly, without learning to hide or deceive. However, in this complex and ever-changing world, concealment and deception often become necessary survival skills. Yamashita Keiko understood this deeply, and she had been striving to learn and adapt to the rules of this world. Now, seeing that the Trisolarans had finally begun to learn to hide their thoughts, she felt immense joy and comfort. She joyfully wrote down her thoughts in the notebook. "Rest assured, master, I will soon go to the Dragon Country under the pretext of a research meeting to help you find that containment object." Her handwriting was filled with determination and confidence, as if she had already seen the dawn of success. After receiving a reply, the subtitles slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared at all. However, for Yamashita Keiko, everything felt so real and profound. She knew she bore a significant mission and responsibility, and she also knew she must remain vigilant and clear-headed at all times. Eliminate human tyranny, Trisolaran civilization forever. She silently recited this phrase in her heart, as if to hypnotize herself not to waver. Then she left the restroom and returned to the laboratory. Although her face seemed unchanged, her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement, for she knew that, at this moment, she carried the trust of the master to explore the secrets of the containment object numbered ACP-1512. In fact, before the Sapon contacted her, she had thought she had been abandoned by the master once again. After all, the 3 wall facers were already in hibernation, and the remaining 2 did not need wall breakers. For them, being unable to help the master destroy humanity would mean losing their life's purpose and the meaning of existence. She had heard that a wall breaker had committed suicide, their hopes dwindling and it seemed they might follow suit in a few weeks. But just now, the master finally contacted her. This greatly encouraged her inner faith. No matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, she would persevere until she completed the master's mission. Because she believed that as long as she helped the Trisolarans continually meet their demands, they would surely descend upon this world and ultimately achieve their great goal of destroying all sinful humanity. Chapter 68. The Arrival of ACP-1512. In a secret sanctuary in Kyoto, Suze was meditating with his eyes closed, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. However, when a series of notification sounds suddenly echoed in his mind, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashing in them. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Omega-8 Mobile Task Force. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ACP-166 Large Site. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Platinum Star Stand. Each notification sounded like a beautiful melody, resonating in Suze's heart. The most exhilarating was the announcement. Detection shows that the current trust value has reached the standard. ACP-1512 has successfully arrived in reality. This meant that his long-standing efforts had finally paid off, and the legendary containment object had descended into the real world. A proud smile appeared on Suze's face, as if the entire world was under his control. He knew well that this live broadcast, the hottest ever, had brought him tremendous support, allowing him to summon the irrational root so swiftly. However, he also understood that it was not the time to relax. Jizi might still be lurking in the shadows, monitoring his every move. He had to remain vigilant and not let the other party notice his abnormalities. Fortunately, the irrational root had already arrived, and the whole of Longhua had mobilized to search for this containment object, which should not be too difficult. After all, the irrational root initially appears in the human brain, and in today's highly developed information society, any abnormal situation would be quickly detected by hospitals. Suze already had a plan in mind. As soon as someone exhibited unusual symptoms, he would immediately deploy the Omega Mobile Task Force to the nearby area for containment. This task force was specifically prepared to contain the irrational root, and their abilities and qualities were top-notch, ensuring they could successfully complete their mission. Although the system did not give him the ability to directly locate the containment object, he could designate troops to be summoned to a specific location. This could be considered a form of compensation, at least giving him more flexibility and options. He could adjust his strategy flexibly based on the situation to ensure the successful completion of the containment task. This Platinum Star Stand, could it be the one I have in mind? Suze's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a wave of inexplicable excitement. He couldn't help but frown, a strange expression appearing on his face. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then tentatively concentrated, reaching out his hand toward the cup of water on the distant table. At that moment, it felt as if something in the air was slightly vibrating, and then a giant purple hand appeared out of nowhere, accurately grasping the cup. Oh my God, this is actually the legendary Platinum Star. Suze's eyes widened as he looked at the tall and imposing purple giant standing before him, his breath momentarily catching in his throat. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be possible? A containment object system actually summoned a character from certain anime? It felt like a dreamlike adventure. However, the facts were right in front of him, leaving no room for disbelief. This Platinum Star not only looked exactly like its anime counterpart, but also possessed astonishing abilities. Power and speed, both rated A. This was the most praised feature of the Platinum Star. Its immense strength could shake mountains. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Moreover, at its most powerful moment, it could even freeze time, causing the entire world to come to a standstill. Such abilities seemed like an external aid. A wave of indescribable excitement surged in Suze's heart, and he knew he had truly struck gold this time. Time is the most magical thing in this world. It allows the world and the universe to operate, enabling all living beings to survive. To be able to manipulate time undoubtedly touches the threshold of Supreme Divinity. The Platinum Star's ability to freeze time means it possesses powers that transcend ordinary humans, even comparable to gods. Such abilities made Suze feel both excited and shocked. He grinned, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. With the Platinum Star as a means of protection, he would undoubtedly have more confidence when facing various dangers in the future. At the same time, he was even more eager to see what abilities he would be rewarded with after the irrational root was contained. After all, as another powerful containment object, the abilities it possessed would surely not be inferior. Hunkwang Mountain, this majestic mountain range, is located in the central southern part of Longhua. It was once inconspicuous among many famous mountains, remaining quietly unnoticed. However, since a shocking discovery 3 years ago, this mountain has been rejuvenated like a phoenix reborn. That day, a geologist, while exploring the mountain, unexpectedly discovered that the interior of the mountain contained rich mineral resources. This discovery instantly made Hunkwang Mountain a strategic resource site in the eyes of the nation. Since then, Hunkwang Mountain has been shrouded in a layer of mystery, making it a forbidden area that ordinary people could not enter. Due to the complex internal structure of Hunkwang Mountain, resembling a gigantic maze, mining operations became exceedingly challenging. To better excavate these precious minerals, the nation spared no expense in investing massive human and material resources, bringing in batches of experts to conduct in-depth surveys and calculations of the mountain. They attempted to find the best blasting and excavation angles to maximize the extraction of the mountain's internal minerals. To meet this demand, the government established a mathematics laboratory at the foot of Hunkwang Mountain. This laboratory gathered mathematical elites from across the country, working day and night to calculate complex formulas in an attempt to unlock the secrets of Hunkwang Mountain. In one corner of the laboratory, a young man in work clothes was deeply engrossed in his work. His name was Lin Shun, an ordinary researcher in the lab. At this moment, he was intently staring at the formulas in his notebook, his pen swiftly scribbling and revising on the paper. A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already see the hope of solving this difficult problem. Despite the deafening sounds of explosions outside, Lin Shun seemed to be in another world, completely immersed in his thoughts. Sweat soaked through his work clothes, and beads of sweat continuously rolled down his forehead, but he paid no mind, solely focused on calculating the formulas. As time passed, a flash of brilliance appeared in Lin Shun's eyes. He excitedly shouted, "I'm about to crack it! I'm about to crack it!" His voice echoed in the laboratory, drawing the attention of others. Lin Shun looked at the formulas in his notebook with excitement, as if he could see the future of human civilization. He exclaimed, "I am indeed a genius. Humanity's problems can only be solved by me." His voice was filled with pride and confidence. What wall-sitters! Only geniuses like me can lead all of humanity's progress. Lin Shun continued to shout, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of human civilization. What about the Trisolaran civilization? As long as I solve this formula, current physics can continue to advance. One colleague, originally focused on his work, was continuously distracted by the noisy sounds coming from beside him. He raised his head and looked toward the source of the noise, realizing it was Lin Shun shouting loudly, and couldn't help but frown. He couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction, saying, "Lin Shun, could you keep it down? Everyone is working, and you're really affecting others." Unexpectedly, Lin Shun suddenly turned around, a fierce look in his eyes, glaring at him angrily. He shouted, "Shut up, you useless! Why do you have to speak to me?" This remark caused the surrounding colleagues to look over, with someone quietly muttering, "What's wrong with Lin Shun? Why does he seem like he's eaten gunpowder?" Lin Shun, however, was completely unconcerned. He raised his chin and arrogantly said, "How can you foolish people understand my genius? Being around you is simply a stain on my space." Saying this, he grabbed the notebook on the table and walked out without looking back, leaving behind a room full of astonishment and whispers. This person was becoming increasingly arrogant. Every time they spoke to him, it felt as if they owed him money. Indeed, he had even mentioned wanting to solve the Goldbach conjecture before. He was truly desperate for fame. "Sigh, forget about him. Let's just continue with our work." His colleagues shook their heads, feeling helpless about Lin Shun's arrogance and pride. Lin Shun returned to his room, closed the door, and isolated himself from all the external noise. He quietly leaned over the table, his gaze fixed on the complex formulas in the notebook, as if the entire world had been reduced to just him and these numbers and symbols. This was simply the most perfect spiral structure, a miracle of mathematics. He murmured softly, his eyes shining with fervent light. Every formula, every symbol, was like a treasure in his heart, carefully cherished by him. It would become the stepping stone to my ascent to the throne of mathematics. He clenched his fists, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of the mathematical world, looking down upon all beings. Unbeknownst to him, time passed by second by second. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the twinkling lights began to illuminate. The external noise slowly quieted down, and the entire world seemed to fall into a deep sleep. However, Lin Chun remained immersed in his formulas. His fingers moved quickly across the notebook, leaving behind a series of complex numbers and symbols. His mind was filled with various brilliant ideas, as if he had the entire world in his grasp. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness hit him, and his mind became somewhat unclear. He gently pressed on his temple, trying to alleviate the discomfort. However, a sudden sharp sound caused him pause. At the same time, he felt something sticky on his fingers. Confused, he brought his fingers to his face and was shocked to find that they were covered with some sticky red and white substance. He widened his eyes and looked closely at the material, a hint of confusion arising in his heart. "How strange, what is this?" he murmured to himself, trying to figure out the source of this substance. From a sideways glance, one could clearly see a hole appearing at his temple. At that moment, Lin Chun reached out his hand, gently touching the hole. Inside lay a curved gray-white object, quietly resting under Lin Chun's fingers. The gray-white object began to expand at a visible speed, but Lin Chun quickly chose to ignore this matter. For him, the most important thing was to calculate the formula for that perfect structure. If there were outsiders in the room at that moment, they would have clearly seen this terrifying scene. They would be terrified beyond comprehension, while Lin Chun seemed completely oblivious to his own danger, still immersed in a frenzied state of calculation. The next morning, Lin Chun's colleagues in the lab prepared to start a new day of work. But they noticed that Lin Chun had not come to work yet. At first, they didn't think much of it, assuming he might have had something urgent come up. After all, though Lin Chun had a somewhat arrogant personality, his work attitude and dedication were well recognized by everyone. However, as time passed, and they still hadn't seen Lin Chun during dinner, the colleagues began to feel that something was off. They knew that although Lin Chun often immersed himself in mathematical research, his schedule was always regular, and he had never been absent without reason like this. What puzzled them even more was that if Lin Chun was sick or had something to attend to, he would usually inform everyone in advance. But this time, there had been no news of him being ill. Everyone started to speculate about where Lin Chun could be. Had he encountered some trouble? Realizing that the situation might be serious, some colleagues quickly reported the situation to their superiors. Upon hearing the news, the superior also felt that something was wrong. He knew well that Lin Chun was not negligent about his work. It was impossible for him to be absent without reason unless something significant had happened. Thus, the superior immediately gathered a team and prepared to head to Lin Chun's dormitory to check the situation. They rushed towards the dormitory with hearts full of worry and unease. Soon, they arrived at Lin Chun's room door. The leader gently knocked, but there was no response from inside. They tried calling Lin Chun's name several times, but still, there was no sound. Just then, a muffled voice came from inside. "Damn it, don't disturb me. I'm about to solve that structure." The voice sounded very strange, completely unlike Lin Chun's usual tone. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions turned quite odd. They exchanged glances, a sense of inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. Who was that voice? What had happened to Lin Chun? Who are you? Where is Lin Chun? The leader asked in a deep voice with a hint of anger. "Shut up. I am Lin Chun. You all hurry in." The voice from inside spoke again, but before it could finish, the door suddenly burst open. It turned out that the leader had sensed something was off and had brought a door-breaking hammer with him on the way. He was worried that Lin Chun might be in danger or that something had happened, so he decided to break in directly. Once the door was broken open, everyone rushed inside. However, when they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. The room was in disarray, with various math books and drafts scattered across the table. In the corner of the room, a figure was curled up on the floor, trembling incessantly. As they approached, they realized that this person was Lin Chun. But he looked terrifying, his face pale as paper, his eyes hollow and lifeless. His body was covered in blood and some unknown substances, looking extremely horrifying. The group stepped back in fright, unable to believe that the terrifying figure before them was the usually gentle Lin Shun. They wanted to step forward to check the situation, but didn't dare to get any closer. Chapter 69. The rapidly spreading irrational root Lin Shun. What is wrong with you? A colleague asked, trembling. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with terror, as if he sensed something horrifying was about to happen. However, Lin Shun in the room did not respond. He was merely shaking uncontrollably, his body swaying as if controlled by an invisible force. His eyes were tightly shut, and he emitted low, indistinct groans, as if he were experiencing immense pain. Look at his head. Something seems to be moving in there. Suddenly, someone screamed in fear, pointing at Lin Shen's head. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Shen's head, only to see a large hole had appeared. Thick, reddish-brown liquid was oozing out of the hole, making them feel nauseous. Even more terrifying was that through the hole, they could see a mass resembling tree roots writhing inside. What is that? A female colleague covered her mouth in fright, tears welling in her eyes. Everyone, get out of this room now. The leader realized the severity of the situation and shouted. Although his voice was firm, his trembling hands betrayed his inner fear. However, at that moment, Lin Shun, who had been shaking, suddenly calmed down. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes were left with nothing but terrifying pure black, with no trace of white visible. A strange smile crept across his lips, as if he had transformed into another terrifying creature. Hee, come help me solve this formula. This is the glory I bestow upon you, Lin Shun said in a low, eerie voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire upper half of his head suddenly exploded, and the mass of root-like objects began to grow wildly. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they had spread throughout half the room, as if they were trying to seal everyone in. Run! The leader's voice boomed like thunder in the corridor. His face was twisted in terror, his eyes wide as saucers. However, it was too late. The mass that had initially seemed harmless was now writhing, as if it were alive, rapidly spreading toward the door, forming an impenetrable barrier that mercilessly trapped them in the sealed room. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange and terrifying low rumble erupted in the space. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with a demonic roar that shook everyone's soul. It was like an invisible force violently striking at everyone's brains. People felt intense pain in their heads, as if an invisible iron rod was brutally stabbing into their minds, spinning and stirring. Their vision began to blur, and their consciousness was gradually stripped away by this force, as if they were being dragged into an endless abyss of darkness. Some weaker individuals immediately spat blood under the impact of this force. Their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Those who were slightly stronger managed to hold themselves up, but their eyes were also filled with fear and unease. Even more terrifying was that a thick reddish-brown mist began to emanate from those grayish-white root-like objects. The mist quickly enveloped the entire room, shrouding everyone within it. It was an indescribable stench, so strong that it was almost impossible to breathe. Their respiratory tracts seemed to be ignited by this gas, with each breath bringing a sharp pain. Many people became stiff after inhaling this gas. Their gazes began to scatter, and their consciousness gradually blurred. They tried to struggle, but their bodies seemed bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Damn it, this gas is toxic. The leader shouted in panic. He had originally stood a bit further away, so he inhaled too much toxic gas. However, at that moment, he found that his body was uncontrollably moving forward. He desperately tried to retreat, but that force seemed to have some kind of magic, making it impossible for him to resist. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air, particularly jarring in the quiet night. A branch-like object whipped through the air like a long whip, drawing sharp arcs. Its movements were swift and bizarre, as if driven by some irresistible force. Everyone's gaze was focused on this suddenly appearing branch-like object, oblivious to the even more terrifying existence behind it. At that moment, the branch-like object suddenly accelerated and shot toward the leader standing in front. The leaders seemed to sense danger, but it was already too late. The branch-like object cut through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, crashing violently into the leader's head. A dull sound followed, and the leader's head was instantly crushed under this tremendous force, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, staining everything around. In an instant, the room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, screams and gasps erupting one after another. The others in the room, having inhaled too much toxic gas, began to feel dizzy and weak. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies stiff, eyes closed, faces twisted, unable to rest in peace. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Only the branch-like object continued to wriggle. It seemed unsatisfied and continued to spread outwards, attempting to consume more lives. As it wriggled, cracks began to appear in the walls, floors, and ceiling of the entire room, as if being squeezed by an invisible force. Just then, a stronger tremor hit. Everyone felt the ground beneath them turn into a tumultuous sea, shaking violently. They screamed in terror, trying to grab onto surrounding objects to maintain their balance, but it was all in vain. As the shaking intensified, the entire framework of the room could no longer withstand the pressure and began to collapse. The walls, floors, and ceiling shattered, revealing the steel bars and concrete inside. The branch-like object took advantage of the cracks to quickly spread throughout the entire room. Accompanying it was a thick grayish-white slime, surging in like waves, overwhelming the entire building. It flowed in through the cracks, doors, and windows, drowning all life in this viscous liquid. Workers on other floors who were resting had no idea what was happening and were swept into the gray, stinking slime. They struggled in terror, trying to escape from the horrific liquid, but it was already too late. Under this immense pressure, the entire building seemed to turn into a massive grave, trapping everyone inside. The grayish-white slime and scarlet mist spread like a waterfall, enveloping the entire city in a terrifying atmosphere. The surviving people in the building were almost instantly eroded by the smell that seemed to ignite their brains. They let out desperate cries and wails. But in this endless darkness, those voices seemed so weak and helpless. What is happening? What the hell is this? Help, help! These cries echoed in the night sky, but no one could respond. The entire building seemed to fall into a deathly silence, with only the grayish-white slime and scarlet mist continuing to spread. In the end, the entire building was covered by that grayish-white root-like substance, resembling a gigantic monster. At this moment, the crowd outside finally noticed the strange noises coming from the building. They all stopped, their eyes filled with terror as they turned toward the building, a wave of inexplicable panic rising in their hearts. The air was thick with an indescribable sense of oppression, as if something dreadful was about to happen. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, tearing through the air like a raging beast. People's ears seemed to be pierced by this noise, and they covered their ears in pain, their faces contorted in anguish. At the same time, the thick gray slime surged like an enraged flood beast, instantly rising into the sky and kicking up dust and debris. This gray slime quickly spread out, resembling a massive gray canopy that enveloped the entire mine. Those who had not yet reacted were swallowed by this gray tidal wave in the blink of an eye, disappearing from sight. Their screams and cries for help sounded so faint amidst this terrifying noise, as if they were instantly drowned out. The noise continued to spread outward, causing panic and chaos wherever it went. In the surrounding mountains and forests, the once peaceful birds were startled into a frenzied flight, flapping their wings in an attempt to escape this disaster. However, just as they took off, they seemed to lose control, plummeting to the ground like raindrops, crashing down in disarray. Meanwhile, other animals in the forest were also thrown into a state of panic. Squirrels, snakes, bears, and various insects instinctively tried to flee this dangerous area. Yet, under the influence of this noise, they seemed to lose their sense of direction, and the more they tried to escape, the more they unwittingly approached the mine shrouded in gray slime. In an instant, the entire forest transformed into a chaotic battlefield. The animals screamed in terror and ran, but none could escape this horrifying disaster. Driven by the noise, they rushed into the gray slime, their whales rising and falling, ultimately being slowly consumed by this terrible corrosive force. This sudden disaster plunged the entire mine and surrounding areas into silence. Kyoto, the heartland of the Dragon Country, was now shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. What did you say? A monster has appeared at Hung Mine, leading to the destruction of the entire mineral base? In a secret meeting room in Kyoto, a commanding voice broke the original silence. All eyes were focused on the speaker, one of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country responsible for military and civil affairs in this area. Yes, we just received the news. The situation is very urgent. A subordinate replied nervously, gripping a report tightly in his hand. You must stabilize the situation over there immediately. Do not act rashly. The high-ranking official's voice revealed an undeniable determination. I will send people there right away and activate the emergency plan. The subordinate nodded in agreement and hurried out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, the large screen in the meeting room began displaying blurry images captured from satellites. There appeared a mountain covered in grayish-white root-like structures, shrouded in mist, resembling a giant beast asleep, ready to awaken at any moment. What kind of monster is this? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. According to preliminary analysis, this is likely the ACP-1512 irrational root that we have been tracking, an expert said with a tremble in his voice. This organism has an extremely strong growth and destructive capability. If it goes out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, everyone's expressions grew serious. The elder of the Dragon Country, the spiritual pillar of the nation, also set down his teacup and slowly stood up. He gazed at the images on the screen, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Convey my orders. Immediately seal off the area around Hung Mine and prohibit anyone from entering. The elder's voice was deep and powerful. At the same time, notify Mr. Suzy. We need his assistance. With the elder's orders issued, the entire Kyoto and even the Dragon Country entered a tense yet orderly state. In the shelter, Suzy sat quietly at his workbench, staring at a photo that had just been transmitted. In the photo, a once lush mountain was now covered in grayish-white root-like structures, resembling a sleeping giant, evoking a sense of awe. He carefully examined the photo, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. The speed of this growth was beyond his expectations. Having grown so large just after appearing, it seemed that the people on site must have inadvertently angered it. Suzy muttered to himself, his tone laced with worry. He knew well that the ACP-1512 irrational root was a highly destructive organism, and if it was not contained quickly, the consequences would be dire. With this in mind, he quickly entered commands into the system. System immediately summoned Facility 166 and the Omega Mobile Task Force to the vicinity of Hung Mine. Ding! Facility 166 and the Omega Mobile Task Force have arrived near Hung Mine. With the system's response, Suzy let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he still felt that relying solely on the Omega Mobile Task Force might not be sufficient. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to send a message to the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force, requesting their assistance to help the Omega Mobile Task Force contain the ACP-1512. The Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force was experienced, and with their involvement, the containment operation should proceed more smoothly, Suzy thought to himself. He believed that with the joint efforts of the two mobile task forces, they would surely be able to successfully contain the ACP-1512 and avert this potential crisis, as long as the Trisolarians didn't cause any trouble behind the scenes. Chapter 70, The Encounter of Two Teams. Hung Mining was shrouded in a strange, crimson fog. This thick mist was not a natural phenomenon, but originated from a containment object known as ACP-1512. Its power was immense and dangerous, with a scent that could bewilder the mind, plunging individuals into endless illusions. To confront this threat, a 5-member small team crossed the blockade and met up with another mobile task force. Both teams were elite members of the Foundation, tasked with the control, containment, and protection of humanity. Hello, I'm the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force. The Nine-Tailed Fox captain spoke with a firm and powerful voice, his eyes revealing a dedication and determination towards the mission. Hello, I'm the captain of Omega 08 Mobile Task Force. Omega 8 Captain replied, his tone equally steady, showing a clear understanding of the challenges ahead. Members of both small teams wore specially designed protective suits, developed specifically to withstand ACP-1512. They resembled space suits, capable of isolating the sense emitted by the containment object, protecting the team members from its confusion. Nine-tailed fox captain, according to the plan, we will suppress the growth of ACP-1512 while you're responsible for the main containment task. Omega, 8 Captain detailed the task division. Do you have the necessary preparations? The nine-tailed fox captain nodded, a hint of fervor showing on his face beneath the protective suit. Rest assured, we are well aware of the irrational roots of ACP-1512. His voice was resolute. Though this is our first encounter with a containment object of this level, the worst outcome is merely death. As members of the Foundation, we are already prepared for sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Omega, 8 Captain felt a surge of respect. He nodded in reply. It is an honor to work with you. After a brief meeting, the two teams split up and began their respective operations. They surged into the crimson fog spreading from ACP-1512, embarking on a difficult and dangerous containment mission. The main task of the nine-tailed fox team was to contain the irrational roots of ACP-1512. They carried specialized containment equipment, ready to act at the appropriate moment. The Omega 8 team was responsible for suppressing the growth of the containment object. They needed to locate its core and take measures to prevent further spread. Within the fog, both teams faced immense challenges. They had to remain vigilant at all times to avoid being misled by the containment object and losing their way. Simultaneously, they needed to cooperate closely to ensure the smooth completion of their mission. As time passed, both teams gradually delved deeper into the central area of the fog. In the silent jungle, the crimson mist seemed to surge from the depths of hell, permeating every corner, as if an invisible force traversed through it, tightly entangling every life form moving within the jungle. The fog not only obscured vision, but also carried a certain magic that instilled fear in the heart. Amidst this mist, a small team was cautiously advancing. They were not ordinary explorers, but a special force established by the Foundation's Mobile Task Force specifically for containing anomalous phenomena. This time, their target was the legendary containment object ACP-1512. This small team was the second Mobile Task Force obtained by Suzy, the Omega 8 Mobile Task Force. Unlike other Mobile Task Forces, each member of Omega 8 had unique backgrounds and skills. Most members came from monastic or religious backgrounds, possessing deep faith and unwavering will. More notably, they all possessed strong mathematical calculation abilities, which often proved unexpectedly useful in containing anomalous phenomena. Leading the front was the captain of the Omega 8 Mobile Task Force, Jiao Chua. He was an ascetic, always wearing a calm and resolute expression. His interests extended beyond chanting and praying. He also had profound expertise in mathematics. He could use complex mathematical formulas to analyze the essence of anomalous phenomena, providing critical guidance for containment operations. In addition to his mathematical abilities, Jiao Chua possessed a special ability. Although it was merely the lowest level and ineffective against external biological entities, it could serve to protect himself, which was enough for him to stand out within the Foundation. This ability allowed him to resist the influence of anomalous phenomena at critical moments, safeguarding his own and his teammates' safety. Jiao Chua had participated in 39 containment operations for ACP objects, consistently performing excellently. The most significant of these was his involvement in the containment of an apocalyptic-level object, demonstrating outstanding command and composure under pressure. His experience and strength made the Omega 8 Mobile Task Force an indispensable force within the Foundation. Everyone, Jiao Chua's voice resonated through the fog, breaking the surrounding silence. The nine-tailed fox team, led by Hank, has successfully executed a containment task assigned by the O5 Council. This time, our Omega 8 team absolutely cannot lose to them. His words were filled with resolve and determination, making every team member feel his conviction and courage. They all knew that this containment mission was unlike any before. The characteristics and dangers of ACP 1512 put unprecedented pressure on them. However, they also believed that under Jiaochua's leadership, they would surely succeed in completing this mission. Jiaochua pulled out a scripture from his backpack, which he had specially prepared for this mission. He placed his hand on the triangular containment drawing on the cover, wearing a solemn and reverent expression. This was a manifestation of his faith and the source of his power. To complete this mission, I have already condensed my ability into this book. Jiaochua's voice was filled with confidence and determination. Moreover, Dr. Heisenberg has also provided us with tremendous help, assisting us in creating this top-of-the-line protective suit. His words brought a sense of reassurance to the team members. They knew that with Jiaochua's abilities and Dr. Heisenberg's protective suits, their safety was maximally guaranteed. However, they were also aware that containing SCP-1512 was no easy task, requiring immense effort and sacrifice. This time, I do not want any mistakes. Jiaochua's tone turned serious. Even if it means total sacrifice, we must complete this containment mission. His words sent a chill down the spines of the team members. They knew this was a daunting task and a test of their faith and will. But they also understood that as members of the Foundation's mobile task force, their mission was to protect humanity from anomalous phenomena. For humanity, for the Foundation. Jiaochua raised the scripture and shouted loudly. For humanity, for the Foundation. The team members echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the jungle, as if they could pierce through the fog and reach further places. For containment, Jiaochua shouted again, his voice filled with firmness and belief. The team members responded in unison. For containment, their voices were filled with power and determination, as if they could dispel the surrounding fear and unease. As the shouts echoed, the members of the Omega-8 Mobile Task Force began to quicken their pace, advancing towards the location of SCP-1512. Henmine, a once vibrant and lush mountain range, is now shrouded in a gray gloom. Its exterior seems tightly wrapped in a thick gray shell, having lost its former vitality and energy. The sounds of birds and beasts in the mountains have long since disappeared, leaving only silence and desolation. In this abandoned zone of life, 5 figures suddenly appear out of nowhere. Dressed in uniform, carrying heavy backpacks, their faces are filled with determination and resolve. They are elite members of the Omega-8 Mobile Special Operations Team, and their mission is to come to this forbidden zone and eliminate the ever-expanding irrational root. The irrational root is a plant from another world, possessing immense vitality and destructive power. Its root system can penetrate deep into the ground, extracting the essence of the earth, while its branches and leaves continuously expand outward, consuming all life in their path. The red mist it releases is highly toxic, capable of instantly taking the lives of living beings. As the leader of this operation, Jiaochua understands the terrifying nature of the irrational root. He gestures for the team to begin their action. Soon, one team member steps forward, placing an electronic device as close to the irrational root as possible. This device can monitor the growth of the irrational root in real time and transmit data back to headquarters. Initiate suppression action, Jiaochua commands, and the team members spring into action. They sit cross-legged, pulling out paper and pens from their backpacks, and begin calculations related to the 1512 structure. The 1512 structure is the core of the irrational root. Only by cracking this structure can its growth be truly suppressed. As time goes by, a steady stream of calculated results is written on the paper and transmitted to the display screen ahead. With the continuous output of calculation results, the irrational root, which had been expanding at a uniform speed, gradually begins to halt its growth. Even the continuously released red mist starts to thin out. Seeing this, the team members' faces break into smiles of joy. They know their efforts have not been in vain. They have successfully found the weakness of the irrational root and managed to suppress its growth. On the other side of Hungmine, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force have also embarked on their journey. Their goal is to reach the forbidden area shrouded by the irrational root and complete a crucial task of containing the core point of the irrational root. The core point, a somewhat mysterious term, refers to the origin object. This object appears in the mind of a certain staff member at a specific moment, while that staff member was in a room invaded by the irrational root. To truly contain the irrational root, they must find this origin object. At this moment, the entire hung mine is tightly encased in a hard shell, resembling a giant cocoon that traps all life within the mountains. To enter this closed world, they must break through this hard shell. However, the material of this shell is special and extremely hard, not something that ordinary means can shake. Thus, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force decide to take an ancient and effective approach, digging a tunnel. They choose a relatively distant location and begin wielding their digging tools towards the target point. Their movements are swift and orderly, each swing filled with determination and strength. During the digging process, they keep as quiet as possible to avoid disturbing the irrational root rampaging through the mountains. They know that if they disturb it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, they can only dig cautiously, inching closer to the target. Half an hour passes, and they have dug a tunnel that is 3 meters long. Although there is still some distance from the target, they do not feel discouraged. Hank, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox, stands in the dug tunnel, his brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with determination and decisiveness. He carefully estimates the remaining distance and decisively gives the order. Continue digging until we reach the target. The team members respond and swing their digging tools with even more strength, each dig filled with resolve. After digging another 10 meters or so, Hank feels they're close enough and orders again. Now, we start digging upwards. As the direction of their digging changes, waves of crimson mist begin to surge in from above. This mist emanates suffocating toxins, causing one to instantly lose their sense of direction and logical thinking. Fortunately, they are wearing specially designed Hyson baby protective suits, which offer strong protection against this mist. Under the shelter of the protective suits, they continue to dig upwards. Finally, after digging another 6 or 7 meters, they arrive at the interior covered by the irrational root. This is a dark world, with no light source other than the faint glow of their flashlights. Before their eyes lie horrifying scenes, countless corpses scattered on the ground, grayish-white pus surging like an ocean, emitting a strong corrosive odor. However, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox are all elite individuals who have experienced countless storms. Their psychological resilience is strong enough to handle any terrifying scene. Faced with the horror before them, they are unafraid, quietly observing and searching for the core point of the irrational root. Hank carefully identifies the direction and eventually confirms that the irrational root is spreading from a building in the center. The origin should be in that location. Everyone, prepare to approach. Yes. With that, the 5 of them begin to move closer to the origin point. With just their current equipment, they naturally cannot contain it all. But don't forget that Suze's system reward includes a large station. In fact, their main task is simply to locate the origin point. Chapter 71. Are they the Mobile Task Force? In this cursed land, a river flows quietly, but unlike other clear rivers, it emits a nauseating stench. The river water has a viscous texture, resembling disgusting slime, constantly churning and devouring all life. In this thick river, countless disfigured corpses float. Their faces are corroded beyond recognition, and their clothing is tattered and worn. Some are dressed in miner's work clothes, seemingly having met with misfortune while working. Others wear casual clothes, perhaps having encountered this disaster while taking a walk, and some are in pajamas, possibly awakened from sleep, never to return to the warmth of their beds. On their faces, without exception, is an expression of despair. That despair is so profound that the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force can feel that indescribable hopelessness with just a glance. They can easily imagine the terror and helplessness these people faced when confronted with ACP-1512. Hank, the captain of a Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force, walks at the front of the group. Everyone, pay attention and check your gear, he says in a deep voice, reminding the team to stay aware of their surroundings and to ensure their equipment is functioning properly. His voice echoes with unusual firmness and calmness in the silent valley. However, facing such a hellish scene and the bizarre containment object of ACP on such a scale, even these elite task force members feel an unprecedented pressure. The expressions on their faces grow serious, as if sensing the impending danger. As they approach the origin of the unreasonable root of ACP, The suffocating sense of oppression becomes increasingly intense. The white mist sprays onto each member's oxygen mask, making their vision hazy. Hank, the leader of the nine-tailed fox mobile task force, slightly raises his head to look at the massive building not far away. His heavy spacesuit, meticulously crafted by Dr. Heisenberg, seems to provide no sense of safety in this unknown and dangerous realm. At this moment, they are less than 100 meters away from the cursed building. Every minute, every second feels as though the rhythm has slowed down, as if some invisible pressure is pushing them forward. Everything around them falls silent, with only their heavy breathing echoing in their oxygen masks. The monstrous entity, as large as a mountain, fills their entire field of vision. It resembles a demon crawling out of hell, with twisted reddish-brown patterns spreading across its body, like marks scorched by flames. Its gigantic form towers over this desolate land, instilling fear in those who behold it. As they draw closer, it seems as though the world is split in two by this monster. One half is occupied by its massive body, while the other half consists of the decayed forests and rotting corpses it has consumed. In the nearby forest, countless corpses lie silently, their former vitality long stripped away, leaving only hollow eye sockets and decaying flesh. Snakes, birds, fish, insects, flowers, and trees have all been devoured by this terrifying monster. It is like an endless abyss, consuming the breath of all life. Wherever ACP-1512 passes, it becomes eerily silent, devoid of any hint of life. Strange creatures inhabit this mountain, their twisted forms seemingly distorted by some force. Their immense strength and impenetrable shells are enough to crush any life daring to approach. Those who attempt to challenge it invariably turn to dust beneath its feet. Gray slime and intricate root systems spiral and branch out from the monster's body. They resemble a constantly writhing brain, filled with endless malice and terror. These root systems spread through the soil, continuously absorbing nutrients, making the monster's power grow stronger. At the same time, the monster continuously emits Brownian noise, a sound like a demon's whisper echoing in their ears. The sound is filled with evil and strangeness, sending chills down their spines. Even though they are wearing the high-strength protective suits specifically designed by Dr. Heisenberg to shield them from direct exposure to ACP-1512, the proximity to the unreasonable root of ACP still allows them to feel the influence of that demonic sound. Hank feels as if he is trapped in an endless abyss. Everything around him becomes chaotic and distorted, as if manipulated by some invisible force. His heart is filled with terror and unease, as if facing an unprecedented crisis. Confused murmurs echo like demonic whispers in his ears, those sounds strange and piercing, as if they were tearing at his soul. His vision begins to blur, the entire world distorting as if heaven and earth were reversing. Hank stumbles, nearly falling to the ground. He struggles to steady himself, but finds his heartbeat has accelerated to its limit. He looks around and sees the members of the nine-tailed fox mobile task force have also fallen into chaos. Their eyes have become hazy, as if losing focus, their movements becoming unconscious and erratic. Their cognition is gradually collapsing, as if being eroded by some invisible force. Hank's heart is filled with despair, but he knows he cannot give up. He must find a way to bring his team back to awareness, or they will be unable to face the crisis before them. He takes a deep breath and shouts, "Inject the wakefulness gas." As his command is issued, the wakefulness gas built into their protective suits is automatically released. The pungent smell quickly fills the air, causing Hank and his team to feel dizzy. But in that instant, they awaken from their trance-like state. Their gazes regain firmness and clarity, as if they have found a glimmer of light in the darkness. That was terrifying. Team member Force sighs heavily. Reflecting on the recent experience, his heart is still filled with fear. He remembers that he had almost wanted to take off his protective suit, an impulse that nearly led him to an irretrievable fate. Hank, too, feels a lingering dread. He knows that their narrow escape this time was entirely due to the wakefulness gas in their suits. But at the same time, he realizes that while this gas can bring them back to consciousness, its side effects are equally frightening. It may cause irreversible damage to their nerves, making them more vulnerable in future battles. However, in such an emergency, it was necessary to use it. Meanwhile, another mysterious mobile task force, Omega 8, is silently battling beneath the giant reddish-brown monster. This monster stands like a towering mountain, emitting an indescribable sense of oppression. The members of Omega 8, clad in heavy protective suits, resemble a group of bulky warriors, but their eyes are resolute and bright. They hold pens and are fully focused, calculating on their notebooks, as if engaged in a silent contest. Complex and rigorous mathematical drafts cover the ground around them. These drafts not only testify to their hard work, but also represent the fruits of their intellect. If the one known as the originator of the anomaly, Lin Shun, were present at this moment, he would certainly recognize the formulas on these papers as the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure. Specifically, the calculus of the 1512 origins Weyl manifold asymptotic line theory rules. The members of Omega 8 are manually estimating this mysterious geometric structure in real time. They are well aware that this task is not only fraught with difficulties, but also requires a high level of mathematical literacy and computational ability. However, they do not back down. Instead, they rise to the challenge, using their wisdom and courage to tackle this seemingly impossible task. As time ticks away, beads of sweat gradually form on their foreheads, but the pens in their hands never stop. As one 1512 structure after another of hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry gradually evolves, the ACP 1512 that covers the entire mountain seems to undergo subtle changes. Although these changes are slight, they bring a sense of comfort to the Omega 8 members. They know their efforts are not in vain. They're gradually changing the fate of this monster. However, they also understand that this battle is far from over. The power of ACP 1512 remains strong and terrifying, and they must continue to work hard to ultimately defeat it. Thus, they lower their heads once again, continuing to calculate in their notebooks. Their pen tips swiftly glide across the paper, leaving behind graceful arcs. These arcs not only represent their effort and perseverance, but also symbolize their hope and belief in the future. In this silent struggle, the members of Omega 8 are writing their own chapter with their wisdom and courage. Just as two mobile task forces delve deep into the heart of Hung Mine, carrying out their respective missions, the Dragon Kingdom army outside the blockade line is in a state of anxious despair. They truly have no way to handle this absurd route. However, a piece of news arrives that is hard to believe. What did you say? Say it again. An officer's eyes widen, staring intently at the communications soldier before him. Report. Sir, just now 2 squads crossed the blockade line and entered Hung Mine. The soldier's voice trembles slightly. Don't they know there are monsters inside? What's going on? The officer's brow furrows tightly, his tone filled with anger and confusion. Perhaps they inhaled the toxic gas from the absurd route, causing them to lose their sense of direction. Someone tentatively suggests a possible reason. Can we still conduct a rescue? What is their condition? The officer quickly inquires. I'm sorry. Sir, our current equipment cannot detect their specific location and condition, and so much time has passed. I'm afraid. The soldier's voice grows fainter, almost inaudible. The officer's brow deepens. He knows what this means. He turns to look at the distant Hung Mine, filled with worry and helplessness. However, just when they're about to give up hope, someone on the warship finally retrieves the high-precision electric telescope equipment. Quick, hurry and see if there are any survivors inside. The officer urges. With the setup and adjustment of the equipment, the image finally comes through. Hung Mine, thousands of meters away, gradually comes into view. Although some obstacles block the line of sight, they can already make out some outlines within. Everyone stares at the screen, filled with anticipation and tension. However, when they see the scene inside, they are taken aback. What is the situation? Someone exclaims in surprise. What are they doing? Another asks in confusion. Below the gray mountain, 5 indistinct figures are sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. It seems they are holding pens and sketching something in notebooks. Surrounded by many sheets of paper. Are they drawing? Someone speculates. This scene leaves everyone somewhat dumbfounded. Aren't they ordinary civilians who accidentally wandered in? Why do they seem so alert? And what are they wearing? They look so much like space suits. Many scientific experts feel bewildered. They have no idea what these mobile task force members are doing. However, when they adjust the angle again and the image becomes clearer, they see the huge emblem on the protective suits, the concentric dual rings with 3 inner arrows. The concentric dual rings with 3 inner arrows. Isn't that the emblem of the Containment Association? Someone exclaims. The pupils of the crowd gradually dilate, and their voices suddenly rise by several degrees. They are members of the Containment Association's Mobile Task Force. They are not ordinary people. They're specially trained members of the Mobile Task Force with formidable abilities. This news leaves everyone shocked and excited. They finally understand why these individuals remain so calm in the face of monsters and danger, because they are not ordinary people, but members of the Mobile Task Force with special training and powerful capabilities. At this moment, everyone feels a sense of inexplicable relief and admiration. They know that with these Mobile Task Force members present, the crisis at Hung Mine will surely be resolved properly. Dear readers, I sincerely apologize for the recent updates. I know my writing seems a bit lackluster, and I have disappointed you. I'm sorry. I really don't want to let you down. In fact, I have been striving to find inspiration, hoping to write a better story. However, sometimes my mind just goes blank, as if all ideas have flown away. During such times, I feel truly troubled and helpless. Please believe me, I will work hard to adjust my state and quickly regain my creative self. I promise to put more thought into the plot and write deeper content, allowing you to feel my sincerity and effort once again. Thank you for your continued support and understanding. I will cherish this trust and not let you down. I'm sorry, truly very sorry. Bows and Apology. Chapter 72. Successful Containment? Did you see that? They're wearing protective suits, right? What are they busy with? Could it be that they have already started researching ACP-1512? How is that possible? They just arrived not long ago. How could they start research so quickly? True, they might just be tentatively doing something. To be honest, they don't look like they are here for research at all. The scientists from the Dragon Country outside the containment line have always believed that science is the only truth that can explain everything. Even with the emergence of bizarre entities like the containment object, they firmly believe that science can reveal the secrets behind it. Therefore, they do not think that this sudden incursion of the Mobile Task Force into the containment line could yield any significant findings. Just then, a soldier who had been staring ahead suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, look, the irrational root of ACP-1512. It's moving. It seems to have sensed the presence of that team." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Indeed, at some point, the irrational root that covered the entire Hungmin mountain began to writhe. Its twisted form, reminiscent of a brain, was already a terrifying nightmare just lying there. And now, this nightmare seemed to have completely awakened. One twisted reddish-brown tentacle after another moved as if a part of the brain had disintegrated. The tangled vines and root networks spread rapidly, while countless crimson mists surged forth like blood. Inside the containment line, the team members also sensed the unusual movement. "Captain, the monster seems to be about to attack us." Team member number 4 of Omega 8 reminded nervously. "Don't mind it. Let us keep calculating." Jachuo's expression showed no change. He continued to frantically calculate on the paper. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. The distant scientists from the Dragon Country changed their expressions drastically. "It's over. They are going to suffer." They saw dozens of roots as thick as mountains twisting and curling, pressing against the sky. The reddish-brown roots became the only color, and their shadows were enough to cover tens of thousands of square meters. This dense and fierce attack seemed almost impossible to dodge. People often think that in the face of this thick, falling root that resembles a sky curtain, any creature would have nowhere to escape and could only surrender. However, at this critical moment, those watching from a distance witnessed an incredible scene. The 5 members of the Omega 8 Mobile Task Force, who had been focused on writing, suddenly lifted their heads, their eyes shining with determination and wisdom. It was as if they had found a way to break the deadlock at this critical juncture. The 5 team members simultaneously aimed their papers filled with complex formulas at the irrational root of ACP-1512. Their movements were synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Every subtle gesture revealed their inner conviction and confidence. At that moment, the originally violent and massive reddish-brown roots suddenly froze in midair. This change came without warning. As if time had suddenly stopped at that moment. People stared in astonishment, almost forgetting to breathe. The transition from fury to stillness was completed in an instant. The terrifying wind pressure brought by the massive roots blew the surrounding fallen leaves into a flurry, creating a spectacular scene. At this moment, it felt as if the whole world had come to a halt, with only the falling leaves and the roots frozen in the air telling the miracle that had just occurred. What happened? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Why did it suddenly stop? Another asked in confusion. Could it be that the papers in their hands have some magical power? Someone speculated. However, before they could collect their thoughts, they were stunned once again, as those people continuously raised their papers, aiming at the tentacles in the sky. The once rampaging ACP-1512 irrational root actually emitted a noise it had never made before, and then began to slowly shrink in front of everyone's eyes. This scene made everyone widen their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? What kind of magical power do these 5 team members use? The scientists from the Dragon Country were also dumbfounded. They had been researching how to counter this irrational root, but had never thought anyone could subdue it in this way. ACP-1512 was really beginning to slowly shrink. The people of the Dragon Country, through the precision telescope, witnessed this unbelievable scene. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to pause at that moment, and they involuntarily stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. What is happening? That massive figure, the ACP-1512 that had once instilled fear in them, was actually starting to shrink in plain sight. They rubbed their eyes, trying hard to see clearly, wondering if there was something wrong with their vision. But looking again, that shocking scene continued. ACP-1512, which should have been in an extremely unstable state, was now like a balloon being deflated, slowly shrinking. The crowd stood frozen, a myriad of questions flooding their minds. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be rampaging? Just a moment ago, someone had inadvertently angered it, triggering a disaster of crimson mist. At that time, it was like a furious giant beast, capable of tearing invaders to shreds at any moment. But now, why did it suddenly stop? And why was it continuously shrinking? What on earth was happening? What was the principle behind this? Just a few seemingly ordinary sheets of paper could make the massive ACP-1512 gradually shrink? This was beyond everyone's imagination. They stared in shock at the incredible scene happening in the distance, filled with confusion and astonishment. In front of that gigantic ACP-1512, the 5 members of the mobile task force appeared so small, as if they were nothing more than insignificant dust. And the papers they held high were even less than dust, seemingly unable to have any effect on that colossal entity. However, the reality lay before them. That paper seemed to possess some kind of magical power, able to make the irrational root stop and begin to shrink. What was going on? People began to scream, their expressions dazed, unable to believe their eyes. They were filled with doubts about what was written on those few sheets of paper. How could they produce such astonishing effects? Everyone wanted to know how the mobile task force accomplished this. What methods did they use to make the irrational root stop and start shrinking? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation and curiosity, eagerly wanting to know all the answers. Meanwhile, inside the containment line, a tense atmosphere enveloped. Jatuo, the captain of the Omega-8 Mobile Task Force, usually calm and composed, now showed a rare emotional expression on his face. He stared at the sky above, where the irrational root that should have been rampaging was now slowly shrinking, as if bound by some mysterious force. It really could be done, Jatuo murmured to himself, his voice revealing undeniable excitement. As the captain of the mobile task force, he had experienced countless containment missions, but it was the first time he encountered a situation where a single suggestion could turn the tide like this. Recalling the moment when he received the irrational root containment task for ACP-1512, he still felt a bit anxious. Although he had contained many powerful entities, the bizarre characteristics of ACP-1512 left him at a loss. The irrational root seemed to possess infinite power, capable of altering reality at will, making it impossible to grasp its rules. Just as he felt lost, a phone call broke the silence. The call was from Dr. Heisenberg, but on the other end was the voice of the legendary O5 council member. The voice was calm and authoritative, as if containing boundless power, making him feel the other's strength the moment he heard it. The O5 member offered a suggestion to him, which seemed simple but contained profound mathematical principles. According to the O5 member, ACP-1512 was born from the mind of a mathematician named Lin Shun, who was studying a formula related to hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure just before his death. This formula was not only the source of ACP-1512, but also its weakness. If the irrational root showed aggressive tendencies, they could attempt to calculate the relevant mathematical structure on paper. It sounded somewhat incredible, but he believed it wholeheartedly. So, upon arriving near the irrational root, he immediately organized his team to start complex mathematical calculations on paper. As time passed, they gradually discovered that those seemingly chaotic mathematical symbols and formulas were indeed slowly binding the power of the irrational root. It began to calm down and eventually even started to shrink. This scene left everyone astonished and delighted. They couldn't believe that they could subdue such a powerful entity merely through some mathematical formulas. All of this was thanks to the mysterious O5 member. His heart was filled with gratitude and respect. He understood that their success in containing ACP-1512 was not only due to their efforts, but also because of the wisdom and guidance of the O5 member. He stood up and deeply bowed, expressing his thanks to the O5 member. At that thrilling moment, the remaining 4 members witnessed the massive body of the irrational root gradually stop moving and then slowly shrink, as if bound by some mysterious force. They were first taken aback, then excitement blossomed on their faces. It's truly breathtaking. The powerful and mysterious O5 member is indeed deserving of their reputation. One person exclaimed, "We did it, we really did it." Another shouted excitedly, seemingly forgetting their earlier fears. "Captain, we can consider this a successful Keter-level containment mission for our team. Maybe we'll be the next nine-tailed fox." One person said dreamily, their eyes shining with anticipation. They never expected that such a daunting task would really succeed with the help of the O5 member. Just then, a huge curling vine in the air slowly lowered root. Its movements were incredibly gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the surrounding tranquility, exuding a friendly and warm aura. The root slowly extended towards the team, seemingly greeting them. Then, a root the thickness of an arm began to curl and grow. Its form was as colorful as a kaleidoscope, twisting and stretching, as if adding a touch of brightness to this victorious moment. Subsequently, several smaller roots sprouted from this kaleidoscopic root, floating gracefully in the air like fine threads. These roots started to curl up the papers on the ground, then gently landed beside several team members. Their movements were so gentle, as if afraid of damaging the writing on the papers. "Quick, get the paper and pen in your hands." He reacted first and loudly commanded his team. Everyone hurriedly handed over their papers and pens to the roots, their faces showing curiosity and anticipation. Sure enough, when the roots came into contact with the paper and pen, they emitted a pleasant sound. The sound was as beautiful as a celestial melody, making one unable to resist wanting to immerse themselves in it. Then the roots continued to change, forming a platform that steadily supported the papers. Then an astonishing scene occurred. One root transformed into the shape of a fountain pen, quickly calculating the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry formula of the 1512 structure on the paper. This left everyone stunned. They watched as the roots danced on the paper, calculating complex formulas, as if showcasing their wisdom and power to humanity. It seemed they had successfully stabilized this terrifying monster. Watching the irrational root continuously grasping the paper and pen to calculate and completely stabilize, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Contact the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force to inquire about their mission progress. Yes. Damn it, this gas is really annoying. Hank couldn't help but curse. The side effects of the neurotoxic gas they had used to forcibly wake up were already evident. Now even walking felt a bit weak. Fortunately, They had entered the floor where the origin was born. Now they just needed to find that room to successfully contain it. Shit, boss, look outside. Those irrational roots seem to be starting to shrink. Suddenly, a team member exclaimed as they looked out the window. What? Hank's expression changed as he looked out too. Sure enough, the previously pitch-black outside world began to show cracks, with lights streaming in from outside. Chapter 73, Success. It seems that Team Omega's plan has worked, and the irrational roots are gradually shrinking, which is undoubtedly a good sign. Hank's sharp gaze quickly grasped the changes before him. Time waits for no one. We must quicken our pace and not let our previous efforts go to waste. He commanded in a deep voice, his tone revealing an undeniable firmness. Due to the irrational root shell being as impenetrable as armor, completely covering the entire floor, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force had to rely on the original floor photographs to navigate the maze-like corridors, struggling to find a room where Lin Shun was located. Inside the floor, a grayish-white slime spread everywhere, like disgusting tentacles, making one feel disturbed just by looking at it. However, the Nine-Tailed Fox team was undaunted, casually stepping over one irrational root after another, each step taken firmly and powerfully. After a winding search, they finally stopped in front of a room. Hank carefully compared the photo in his hand, his eyes glimmering with certainty. Yes, this is it. The original starting point is hidden behind this door. He quickly pulled out a specially designed super satellite positioning device from his backpack. This device was exquisitely crafted, powerful enough to ignore the magnetic field interference caused by the irrational roots, transmitting accurate location information to Suze, who was miles away. The Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force had successfully completed their mission. Now it was time to withdraw. Hank commanded, and the entire team immediately sprang into action, retreating from the scene swiftly and orderly, every movement appearing calm and unhurried, as if everything was under their control. Outside the blockade, the Omega Task Force anxiously awaited news from the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force. They were well aware of the difficulty of this mission. Any slight misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, even though their task had been completed, they remained highly vigilant and focused. Finally, after a long wait, they received the news that the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force had completed the positioning. This news was like a breath of spring wind, instantly dispelling the gloom in their hearts. However, amidst their joy, they also understood that the mission was not yet complete, and they could not afford to relax for a moment. Omega Task Force leader Jakra quickly made a decision. They did not retreat immediately. Although the irrational roots had begun to shrink, they had not yet fully retracted to that room. They had to seize this critical moment, continuing forward until the mission was completely accomplished. Jakra led the members of the Omega Task Force carefully through the mountains and forests. The surrounding scene was shocking, with the sky stained blood red by mist and the ground littered with corroded plants and animals. The entire area emitted a rotting stench that was nauseating. They walked on a ground made up of dense root systems, each step feeling as if they were treading on thick meat paste. The surrounding tentacles twisted and writhed, emitting a strange reddish-brown glow, some even radiating a faint warmth that sent chills down their spines. Although the members of the Omega Task Force were seasoned elites, they could not help but feel a sense of fear in the face of such a terrifying scene. They huddled their necks, afraid to breathe loudly, lest they disturb those twisting, writhing tentacles. However, fear did not deter them. They knew their mission and responsibility. No matter how great the difficulties and dangers, they must move forward bravely. They closely followed the location information provided by the satellite positioning, carefully avoiding the tentacles, inching closer to their target. In the process, they discovered that the irrational roots seemed to be completely immersed in the study of hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry related to structure 1512. These originally ferocious, irrational roots appeared unusually docile at this moment, as if bound by some mysterious force. This discovery brought a glimmer of relief to the members of the Omega Task Force. They knew this was their best opportunity to complete the mission. Thus, they quickened their pace and continued toward their goal. Accompanied by the sound of rustling, the only noise on the silent island was the sound of pencils writing on paper. Jacra keenly noticed that those seemingly profound physical formulas and mathematical calculations were not entirely accurate in the reality of 152 physics. Although they appeared splendid and complex on the surface, they seemed more like a heap of useless mathematical drafts, hollow and failing to touch the core. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the irrational roots of 1512. It seemed obsessed with everything, continuously urging Jacra and the Omega 8 team to keep writing and calculating. Jacra and his teammates, despite their doubts, continued as per its requests. As formulas were written one by one, Jacra was astonished to find that the shrinking speed of the irrational roots was gradually accelerating. Originally shrinking at a rate of 1 meter per second, the speed had increased to 3 meters per second over time, and later reached an astonishing 8 meters per second. This change in speed was simply jaw-dropping. It was as if an unstoppable force was wildly consuming the irrational roots. In less than 2 hours, the irrational roots had shrunk back to 1/10 of their original volume, a change so significant that it shocked everyone. As the irrational roots shrank, the surrounding crimson mist rapidly dissipated and the viscous liquid slowly receded. The environment, once filled with brown noise, gradually became quiet, as if everything was returning to normal. Soon, in less than 20 minutes, they encountered the retreating nine-tailed fox team. Since the nine-tailed fox was not adept at calculations, they had to withdraw first. Hank nodded slightly at Jacra as a form of greeting, and then led the nine-tailed fox team out. Meanwhile, Jacra and the Omega 8 team moved deeper along with the shrinking irrational roots. Jacra led Omega 8 deeper, and as they wrote more formulas, the irrational roots of 1512 became increasingly gentle. Its change in attitude surprised Jacra, but also gave him hope. The irrational roots seemed like a gigantic organism, slowly retracting its tendrils. Those tendrils curled in the air, and the kaleidoscopic scene gradually disappeared, replaced by a tranquil space. The foul-smelling slime continuously dissipated, as if devoured by some unseen force, vanishing without a trace. The previously disrupted magnetic field was also gradually restoring, and everything was developing in a positive direction. The Omega 8 team continued writing formulas as they entered the dilapidated building. They climbed the stairs step by step, each movement appearing cautious. In the corridors and corners, skeletons that had been completely corroded lay quietly, as if recounting the past brutality and desolation. But these gruesome sights did not halt their advance. They were well aware of their mission and resolutely continued upward. Finally, on the 10th floor of the shattered building, they found the anomaly's origin point for ACP-1512. It was a shocking room, filled with terror and eeriness. A corpse, long past human form, twistedly sat at a table, surrounded by reddish-brown root systems that covered the entire room like evil tentacles. Even more shocking was that the corpse's head was dangling from the ceiling, as if showcasing a form of twisted art. What sent chills down Jacra and the other spines was the sight of assembled corpses busily working on the table. They seemed to be driven by some kind of force, continuously calculating the non-Euclidean hyperbolic geometry formulas of the 1512 structure. These formulas were both familiar and strange to them, as if they concealed some unfathomable secret. Jacra and the others did not stop writing. They knew that as long as they continued to write, the irrational roots would continue to shrink. Their mood was both tense and full of anticipation, hoping to resolve this tricky problem as soon as possible. In the end, all the root systems retracted to the very center of the skull on the ceiling, where they wriggled continuously, as if performing some mysterious ritual. After confirming that the irrational roots would no longer expand, Jacra finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered the other members of the team to retreat, carefully backing away while continuing to write the formulas. At the same time, they sent a message to Suze, who was 1,000 miles away. Kyoto. Inside the secret shelter, Suze, who was drinking tea, received the message from the Omega team. Efficient, aren't they? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Then he immediately thought to himself, system, summon site, 166 to the room and hung mine now. Ding. Successfully summoned to the room. Jia Chua and the others carefully retreated, finally exiting the terrifying and eerie room. Although their steps seemed light, their hearts were filled with heaviness and tension. Just then, a sudden change occurred inside the room. The originally dilapidated walls seemed to be reborn, rapidly covered by heavy steel plates, sealing the entire room tightly. At the same time, the entire building underwent a dramatic transformation. The doors that had disappeared reappeared, no longer ordinary doors but transformed into ultra-thick electronic security doors, indestructible. Through the transparent super bulletproof glass, Jiachua and the others could clearly see the tentacles of the irrational roots continuously striking against the surrounding walls. Those tentacles seemed to possess endless strength, each impact making the entire room tremble. However, perhaps because they were still engaged in some calculations, the irrational roots ultimately did not forcefully break through this containment room, but gradually stopped, slowly wriggling inside. Jiachua let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing for a moment. He turned to look at his teammates, each of their faces showing a relieved smile. Containment complete, Jiachua announced loudly. Almost at the moment the irrational roots were contained, the entire Hung Mine underwent a dramatic transformation. The scarlet mist that had enveloped the mountain was pierced by golden sunlight, dissipating without a trace. A refreshing breeze blew in, carrying away the foul smell of slime in the air, along with the disgusting slime gradually fading away. The once chaotic mountains began to restore their original state, as if they had undergone a baptism. The terrifying brown noise that had filled the entire forest also completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by a sense of tranquility and harmony. Almost at the moment the irrational roots were successfully contained, the notification sounds from the secret shelter in Kyoto surged into Su Zhe's mind like a tide. Sitting in that quiet and spacious room, he initially felt a bit anxious and uneasy, but at this moment, all his worries vanished with the congratulatory notification sounds. Congratulations. You have successfully contained the anomalous containment object. ACP-1512 Irrational Root. The notification sounded like heavenly music, bringing an unmistakable joy to Su Zhe's face. He closed his eyes, seemingly able to feel the powerful force coming from the irrational roots surging within him, as if an endless energy was converging. Soon, more notification sounds followed. Congratulations, you have acquired all characteristic abilities of ACP-1512 Irrational Root. Each word felt like a meticulously crafted gem, shining with dazzling brilliance. Congratulations. You have obtained the characteristic Corrosive Slime Level 1. Su Zhe's heart stirred. He knew that although this corrosive slime was only basic, if used properly, it could become a powerful tool in his hands, achieving unexpected effects in both attack and defense. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic Mastery of Calculation Level 1. This characteristic brightened Su Zhe's eyes. He understood that in the path of containing anomalous objects, calculation and strategy were equally important. With this characteristic, he believed he would be more adept in future containment missions. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic Super Hardness Level 1. This characteristic made Su Zhe particularly delighted. He knew that during the containment of anomalous objects, he often encountered various powerful enemies. With this super hardness, his defense would be greatly enhanced, and he would no longer have to worry about enemy attacks. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic Brown Noise Level 1. Although this characteristic seemed unremarkable, Su Zhe knew its power. Brown noise could invisibly interfere with the enemy's perception, causing them to lose their sense of direction in battle, which was undoubtedly a huge boost for him. Moreover, with his other mental control methods, adding this brown noise would undoubtedly enhance his progress in implementing mental control over enemies. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic Infinite Growth Level 1. This characteristic left Su Zhe in awe. Infinite growth meant he could continuously enhance his strength, making himself even more powerful. The notification sounds continued, but Su Zhe could hardly wait to try out these newly acquired abilities. Chapter 74, Ambush. Kyoto. This ancient capital with a history of 1,000 years still retains its unique charm under the impact of modernization. At this moment, in a solemn and serious conference room in a corner of the city, The atmosphere is exceptionally tense. The room is softly and brightly lit, and a group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom sits upright, their eyes fixed on the large screen in front of them. There, a mountain range known as Hung Mine, shrouded in darkness, is being displayed. Not long ago, Hung Mine was covered by a bizarre plant called Woolly Jin, which appeared like a ticking time bomb, potentially triggering unpredictable disasters at any moment. Since learning of this news, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom have been monitoring the situation there day and night, hoping to find a solution. Has the Containment Association taken any action yet? One official couldn't help but ask. His voice, though deep, revealed an unmistakable anxiety. The person in charge of sealing off the Hung Mine area sighed heavily. His brow furrowed as if bearing immense pressure. "We haven't seen any sign of them yet," he replied, his tone filled with helplessness and bitterness. This news was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope in everyone's hearts. The Containment Association, this mysterious and powerful organization, possesses powers beyond common understanding. They had hoped that the association would act swiftly to resolve the issue at Hung Mine. However, reality left them feeling disappointed and confused. "Why don't we ask Suze over there?" At that moment, another official suggested. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he saw a way to resolve the problem. This proposal quickly garnered support from others. They all felt that Suze, as a representative put forth by the Containment Association, should be able to help them get in touch with the association and learn more about the situation. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom also seemed swayed. He nodded slightly, just about to instruct his secretary to make the call. Just then, a sudden ringtone broke the silence of the conference room. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, where one official was holding a phone, a strange expression on his face. "What's wrong?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The official took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his shocked heart. According to news from Hung Mine, the Containment Association's mobile task force has already entered the scene. His voice was calm, yet it carried an indescribable shock. This news hit the conference room like a heavy bombshell, causing an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the official. They could hardly imagine that the Containment Association could breach multiple layers of security and enter Hung Mine without them noticing. Is it those bizarre and unpredictable tactics again? "We didn't sense anything at all," one high-ranking official exclaimed, his tone filled with apprehension and helplessness. "How did they breach those security lines? That ability is a bit frightening." Another echoed, his face full of terror and confusion, as if witnessing something incredible. Although the Containment Association was currently on their side, the thought of the other party possessing such terrifying abilities still sent shivers down their spines. They began to reevaluate this mysterious and powerful organization, contemplating how to respond to the potential crisis that might arise. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom furrowed his brow, remaining silent. His heart was filled with doubts and unease. But he knew that the most important thing now was to stay calm and rational, searching for a solution to the problem. The conference room fell into silence again, but everyone's mind was swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Time passed unknowingly, second by second. Suddenly, their attention was firmly drawn to the strange sight on the screen. It turned out that the Woolly Jin, which had been occupying Hung Mine, was gradually shrinking. It was as if bound by an invisible force, slowly becoming smaller. What is happening?" someone exclaimed, their face filled with astonishment and confusion. The person in charge of Hung Mine also sensed that something was amiss. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number, anxiously inquiring about the situation there. The voice on the other end was somewhat muffled, but every word struck him like a hammer to the heart. After hanging up, his face was already filled with shock and disbelief. He raised his head, looking at the equally puzzled faces around him, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. They said, "That mobile task force made the Woolly Jin shrink successfully with just a few drawings of unknown things." This news detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe their ears. How is that possible? How can a few drawings have such power? How do they do it? This is simply like magic. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom also heard this news. His tightly knit brow suddenly relaxed at that moment, and a hint of a smile of relief appeared on his face. It seems we really underestimated this mobile task force, he said softly, but that is not important. What matters is that the woolly djinn has been contained, and we will no longer be threatened by it. As he spoke, his expression became serious, his tone carrying a hint of warning. I know that some of you may have ideas about the containment objects, and there might even be some dissatisfaction. But I must tell you, we must abide by the rules they set. His words were like a lightning bolt, cutting through the doubts and discontent in people's hearts. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to what he would say next. Any unauthorized experiments with containment objects are not allowed. The elder's tone revealed an undeniable firmness. Whoever successfully contains, it has the decision-making power over that object. This is the rule and also the principle. I hope you can understand this and not harbor any ulterior motives that could affect our cooperation with the Containment Association. Upon hearing the elder's warning, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that although the elder was usually kind and approachable, once it came to principal issues, his attitude would become exceptionally resolute. Understood, came a unified response from the crowd, and those who had indeed harbored thoughts quickly suppressed them. They knew that opportunities to cooperate with the Containment Association were hard-won, and they could not ruin this precious relationship due to momentary greed. However, despite the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom temporarily putting aside their ulterior motives due to the Elder's warning, in this vast world, there would always be some individuals whose thoughts were so elusive that they would not easily be influenced by anyone. In a hidden location about 30 kilometers away from Hung Mine, a small team had been concealed there for several hours, waiting like cheetahs for their prey to appear. The leader of the team was none other than Yamashita Keiko, who had come to the Dragon Kingdom under the guise of academic research. At this moment, she was no longer the gentle and refined scholar image. She was dressed in a streamlined black combat uniform, her hair cut into a neat short style, exuding both competence and strength. The small team led by Yamashita Keiko consisted of members she personally selected from the remnants of the ETO organization. They were all seasoned veterans with combat experience, each with eyes filled with determination and resolve, as if fully prepared to sacrifice themselves for the mission at any moment. More importantly, they also had full surveillance and various advanced technology equipment provided by Jizi. These devices not only made their actions more secretive and efficient, but also gave them an absolute advantage in combat. The reason Yinshan Keiko appeared here was entirely due to Jizi's alert. Jizi, the super-intelligent life form from a distant galaxy, possessed abilities that almost surpassed human imagination. It could monitor every move on Blue Star in real time and could calculate various possible outcomes. Originally, the plan from the Trisolaran world was to directly trigger the properties of the irrational root, allowing it to grow infinitely and cover the entire Blue Star. But for some unknown reason, the Trisolaran leader suddenly changed the plan to first attempt to seize the irrational root, and if that failed, then trigger its properties. Such a change naturally altered Yinshan Keiko's mission. She was no longer just an observer, but was placed in this critical position, ready to ambush the mobile task force that was about to withdraw. Master, will that squad really withdraw from this location? Time passed slowly, but the figures of the mobile task force never appeared. Yinshan Keiko couldn't help but feel anxious and couldn't resist sending an inquiry to Jizi. Jizi's response quickly appeared in the air before her. According to our calculations, the probability of them choosing this route for withdrawal is 99.8. Seeing this answer, Yinshan Keiko's heart finally settled down. She knew that Jizi's calculations had almost never been wrong, and since it said the probability of this route was close to 100, then the mobile task force would definitely pass through here. Thus, Yinshan Keiko adjusted her mindset again, preparing for the imminent battle. She knew that this battle was crucial for the Trisolaran world. Master, I will complete this task excellently for you. Her eyes were filled with fervor, like a devoted believer. On the other side, the two teams that completed the containment task dismantled the safety device containing the irrational root from Facility 166 and restored communication with the site base. Omega Mobile Task Force reports. The peculiar containment object ACP-1512, the irrational root, located in the Hungkong mountain of Nanjing, Zhang Province, has been successfully contained. Mobile Task Force, Nine-Tailed Fox reports. We have assisted the Omega Mobile Task Force in containing the ACP-1512 irrational route. The two teams escorted the just-contained ACP-1512 irrational route and began their retreat. Soon, not long after Hank and Jia Chua completed their report, they heard Dr. Heisenberg's voice in their earpieces. So soon, the containment is complete? Haha, no wonder you are our two best mobile task forces. Only you can accomplish this task. The excited voice from the other end came, carrying a hint of barely detectable fatigue. It was evident that the doctor had put in a lot of effort behind the scenes to complete this task. Subsequently, Jia Chua and Hank reported their task experiences to Dr. Heisenberg for his records. After completing the records, Dr. Heisenberg openly praised them. Honestly, you completed this task exceptionally well. When you return, I will definitely apply for a public-funded travel opportunity for you from the O5 Council. But then Dr. Heisenberg's tone suddenly shifted, becoming serious. However, according to the satellite positioning transmitted from the scene, there is another team ambushing your withdrawal route. Patch. Any communication between ACP containment operations cannot be monitored by GZ. Based on our speculation, it is likely a team arranged by the Trisolarians. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time to find you another suitable withdrawal route, so you may need to deal with this team next. Therefore, you must be vigilant and cannot relax. You can only release 1512 from the safety device once you reach our rendezvous point. Upon hearing Dr. Heisenberg's warning, the atmosphere among the two teams instantly became serious. They knew that the road ahead would no longer be calm, and an unknown challenge awaited them. Received, Hank replied in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with determination. He understood that, as the elite of the containment operations, they bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the containment object and could not afford any slack. Jia Chua nodded as well, her gaze equally resolute. The members of the two teams exchanged glances, silently conveying their trust and determination to one another. After receiving the coordinates sent back by Dr. Heisenberg, they quickly adjusted their route, preparing to face the impending challenge. They knew that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, they must safely return 1512 to the base. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Suze, who had been holed up in the secret shelter, suddenly stood up and left his seat. His eyes sparkled with a cold light. The ETO organization really is tenacious. They dare to covet my things. It had been quite some time, and he hadn't had a chance to use his abilities in actual combat. I'll use you to test my skills today. He silently left the secret shelter. Then, his figure flickered, transforming into an afterimage as he sped towards Hong Kong Mountain. Since he had previously publicly announced the containment object multiple times in global broadcasts, those who wanted to take the ACP-1512 irrational route must have seen his face. At this moment, he didn't need to sense too much. He could track them down using his powerful positioning. Chapter 75, Suze. At this moment, the heavens and earth are infinite. Attention, attention, the mission target is approaching. This calm command echoed through the mountains and forests, like a cold wind piercing through dense thickets, directly striking the heart of the ambushers. At the ambush location, Yamanaka Keiko quietly stared at the tablet in her hand, the screen displaying real-time footage transmitted by the intelligence unit. The two convoys moved like two long dragons, slowly retreating in the night. The Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force and the Omega Mobile Task Force, carrying the core ACP-1512 irrational route of this mission. We're trying to escape this heavily monitored jungle. Report. A team member's voice broke the silence, tinged with nervousness. The mission target is 200 meters from entering the encirclement. It is currently impossible to determine which convoy the irrational route is in. Another team member added, his voice revealing some confusion. Yamanaka Keiko frowned slightly, but a look of disdain emerged on her face. These mobile task force members actually thought they could break through her encirclement with such simple misdirection. It was truly laughably naive. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips gliding lightly across the tablet, as if playing a silent melody. The footage transmitted back by the intelligence unit flowed before her eyes, and she seemed able to perceive everything. Team members 1 to 5. Prepare to trigger the ground spike devices. Yamanaka Keiko's voice was cold and firm, as if a commanding chill swept through the entire forest. The surrounding team members immediately sprang into action, their movements swift and orderly, like a precision machine that had undergone countless rehearsals. The ground spike devices quietly rose in the night, like sharp steel needles waiting to pierce the enemy's wheels. Team members 6 to 10. Prepare to cut off the surrounding signal reception field. Yamanaka Keiko continued issuing orders, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. The signal reception field was swiftly severed, and the communication devices of the convoy instantly lost contact, as if swallowed by an invisible force. The remaining team members readied their weapons, preparing to launch an assault. Yamanaka Keiko's command struck each person like a hammer, instilling an unprecedented sense of tension. The surrounding team members raised their weapons, their gazes firm and sharp, like bolts of lightning cutting through the darkness. How was the drone team prepared? Yamanaka Keiko asked again, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Report, Commander. 30 electromagnetic cannon drones are fully equipped and ready for takeoff at any moment. The drone team responded, their voices laced with pride and excitement. Yamanaka Keiko nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on her face. These electromagnetic cannon drones would be a sharp sword in her hand. Once activated, they could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Do not fire without my command. Yamanaka Keiko's tone was cold and serious. If the irrational root is stirred into a riot, our primary mission will fail. Yes. The team members responded in unison, their voices echoing in the night sky, filled with resolve and determination. Yamanaka Keiko quietly watched the screen, her gaze gradually turning icy. Today, she absolutely could not allow this group to safely take away the irrational root. No matter the cost, she was determined to complete this mission. In the front of the convoy, Hank and Jachua's expressions were exceptionally grave. They led their respective convoys, racing forward with unease in their hearts. According to the information provided by Dr. Heisenberg, the squad ambushing them was hidden nearby. They knew they would soon face an attack, but the exact time and place were uncertain. Hank looked at the long road ahead, a surge of impulse rising within him. He volunteered to scout ahead to ensure the convoy's safety. Although Jachua was a bit worried, he did not express it too much. He understood Hank's strength and experience and believed he could handle the task. Thus, the two convoys acted separately. Hank led the nine-tailed fox convoy to scout ahead, while Jachua followed closely with the Omega Mobile Task Force. They maintained a certain distance to ensure timely support in case of an emergency. However, after traveling approximately 3 kilometers, they found no anomalies. Just when both thought the ambushing squad might have relocated, a sudden tremor occurred. Hank's convoy was attacked. He looked at the sharp spikes emerging from the ground, his expression instantly turning grim. These spikes pierced their tires like swords. The convoy was forced to stop, and the tires were punctured. A sense of ominous premonition surged within Hank. He attempted to contact Jachua behind them, but found that the signal had also been cut off. He realized that things were going poorly. They had been set up by the enemy. At this moment, the outside enemies launched a fierce assault. Hank's team members got out of the vehicles, armed and ready to confront the enemy. They were the most elite warriors of the Refuge Society, unafraid of any enemy. However, the enemy seemed well prepared, their firepower exceptionally fierce. Although Hank's team fought bravely, they gradually fell into a passive position. Meanwhile, Jachua in the rear also sensed something was wrong. He saw flames rising in the distance, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He tried to contact Hank, but was also unable to reach him. He quickly ordered the convoy to stop and instructed all team members to prepare for battle. He knew they were about to face a life-and-death struggle. As the enemy closed in, Jachua's Omega Mobile Task Force also began intense resistance. They engaged in a desperate fight against the enemy, gunfire and explosions echoing. To be frank, the two mobile task forces before them were indeed the elite of the elite. Their readiness was exceptionally high. Both their physical and psychological conditions had undergone rigorous selection and training. The equipment they bore represented the pinnacle of current Blue Star technology. Whether it was advanced communication devices or powerful fire systems, They were more than capable of dominating the battlefield. Such a team was outstanding to the extreme. If there was another Special Forces team on Blue Star that could rival them, it would require serious consideration. Their presence was like an indestructible defense line, guarding important objectives. However, the harsh reality is that the technological gap often determines victory or defeat. The ETO organization ambushing them, with assistance from the Trisolarans, had greatly surpassed the current technology of Blue Star. The equipment they used was all black technology, astonishing to behold. Under such seemingly overpowered technological equipment, even if these two mobile task forces were incredible, breaking through the encirclement would be difficult. They had attempted countless breakout strategies, trying to launch attacks from seemingly weak points, but each time ended in failure. As time passed, the encirclement continued to shrink, compressing their space for resistance. The expressions of the two team leaders, Joshua and Hank, had turned extremely grim. They knew that if this continued, their teams would likely be captured. Meanwhile, in a hidden jungle, Yamanaka Keiko observed everything from above. Excitement gradually showed on her face, as if she could already see the dawn of victory. Is the mission about to be completed? From the current situation, it seemed that her side had a sure victory. The encirclement had shrunk to its limits, and the enemy had become their prey. The irrational root ACP-1512. This bizarre containment object they have long dreamed of is finally within reach. For this item, Keiko Yamashita has worked tirelessly to assemble this small team. She knows the importance of this containment object to the master, and thus is willing to go to any lengths to secure it. The equipment on this ambush team has been gathered piece by piece, each item hard-earned. However, as long as they can successfully bring the irrational root into the hands of the master, all of this will be worth it. She can imagine the commotion that will arise when this containment object is brought back to the organization. Finally, the first ACP containment object belonging to the Trisolarians is in hand. Keiko Yamashita is full of excitement, preparing to issue the final capture order. However, at that moment, a sudden, inexplicable fear swept over her body. She doesn't know where this fear comes from, but it penetrates her body like a cold wave. She involuntarily shivers, and the excitement in her heart is significantly dampened by this fear. She looks around, trying to find the source of the fear, but everything is silent, with no abnormalities in sight. Nevertheless, Keiko Yamashita does not dare to let her guard down. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and quickly orders, "Resolve the battlefield within 1 minute. Prepare to retreat." However, just as she gives the order, the world begins to spin before her eyes. Everything around her seems to warp, her senses manipulated by an unseen force. The familiar hillside suddenly rises continuously, as if in an instant. She finds herself at the peak of a 10,000-meter high mountain. The surrounding trees also seem to be under some kind of magic, growing wildly, like giants awakening from slumber. Keiko Yamashita looks in terror at the floating intellect nearby, wanting to ask the Trisolarians what is happening. However, she finds that the intellect also seems affected by this sudden change and cannot respond. At that moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appears beside her. Keiko Yamashita's eyes widen in shock as she looks at Suze. She has no idea how he appeared here silently. Suze looks at her, smiles faintly, and utters a sentence that petrifies Keiko Yamashita. "Good evening, Ms. Yamashita, or should I call you Wall Breaker number 3? His voice is calm and indifferent, but it strikes Keiko Yamashita's heart like a heavy hammer. At the same time, the team members below suddenly come to a halt, as if caught by an invisible force. The pride and excitement on their faces have not completely faded, but at this moment, they are replaced by a stronger emotion, an unnamed fear. Just as they are about to rush forward and forcefully surround the unusually mysterious vehicles, the surrounding world suddenly undergoes earth-shattering changes. There are no warnings, no sounds. Everything seems to fall into a strange stillness. The once noisy road has now become empty and silent. The road seems to be pulled by an invisible force, extending infinitely into the distance, like an endless piece of taffy. Their teammates beside them are also dispersed by this force at that moment, disappearing from sight one by one. Fear, like a tide in the night, surges in, drowning them. They try to shout to search but their voices seem so weak in this emptiness. They cannot explain everything. They can only feel the fear rising from their hearts, like a cold snake tightly coiling around their hearts. One by one, team members break out in cold sweat. Their faces pale. They kneel on the ground, their eyes filled with despair and confusion. Like Keiko Yamashita, they feel a dizzying sensation, as if the entire world is collapsing at this moment. Hey, what is happening? Someone tries to break the silence of terror, but his voice sounds so weak. Where are you guys? Answer me. Another person shouts loudly, but the only response is the empty echo. Fuck, it seems like we've hit something. Someone starts to curse. But more than that, there is panic and helplessness in their hearts. They curse and call out to each other, but they can only see their teammates getting further away, eventually shrinking into a dot, disappearing on the distant horizon. And all of this happens in just a few seconds. In that brief moment, it feels as if the entire world has turned into a box that traps them. They are thrown into an endless maze, surrounded by towering walls, an oppressive sky above, an endless darkness below. They're trapped in this box, unable to escape, unable to breathe. The indescribable terror and emptiness, like a giant monster, opens its gaping maw, devouring them one by one. Their minds gradually collapse in this endless fear, and their consciousness begins to blur. They are all shocked by the suddenly changing scene in front of them, as if they are in an incomprehensible dream. They try to struggle, to resist, but in the face of this irresistible force, they seem so small, so powerless. Thus, they gradually lose themselves in this empty and terrifying world, becoming slaves to fear. Their eyes are hollow, their faces pale, as if all vitality and energy have been drained away. What happened? Hank, who was preparing for the final resistance in the vehicle, noticed the strange occurrences outside and looked puzzled at the enemies lying unconscious on the ground. I don't know what happened, until he saw Suze carrying another unconscious woman appear before him. His expression suddenly brightened. It's you, 05 counselor. Chapter 76. Let the GZ act. In the night, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, appearing like a ghost in front of everyone. He was Suze, the legendary 05 council member. Although Hank and Jiachua had never seen the true appearance of an 05 member, their instincts told them that the young man before them was that mysterious and powerful presence. The extraordinary aura he exuded seemed to be naturally designed for leadership. Suze did not hide his identity. He slightly nodded, tacitly acknowledging their speculation. After all, he was the only 05 member in the world, and the personnel of the Foundation were all his own people, so there was no need to conceal anything. Whereas ACP 1512's irrational route? Suze asked straightforwardly. Jiachua immediately sprang into action, quickly moving to the trunk of a car, skillfully opening it to reveal a tempered glass box inside. The box contained a shrunken head, and at its temples, there was a peculiar singularity. Surrounding the singularity, the strange substance known as ACP 1512's irrational root was slowly writhing, as if it were breathing. Around this glass box, 3 members of Omega 8 team were intensely focused on calculating complex mathematical theories. Their eyes were fixed on the writhing, irrational roots, fingers flying over calculators to maintain the balance of the irrational roots. Suze observed this scene and nodded slightly. He couldn't help but admire the elite members of the Foundation. In such a critical situation, they were able to remain calm and do everything possible to maintain the balance of the irrational roots. This courage and wisdom were indeed commendable. Well done, Suze praised. You all should rest well when you go back. I will take this. As his words fell, he reached out to take the glass box containing the irrational root. However, this action left the members of the mobile task force dumbfounded. They watched in disbelief as Suze took the irrational root, a wave of inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. After all, they all knew the power of the irrational root. It was a strange substance that could grow wildly and devour everything. Once it got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet now, this 05 member was taking it so lightly, as if he didn't care about the potential dangers it might bring. However, just as their hearts were filled with anxiety, They noticed that the irrational root behaved unusually steadily in Su Zhe's hands. It seemed to sense Su Zhe's immense power and dared not make a single move. This scene gradually dissipated the fear in the mobile task force members' hearts, replaced by awe and admiration for Su Zhe. They finally understood that the O5 council member truly lived up to his reputation. His strength was so terrifying that he could easily suppress even the irrational root. Is this the power of the O5 member? Jia Chua internally marveled, realizing how formidable it was to even suppress the irrational root. His heart was filled with awe and admiration. He knew that he might never reach such heights in his life. But being able to witness such an existence was enough to make him feel proud and satisfied. Other members of the mobile task force also showed expressions of reverence. They knew that this O5 council member was not only the most mysterious existence within the Foundation, but also a legend and hero in their hearts. They were willing to put in every effort, even their lives, for such an existence. Thus, amidst the awe and admiration of the crowd, Su Zhe left the scene with the irrational root. The two mobile task forces quickly withdrew from the scene, while also sending a message to the nearby Dragon Country Station troops to come and take over the remnants of the ETO organization trapped in the illusion. In the depths of the universe, there existed a dark space filled with mystery and the unknown. Here, endless coldness and silence intertwined, as if it were the eternal theme of the universe. In this place, the light of the stars appeared so faint that even the brilliance released from collapsing stars or annihilating black holes could not leave a significant mark in this vast universe, only as insignificant as dust. However, in this seemingly desolate cosmic space, a fleet trailing long starlight was quietly advancing, like a group of brave explorers searching for unknown answers in the endless darkness. This fleet was naturally the one from the distant Trisolaran star. Inside the fleet, the structure was complex and intricate, with rooms tightly connected like a hive. Inside the rooms, Trisolaran beings were submerged in water, lying quietly as if waiting for something in slumber. This was a special survival method evolved by Trisolarans to conserve resources during long cosmic voyages by dehydrating. The Trisolaran civilization was born from endless disasters and hardships. They faced extreme instability in planetary environments and severe scarcity of survival resources. However, it was these challenges that led Trisolarans to evolve many unique means of survival. Dehydration was one of them. By dehydrating, Trisolarans could preserve life in extreme environments, waiting for the right moment to revive. However, today, in this originally calm and orderly fleet, an unusual event occurred. The Trisolaran leader, that dignified and mysterious existence, unexpectedly awakened the sleeping governors one by one. This was very rare, as governors were usually only awakened for important matters. He was about to convene an emergency meeting, a meeting that would determine the fate of the entire Trisolaran civilization. As the governors gradually awakened from their slumber, they gathered in the central conference room of the fleet. The atmosphere in the room was tense and solemn. The Trisolaran leader sat in the main seat, his deep eyes sweeping over each governor present, as if he could see through their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing an unprecedented challenge. The message conveyed by the leader was low and powerful, each word hammering into the hearts of everyone present like a heavy blow. Our target, the blue planet, does not seem to be as simple as we imagined. Upon hearing this, the governors displayed expressions of surprise. The blue planet, the planet they regarded as their new home, did it hide any secrets? The leader continued. According to our latest intelligence, there seems to be a power on the blue planet that we have never encountered before. This power is strong and mysterious enough to pose a serious threat to our plans. One governor seemed to still be wavering between sleep and wakefulness, his brainwaves filled with confusion. Leader, I still cannot believe that those seemingly insignificant blue planet beings could pose a threat to us. Please explain in detail so that we can understand. The brainwaves of the Trisolaran leader circulated in silence, as if organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he displayed the images recorded by the GZ in the consciousness of the governors. In the images, Su Zhe appeared like a deity controlling everything. showcasing the power of containment objects to the world for the first time. That existence, transcending common sense, left the governors in shock. Then the scene switched, showing the mobile task force, like well-trained warriors, swiftly and orderly capturing those containment objects. Each success seemed like a provocation to the Trisolaran civilization. When the scene shifted to Su Zhe conducting strength tests and easily causing ETO organization members to lose consciousness, the governor's brainwaves began to flicker wildly, filled with terror and confusion. How is this possible? One governor exclaimed. This is completely inconsistent with the physical laws we know. What kind of force is this? Could it be that there's a more advanced civilization hidden on the blue planet? Another governor speculated. But if there really is a more advanced civilization, why would they allow such weak creatures as humans to exist? Another governor raised a question, faced with the doubts and speculations of the governors. The Trisolaran leader once again closed the screen, and his brainwaves began to stabilize and flicker powerfully. Gentlemen, there's no need to panic too much. From the information I have, there is indeed another civilization's power on the blue planet. However, this civilization seems unable to fully control that power. They can only temporarily suppress those strange powers, which they call containment, the leader explained. They are like monkeys armed with high-tech weapons. Although they can unleash some astonishing powers, they do not understand the true value of those powers. A hint of disdain and contempt was revealed in the leader's brainwaves. For example, that unreasonable root, with its near-dimensional hardness and infinite growth characteristics. If our Trisolaran civilization could master it, we might solve the resource depletion problem we face. The leader's words rekindled hope in the hearts of the governors. So, the theme of this meeting is whether we should shift our goal from invading the blue planet to seizing that strange power. The leader's words plunged the governors into deep thought. They began to contemplate this new possibility. If the Trisolaran civilization could truly master that power, they might be able to resolve the long-standing resource issues that plague them, even potentially elevating the entire civilization to a new height. However, this also meant they would need to change their original plan, abandon the idea of directly invading the blue planet, and instead seek to find and seize the powers that had been contained. This was undoubtedly a decision filled with unknowns and challenges. Leader, I believe this is a proposal worth trying. One governor was the first to express his opinion. If we can master that power, the entire Trisolaran civilization will benefit immensely. However, there are also significant risks, another governor reminded. After all, we know nothing about this new power. If we fail, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. The discussion among the governors grew more intense, with everyone expressing their views and concerns. Meanwhile, the Trisolaran leader listened quietly to their discussions, not rushing to make a decision. He knew this was an important decision concerning the future of the entire civilization and required careful consideration. Ultimately, after a long period of discussion and weighing the pros and cons, the governors reached a consensus. They would attempt to seize the contained powers, opening a new path for the future of the Trisolaran civilization. And all of this stemmed from that seemingly insignificant yet powerful blue planet creature, Su Zhe. At this moment, one governor put forward a thought-provoking hypothesis, which immediately caught the attention of the other Trisolarans. That governor thoughtfully said, every time we observe Su Zhe suppressing a contained object after containment, he seems to do so effortlessly. Even more surprisingly, the abilities he exhibits bear a striking resemblance to the contained objects he has previously contained. Is this merely a coincidence? His words resonated with the other governors, who nodded in agreement. Then he continued to elaborate on his viewpoint. If we assume that Su Zhe himself is also a strange contained object, then his ability might be to absorb and master the powers of other strange contained objects. This hypothesis seems to explain why he can so easily suppress those contained objects. This hypothesis indeed sent chills down the spines of everyone present. If Su Zhe truly possesses such abilities, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful existence among the strange contained objects. The other governors began to contemplate the validity of this hypothesis and realized the potential threat represented by Su Zhe. If Su Zhe could indeed master those strange abilities without side effects, then his power would be unimaginable, one governor said seriously. Exactly. He could become our greatest enemy once we reach the blue planet, another governor added. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. The governor's brainwaves flickered as they pondered how to deal with this potential threat. Eventually, one of the governors proposed a solution. Leader, I believe we should take action quickly and have the Sapond directly target Suze. Such a danger must be nipped in the bud. This proposal received unanimous approval from the other governors. They understood that in the struggle between civilizations, assassinating the enemy's vital forces is a common strategy. And Suze, as a potential huge threat, must be eliminated as soon as possible. Thus, a consensus was reached in the meeting room to have the Sapon take action against Suze as soon as possible. There was still a long time before the water droplet reached the blue planet. During this time, who knows what kind of terrifying powers Suze might master. And the only ones who could harm Suze on the blue planet, apart from those ETO organization members, were the Sophons. Therefore, after voting, the governors unanimously agreed to allow the Sapon to directly carry out an assassination operation against Suze. They hoped that this way, they could ensure the safety and interests of their civilization. For Suze, who was 4 light years away, he was unaware that he had become a target for the Trisolarans. However, the Trisolarans might not have anticipated what kind of existence they were about to assassinate. Chapter 77. The Surprise Attack of the Smart Child. In a quaint courtyard in Kyoto, Suze was immersed in a unique elegance. He stood in front of a wooden table, holding a brush, dipping it in ink, and splashing it on paper. However, despite the seemingly graceful strokes that flowed like clouds in water, the characters he wrote were truly unbearable to look at, resembling ghostly symbols that could astonish the heavens and weep for the spirits, enough to be despised by both man and dog. Yet, Suze was completely unconcerned, even finding joy in it. Since arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had begun to cultivate new hobbies, one of which was practicing calligraphy. He hoped to find a sliver of tranquility and peace in this strange world through this means. After finishing his writing, Suze gently placed the brush aside and summoned his powerful stand, Platinum Star. Like a loyal guardian, Platinum Star quietly stood by Suze's side. Suze placed the brush in a pond, allowing Platinum Star to help clean it. As he watched the rippling waves in the pond, his mind was occupied with another important matter. As a top existence in this world, Suze possessed many enviable abilities. He had level 2 immortality, allowing him to instantly recover from even the most severe injuries. He had level 2 tracking ability, enabling him to easily locate anyone or anything he wished to find. He had level 2 super speed movement, allowing him to traverse thousands of miles in an instant. And he also had level 2 defensive capability, capable of withstanding any form of attack. In addition, he had gained 3 powerful abilities from the irrational root. Super hardness, level 1, Brownian noise, level 1, and infinite growth, level 1. These abilities were incredibly powerful, enough to make him invincible in this world. However, even with such formidable powers, Suze still felt uneasy. He knew that the enemies he faced were not ordinary humans, but a powerful force from the Trisolaran civilization. The technological means possessed by the Trisolaran civilization were beyond human imagination, with many technological powers that transcended human understanding. In the original work, the Trisolaran civilization had never revealed any technological power beyond the water droplets to humanity. This was because human civilization was simply too weak, unable to compare with the Trisolaran civilization in a state of technological blockade. However, this did not mean that the Trisolaran civilization lacked other powerful technological means. They might possess even more mysterious and terrifying weapons and technologies, which humanity had never encountered. Suze was well aware of this, which is why he never dared to let his guard down. He knew he had to continuously enhance his strength to survive in this perilous world. At the same time, he had to remain vigilant against threats from the Trisolaran civilization and be prepared to respond to various emergencies. He lay on a lounge chair, slightly squinting his eyes, contemplating his next plan. He knew he had to find a way to deal with the threat of the Trisolaran civilization. Otherwise, humanity would face catastrophic disaster. Additionally, he needed to continuously develop his containment organization and expand his sphere of influence to better protect humanity from the harm of the Trisolaran civilization. Thus, although Suze had reached an invincible realm on Blue Star, every time he imagined himself clashing with the fully powered Trisolaran civilization, an indescribable anxiety would surge within him. He understood that, in the face of that vast and cold civilization in a distant galaxy, no matter how strong he was, he would merely be a drop in the ocean. He stood by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, filled with contemplation. He pondered whether he should reveal some information to Luo Ji again, allowing him to awaken early and learn the laws of the Dark Forest. Note: the author intends for the characters from the original work to have more screen time, so the protagonist will not deliberately compete for the spotlight that belongs to other characters. Please understand. However, when he thought about the severe divisions within human civilization, he hesitated. He worried that even if Luo Ji could truly research those profound theories, he might be imprisoned by the high-ranking officials in the next moment, becoming a victim of their power struggles. Suze couldn't help but sigh. He knew that such actions would only worsen the situation. Those high-ranking officials would begin to study these theories, treating them like nuclear weapons, protected by various complex codes and mechanisms. However, this bound threat would be trivial in the eyes of the smart child. They could easily crack these codes, and they might have already obtained this information even before Luo Ji's announcement. More importantly, such actions could easily be detected by the smart child. Once they discovered that humanity was studying these theories, they might take more drastic measures to stop it. At that time, humanity could face an even more severe crisis. Therefore, Suze decided that the urgent task was to quickly enhance his own strength. Only in this way could he better protect humanity and respond to future challenges. However, facing the upcoming challenges, Suze felt a bit lost. He knew that the Trisolarans would not give up easily. They would use various means to make the containment objects go out of control. Therefore, he had to choose a suitable containment object to announce. This containment object must have a relatively low threat level to human civilization, but its abilities could not be too weak or it would be ineffective. Suze sat at the table, frowning deeply, pondering hard. His brain was racing, trying to filter suitable options from a vast amount of information. However, this process was exceptionally difficult. He had to consider too many factors. Not only the abilities and threat levels of the containment objects, but also how to safely announce it and how to respond to the Trisolaran counterattack. Just as Suze was lost in thought, the Trisolaran fleet, for light years away, had already begun their actions. Under the watchful eyes of all the Trisolaran governors and leaders, the smart child began its four-dimensional expansion. A transparent screen appeared in front of each Trisolaran, showing Suze, who was deep in thought. At this moment, the three smart children were no longer just simple monitoring tools. They had expanded from a two-dimensional state to four-dimensional space, possessing the ability to influence three-dimensional biological entities. They surrounded Suze like venomous snakes, ready to launch an attack at any moment. As the pinnacle of Trisolaran technology, the smart child was carefully crafted from protons extracted from the ninth dimension. They possessed supercomputing capabilities and strong intelligent consciousness, able to actively retract from two-dimensional states back into 11-dimensional space. In the 11-dimensional space, high-dimensional smart children could monitor low-dimensional beings transparently and without disturbance. At this point, the Trisolarans had decided to no longer be satisfied with mere observation. They wanted the smart child to enter a four-dimensional state, directly affecting Suze's brain and senses. They aimed to make this seemingly invincible human wall breaker mentally collapse. The attack began. With the command of the Trisolaran leader, the smart children on Blue Star started to act. They approached Suze's brain and sensory nerve endings like venomous snakes, then released strong electromagnetic pulse waves. These pulses continuously impacted Suze's nervous system, attempting to throw him into chaos and panic. In the courtyard of Kyoto, Suze was fully focused on contemplating the announcement plan for the next containment object. His thoughts were searching through endless information for a suitable containment object, and his entire consciousness was completely immersed in it. Suddenly, at that moment, his world underwent a tremendous change. At first, Suze only felt a bit hazy in front of him, as if shrouded by a thin layer of mist. He rubbed his eyes, trying to dispel this sudden discomfort. However, the blurry lines did not disappear. Instead, they increased in number and density. Like willow catkins blown by the wind, they floated before Su Zhe, making everything in his view seem slightly blurred. As time passed, those lines became more distinct, and their colors gradually emerged. Gold, purple, blue, various brilliant colors intertwined like a colorful dream. However, this dream was terrifying. It nearly filled Su Zhe's vision, plunging him into an inescapable abyss. At this moment, Su Zhe had completely lost his sight. His world had turned into a chaotic swirl of colors. Those colors danced and flickered before him, like frenzied spirits reveling in his brain. His optic nerves were assaulted by these colors, as if torn apart by an invisible force. His brain became chaotic under this impact, and he felt waves of intense dizziness and nausea. Yet at that moment, a thought flashed through Su Zhe's mind. This is the Sapon. He instantly recalled the chilling scene from the original work, the flickering universe in the eyes of the scientist from Blue Star. The Trisolarans used sophons to attack humans' retinas at the microscopic level, forcing them to see various colors and driving them to madness. This method was extremely cruel and cunning, exploiting the biological weaknesses of humans and pushing them into a desperate situation. If it were someone else, they would indeed be helpless against such a tactic. Because this microscopic attack could not be resolved with the current technology of Blue Star, unless he voluntarily dug out his own eyes. Only by damaging his optic nerves could he stop those dancing colors. The Trisolarans wanted Su Zhe to stab his own eyes, step by step, rendering him blind, mute, and deaf. However, they forgot one thing. The current Su Zhe possessed various bizarre abilities. He had strange powers that were sufficient for him to survive in this dangerous world. Su Zhe took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself. He knew that the most important thing now was to maintain a clear mind in order to find a solution to this problem. In a state of severe visual impairment, Su Zhe suddenly issued a shocking command to his stand. Platinum Star, dig out my eyeballs. Although this command was horrifying for Platinum Star, it was merely a command that had to be executed unconditionally, without regard for anything else. Under Su Zhe's command, Platinum Star's purple hand moved swiftly like a specter, accurately inserting itself into Su Zhe's eye socket. The movement was so quick and precise, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Then, a soft squelching sound was heard, and Su Zhe's eyeball was ruthlessly removed. Accompanied by the removal of the eyeball, the bizarre rays of light that had been troubling Su Zhe's vision instantly dissipated, as if swallowed by an invisible force. Although Su Zhe was now blind, there was no sign of panic on his face. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with calmness and confidence. Silently chanting in his heart, Su Zhe activated his mysterious and unfathomable ability of infinite growth. Driven by this ability, his eyeball began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. The newly formed eyeball no longer resembled the original. Instead, it was covered by a thin, seemingly transparent substance. This substance actually appeared to be a faint grayish white, giving a solid and mysterious feeling. This was the super hardness ability granted to Yi Shu by the irrational root. It endowed Yi Shu's eyeball with unprecedented defensive power as it was reborn. This membrane was not only indestructible, but could also withstand any form of attack, including the terrifying Sapon attacks. At this moment, although Su Zhe had lost one eyeball, his defense had achieved a qualitative leap. He no longer needed to worry about the rays interfering with his vision, nor did he fear the enemies lurking in the shadows. Because he knew that as long as he had this layer of super hardness protection, he could find his own light amidst the Sapon attacks. He looked around. Although the view was somewhat grayish-white, there were no longer any light disturbances caused by the sophons striking his retina. That's all. He laughed out loud and directly raised his middle finger to the void before him. He knew that someone could see. For light years away, in the darkness of the universe, the Trisolaran fleet darted through space like shooting stars. However, at this moment, the true masters of this fleet, the Trisolaran leaders and officials, felt immense panic. They gazed at the streams of data transmitted back by the sophons, their hearts filled with horror. Su Zhe's eyeballs grew out of thin air, without any nutrients? And what was that force that removed his eyeball, which even the high-dimensional sophons could not detect? The Sophins could not find the gaps in that layer of substance. It was in a four-dimensional, expanded state. This Su-Zhe truly was a containment object. The Sophins' attacks were ineffective against him. Leader, we should abandon the Sopon attack. I suspect this Su-Zhe has already traced the Sophins' origins in secret. We must immediately return the Sophins to an 11-dimensional state for concealment. Just a note, taking leave during May Day. Happy May Day, everyone. Chapter 78. Do you have the ability to mess with me? Trisolarans, you really have some guts. Su-Zhe opened his grayish-white eyes and coldly sneered at the void before him. At the same time, unbeknownst to him, his level 3 psychic interference ability began to activate. Every word he spoke, every action he took, and even the expression on his face transformed into a medium of psychic interference at this moment. He intended to use this method to interfere with the Trisolarans 4 light years away. Little did he expect that instead of him causing trouble for them first, they would take action against him. If it weren't for his awakening of the stand, Platinum Star, and coincidentally obtaining the defensive shell of the unreasonable root, he might have been attacked into a cripple by their Sophins. Therefore, it was now the Trisolaran's turn to experience his fear. 4 light years away, in the Trisolaran fleet, although the fleet still shone like meteors, the conference room inside the ship had fallen into darkness. The Trisolaran leader and several officials stared at the unaffected Su-Zhe, their brainwaves flickering rapidly. With their technological civilization's logical thinking, they could not comprehend why a human's eyeballs could float out automatically, and why the newly grown eyeballs could even resist the attack of the Sophins. The newly grown eyeballs seemed to be covered with some kind of substance. Why couldn't the Sophins break through? One Trisolaran official displayed a look of confusion. This was also the shared confusion among all the officials. It's important to know that Sophins launch attacks from a higher dimension. Scientifically speaking, any entity in a lower dimension should be absolutely defenseless. Yet this so-called Su-Zhe, the wall-facer, had managed to do it. Suddenly, the Trisolaran leader snapped back to reality. It was only then that he remembered why they hadn't chosen to let the Sophins directly cut Su-Zhe into pieces. Because they had previously discussed whether Su-Zhe himself was an anomalous containment object. But why had they forgotten this now? It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck through the Trisolaran leader's mind, freezing him in place. Quick, cut off the live feed from the Sophins. His brainwaves were extremely urgent, completely devoid of the usual calmness expected from a leader. However, the Sophins did not take the initiative to cut off the feed, as their authority was in the hands of a certain official. This indicated that someone among them was being controlled. All observation prohibited. His thoughts raced, quickly transmitting his message to the other officials. Almost in the next second, only 3 out of the 10 Trisolaran officials turned their heads. The remaining officials slowly stood up with stiff expressions, their brainwaves beginning to flicker, transmitting a series of nonsensical text messages. We contain, we protect, we control. We contain, we protect, we control. We contain, we protect, we control. Segment after segment of brainwaves with strange effects emanated from those 7 officials. Aside from the Trisolaran leader who learned to actively shut down his brainwave reception, the remaining 3 surviving officials' brainwaves also gradually became unified. If left unchecked, at least half of the entire Trisolaran fleet would fall into Su-Zhe's hands. Just at this critical moment, the leader activated the automatic dehydration devices for all the officials. In the next moment, the moisture and nutrients from all the officials in front of him began to rapidly deplete. In less than 10 seconds, 10 withered figures lay on the ground. The Trisolaran leader didn't dare to relax, quickly walking up to the official responsible for controlling the Sophins' authority, swiftly cutting off the live feed from the Sophins. Thus, this sudden crisis posed by Su-Zhe officially came to an end. But the Trisolaran leader did not let his guard down. He continued to check the authorities held by the other officials. Some are responsible for managing the nutrient tanks, some for controlling the fleet, and others for determining research directions. In that brief moment, many commands that could severely harm the Trisolaran civilization had already been drafted, nearly sent out, especially the 3 officials he initially thought were not under control. The commands turned out to be the most complete. This indicated that their previous appearance of not being controlled was merely to deceive him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, forcing all 10 officials into a dehydrated state. If the Trisolaran leader could sweat, he would surely be drenched in it by now. The previous situation had been too perilous, just a moment's delay, and the entire Trisolaran civilization would have begun to head towards destruction. It was also fortunate that he had the foresight before the meeting, retaining some vigilance before conducting observations. This prevented him from being controlled as well. If even he, the Trisolaran leader, had fallen into a controlled state, the fate of the entire Trisolaran civilization would be unimaginable. Wallfacer Suze, too terrifying. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves fluctuated greatly, revealing deep apprehension towards Suze. To be honest, he wanted to eliminate Suze more than anything. But who would have thought that the man's abilities could already resist the attacks of the Sophons, unless they developed an upgraded version of the Sophons, akin to the mirror civilization of the past. A civilization capable of evolving from microscopic higher dimensions might be able to carry out the assassination of Suze. But the problem is, if they did that, their own Trisolaran civilization would also face destruction. After all, at one point, that damned mirror civilization nearly burned their entire Trisolaran civilization using solar energy. For the first time, the Trisolaran leader felt the difficulty of leading an entire civilization forward. It was like walking a tightrope, and a hellishly difficult one at that. Wolves in front and tigers behind. A single misstep could lead to an irreversible abyss, and he would become the center of the Trisolaran civilization. Suze. Why did a Suze appear on Blue Star? The Trisolaran leader truly felt a sense of powerlessness. In the back of his mind, he felt that Suze was like a sudden bug that should not exist in this universe at all. The containment system he brought with him did not conform to the physical laws of the universe. It was as if he were a being from another universe that had crossed into here. However, among the ancestors of the Trisolarans, some had indeed studied the theory of parallel universes. Although ultimately unproven due to technological limitations, it left behind a grand hypothesis of parallel universes. But after the long passage of time, and with the advancement of technology, the hypothesis of parallel universes had been fundamentally disproven. Even the Trisolaran leader himself regarded it as a myth. Because if parallel universes existed, those advanced civilizations would have long since chosen to invade other universes. Yet now, the existence of Suze seemed to be gradually turning that hypothesis into reality. Thinking of this, the Trisolaran leader felt a shock in his heart. Could it be that Suze really is a being from another universe? Chapter 79. The Unruly Root That Lost Control Again. Oh, the reaction is quite fast. Kyoto. In that courtyard, Suze felt the connection in the dark suddenly break, and he knew deep down that it was the other party who had actively disengaged. He sneered, daring to provoke me without the ability? Do they really think the GZ is invincible? Initially, he had been quite wary of the Trisolarans, but after this incident, the powerful filter they had built up shattered instantly. He suddenly felt that even if the Trisolaran fleet came in person, he could still compete with them using the containment objects he had at his disposal. Suddenly, an unprecedented strange feeling surged in his heart, and Suze's heart sank sharply. He reached for the unruly root he kept close to his chest, which had always been calm like water, but at this moment, it was like being ignited by fire. Crazily jumping around, Suze's face turned pale. He knew that once the unruly root was stimulated by external forces, it would awaken like a giant beast and begin its endless growth. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the specially designed shield protecting the unruly root, although capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of pressure, was as fragile as thin paper in front of the almost invisible particles of the GZ. ZZ. A flash of anger and fear crossed Suze's eyes. He never expected that after the Trisolarans found they couldn't directly harm him, they would choose such a sinister strategy to trigger the unruly root. Once the unruly root was provoked, it would start its endless growth, and its terrifying growth speed and coverage would be enough to plunge the entire world into disaster. Suze knew very well that with the current capabilities of the unruly root, It could completely cover the entire blue planet, grinding all living beings into meat patties under its endless roots. Boom! A loud bang shattered the tranquility of the courtyard, and Suze felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to involuntarily step back, leaving deep marks on the hard ground. Immediately afterward, the specially designed shield that could withstand hundreds of tons of pressure shattered like glass under the influence of the GZ, sending fragments flying. At the moment the shield broke, the gray-white, unruly root reappeared. It crawled out like a demon from hell, instantly covering the entire courtyard. However, amidst the endless roots, the spot where Suze stood seemed to be protected by mysterious force, and the unruly root did not approach him. With the emergence of the unruly root, a terrifying brown noise spread from it, accompanied by a thick scarlet mist. The noise was like countless needles piercing into the ears, causing unbearable pain. And the mist was highly toxic, enough to wither life upon contact. He had to find a way to make it stop. Suze furrowed his brows, a strong sense of urgency surging in his heart. He knew that once the unruly root went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Its frenzied growth speed could plunge the entire city into chaos and might even threaten global security. Suze bit his lower lip tightly, his brain running like a high-speed computer, constantly searching for possible solutions. He recalled the various experiences he had had since coming into contact with the unruly root. Try to find a clue. However, the characteristics of the unruly root were too unique. He had never encountered a similar situation before, which put him under unprecedented pressure. He knew that once the unruly root spread out, trying to contain it again would be as difficult as finding a needle in the ocean. Moreover, he was currently in a courtyard and could not summon a mobile task force from miles away for support. He had to rely on his own strength to find a way to stop the spread of this disaster. Just as Suze was feeling anxious, a piercing sound explosion suddenly erupted above his head. He was taken aback. This sound was not the brown noise produced by the unruly root spread, but a sharper, more jarring sound. He quickly looked up and saw that after the unruly root had grown branches, it did not continue to spread, but was instead waving those seemingly soft, yet surprisingly hard branches. The branches drew graceful arcs in the air, as if they were leaping and dancing. However, Suze felt a strong hostility and anger emanating from them. He realized that the unruly root was not randomly waving its branches, but was attacking. So, what could provoke the unruly root to attack? A wave of confusion surged in Suze's heart. He looked around, trying to find possible answers. However, aside from the constantly waving branches and the brown noise permeating the air, he found nothing unusual. Therefore, the answer was self-evident. Suze narrowed his eyes and softly uttered a word. GZ. Yes, only the GZ could make the unruly root so angry. He recalled the recent confrontation with the Trisolarans, where the nearly invisible GZ were like ghosts, elusive yet possessing immense energy. It seemed that they had successfully triggered the response of the unruly root. Suze couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Although the appearance of the GZ had put him in a predicament, it was precisely because of their presence that the unruly root had not continued to spread. Under the attraction of hatred, the unruly root had actually defied its nature and ceased its expansion, instead directing its anger towards the GZ in the higher dimensional space. This made Suze begin to ponder. Had the unruly root changed in some way after being contained by him? Perhaps it was not merely a plant or organism, but a more complex existence. It possessed powerful vitality and growth ability, but at the same time, it also had extremely high intelligence and self-awareness. It was just that it had been suppressed by its beastly nature until it was contained by him, finally revealing its true primal state. However, now is not the time to explore these matters. Suze watched as the unruly root was continuously attacked by the invisible GZ. Yet he had no way to counter it. The brown noise and scarlet toxic mist were increasing, and even its size began to expand outward. This indicated its beastly nature was about to awaken again, and the only way to suppress it was to have it attack the GZ in the higher dimensional space. So, how could he make it attack? Suze's brain was racing, focusing on the state of the unruly root while thinking of a way to make it attack the GZ. The GZ stayed in the higher dimensional space. To attack it, the unruly root had to enter the higher dimensional space, although the unruly root was in the third dimension. Its terrifying hardness could allow it to approach a higher dimension infinitely, and the protection I just used was the best proof. So now, there was only one question left: how to make it lock onto the GZ. In an instant, a spark of inspiration flashed through Suze's mind. His eyes burst with brilliance as he instantly found the direction. System, I want to feed my level 2 positioning ability to the unruly root. Chapter 80. The Showdown of Technology and Containment Objects. A stunning rain curtain. Ding. Your level 2 positioning ability has successfully fed the irrational root ACP. 1512. In Suze's mind, the crisp sound of the system prompt rippled like ripples on water, accompanied by a subtle sense of vibration that invigorated his spirit. The containment object before him seemed to be infused with new life. The once agitated and gradually expanding irrational root, at this moment, appeared to be bound by a mysterious force, instantly becoming stagnant. The rootlets of the irrational root, which were originally grayish-white and chaotic, began to gradually reveal circles of black patterns. These patterns sparkled like stars in the night, radiating a deep and mysterious light. They spread continuously across the rootlets, as if injecting new power into the irrational root. Meanwhile, the main body of the irrational root also began to turn red. The red was as hot as flames and as vibrant as blood, making the irrational root look like a beast in the process of evolution, filled with endless pressure. Suze focused intently on the irrational root, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. He understood that he had just fed the level 2 positioning ability to the irrational root, which was not merely a transfer of ability, but also a trust entrusted. He believed that the irrational root would demonstrate even more astonishing power with this newly acquired ability. However, as Suze expected, the ability returned after feeding did not undergo evolution. He realized that this was because the main attacking characteristic of the irrational root was not the positioning ability. Thus, even with the acquisition of the positioning ability, it could not achieve true evolution. But Suze did not care about this. What he valued more was whether the irrational root could hit the intellect located in the high-dimensional space. How would you hit the intellect? Suze silently asked in his heart. He knew that the intellect existed in a higher-dimensional space, and, according to common sense, it was absolutely impossible for a low-dimensional organism to hit it. But at this moment, he was filled with confidence in the irrational root. He had an inexplicable feeling that the irrational root would break the conventional physical laws and enable a low-dimensional organism to surpass the limits of high dimensions. Oh, irrational root, please do not let me down, Suze silently said in his heart. His gaze shimmered with a determined light, as if he could already see the moment when the irrational root successfully hit the intellect. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air, like a bolt of lightning breaking the silence of the courtyard. A bright red rootlet danced in the air like an angry fire serpent. Its speed was so fast that even the stand-in platinum star beside it felt dizzy and almost failed to catch its movement trajectory. The rootlet traced a blazing path through the air, leaving not only the scorching heat of the air, but also a heart-pounding sonic boom. It seemed to carry endless power, like a bullet fired from a cannon, swift and resolute. Suddenly, a clear cracking sound rang out, as if something had been shattered in an instant. In the echo of this sound, in the vision shared with Suze by the platinum star, that red rootlet with black ring patterns became crystal clear at a certain moment. The red was bright and vivid, as if life was swimming within it, like hot blood rushing through veins. What shocked Suze even more was that the rootlet had directly hit the intellect, which was invisible, intangible, and existed in four-dimensional space. This blow was silent yet thunderous. The intellect, which traversed freely in four-dimensional space and could not be captured, instantly collapsed under the attack of this rootlet. As the intellect shattered, strands of white silk threads, like willow catkins, floated down from the air. They were light and slender, dancing in the air like snowflakes, gently landing on the ground with the wind. Under the sunlight, these white threads sparkled with dazzling brilliance, resembling countless pearls scattered upon the earth. Suze tentatively reached out his hand to pick up one of these mysterious white threads. However, the moment his fingers touched the thread, he felt as though he had touched a void. These white threads could only be seen, but could not be touched. His guess in his heart was confirmed at that moment. These white threads, like willow catkins, were the products of the intellect being shattered by the irrational root. This discovery filled Suze's heart with shock and joy. He understood that his irrational root possessed unimaginable power. For light years away, the deep cosmic space resembled endless black satin, adorned with twinkling starlight. In this vast universe, the Trisolaran fleet was quietly sailing, their destination the distant blue star, a planet filled with hope and the unknown. Inside the fleet, there was silence, only the faint glow of the images transmitted back by the intellect flickering on the screens. The leader of the Trisolaran civilization, who had always appeared calm and wise, suddenly stood up, his brainwaves flickering rapidly as if to tear apart the tranquility of the universe. How is this possible? If his face could show expressions, it would undoubtedly be filled with shock and anger that was hard to conceal. He stared at the screen and saw that the once bright image had dimmed by a third. The intellect he took pride in, which was unmatched, had actually been shattered on the blue star. This fact sent a tremor through his soul, as if the entire world had collapsed at that moment. What happened? What exactly occurred in that brief instant? His heart was filled with doubt and confusion. Did he experience an illusion? But the image before his eyes was so real, so shocking. The intellect, that untouchable existence on the blue star, had actually been shattered into pieces in that instant. Those white threads, like willow catkins, were the two-dimensional fragments that unfolded after the intellect shattered. They floated gently in the air, beautifully like snowflakes, yet carried endless sorrow. Once the intellect was shattered, it could no longer maintain its high-dimensional state and could only automatically collapse into 2 dimensions. And since it originally belonged to 11-dimensional space, these fragments could only be seen in 3-dimensional space but not touched. The Trisolaran leader quickly accessed the images transmitted back by the other 2 surviving intellects. He clearly saw how that intellect was shattered by the irrational root. In that brief moment, just as the intellect was about to collide with the irrational root, one of the rootlets suddenly turned red, as if ignited by flames. These rootlets broke through some limits like blades of fire and rushed towards the intellect at an astonishing speed. In that instant, space seemed to be torn apart, and time seemed to freeze. Then, he saw the moment when the intellect was hit. It shattered like a glass ball struck by a heavy hammer, turning into countless 2-dimensional fragments. Even after watching the entire playback, the Trisolaran leader could not recover from his shock. He completely could not understand why a 3-dimensional organism could reach the intellect in 4-dimensional space. This completely violated any known physical laws. He felt as if his thoughts were trapped in an unbreakable cage. He tried to seek answers, but each attempt ended in failure. This discovery filled him with fear and unease. If the organisms on the blue star could master this power, would they also possess the ability to destroy Trisolaran civilization? He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent waves in his heart, struggling to restore order to his chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, the 2 surviving intellects conducted a restoration analysis of the earlier scene. They quietly transmitted the detection results of that instant and systematically arranged all the data according to logic. The Trisolaran leader stared intently at the data on the screen, seeking answers within. In that brief moment, the physical hardness of the irrational root astonishingly reached an incredible limit of infinity. This news struck the Trisolaran leader's heart like a bolt of lightning. Infinity? The word echoed in his mind, provoking a perplexing contemplation. What kind of concept was that? It represented the most indestructible material in the universe, a limit beyond human imagination. Its existence seemed to herald the awakening of some unknown power, causing the entire universe to tremble. Such terrifying physical hardness plunged the Trisolaran leader into deep thought. He racked his brain, trying to find a way to sanction the irrational root. However, he found himself utterly powerless. Perhaps only the legendary dimensional strikes of a higher civilization could pose a real threat to the irrational root. Yet at the same time, a sense of relief surged within him. He finally understood why the sophons could be shattered in four-dimensional space. The momentary infinite hardness of the irrational root was enough to transcend dimensional limits and effortlessly shatter those seemingly indestructible sophons. However, just as the Trisolaran leader felt relieved, a deep confusion arose in his heart. How did the irrational root, which had just been flailing like a headless fly, manage to find the sophons moving at the speed of light? This question was like an unsolvable riddle, plunging him into profound confusion. At that moment, his brainwaves fell into a dead calm, as if the entire world had fallen silent. He tried to find an answer, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't solve the problem, because he did not understand the containment objects, nor did he understand Suze. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent alarm blared from a massive screen in the silent command room, shattering the original quiet. The sound was like a piercing thunder, making the Trisolaran leader's heart race. In an instant, his brainwaves skyrocketed, and his gaze was fixed on the screen. The previously calm image on the screen suddenly distorted, as a massive red tendril approached another Sapon, as if it wanted to devour everything. This was the irrational root. It had surprisingly regained its composure in such a short time and launched an attack on the remaining Sapon. Seeing this scene, the Trisolaran leader's brain fell into a momentary stupor. Once he regained his senses, he did not hesitate for a second and immediately issued orders for the two Sophons to escape quickly. He knew that if they lost another Sapon, the tightly sealed technology of Blue Star could potentially break through, a situation they absolutely could not tolerate. At this moment, his heart was filled with tension and anxiety. He was acutely aware that this was a battle against the wall-facer Suze. He had to do everything possible to protect the remaining Sophons and ensure that Blue Star's technology made no progress. Crack! The air resounded with a crisp and shocking sonic boom, as if the sky itself trembled. Immediately afterward, a tendril, rich and crimson like blood, shot out from the darkness. It moved swiftly like a phantom, adorned with flickering black stripes, launching a fierce attack on the rapidly moving Sapon. Wherever the tendril passed, the air was torn apart, as if even time was distorted by its pull. In that moment, the Sapon that had not yet managed to escape was ruthlessly shattered in four-dimensional space like fragile glass. At the moment of shattering, the entire space seemed to tremble. An invisible wave of energy instantly spread. In the sky, a large shower of white threads suddenly descended, fluttering like snowflakes, enveloping the entire courtyard in a dreamlike glow. These threads sparkled like diamonds, dancing in the air as if telling a story. However, this was far from the limit of the irrational root. After shattering the second Sapon, it seemed to become even more frenzied and unstoppable. It immediately locked onto the third Sapon, which had just made contact with it. That Sapon was already fleeing at the speed of light, tried to escape this terrifying pursuit. However, it had no idea that the irrational root had already taken root in the ground of Kyoto. Its roots spread underground like countless giant pythons, having already extended to the coastline near Kyoto. Whoosh! A blood-red tendril burst through the earth, piercing upward into four-dimensional space like a pillar, directly targeting the fleeing Sapon. In the terrified gaze of the Trisolaran leader, that tendril caught up to the Sapon at an astonishing speed. Then, crack! An incredibly crisp, shattering sound echoed in the ears of everyone in Kyoto, as if the entire space had been torn apart by that sound. The third Sapon, which was trying to escape at the speed of light, was suddenly shattered by the irrational root that appeared out of nowhere. In that moment of shattering, all of Kyoto seemed to fall into a dead silence. Soon after, a rain of white threads began to fall, enveloping all of Kyoto. These threads poured down like a waterfall, shrouding the entire city in a silver glow. The citizens of Kyoto looked up in awe, gazing at this extraordinary spectacle performed by technology and containment objects together. Their eyes were filled with fear, wonder, and reverence. They had never imagined that such a breathtaking scene could exist in this world. However, amidst this annihilation, there was also a sense of mystery and a chilling feeling of destruction. The rain created by the shattered Sophons lasted for a long time, and finally, when all the threads had merged into the ground, Kyoto returned to calm. Yet, within this calm, the hearts of the people were left with deep shock and awe. Chapter 81. Ding Yi's Disappointment. This book indeed has many logical flaws. Thank you to the kind comment from readers, and I will make modifications and patches as necessary. In the deep darkness of the universe, the Trisolaran fleet quietly advanced, like a sleeping giant waiting for prey to appear. However, at this moment, the Trisolaran leader felt as if he had been splashed with cold water, extinguishing the flames in his heart in an instant. His gaze was fixed tightly on the screen that had completely lost its light, indicating that all three sophons had been destroyed. Yet now, these once invincible sophons had vanished into the darkness of Blue Star like kites with severed strings. The brainwaves of the Trisolaran leader trembled in space, filled with uncontainable shock and anger. That root that pierced up from the depths of Blue Star had incredibly shattered the three sophons one by one. He clearly remembered that the last sophon, driven by light speed, had dashed toward that root like a meteor streaking across the night sky. However, even though the sophon had attempted to maneuver, it could not escape the fate of being shattered. In that moment, the sophon's brilliance flickered in the darkness, then quickly dimmed, like a lighthouse extinguished. What kind of power is this? It defied all logic, completely exceeding the understanding of Trisolaran civilization. The Trisolaran leader's heart was filled with grief and helplessness. To block Blue Star's technology, they had spared no expense in creating 12 sophons. 6 were sent to Blue Star, while the other 6 remained with the Trisolaran fleet, forming a sensing matrix with the sophons on Blue Star. This matrix was the pride of Trisolaran civilization, a tool for controlling Blue Star and threatening its scientists. But now, the logic of this matrix had been shattered, rendering it incapable of normal operation. The remaining 3 sophons could only continue to block and contact the ETO organization under overload, but many important monitoring tasks were affected. This was a disastrous defeat, an unprecedented, catastrophic defeat. The Trisolaran leader's heart was filled with rage and unwillingness. He turned to look at the empty conference hall, which had once gathered his think tank. But now he was the only one left. The human skins of the other 10 ruling officials had been sent back to the nutrient tanks and were unlikely to awaken in the short term due to suspected control. He was filled with mixed feelings of grief and anger, with nowhere to vent. The wall-facer Suze, the Trisolaran leader, roared this name in his heart. All of this was the work of that wall-facer. He must find him and tear him to pieces. In the bustling city of Kyoto on Blue Star, the vibrant streets intertwined with ancient culture, forming a unique tapestry. In the center of this city, an elder from the Dragon Kingdom, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, stood on a towering platform, gazing deeply at the sky. Behind him stood a group of high-ranking officials with worried expressions, their eyes also focused on the mysterious floating filaments. These filaments seemed to drift down from an endless void, swaying gently in the air like the skirts of fairies, yet carrying an air of strangeness and mystery. They permeated every corner of Kyoto, whether it be the towering buildings or the ancient temples, as if lightly covered by a thin veil. Wang Yao, a renowned expert in materials science, stood alongside physicist Ding Yi on the platform, their brows tightly knit, clearly puzzled by the scene before them. After a long period of observation and discussion, they finally reached an astounding conclusion. Chief, these things seem to be projections of higher-dimensional objects in three-dimensional space. We cannot touch their essence. As soon as Wang Miao's words fell, they caused an uproar among those present. Projections of higher-dimensional objects? This sounded like something out of a science fiction novel, yet was now vividly displayed before them. The crowd began to debate, some speculating that this might be some unknown natural phenomenon, while others worried that it might herald the arrival of a disaster. At that moment, Ding Yi suddenly spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of certainty. Actually, I think this might be the sophons that have been blocking us. At this remark, everyone was shocked. Sophons? Those were microscopic particles created by Trisolaran civilization, capable of real-time communication on Earth and even blocking human scientific experiments. If these filaments were indeed sophons, why had they suddenly transformed into this state? Hadn't they always been invisible before? Ding Yi continued to explain. Currently, Everything existing on blue star, only the Trisolaran sophins fit this characteristic. They can transcend dimensions, projecting higher dimensional information into three-dimensional space. Moreover, the enormous crimson roots that appeared just outside Kyoto resemble the irrational roots mentioned by wall-facer Suze before. Irrational roots? This term was not unfamiliar to those present. According to Suze's previous announcements, it was an enigmatic containment object with powerful vitality and destructive capability. If Ding Yi's speculation proved true, then these filaments were likely related to the irrational roots. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. We need to contact wall-facer Suze. He should be the only one who knows the answer. Sufe, hailed as the last hope of Blue Star, possessed extraordinary wisdom and insight. He had been studying how to counter the invasion of Trisolaran civilization and how to use containment objects to protect humanity. If these filaments were indeed related to the irrational roots, then Suze might be able to find a solution. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces revealing a long-lost hope. Indeed, matters related to such containment objects must be discussed with professionals. They, with their limited knowledge of containment objects, would be better off asking directly rather than racking their brains trying to determine the existence of physics. After a long wait, finally, wall-facer Suze's dedicated phone line was connected. At that moment, the entire scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom held its breath, as if all eyes were focused on this phone call. "Hello, this is Suze." A calm and firm voice came from the other end of the line. To the elder of the Dragon Kingdom, this voice was like a beam of light in the darkness, bringing hope. The elder took a deep breath, stabilizing his emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Hello, wall-facer. On behalf of the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom, I have a very important question to ask. Are those objects drifting over Kyoto the legendary sophins?" On the other end of the phone, Suze stood in the courtyard, under the eaves, his gaze deep and bright. Not long ago, he had successfully contained the irrational roots and shattered 3 sophins. At this moment, he nodded and replied, "Yes, not long ago. The irrational roots shattered 3 sophins, and what is now drifting over Kyoto are their fragments." This answer was like a heavy bomb, causing a tremendous shock within the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. The speculations in everyone's hearts were confirmed, and they gasped as if the entire world trembled in response. Sophins, that terrifying existence that had once brought Blue Star's technology to a standstill, had actually been shattered. The elder remained silent for a moment, his emotions difficult to calm. He knew that this news held immeasurable significance for the entire scientific community. Therefore, he decided to hand the phone to Ding Yi, allowing this physicist to continue the questioning. Ding Yi took the phone, his heart filled with excitement. Ever since the Trisolarans had used sophins to block Blue Star's technology, he had been searching for a breakthrough opportunity. At this moment, he finally had the chance to communicate with this mysterious wall-facer. "Mr. Suzy, this is Ding Yi." Ding Yi's voice trembled slightly, but was filled more with excitement and anticipation. "I would like to ask you, after the Sopon was shattered, has our physics returned?" This question is crucial for Ding Yi. Since the emergence of the sophins, the physics community on Blue Planet has been plunged into an unprecedented predicament. Many scientists fell into depression or even despair because they could not break through the blockade of the sophins. Especially during the cosmic flicker event, many scientists felt unprecedented fear and despair. He and Wang Miao have managed to hold on until now, which is a testament to their strong will. On the other end of the line, Suzy was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ding Yi's hopeful question. It was as if a flash of lightning struck his mind, and he unconsciously recalled a whimsical idea about this physicist from his past life. Ding Yi took out a small hammer and struck a droplet of water. This image flashed through his mind. Though absurd, it gave him a sense of inexplicable humor at that moment. He was well aware of the gap between reality and imagination. So he stifled a laugh and tried to keep his voice steady. "Mr. Ding Yi, I understand your anticipation," Suzy said, taking a deep breath and responding seriously. "But for now, we cannot determine whether physics has fully regained its freedom after the Sopon was shattered. However, there's a 99% chance that our physics is still under some degree of blockade. After all, the Trisolaran's desire for this place of existence far exceeds our imagination. They cannot possibly send only 3 sophons to blockade our technological development. Upon receiving the answer, Ding Yi's originally expectant gaze gradually dimmed, revealing some disappointment. The others present also sighed, and the atmosphere became heavy. They knew that the days of technological blockade for humanity were like birds bound and unable to soar high. As the saying goes, if you want to forge iron, you must be strong yourself. If humanity's technology had not been blocked, how could they have continued to rely on Susie for containment? Breaking the blockade and achieving a technological explosion is a dream that every human in the new century desperately yearns for. Ding Yi adjusted his mindset. He understood that disappointment would not solve the problem. He took a deep breath and asked Susie again in a hopeful tone, "So, can we shatter the remaining 3 sophons with the irrational root again? Perhaps this is our only hope for restoring physics." He chose not to inquire about how the irrational root shattered the sophons. He knew that the existence of containment objects had long transcended the realm of physics. They were more like an embodiment of a metaphysical concept. For the irrational root, its power did not stem from physics, but from some inexplicable force. If Ding Yi had to define containment objects, he would say they lean more towards a mysterious power. They are not bound by physical laws, but follow their own rules and logic. If you think they are strong, then they are strong. If you think they are weak, then they are weak. This characteristic of the metaphysical concept made Ding Yi both in awe of and resistant to the power of containment. As a physicist, he was a staunch materialist. Susie sighed on the other end of the line, glanced down at the palm-sized irrational root, and replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ding Yi. Before the remaining sophons contact the irrational root, it cannot continue to break through dimensions to launch an attack. Moreover, the current state of the irrational root is not good. It seems to be in a weakened period. Being able to shatter 3 sophons consecutively has reached its limit." Hearing this response, another wave of disappointment surged in Ding Yi's heart, but he also understood that this was an unchangeable fact. After a long sigh, he returned the phone to the staff beside him. He stood alone, gazing at the falling fragments of sophons outside, filled with helplessness and melancholy. How he wished physics could return to its original state. That way, they could continue to lead human civilization to progress and let the technological system shine again. However, the reality was so cruel, they could only rely on limited resources and technology to struggle onward. Nevertheless, Ding Yi did not give up. He knew that only through continuous effort and exploration could they find a way to break the blockade. He believed that as long as humanity did not give up hope, the dream of a technological explosion would someday be realized. At this moment, the elder from the Dragon Kingdom took the phone, his eyes filled with complex emotions, both gratitude towards Susie and concern for the future. He sighed deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden, his voice slightly weathered. "Thank you, Mr. Susie. We will always remember your contributions to humanity." Just as the elder was about to hang up, Susie's voice rang out again, breaking the brief silence. "By the way, there's something I need you to arrange. Tomorrow, I plan to announce the 6th containment object." This news was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. They looked at each other, filled with disbelief. So soon to announce a new containment object? Various speculations began to flood their minds. Due to the powerful force exhibited by the irrational root, they couldn't help but wonder if this newly announced containment object possessed even more astonishing abilities. Some even speculated whether this containment object had the power to destroy the Trisolaran civilization. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom was also shocked by this news. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. He understood the importance of this matter and replied seriously, "Okay, Mr. Susie, I will arrange it immediately to ensure the announcement goes smoothly tomorrow." Susie nodded, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Thank you. I will prepare the relevant materials and information to ensure the announcement goes smoothly tomorrow." Chapter 82. Interrogation of the Female Spy, Kyoto. In the courtyard, Suze watched as the projections of the wisdom particles gradually disappeared, feeling immensely satisfied. "Monitoring me? Want to eliminate me? Can you really do it?" He blinked slightly, and the thin film on his eyeball automatically dissipated, now that the wisdom particle attacking him had been shattered by the unreasonable root. There was no need for him to maintain this gray vision any longer. At the same time, his gaze fell upon the dispirited, unreasonable root in his hand. Since he had just calmed and contained it, it had taken on this state. Although the black patterns remained, the main body had reverted from its initial crimson color to a grayish white. It must have been quite taxing for it to forcefully break through dimensions. It was like the burst mode in King of Fighters. After using it once, you had to wait for the energy bar to recharge to use it again. He just didn't know how much longer it would take for the unreasonable root to recharge. If the Trisolarians sent more wisdom particles, he certainly couldn't match the perverse abilities of the unreasonable root. However, it was this worry that had just led him to confirm what his next publicly announced containment item would be. If he wanted to accelerate the recovery process with external force, and with minimal side effects, it could only be that containment item. Suze looked up at the now completely normal sky, his eyes shining with brilliance. Zhang Province, in a special underground base. This is a sector station. The first station obtained after Suze announced the existence of the Containment Association and containment items. Here, there is a security force of up to 5,000 people. They are composed of D-class personnel wearing signal bomb halos, under the threat of life and the relentless brainwashing by Dr. Heisenberg. They have become the outermost line of defense facing the outside world for this station. The second line of defense consists of the nine-tailed Fox Mobile Task Force and the Omega 8 Mobile Task Force. They're also the most solid line of defense, controlling the nuclear capabilities within the base. Inside, there's a laboratory composed of hundreds of C-class researchers and B-class Dr. Heisenberg. They are responsible for researching the bizarre containment items housed here and manufacturing various technological devices needed by the mobile task forces. For example, a special truth serum in a holding chamber entirely made of Newtonian fluid. Patch, the ACP Containment Association can secretly use all resources of the Dragon Nation. Dr. Heisenberg placed a small box in front of Hank, the captain of a nine-tailed Fox Special Task Force. This is the material extracted from the crimson mist generated by the unreasonable root that I just retrieved from you. They can help you pry open these people's mouths. He smiled as he opened the box, revealing 30 neatly arranged azure vials. Under the illumination of the lights, they sparkled like gems, although the raw material was red. Through my research, it has turned blue. Dr. Heisenberg's expression was one of ecstasy. The power of science is always so magical, isn't it? Hank nodded slightly, not saying any flattering nonsense. He was a man of action, directly and decisively picking up a vial of the special truth serum and injecting it into the tightly bound body of Yamagasa Keiko. She was the leader who was specifically instructed by the O5 Council to be interrogated strictly, so naturally, she was the first. After receiving confirmation from Dr. Heisenberg that the drug had taken effect, Hank tore off the tape from her mouth and said coldly, "Your name." Yamagasa Keiko's state was very strange. Her pupils reddened, and her expression stiff and rigid. She replied in a muffled voice, "Yamagasa Keiko has used aliases such as Yashinsen Shida, Kujo Keiko, and Yihuime." Hank raised an eyebrow. The effect was good. She even revealed her aliases. After pondering for a moment, he threw out the first official question. "Who are the members of the Trisolaran organization that you know?" Yamagasa Keiko answered like a robot, her voice devoid of emotion. "Currently, I know of 13 other organizations, led by X, who resides in Canada." She reported in great detail, listing each person's age, gender, address, and phone number. The team members behind Hank verified and recorded Yamagasa Keiko's information one by one, simultaneously sending it to the Dragon Nation's official via a secret network. It was estimated that these organizations would soon disappear due to irresistible factors. Behind Yamagasa Keiko, the conscious members of the organization looked horrified, their bodies struggling desperately to prevent their leader from self-destructing. However, the special ropes binding them held them tight, sealing their mouths as well. So when Yamagasa Keiko spilled everything cleanly, they had already turned ashen and completely gave up struggling. Hank was very satisfied with the effect of the truth serum and continued to ask about some secrets of the Trisolarans. Although Suze had already shared this information, he still specifically cross-referenced it to ensure whether this world differed from the original universe. After confirming that all the information was accurate, Hank waved his hand, and dozens of C-class researchers immediately entered. They began interrogating the remaining team members according to their numbers. This was to prevent Yamagasa Keiko from being misled, as the Trisolarans had gradually learned to conceal information. Some things that Yamagasa Keiko, as the leader, might not know, but her subordinates might. Soon, under the effect of the special truth serum, one after another, incredibly authentic pieces of intelligence were sent outside, personally screened and verified by Dr. Heisenberg. The intelligence provided by this batch of members would play a significant role in eradicating the human tumor. Fortunately, wisdom particles could not invade this place. Otherwise, even with the truth serum, these people would be humanely exterminated by the wisdom particles. The Trisolarans would not show mercy to a group of ants. After receiving feedback from Dr. Heisenberg, confirming that all intelligence had been collected, Hank coldly clapped his hands and then exited the interrogation room. The next moment, a large amount of toxic gas began to spray in this room. Amidst the wails of the remnants of the ETO organization, they successfully met with Evans. Like the Trisolarans, the Containment Association never feels sympathy for the remnants. They dwell in darkness and gradually dissolve into it. As the toxic gas gradually dissipated, this time, without Hank's signal, the D-class personnel, who had long been equipped with protective gear, rushed in to begin removing the lifeless bodies one by one. Some stayed in the interrogation room to begin disinfection work. This interrogation room would soon welcome new inhabitants, and hygiene had to be ensured. Thus, the containment task regarding the unreasonable route was thoroughly completed. This battle yielded tremendous gains. Chapter 83, announcing the 6th containment object. The next day, the morning in Kyoto felt refreshing. After years of greening efforts, the haze that had been hovering over Kyoto has dissipated significantly. The city could again hear sounds other than the roar of cars. Today, the citizens of Kyoto who had purchased on-site tickets got up early and flocked towards the stadium. Because there, the 6th containment object announcement will take place. The stunning curtain of rain presented by Tomoko yesterday had already shocked the people of Kyoto, and they wondered what mysterious existence the containment object would be today. As more and more people filled the stadium, time gradually passed. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom, a group of high-ranking officials, and Wang Miao, who had a keen interest in the containment object. One by one, heavyweight figures appeared. And when the hour hand steadily pointed to 8 o'clock, amidst the attention of the crowd, a young figure appeared on the high platform. It was none other than the most mysterious and greatest wall-facer in history, Suze. Sufe. Damn. I don't know why every time I see his figure, I feel a sense of reassurance. What will today's containment object be? If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, I would want to start a game. Comrade, you are suspected of gambling in public. Please come with us. Oh crap, they're really plainclothes officers. I was wrong. Just joking. At the moment he appeared, the entire venue erupted. The deafening cheers soared into the sky, even dispersing some of the fog. Golden sunlight broke through the clouds, falling directly on Suze on the high platform. He frowned slightly and said, "Please be quiet." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent in an instant. Suze's authority was evident. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom and others were not surprised. If a human hero did not have such treatment, then the destruction of human civilization would be inevitable. Suze nodded slightly, then his expression became solemn. Today, for the 6th time as the wall facer, I announced to the world the 6th containment object. This time the event was even larger, with almost all television stations broadcasting live. Except for certain stubborn areas. It can be said that nearly 80% of the global population was watching this live broadcast. The popularity was astonishing. Since it was already the 6th time, Suze was accustomed to such grand occasions. He began the announcement without any pressure. The name of this containment object is the Fountain of Youth. Project number, ACP-006. Project security level, safe. At this point, he deliberately paused, knowing that the audience needed some time to process. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a noisy discussion erupted in the venue. The Fountain of Youth? Could it be something like the meat of Tang Sung, that drinking it would grant eternal life? Hiss, from the project level being safe. It is very likely that it is such a thing. Does that mean we have a chance to see the future world? Sure, don't speak yet. Wait for the wall facer to finish announcing. In the front row, the elder from the Dragon Kingdom and the high-ranking officials had varied expressions upon hearing this name. Some were delighted, some frowned, but more were puzzled. They were also speculating whether this fountain of youth truly had the legendary function of preserving youth forever. Everything needed to wait for Su Zhe's next announcement. Su Zhe did not continue to keep them in suspense. After the discussions quieted down a bit, he continued to announce. ACP-006 is a small spring located 60 kilometers west of Astrakhan. Since the 19th century, the Containment Association headquarters had noticed the existence of this project. But due to political reasons, formal placement measures were not taken until 1991. A chemical plant has been established at the project site to cover up its true existence. And most workers are under the supervision of the Containment Association or the authorities of the Bear Country. Since 1902, the liquid released by the project has been tested to have medicinal properties as mineral water. After ingesting this liquid, the human body exhibits the following characteristics. It significantly enhances the recovery ability of damaged tissues by accelerating cell division and DNA repair, and strengthens the immune system's defense mechanisms. In simple terms, it can rejuvenate human cells and maintain a youthful state. Animal experiments show that this liquid can rapidly destroy harmful bacteria and viruses. However, many reptiles and birds show no reaction to it, while higher primates exhibit positive effects similar to humans. Suze paused again. Knowing how deadly this information was for humans with a lifespan of only 100 years. As expected, when this information was made public, the entire venue instantly erupted into a frenzy. People's reactions surged like a tide, their eyes sparkling with disbelief and excitement. They had never expected that this containment object actually lived up to its name, possessing such incredible power. The legendary Fountain of Youth could indeed keep one young forever and even drive away diseases, freeing people from the torment of illness. This astonishing news struck like lightning across the night sky, instantly igniting the desires and aspirations deep within people's hearts. Many were so excited they nearly jumped up, their eyes gleaming with greed, as if they could already see themselves in their youth, feeling the vigor of health. They couldn't wait to search for that mysterious fountain of youth, hoping to experience this miraculous power firsthand. However, amidst this wave of fervor, there were also rational voices. They knew that such a miraculous item must come with enormous risks. Yet, even so, they could not resist the strong temptation, the endless desire for youth and health. The entire venue seemed to transform into a boiling ocean, with people's emotions continually rising and surging. And that mysterious fountain of youth instantly became their most fervent pursuit and aspiration. Even some high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but show excited expressions. As humans, the pursuit of life's continuation is forever ingrained in their genes, including Su Zhe, the elder from the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Miao, and others as well. It's just that their rationality suppressed this instinct. Otherwise, their reactions would not be much better than those of others. Silence. Su Zhe's voice suddenly boomed like thunder in the stadium. The situation had gotten a bit out of control. He had to speak up to stop it. A swarm of locusts out of control can cause a locust plague. A pack of wolves out of control can lead to a wolf tide. And when humans are out of control, they can only destroy themselves. Greed is the primary driving force behind human progress. But it is also the greatest abyss of destruction for humanity. Su Zhe had to speak up at this moment to pull these people back from the edge of the abyss. He said steadily, "Attention. What I will announce next are the containment measures. If anyone does not hear due to being noisy, the consequences will be borne by themselves." Chapter 84. Intimidate the Greedy. When Su Zhe announced that he would reveal the containment measures for the Fountain of Youth, the previously noisy stadium fell silent in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of eyes eagerly fixed on Su Zhe on the high platform. They were all desperate to know what the containment measures for the Fountain of Youth were. To put it simply, did they have a chance to participate in the containment? If they could obtain a sip from this Fountain of Youth, wouldn't they be able to establish a family that would last for generations? Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, Su Zhe slowly began to speak. Regarding the special containment measures for the Fountain of Youth, due to the characteristics of ACP-006, no complex containment methods were required. However, for confidentiality reasons, all personnel who came into contact with the project documentation must keep its existence and nature confidential. The measures listed below are not for ensuring personnel safety, but to conceal the potential effects ACP-006 has on those who come into contact with it. His expression grew serious, and his voice steady. First, all personnel who have physical contact with ACP-006 must wear improved Level 6 for BNC protective suits. Before personnel are permitted to perform tasks, they must be briefly introduced to the relevant information regarding ACP-006B or ACP-006C. The complete and detailed ACP-006A documentation is for O5 personnel only. To ensure the protective suits are worn correctly, personnel will be placed in a pool. Any bubbles caused by improper attire will be immediately detected. Second, the contact process with ACP-006 must be conducted under strict monitoring. In cases involving ACP-006, the commander will initiate the 006-12 protocol, in which personnel will be informed and assured that the project is highly toxic and therefore must be evacuated. At this point, he deliberately paused and added, "In fact, subsequent research has shown that the Fountain of Youth indeed produces a large number of negative effects, such as an excess of growth factors, leading ordinary people to grow a second head or hundreds of fingers." Upon hearing this terrifying situation, all the spectators present, including people watching from around the world, felt a chill run down their spines. This was not a Fountain of Youth at all. It was simply a biochemical poison. In an instant, they dared not have any thoughts about the Fountain of Youth. Better to turn to dust than to live as a monster. Who could accept waking up in the middle of the night to find a second head growing on their neck? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Suze nodded slightly in his heart. These were, of course, lies he had concocted. Whether the true Fountain of Youth had any toxicity was unknown to anyone. At least according to the records of the containment organization, no side effects have been discovered so far. However, given such stringent protective measures, it might indeed contain some kind of deadly poison. After spreading the fear of the Fountain of Youth to the crowd, Suze continued his narrative. The operation to extract liquid from ACP-006 requires the joint approval of 305 level personnel. This process will be conducted under the accompaniment of armed guards, and the liquid will be transferred to a square-sealed container. Fourth, if any personnel come into direct contact with ACP-006 or its liquid, that personnel will be restricted in their activities and execution measures will be taken after thorough research. Considering the characteristics of ACP-006, cremation is deemed the most effective method of execution. See the ACP-006 Tarot 5 report for details. After this lengthy explanation, Suze took a deep breath. That is all the information regarding the ACP-006 Fountain of Youth. If anyone receives news, please contact the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force official immediately. Any private research is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, all will be arrested under the charge of endangering human safety. His warning echoed above the stadium, causing many to feel a jolt of fear. Perhaps Suze and the Longwo authorities had let them feel too comfortable for too long, as they had just entertained thoughts of reaching for the containment object. There might still be many madmen wanting to obtain such a containment object. After confirming that the containment object had been announced, Wang Miao stood up proactively. He began to ask, "Mr. Suze, hello, I am material scientist Wang Miao. In the special containment measures you just mentioned for ACP-006, there are also two items, 006C and 006B. What is the relationship between these two items and 006? Suze raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting that Wang Miao would be so concerned about these items. However, thinking it over, the other party was a material scientist, and he would surely have an exploratory attitude toward all things in the world. So, after pondering for a moment, he chose to answer this question. Regarding these two files, for the sake of avoiding panic, it is actually inconvenient to disclose them. However, considering that some people might take risks due to the characteristics of the Fountain of Youth, I will specifically disclose them here. This information serves as a warning to all adventurers who intend to undertake the containment measures alone. Upon hearing such a serious tone, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, straightened up, and began to listen attentively. Before the discovery of ACP-006, the containment organization learned that an adventurer had come into contact with this strange and mysterious spring early on. For now, I will refer to this person as L, and I will take you deeper into understanding 006 from L's third-person perspective. After saying this, Suze finally began his formal narrative. In 1983, the world-renowned but not famous adventurer L arrived at the then-existing Succa Federation. As an adventure-loving explorer, L had conquered the Alps in obscurity. Today, he would attempt to cross the Siberian plain, conquering this harsh land with his own 2 feet. At first, his journey went smoothly, as there were many small villages along the edge of Siberia that could provide him with supplies. There was even a kind-hearted person who gave him a map marking the locations of various villages. This made L even more confident. He felt he could conquer this harsh land. However, as he delved deeper, every step became exceptionally difficult. As he was about to exhaust his supplies, he arrived at a village. To his surprise, there were flowers and grass around this village. It was hard to imagine that in such harsh, cold conditions, there could be such a paradise. He entered the village, wanting to find a household to buy supplies and stay the night. However, to his astonishment, despite it being afternoon, the village was completely empty. He knocked on several doors without receiving any response. Yet, from the water buckets and various living necessities left at the door, it was clear that this was a village where people lived. Finally, when he reached the center of the village, he saw a grocery store that was open. He was overjoyed and immediately walked over. Chapter 85. The story behind 006. Hello, comrade. L greeted the grocery store owner with a smile, his voice echoing in the empty and slightly oppressive street. As he spoke, he pulled out scattered coins and bills from his wallet, neatly arranging them in his palm. The grocery store owner was a burly man, his beard growing wildly like weeds, almost covering his entire chin and cheeks. He exuded a strong smell of alcohol, making one wonder if he had just returned from a tavern in a drunken state. His left eye seemed to have lost its luster, covered by a murky, grayish white, giving an unfathomable impression. Well, what do you want? The grocery store owner's voice was deep and hoarse, sounding like an old tree weathered by time and hardships. His attitude was